This is the Batman Supercut. Here at Comicstorian, we bring you comic narratives where I dub over what happened in the comic books, and we've been doing this for a long time, all the way back since the beginning of comic books' New 52 launch. Today we're going to be bringing you Batman New 52, Batman Rebirth, and the pre-Chip Zdarsky era of Batman. You are literally going to get 10 years of Batman content. I hope you guys enjoy.
Gotham City, the year before the Justice League was revealed to the world and would come together to fight against Darkseid. It's a haven of crime, monsters, and the darkest scum in the earth. And as two criminals try to tackle a child for catching a fish, Batman rides up on a dirt bike, dropping both of them and grabbing the bag with the fish in it. He held it up to the child and told him, "You dropped your fish." "Thanks. He thinks you're dead, you know. He's been telling everyone that ever since he killed the city." "Good. He won't see me coming." 5 months before that event, Bruce Wayne is sitting in a torn mask, sitting on the roof of a parking garage with a truck filled with hostages, and Red Hood 1 pointing a gun at the car, with his entire gang standing by his side. Seeing no other option, Bruce Wayne reaches into his bag and he pulls out a grappling gun, as Alfred is yelling in his earpiece, "Sir, don't do it! It can't support the weight!" "It'll hold, Alfred." Bruce then hooks the grappling hook up to the truck and then to the crane nearby. He pulls the truck off of the building just as the Red Hood gang jumps out of the way in time. The truck then swings into a nearby bay where it and all of the hostages fall into the water. Bruce resurfaces, flipping off Red Hood 1. He then goes back to his hideout with his butler, Alfred, there, and Bruce explains the situation. The Red Hood gang is led by the faceless leader, Red Hood 1, and each of its members are faceless to each other, all blackmailed into helping him. They aren't even criminals half the time, just individuals that he can blackmail. Bruce continues, "It's a new type of crime. When I left all of those years ago, it was street crime running rampant. Now it's a hidden crime. Speaking of things that are hidden, Master Bruce, shouldn't you alert Gotham City of your return from the dead? I know you don't approve, Alfred, but Bruce Wayne is legally dead and he'll remain that way." "Master Bruce." "Alfred, I told you to call me Bruce." "I'm afraid I can't. When you first asked me to join you in this insane job, the truth is I was hoping to talk some sense into you. This is guerrilla warfare, Alfred, and I think I'm more effective like this." Bruce then puts some masks and tools into a bag before walking back into the main hall, where he tells Alfred he'll be driving himself today. And then when they open the door, they find Uncle Philip Kane standing there. "How did you find you? I've had a search going for you ever since you left. I should have known I only needed to watch Pennyworth. Care to go for a ride, my son?" Philip Kane explains that it is he who declared Bruce dead, so that he could run the company properly and ensure that it didn't fall apart. The Kanes are not well looked upon in Gotham, but the marriage of Thomas Wayne and Martha Kane was something to celebrate, so he didn't want to see that legacy fall. He then wants Bruce to come back. He wants him to run Wayne Enterprises again. Wayne Enterprises is a staple of Gotham, and it needs a Wayne at its head. He then pleaded with Bruce to at least just come inside the building and see what he's built. But Bruce told him, "No, I want to remain dead for now." And he apologized to his uncle and told him that that's just not who he wants to be anymore. Philip asked him, "Then who are you?" Bruce went back to his apartment in Crime Alley and he got his supplies for the next job, while Philip went to see his advisor, Edward Nygma. Philip begins to lay out the situation. "The city hates me for what we're building here, and the Red Hood gang insists on stealing from us." "The answer is simple," Edward informs him. "We need to kill Bruce Wayne." The Red Hood gang proceeded to take an entire blimp hostage, including Mr. Cobblepot. Red Hood 1 reaches into a crate and he pulls out a new Wayne Tech Sonic rifle, but before he can use it, Cobblepot leaps at him, getting shocked by the helmet. Red Hood 1 laughs it off. "I know who you are. You're the vigilante that's been trying to stop us. You had me fooled. What is that, a fat suit? And aren't you 6 feet tall?" Bruce drops the coat and makes spines pop out of his forearms, and the Red Hood gang starts trying to fight against him, but he kicks them all back, and as they tear off his mask, he hides his face behind one of the thugs. Red Hood 1 taunts him. "Do you want me to throw you a Red Hood? Maybe show you my face?" Bruce pushes the thug aside, and while hiding his face, he slices Red Hood 1 in the side, and he makes a break for it. "That won't be necessary. I have your DNA." And then he jumps out the window, and using his magnetic shoes, he attaches to the underside of the blimp. He then moves into the maintenance area where he grabs the real Cobblepot that he left there, and he jumps off the blimp using a parachute. Back in his hideout, Bruce explains that he is afraid of what he sees because he is losing this war. The DNA that they got was useless, and now Red Hood 1 is taking over rival gangs in Gotham, almost to prove that he can and for no other reason. To top it all off, he now somehow has Wayne Enterprises weapons in his arsenal. Then Bruce notices Alfred isn't responding, so he tells him, "If you have something to say, then say it." Alfred tells him, "You're going to lose this war. You are doomed. Even if you are able to take down the Red Hood gang, there will be another one after them, and another one after them. This war might not be winnable, Alfred, but it's mine, and I'm getting tired of your skepticism. It's not the war that I take issue with, sir. I have fought in less noble wars than this one. What I take issue with is your cowardice. My cowardice? I'm out there risking my life to take down a gang that's rotting this city from the inside out. The city that my parents lovingly fought for. They fought in the public eye, sir. You are fighting as a ghost, while you let the name of Bruce Wayne and the Wayne legacy rot. The city is being run by a sad, angry man with no purpose. I think your parents would be ashamed of you. Bruce then grabs Alfred by the tie. Is that so? Well, what example have you set by hiding in your mausoleum, polishing the silver? Who's the real coward? Alfred slaps Bruce. They both look each other in the eye, and Alfred decides that it might be better for him to return to the manor. Once Alfred leaves, Bruce thinks about it, and he decides to call up his uncle Philip. He wants to talk to him. Philip has Bruce meet him in the museum at midnight, a place that they both went in Bruce's childhood. Bruce wanted to talk to Philip about the missing weapons and the fact that the Red Hood gang has taken them, but Philip was hoping that Bruce had finally decided to take the company. Philip asks him one last time and Bruce interrupts him. I'm sorry, Philip, I just can't have a public face right now. I can't explain it, but Bruce Wayne has to be dead. If you insist, Bruce. And then Philip hits a switch, turning all of the lights on. Standing in front of Bruce is a welcoming party assembled specifically for him with reporters and old friends. Bruce turns to him. What the hell are you doing, Philip? And Philip explains a story from his childhood, a story in which he was lost in a cave. He explains that he didn't want to leave that cave either, but his father came and dragged him out kicking and screaming. He even has a metal plate in his head due to that. But sometimes it's the best thing to have yourself thrown into the mix. Bruce couldn't believe that Philip just revealed him to all of Gotham, and he stormed off to the back hallways of the museum. That's where he ran into Edward Nygma in the Hall of Egypt. He confronts Mr. Wayne. The only way out of this room is through the Avery Wing. Bruce eyeballs him. Is that a riddle? Why would you say that? There is no Avery Wing. Sorry, I got carried away with the spirit of the room. But you know, Mr. Wayne, the Egyptians are responsible for some of the first board games. They sometimes ask to be buried with their games above their riches. My favorite has this design that makes it look like an Ouroboros, a circular beast that eats its own parts. Not that different from your own uncle. If he keeps going the way he's going, he'll have no arms left. Bruce thinks about it. No arms? Does that mean something, Nygma? Everything means something. Or should I think? You're saying that my uncle is giving away arms to Red Hood? Why would he do that? They're terrorists. I supposed, against my better judgment, that he gave away all of the small pieces to keep them away from the big pieces. Bruce then climbs up on the Sphinx itself to the window above everything because the Egyptian Sphinx are the only Sphinxes without wings. So, you climb up the head. He climbs out and he tells Nygma, try harder next time. Bruce then makes his way back to his apartment, just in time for it to explode. Bruce grabs a shield off the wall and he blocks himself from the explosion with it. Then Red Hood 1 helps him up. You should never have come back here, Bruce. Then using the weapons in his home, the gang beats him down over and over until they are nothing but a blur in front of him. Red Hood 1 then explains, the night that you lost your parents, a lot of things changed in Gotham itself, not just for you. I remember my foster parents buying a lock for the door and the neighbors coming home with the Saturday night special. Because at the end of the day, people are afraid of nothingness, the randomness. That's the day that I came up with the idea for this gang, to wear the Red Hood to court the wolf, rather than hide, eat us all, wolf. But there is one thorn in the Red Hood's side, and Bruce reminds him of that man. Regardless, the vigilante will be gone soon, just like Bruce Wayne. The gang then leaves Bruce there, bleeding on the ground, and once they leave, Bruce crawls over to a panel that unlocks his secret room and a back door out of the building. Bleeding as he goes, he drags himself to the forest, into an elevator, and into the back door of the Wayne Manor, where he collapses. Meanwhile, Philip confronts Nygma. You maniac! You killed Bruce! I barely knew him, and I could tell that he was a better man than both of us. No argument there. It needed to happen. I was pressuring him. He would have come around. Well, no, he wouldn't have. His parents were killed in an alley with a gun. He would have come for the company and taken it from you. I did you a favor. Philip prepares to fire his gun to kill Nygma, but Nygma says his final words. Kane. Philip hits the ground as magnets turn on in the room, affecting the plate in his head. Enigma tells him goodbye, leaving him there on the floor. Bruce wakes up the next morning with Alfred putting stitches into his body, all over his body. He was on the brink of death. The moment he wakes up, though, he gets up and Alfred tells him, no matter how much they disagree, he'll always be there to patch him up. Bruce Wayne walks through the manor. He hasn't been here since his return to Gotham, and he looks at all of the memories, the photos, and the good times from his childhood. During his walks, though, he comes across an orb, a piece of Wayne technology that his father was perfecting, and as he walks into the main study, tells it to show him. The orb then turns on and it shows him the massive holographic scale plans of a massive cave structure, one right beneath the manor, because right beneath Wayne Manor is the lifeblood of the city. Then, hologram bats from the orb fly through the window and through Bruce Wayne Wayne's chest. Bruce sees what he has to be. He sees his purpose. He will become the Bat. He will become fear. Some time passed with the Red Hood gang continuing their reign over Gotham, but on one of their jobs, one of the men turned around to find all of his friends tied up to a sign in the shape of a bat. Then Batman swaying in, grabbing him, informing him that his bat still needs a head. He has been trying to stop as many of the Red Hood gang's jobs as he can, but he's still failing to see a pattern. They're stealing chemicals and trying to cover it up with other thefts so it can get drowned out. If only Bruce could see their endgame. So he decides to do something that he hasn't done since the Red Hood gang blew up his apartment and apparently killed Bruce Wayne. It's time to go talk to his uncle Philip. Philip has been running Wayne Enterprises with Bruce Wayne missing and is to blame for the Red Hood gang getting their hands on the Wayne Tech guns. Philip is overjoyed that Bruce is alive though. He never wanted this to happen and things are getting out of control and it's getting insane. So Bruce asks him for access to the system so that he can see what the Red Hood gang is doing, and Philip willingly gives it up. After inviting Philip to come live at the manor for his own protection, Philip tells him no, and Bruce went back to the cave that he discovered and has been building up. Alfred climbs down the ladder, commenting that as long as there isn't a fire pole, he can manage with the ladder. But Bruce reassures him that he'll build a cave entrance in the study soon. He begins looking through the Wayne Tech records and discovers one site that hasn't been touched and has everything that the Red Hood gang wants. Following the pattern that he's finally starting to figure out, he knows exactly what they are planning and when. Alfred tells him that he has to try and stop it. The facility is heavily guarded, but maybe Batman can. And Bruce stops him. I don't think Batman can handle this, but I know someone else who should. So Bruce decides to make a public statement claiming to have information on the Red Hood gang. The news outlets are all up in arms. First they all thought that Bruce was dead, then he came back, then he supposedly died at another explosion, and now he's claiming that he has information on the Red Hood gang? He gives a speech about Gotham, what it is and what it means to everyone, and what it means to him. That this city has been overrun by the gangs and by Red Hood, telling everyone that their lives mean nothing. But the facility behind him, the Ace Chemicals facility, is the location of their next job. They intend to make a chemical cocktail, a radioactive poison that will eat someone's flesh, and they want to explode the cocktail in different locations around the city. Gordon lets out a long drag from his cigarette at that news. He's been watching the reveal from the outskirts, and he sees the Red Hood gang taking position in the facility, and they launch some rockets at the news crews and Bruce. He shouts, "Everyone get down!" and everything explodes around them. With the fire burning, Bruce tells Alfred, "It's time." Everyone begins to panic and run, and the GCPD is trying to run into the building, but Bruce slips in ahead of them and he can see the rest of the Red Hood gang preparing, and he realizes that this whole building is one giant dirty bomb. That's when a gun is pointed at his head and Red Hood 1 tells him, "How sweet it is that you threw us a party." Red Hood 1 has his gang lock the doors and keep the police out. He then shows Bruce the cocktail being loaded up into the trucks, getting ready to go. Bruce was dead on about their plans. "I'm honestly glad that you get to see this, Bruce. The circle that opened 15 years ago with your parents' death, and it now closes with yours, here tonight. Tomorrow we will start over with a new night, a new Gotham." You're so full of shit. You don't stand for any truth at the heart of anything. You pretend you do, talking randomness of life and the meaningless. But it's all a sham. My parents' death might have been meaningless, but their lives were not. With a grin that you can even see under his mask, Red Hood 1 prepares to pull the trigger and kill Bruce, when the lights go out. No one knows what's going on. There are blocks with no power, and the GCPD is asking everyone what is happening. It's the chopper overhead that tells everyone. The lights went out in the shape of a bat. In the darkness, the Red Hood gang puts on their night vision and they watch as Batman swings in, grabbing Bruce Wayne and carrying him away. Then he gives the order. Now. Everyone wearing their night vision goggles gets blinded instantly as the lights all go back on, and then Batman swoops back in to begin fighting against the gang while Red Hood 1 steps back and he takes his helmet off for his eyes to adjust. He throws his helmet back on and he tells everyone to finish loading the trucks. They are almost ready! Batman keeps dropping each and every one of them over and over until he is cornered at the top of the stairs. He then attaches his grappling line to one of the gang members and he rides him to the bottom of the stairs, shouting, "Yeehaw!" He then retracts the gun, knocking down each and every one of the gang members on the stairs. While this is going on, Red Hood 1 lines up a shot. He has Batman dead to rights, and then a bullet ricochets off his helmet. It's one of his own gang members shooting at him, so he fires back at the gang member, shooting him in the stomach. Batman turns around and he shouts, "No!" go! As the facility begins to go up in smoke around him with explosions. He runs up the stairs as the explosions knock Red Hood 1 down, and Gordon is finally able to get in as the door is blown open by the fire. Batman then kneels down by the side of the fallen gang member, bleeding out. He has a feeling that he knows who this is. Red Hood 1 blackmails normal individuals into joining their gang. Meanwhile, Red Hood 1 is shouting for everyone to grab what they can and get out of there. They need to move now. But his gang is telling him that the bay doors won't open, they won't respond. While Alfred sits at his computer, they're responding just fine. Batman pulls off the gang member's hood to see his Uncle Philip spitting up blood. He looks into his uncle's eyes, and Gordon shouts, "Freeze!" Batman turns around to see Gordon with the GCPD demanding he surrender quietly, and he stands back up. "You need to step back now." Ha! Is that so? Because Batman fires a gun loaded with a beanbag at Gordon, knocking him down just as a support beam hits the spot that he was standing. Then in the confusion, he makes a break for it as they open fire on him. He runs up to the roof where he sees Red Hood 1 making a break for a helicopter. "So long, bats!" But Batman isn't done as he sprints over the rooftop as it's crumbling beneath his feet, and he makes a leap for the ladder that Red Hood 1 is on. "Now, you idiot! You'll!" Red Hood 1 shouts just as the ladder falls apart and they both begin to fall back down into the burning chemical facility. Batman tries to get to his feet in the confusion, calling Alfred to tell him that he's in bad shape, but Red Hood 1 cracks him over the back with a steel pipe. Then he comes down to stomp on Batman's head, and Batman grabs Red Hood's foot and throws him down. Both men stand on a crumbling bridge when one of the vats beneath them launches its top off, splitting the bridge in half, and Red Hood begins to slip. As he clings on, he turns to Batman. "It's you under that hood, isn't it, my little vigilante? My, how you've evolved." Batman calls to him, "The railing won't hold. Give me your hand." And Red Hood coughs. "That's no fun. Come on, now it's over. Ha! Wouldn't you like to think so? See, it's only the beginning," the Red Hood tells him with a smile. He then lets go, smiling the whole way down. Batman shouts, but his call is lost to no one listening. Red Hood falls into the vat beneath him, and the green chemicals begin to swallow him up. Some time passes, and Alfred walks to a grandfather clock in the study that opens to the entrance to the Batcave. He walks down to Bruce sitting in front of a giant computer screen. "Are you sure that it's large enough, sir?" Batman doesn't do subtle, Alfred. "No, I guess he doesn't, but he is clever. Such as looping an image of Batman swooping in to save Bruce Wayne on the Red Hood gang's stolen Wayne Tech night vision. That's the idea, at least." Bruce explains that no body was found for this Red Hood 1, only his mask. Everyone in the gang gave up the name Liam Distel. So then Mr. Distel is still out there, crippled by his fall into... No, that's it. They found Liam Distel's body yesterday. It was shoved into a barrel of lye in an amusement park a mile out. Lye? Exactly. Lye dissolved the better part of his remains, meaning that there is no way to tell when he was killed or placed there. So you're saying that it's all a mystery, Alfred. We know for sure that at some point in the last year, someone murdered Distel and the original Red Hood leader took his place. But what we don't know is if the man I found in the factory was a patsy or the real Red Hood leader himself. Or, for all we know, someone swapped places with the imposter on the rooftop. We have no way of knowing. All that matters is that the Red Hood gang is defeated, right? But then, at that moment, someone comes over the television. Ahem, ahem. Hello, Gotham! Hello, you and you down there. My name, in case you were wondering, is Nigma. Edward Nigma, but you can call me the Riddler, and I'm here to make you smarter. It's my mission, my calling, my duty. Riddle me this, Gotham. There are two sisters. Each gives birth to the other. Who are they? No? I'll give you a hint. One sister says I am the day, and the other one says I am the dark, dark night. Then, the entire power grid goes out, and the whole city goes dark. Let the games begin, Gotham. The Batmobile races down the streets of Gotham with the police chasing it, and just when they think they have the Batmobile, it launches itself into the sky and it skips over the police. While this is happening, Gordon and Bullock are looking at an interesting murder case. A man whose bones have grown out of control, expanding beyond his body. Batman was here looking at it, and Bullock asks if the Bat was here to clean up after his own mess. But Gordon doesn't think that that's the case. The city is in shambles. A terrorist has blacked out the whole city, and a superstorm is about to come to Gotham, hitting it hard. While this is going on, Commissioner Loeb of the GCPD is looking for this vigilante. But maybe, just maybe, lunatic or not, he is providing a little light in the darkness. Back in the Batcave, Bruce and Alfred go over the situation. The Riddler has turned off all of the lights everywhere. Gotham Light and Power are close to repairing it, but Bruce thinks this whole thing is weird. There is something wrong with this. The Riddler considers everything a riddle. what he just did to the city is yet another riddle. Riddler wants them to turn the power back on. While this is going on, Bruce is already looking at the individuals that died by the bones expanding. It's a formula that Wayne Enterprises was developing. The idea was that bones would instantly heal if any broke, allowing soldiers to push on if needed. But the version being used forces the bones to grow radically out of the subject, ripping them apart from the inside out. With this knowledge, he climbs out of the hole in the ground which leads to the Batcave to come face to face with Jim Gordon. He asks Gordon what he needs, and Gordon says it's good to see him back in town. What he did at Ace Chemical was brave. And then he goes on to apologize for his part in what happened to Bruce Wayne's parents that night. Your part? Lieutenant, I know all too well the things that you covered up. Don't ever talk to me about that night again unless you are ready for some true ugliness. Fine, but 2 of your scientists are already dead, injected with a serum that made bones grow out of their skin. There are bigger things here than you and me, Mr. Wayne. Like I said, Gordon, I have to go. As the night fell and the winds began, Bruce walked into the local Gotham University to seek out Lucius Fox to ask him about an old partner of his, the doctor that invented the bone serum. And Lucius reaches down to grab a needle, and he jabs it into Bruce's neck. What did you do? Bruce says, hitting the ground. I'm sorry, Bruce, but he's coming. Dr. Death is coming, and you're not going to be able to stop him. Then we see Dr. Death standing behind Lucius. No one will, old friend. This city's never seen anything like me, and I'm just getting started. Lucius was trying to get Bruce Wayne out of the way, but Dr. Death isn't playing anymore, and he attacks Lucius. Bruce gets back up, and he hits Dr. Death in the arm, breaking his forearm, but then it healed right back up, and Dr. Death threw Bruce across the room. Bruce, get out of here, Lucius called, and Dr. Death made the connection. Bruce Wayne? He tied Lucius up and he went looking for Bruce, but as he was poking around and calling out, Mr. Wayne, he went into the jet engine test lab and Bruce turned it on. It sucked him up quickly and Bruce ran to Lucius and got him free. The two men made a break for the West Corridor trying to get out, and Dr. Death appeared all rebuilt and massive in size. Leaving so soon. With one hand, he grabbed Bruce's head and he began to crush it, threatening to pop it open like a grape. And that's when he actually cracks his skull. But before he can completely squash Bruce Wayne's head, a shot goes off going through his shoulder, with Jim Gordon looking down at Dr. Death from the barrel of his gun. Dr. Death makes a break for it while Bruce hits the ground and everyone runs to his side. Bruce woke up in the bed of the hospital with Alfred by his side and a handcuff on his foot. Alfred told him that his skull was fractured and that he needs rest. Bruce tries to get up, telling Alfred that he can't stop the Riddler here, and Dr. Death is now on the loose. And that's when Gordon walks in. We need to talk, Mr. Wayne. If you think I'm gonna thank you, you can go back to chasing Batman with Commissioner Loeb and company. I could, because you're right, even in the midst of a terrorist attack and the coming of a superstorm, Loeb only sees Batman because his popularity is an embarrassment to Commissioner Loeb. Now, we're both trying to stop this man from killing people, and I'm telling you, we'll get this guy if we share information. But if we hide information, you're just gonna get in the way of things, and I can't allow that. You know what? You're right. I don't like you. Where did you get that trench coat you always wear, huh? I saw you that night, Gordon. When you picked me up with your partner, you were making the rounds before bringing me home, and he came out with a trench coat for you. You told me that it was a gift because you guys provided safety. People liked you. What I didn't understand that night is that that coat was a payoff, like all of your gifts. You weren't watching out for the people in that neighborhood. You were watching them suffer and die. Then Bruce makes a move, dropping Gordon to the ground, grabbing his gun, and pointing it at Gordon's face. In the alley behind the theater that night, I remember this view most vividly. Then he handed Gordon back his gun. You want to arrest me, then do that, but I'll never trust you. Bruce Wayne walked out. As Gordon began to follow Bruce Wayne, an officer walked over to him, handing a note with a question mark on it, sharing information that Commissioner Loeb got that he was going to keep from Gordon. That night, Batman continues his investigation, riding out on the early Batboat, prepared to get this investigation going with the storm beating down on him. He walks into a lab to find that the doctor there is already being transformed as his bones are expanding, and that's when the police turn on their lights. The whole situation was a trap, and they open fire on Batman. Batman's cape and cowl begin to get shredded, and he drops tear gas on the ground before putting on his own gas mask. As he tries to call up Alfred, he realizes that they also cut off his communications. So in the gas, Batman begins beating the police down as he makes a break for his boat, and they blow up the boat. Batman is beaten and bleeding and floating in the bay where his boat was just at, and they start shooting at him again. He gets up and he runs back inside, where he runs past more bullets, eventually grabbing an oxygen tank and then jumping back in the water. While underwater, he breaks off the valve, and using the propulsion, he launches himself far, far away. As he comes up for air, a spotlight is beamed on him, and it's Jim Gordon. He tells Batman to get on board. I know it's a trap, but I wasn't a part of it. I agree with you, Batman. Batman gets on, and Gordon hands him his eyeglasses, telling him that he can take the mask off before the chemicals burn his eye. He then begins to boat back to shore. Batman asks him why he's helping, and Gordon tells him to restore balance. The return of Bruce Wayne started something. He explains that he met Bruce Wayne when he was a kid, and they brought him back to the station for his parents to pick him up. His partner and him went on their normal rounds while Bruce Wayne was in the back seat, and he saw him get a trench coat. But it was only his 3rd week in Gotham. He was hopeful of how good things could be here, but shortly after that he walked in on the police force and Commissioner Loeb putting down bets on a dog fighting ring. They invited him to join, but Gordon told him that this was wrong. It was against the law. So they put Gordon in the pit to fight those dogs, and he won. After that day, he did things his own way, the right way. The police force sent his daughter a Rottweiler as a reminder that they'll always remember him. So he wore the jacket to remind them that he'll always remember what happened. As he comes to the end of his story, Batman tells him to stop the boat as he gets off, and Gordon sees that he was about to hit the docks. Later that night, Batman figures out where Dr. Death is and he goes in to investigate. Alfred is confused. Why would Dr. Death be in the catacombs beneath Gotham? So Batman explains, "You said yourself the deposits in the bones were too old to be identified, and in the catacombs they are so old that no one can identify them." He digs around until he in fact does find a lab, and it is here that he finds the horrible truth. Dr. Death isn't doing this for revenge. The killings are a smokescreen. He is actually making a doomsday machine with a plan to take over the whole city. In just hours, he'll bring it to its knees. "Dr. Death, sir?" Alfred asks him. "No, Alfred. The man he's working for. Nigma! Nigma is behind all of this!" Then the computers come online. "That's right, Batman. You've been making quite an impression on the city, but I'm afraid I'm about to make a bigger one. Nigma, listen to me. Thousands could die." "That's my whole point, Batman. The world is dying. The seas are rising. Resources are dwindling, and the powerful are getting more so. We all feel it. We all know it. The only weapon against the tide is intelligence." Then a wall explodes, and gallons of water begin to pour in as Nigma continues. "Unfortunately for you, Detective, you weren't smart enough to cut it this time." The water begins to rush over Batman, carrying him away and burying him in the water and the bones that they wash up. But eventually, he breaks out. It didn't defeat him. Meanwhile, back on the surface, the storm is raging hard, and Gordon is trying to get people to safety when everyone sees a massive blimp break through the clouds. They ask who it is, and the response is simple. "It's the goddamn Batman." "The Bat Blimp, sir. Really? Work with what you have, Alfred," Batman tells him, smirking. Lightning goes off around the blimp and it begins to damage it, but Batman has a goal, a giant weather balloon with a big question mark on it. The lightning takes out multiple engines on the Bat Blimp and his blimp begins to fall down to Earth, but Batman knows what he has to do. Alfred tells him no, it's too dangerous, but Batman tells him, "I can do this." He then leaps from the blimp, bridging the gap between it and the balloon so that he can fire his grappling gun. It lands on the balloon and he crawls up to it to come face to face with Dr. Death. Meanwhile, Gordon has tracked down Nigma to Philip Kane's old office, and as he walks in, he finds Nigma with a string tied around his finger. As he puts on his hat, he lets the string go. A giant rock falls down near Gordon, allowing the Riddler to make a grand escape. Back up on the balloon, Batman is battling with Dr. Death, telling him that he has to stop this balloon. If it goes off, thousands will die. "What about the millions that my work will save, Batman? What about them?" "He's using you, Death." Batman tries to tell him, but Batman sees the argument is pointless as he tries to use the jammer. But Dr. Death knocks it away, and it begins to slide on the ring towards the edge of the balloon. Batman shouts, "No!" and he manages to grab it, but Dr. Death grabs him. So Batman's had enough. He begins blocking all of Dr. Death's punches, breaking Death's arms and wrapping them around the railing so that he'll grow new bones, imprisoning himself. Batman then snaps off one of Death's new horns and walks into the control room, and he begins to tear it apart with the bone of Dr. Death. But Dr. Death is perfectly fine with broken bones, and he breaks his own bones to free himself. He then charges in, stabbing Batman in the chest. But Batman got an explosive on the computer console, so the whole thing explodes, throwing both Dr. Death and Batman back onto the walkway. Batman then watches as Dr. Death walks out, his newly formed bones finally killing him. Seeing no hope for the Doctor, Batman hits the ground, finally taking a breath. But beneath him in the city down below, the Gotham Electric and Power Company is finally getting the power back on, and the grid lights up as a question mark. Then twirling his cane and walking through the city, Riddler activates Riddle 2. Gordon calls up Batman, asking him if he was able to stop the device, and Batman walks in looking at it. "I almost have it. We just need to stall a little bit longer before they turn the power back on." But then it lights up with a question mark. "No, not yet!" The explosions go off all along the Gotham City Dam, and the water begins to pour in, flooding the streets. Cars, buses, and people are lifted up and carried off, and without power, the city will have no ability to pump and drain the subways. It will be flooded. Then, blimps begin to explode all over Gotham. Batman begins kicking and punching the computers. "I should have listened to you, Gordon. Damn it! There wouldn't be any death. I was wrong!" Gordon replies to him, "I hear you, but we are all at fault. We just realized it too late." As Batman watches the city streets flooding, Gordon remembers that night in the alley. The night that Bruce Wayne's parents died, and a young Bruce Wayne looked up. "Help!" Batman has failed twice against the Riddler, and the city is lost. Bruce wakes up slowly with no idea where he is. The last thing he remembers was the balloon he was on crash landing into the flooding streets of Gotham down below. He walks out into the main room of the house he's in and he sees a young boy, and he asks how long he's been out. The kid tells them that since the new year, it's a different kind of calendar year now. Go have a look. Bruce walks to the window to see a new kind of Gotham, one overgrown with plants, no power, and a big question mark in the middle. Welcome to the 0 year, Mr. Wayne, or at least that's what Mr. Riddler calls it. Bruce calls up Alfred to let him know that he survived, and he explained that when the balloon hit the water, he dropped his suit and then remembers crawling away and passing out. Alfred explains that the city is lost. Riddler controls everything from an unknown location, and the city is overgrown because he stole some of Dr. Isley's rapid growing formula. He rigged all of the crossings off of the island with explosives, and he surrounded the city with chemical balloons threatening to detonate them if anyone tries to get into the city. Bruce asks if everyone tried to fight him, and Alfred explains that the first people did, but very few remain that will. Meanwhile, Gordon is waiting for a special ops team to land. They found a dark area in Riddler's communications, and they are parachuting 5 individuals in, except it didn't work, and the drones begin to spy on them, and the Riddler asks, "Do you fellas have anything to say for yourselves?" The commander of the team pulls out a briefcase. "We aren't here to fight, we're here to resolve this. We brought you $50 million, untraceable to end this." Gordon snaps, "You cowards, lying pieces of," and they hold him back. Riddler responds by asking them if they like dominoes, and then he hits a building at the edge of the city with a crane, toppling it over. It hits the building right next to it, which in turn hits the one next to that, right in line with the building that Gordon and the ops guys are on. To make matters worse, Riddler programmed the Riddler bots to open fire on them if they move, to ensure they don't get off the rooftop and they suffer. But he gives them one chance. They have enough time to get off one shot, and if they hit the right one, the others won't have their motion detectors anymore. The commander starts yelling for Gordon to shoot the one in front. It has to be the leader. But then Gordon snaps at him. "Nigma's the leader. They're robots. It's that simple." Batman shouts from the distance, "The eye! Shoot the eye, damn it! The camera drone! And then none of you move! Stay perfectly still!" Gordon takes the shot, shooting the drone and dropping it, and the robots all begin to shoot at each other until they blow up. Batman then launches an explosive to knock over a water tower, providing a bridge for everyone to get off of the building, and they all flee just as it gets crushed by the nearby building. He walks over to Gordon with a smile, and Gordon welcomes Batman back. Gordon brings Batman and the ops troops back to his hideout with Lucius Fox, and they all go over the plan. Riddler challenges everyone to give him a riddle every day. If he can't solve it, the city is free, but if he can, he drops them into a pit. The big issue is that the Riddler has complete control over the city, and they need to find out where he is and where he's doing it from inside the city. If they can get him to leave his signal on the television long enough, Lucius can track it back to him, and once they know where his signal is coming from, they can move on it. So Batman tells them, "Set it up. I'll keep Nigma on the line long enough." The next day, Riddler pops up on his screen asking if anyone will challenge him. It's day 27 of the 0 year after all. Batman rides up on his dirt bike with a big bat shield attached to the front of it, and he announces, "I'll challenge you, Edward." Everyone in the city looks on in shock. Is this the Batman that they've all heard about? "You've held this city in fear too long. Your so-called 0 year ends now, tonight." "Alright, Batman, riddle away." While Batman was doing this, Gordon was climbing the tower that the TV was on so that he could set up the device while Riddler was distracted. He hooks it up and Lucius begins getting the signal. Now all they need to do is stall for 19 minutes. So Batman begins. "My riddle starts with a boy." The Riddler interrupts him. "A boy? Let me guess, he was standing in the middle of a village." And Batman interrupts him back. Now, Edward, if you want me to tell this riddle, you'll have to shut up and let me tell it." So Batman continues with the riddle, telling the tale of a boy that was so smart that no one would notice. The boy got fed up and eventually was standing in the center of the village, screaming, "Look at me!" embarrassing himself in a cheap hat. Riddler sees what Batman is doing though. The hat wasn't cheap, Batman, but you want to play therapist? So the Riddler deduces that Batman is ex-military, a discarded weapon of the military looking for a purpose. And Batman laughs. Haha, not even close. Riddler has had enough, and he presses the button, opening the floor beneath Batman, dropping him. Except, it doesn't even faze Batman. Instead, he taunts Nigma, telling him that he beat his mousetrap. So, Nigma sets lions loose on him. Batman is stalling for time, so he runs over to the car, cuts the fuel line, pours it into his mouth, and then he breathes fire in their direction, pushing the lions back. The fight continues as one of them chases him into the car. He then ties it up, escaping out of the busted windshield, and using his bat shield, he beats on the other lion, putting it down. Enough time passes that Lucius tracks the location of the signal, and then Riddler hits Batman with another riddle instead of being defeated. "Everyone's attracted to me, everyone falls for me. Eventually, even you, Batman. Who am I? Gravity." And then he drops cars down on Batman. But just as he's about to get smashed, Gordon opens up a nearby escape hatch and they escape together. So Gordon and the Spec Ops guys begin moving through the underground while Batman breaks into the building and moves towards the elevator shafts.
As Gordon is going through the tunnel, the commander of the Spec Ops team explains that they just need to find Nigma so he can radio in an airstrike at that exact location. Batman overhears them talking about a RIP code, and that makes him realize Nigma isn't in this building. He tried to call everyone and tell them, but his comms are blocked as the Riddler bots and the Riddler on a screen tell Batman that he failed again. First in the catacombs, then in the balloon, and now he's hanging here by a thread at the mercy of Nigma. Batman throws explosives at the bots and then he jumps onto the floor trying to call Gordon to tell him to cut off the comms, but it's not working. Riddler is jamming the comms. So Batman grabs one of the Riddler bots and he jumps out the window, falling to the ground far below them until he grabs a drone to slow his fall. Meanwhile, back in Lucius's van, a Riddler bot arrives and threatens to kill him until Batman tears it in two. The problem is, Nigma just cut off all communications in the city, so they can't call Gordon or the Spec Ops team. And if they radio in the RIP code, Nigma's going to get it and he'll get to call it in. And Nigma's lined the tunnels with explosives, so that when they activate the RIP code, Nigma will steer it towards those explosives, sinking the city. Since they can't stop Gordon or the Spec Ops team in time, Batman and Lucius need to go over the data again. They need to try and figure out where the Riddler is, and Batman only has time for one guess. He figures he has 40 minutes before the bombing, and he heads off to his single guess. He leaves a message for Alfred, letting him know that he's right. Batman needs to mean something good. He's already failed against the Riddler twice, and he's trying again. But maybe that's what Batman needs to stand for. Not winning, but failing and getting back up. Knowing that he'll fail 1,000 times and refusing to give up. He walks into the dark bay and demands to know if he's right. Did he figure it out? Is the Riddler here? And in front of Batman is the Sphinx from the museum, and the Riddler steps out, clapping for the Dark Knight. How? The pattern bounced like a coil, like an Egyptian board game, so the answer has been here all along. Now turn it off, Nigma, before millions die. Ha, because you say so? So he activates a series of lights and trip lasers. The real game is just beginning. He tells Batman that he's going to ask him 12 questions, and if Batman answers them all, he'll turn off the communications blackout. Batman knows that the game is rigged though, that's too many questions to answer before the planes bomb the city. And if he sets off a trip laser, it'll set off the balloons around the city. But the Riddler continues with, "Riddle me this, Batman." Meanwhile, Gordon, Lucius, and the commander are trying to figure out how to signal those planes to stop. The answer has to be simple, so Gordon gets a flare gun and he intends to climb to the highest point to signal them. Riddle 1. I am a house without the head of head knitted deep within the trees. A head that lies without its eyes stitched silently to tease. What am I, Batman? Batman looks at the Riddler bots next to him, and he can see their motion tracking, and he answers, a louse. The answer is correct, and he steps forward with 14 minutes remaining. Gordon begins to climb the tower nearby, but as he climbs, he drops the flare gun. Riddle 2. I have a single choice, 1,000 throats. I sell my tail for peanuts, but then a bee. Batman cuts him off with the answer. Gordon makes it to the top, and he can see the jets coming in for the bombing, so he starts looking for a way to signal them. Riddle 3. My greatest strength is that I know my worth. I hug myself so tightly at every birth. A blade. But Batman got it wrong. Then he begins to step forward, setting off all of the trip lasers, walking towards Nigma as he tries to gloat, because the motion tracking isn't tracking him. Riddler's signal is being blocked by Lucius, sitting outside with a giant penny as a conductor. The same penny from the front of Wayne Enterprises. While Batman grabs the Riddler, Gordon found a way to signal the planes to stop. He painted a bat signal onto a spotlight, and he's shining it at them. So they take another lap to see what they should do. Batman keeps hitting the Riddler, and he demands to know how to turn the city back on. How does he end Zero Year? So the Riddler shows him an electrode on his chest tied to his heartbeat. The only way to reset the city is to hit someone's heartbeat with 1,000 volts of electricity. The Riddler doesn't believe even Batman can survive that. Batman takes it off of Riddler's chest and he kicks him in the face, knocking him out. While this has been going on, the planes have been told to continue with their bombing. Ignore this signal. Batman walks over to the computers and using a defibrillator, he shocks himself with the full 1,000 volts. He hits the ground as the computer is still reading. No signal, no signal. And then he wakes back up to Alfred giving him chest compressions. It worked. The city turned back on. The jets reported in, and they head back home. Everyone across Gotham is cheering because Batman did it. He saved the city. Batman asks Alfred how he was even here, and Alfred explains that he was already in the city. He followed Lucius to this location because, as he told Batman, he might not agree with him, but he'll always be there to patch him up. The city was saved by Batman, and they got to work quickly making Gotham a happy place again. Riddler was one of the first inmates in the new Arkham Asylum facility, where he was bound and suspended to prevent him from doing anything else. And in the end of it all, Bruce went back to work at Wayne Enterprises, taking control of his company. Well, Gotham is failing, and the Gotham Gazette is just filled with adjectives to explain how far Gotham has gone. But there will always be one man who stands in the way of it falling to the very bottom. and he always will. He is Batman, and he's defeated the villains of Gotham more times than anyone can count. He has done it for so often that it has become routine for Batman and his Robins. While they're keeping it safe, Bruce Wayne keeps the city safe by rebuilding, continually inventing, and using his Bruce Wayne money to get the city back on track. And Batman, he keeps it safe at night by taking out any enemy that may threaten that. But what if the enemy that Batman was trying to track down was also trying to kill Bruce Wayne? Batman arrives at the murder scene and he takes some skin cells from beneath the victim's fingernails, hoping that this will be a short case. But they come back and he knows this is going to be an all-night long case. The skin beneath the fingernails is Dick Grayson. Batman then uses his holographic technology to view the body that is in the city morgue, and he calls up Dick Grayson to try and figure out what's going on. But Dick Grayson has an actual reasonable explanation for this. He explains that a week ago, this guy grabbed his arm scratching him and warned him that they were all coming for all of you. Nightwing says that he wrote it off as a religious zealot, and with nothing to go on, Batman has to stand there and wait for the assassin that is apparently going to come and kill him as Bruce Wayne in 12 hours. Not one to shy away from his responsibilities, Bruce Wayne meets up with a friend of his named Lincoln, who's running for mayor. They have a discussion in which Lincoln tries to convince Bruce to give him his future vote in the upcoming election. And when Bruce can't decide right then and there, Lincoln mentions something very interesting: that Bruce may need some allies in the upcoming months. There's an evil returning to Gotham, an evil older than anything, and Bruce will need allies against them. Bruce turns to Lincoln, shocked by what he's talking about, when the elevator opens and out steps Bruce's assassin. He immediately stabs Lincoln in the chest, and then he turns his attention to Bruce Wayne, and Bruce jumps right in. Though he has to hold back since he doesn't know who may be watching, and he doesn't want them to put two and two together and figure out that he's secretly Batman. The fight goes on for a second, but nothing that Bruce does works, even an attempt at crushing the assassin's windpipe. There must be something else going on here. And after telling him the Court of Owls has sentenced Bruce Wayne to die, Bruce gets kicked out of the window of one of the tallest towers in Gotham, the Old Wayne Tower. Now, the Old Wayne Tower consists of multiple rings built by his family, and each ring contains a gargoyle that will welcome individuals to Gotham through land and sea, facing the bridges of Gotham. Bruce's family has been building and rebuilding Gotham for decades, and this tower is a testament to what they've built. But it is also one of the tallest buildings, and there's no way that Bruce can save himself. And the assassin knows this, as he knows Gotham. But most people, including the assassin, aren't aware of the 13th gargoyle, the one that Bruce's great-grandfather built to welcome people by air. The one that is just high enough for Bruce to grab onto while the assassin plummets to his death. No one knows Gotham better than Bruce Wayne, but why did this assassin say that he was happy to kill another Wayne? And who the hell is the Court of Owls? There's nothing that Bruce Wayne doesn't know about Gotham. And how did the assassin just get up from that fall and take over the ambulance? Batman begins to go through all of the low-level thugs in Gotham trying to figure out who this assassin is. Who is the man dressed like an owl? While at the Batcave trying to figure out what's going on, Batman explains to Alfred that he just can't figure out who this guy is, and that this guy is trying to get Bruce to believe in the old folk song, The Court of the Owls. Now, since he said that he wanted to kill another Wayne, Bruce and Alfred decide to go through the Wayne family history to try and figure out who may have died suspiciously. And they can't find anybody, other than maybe his great-grandfather Alan Wayne, who said that the owls were out to get him and he died by falling into a manhole cover. Bruce then goes back to visit with Lincoln to find out what he meant by the evil is returning to Gotham, and Lincoln tells him that somebody has been watching him. He woke up one morning to find an owl standing over a pile of bones. Lincoln thinks that something has returned to Gotham, and is finally taking notice of what Lincoln and Bruce are doing in their rebuilding attempts of Gotham. Well, Bruce realizes that his friend is becoming very superstitious of an old folklore tale known as the Court of the Owls, and his great-grandfather was afraid of owls, and he starts to realize what would be the best place for an assassin to hide. Well, right beneath your feet. And Alan Wayne, he was so superstitious that he had the 13th floor of the Old Wayne Tower sealed off to prevent the bad luck from getting out. But wouldn't that be a good place for an owl to nest? Or an assassin to hide out? Batman goes to the Old Wayne Tower, and he blows a hole in the 14th floor to get into that little 13th floor pocket, and he discovers the assassin's hideout. He finds an odd and old-looking picture of people in owl masks, and then he calls Alfred. He needs to know all of the buildings that are in Alan Wayne's trust that he's been building with that trust so that he can go inspect all of their 13th floor. And what he discovers is that each 13th floor in the 20-something buildings in the Alan Wayne Building Trust is an owl's nest, an assassin's den, a home for the Court of Owls. And in the most recent, he finds proof, a new photo with a new group of men in masks and a new assassin. The Court of Owls must live, and then the building blows up. Batman dodges the falling rubble and quickly gets out of the whole building as it comes down around him. With that, Bruce Wayne pulls up the body of Alan Wayne, the last Wayne to claim that he was being chased by owls to see if his corpse can tell a tale. Did he die by falling in the sewer manhole that the coroner's report stated? Or perhaps it was the 50 stab wounds that Bruce found on his body that had something to do with it. Using this as his latest lead, Bruce jumps down into Gotham sewers and he continues his investigation. He will figure out who's masquerading as the Court of Owls because he refuses to believe that they are alive. He refuses to believe that there is something that has been operating in Gotham City this whole time and he didn't know about it. Batman begins to poke around where Alan's body was found in the sewers, just looking, trying to find something to work off of, when our owl assassin breaks through the wall, grabbing Batman and dragging him down while removing his utility belt. Batman looks up and he realizes that he's not in the sewers anymore, and the TV screen over his head displays 3 people in owl masks stating, "Welcome to the labyrinth, Batman." A week goes by, and no Batman answers the bat signal. Harvey Dent is beginning to wonder if maybe Batman is dead. The whole Bat family is off looking for him, and the bat signal will continue to shine as a beacon that they know Batman is out there. But where is Batman? It's not like him to not return. Batman is still in the labyrinth. It's been a week and he's had no food and no water, and his only source of water is from an owl fountain of water, and he can't trust that source. He's starting to become delusional, paranoid, and he doesn't know what to do, because he can't find his way out. He does come across photos of every man that they have killed in this labyrinth over the years, hundreds upon hundreds of them, and a camera. But he won't become the next victim. He continues exploring the labyrinth until he sees them. The Court of Owls is right there. But they're not. He's hallucinating. But this is Batman. He will find another way out. He will find the Court of Owls. Their tricks won't work on him. He invented the tricks. He goes deeper and deeper until he comes across some coffins with the photos of children on them. It's a story they're telling me, he tells himself. They're trying to tell me their story. And then he goes back to the room with the photos in the walls, only now it has his photo on the wall. A little farther in, he comes across an elderly couple. It couldn't be. Are they his parents? He can't believe it. How can they be here? And he runs over to embrace them. But then they change into a screeching owl and they attack him. What's going on? Is Batman losing his mind? It's the perfect time for the assassin to strike. And he does, stabbing Batman in the back. Time continues to pass in the real world though, and the harsh truth is coming to everyone. Batman may not return. When the bat signal finally burns out, Damian pleads, "Please, Commissioner Gordon, get a new one. Now. Please." Back down below, Batman falls to the ground bleeding out and the assassin explains, "Your body will be kept here as a trophy for the defeat of a valiant enemy. It is an honor, and there have only been 3 times before this that the Court of Owl has turned their victims into trophies. Do you have anything to say to this honor?" And Batman drags himself towards the assassin and notes the ground and he says, "You moved the camera." The assassin picks up Batman's body and says, "Fine, no final address. I present to you Batman. How do you wish him to die?" As he holds Batman up to the Court of the Owls, and the court wishes him to be beat to death. So the assassin complies by punching Batman through a wall. Batman is defeated. He has no strength to go on. But then Batman sees it. A photo of Alan Wayne at the end of his life, after their torture. A photo of Alan Wayne begging, and Batman will not go down that way. He gets back up to fight and he exclaims, "I'm sick to death of owls!" And the assassin exclaims, "You dare!" And Batman replies, "Oh, I do." Batman gets his second win and he beats the tar out of the assassin, telling him, "You're nothing special. You're nothing more than a hired thug." He then goes back to the room with the fountain in it and he says, "You can't beat me. I am Gotham. Gotham is my city." And he tells them, "I took the potassium chloride from the camera that you kept moving. And it explodes real nice with the marble that you've made your fountain out of." And with that, he blows a hole in the floor and says, "I'll be back for all of you." The court then walks out as Batman leaves and sees their badly beaten assassin, and they ask, what should we do with him? While they could just heal him, they decide to dispose of this assassin, because there are so many more that they can wake up. Batman crawls back to the entrance of the Batcave, to be found by a panicked Alfred. He picks up Bruce and he brings him inside. And then Bruce sees something that causes just nothing but sheer fear in his eyes, and he screams, "No!" Because in front of him, it's the assassin once again. But Alfred explains that they found his body this morning and they brought him here. And he's very dead right now. Bruce begins to test the body to see how this man survived so much. And with Nightwing's help, they discover that there's a compound that the Court of Owls uses to reanimate the dead and then turn them into unstoppable assassins and put them back to sleep when needed. And this assassin, he's Nightwing's great-grandfather. Bruce explains that it was Haley's circus that was supplying the assassins for each generation, and if he hadn't taken in Nightwing, Nightwing would have been the next assassin. But this isn't where our story ends. No, it's far from it. While Batman may now know how the Court of Owls operates and where their labyrinth is, the court was prepared for this, and they're tired of hanging back in the shadows, and they won't be disappearing for decades again. This time, they're here to stay. And they want Gotham back. They want their kingdom back right now. And so begins the Night of the Owls. The Talons break into Wayne Manor and they begin to attack Bruce in his very home. But it's not just one of the Talons this time, they've awakened all of the Talons. Bruce begins to fight off multiple Talons at the same time, and he calls to Alfred, who's down in the Batcave, to give him their position so he can be better prepared. But Alfred, he has his own problems because the Talons are also breaking into the Batcave. But an interesting thing to note is that the Talons weren't even aware that there was a Batcave down here. Bruce begins to fight off as many as he can, and he rushes downstairs into the Batcave so that he can help Alfred, and the two men run into the Bat Armory so they can shut the doors and lock themselves inside. While Bruce tries to figure out what's going on, he hands a microdrive that he acquired from one of the Talons during their fight to Alfred. Alfred begins to dig into the microdrive, and he discovers that the Talons aren't there for Batman. They're here to kill Bruce Wayne, and they're also going to be going around all of Gotham to kill anybody in power and anybody who has money. All of the heads of Gotham is their target. Batman begins to come up with a plan so that he can take down the army of Talons that are fighting his home. First, he puts on his ultimate Batman armor, and then he lowers the temperature of the cave in hopes of freezing the Talons in place. Alfred then puts a word out to everyone in the Bat family. He tells them, the Talons are going after anybody with power and money, and there's a total of over 40 targets that we need to protect tonight. Good luck to all of you. The entire Bat family takes some of the names and they set off to protect the people, while Batman is still in the supersuit, attacking the ones that invaded his very home. But there's just too many Talons, and with the temperature dropping, he begins to flatline. His vitals are failing. But there's one thing that the Court of the Owls has forgotten. This is the Batcave, and as the temperature of the cave drops, the bats come out of the deepest parts of the cave in full force. Batman takes this opportunity to take out the remaining Talons, and they all slip into a hyper-frozen state. Except for one of them that is escaping. And not only that, but Bruce needs to get into the city so that he can fend off an army of Talons who are trying to kill everyone in Gotham. Well, this seems like a simple fix that doesn't even take a detective to fix. He'll just create some owl roadkill and get to work saving Gotham. He goes over the list and the allies of the Bat are already protecting some of these people, but sadly, most have already been killed. There are only 2 people that have not been killed and are not protected. Batman needs to save them. Jeremiah Arkham and Lincoln March. It's time for Batman to head to Arkham Asylum. But while Batman is busy heading off to save Arkham Asylum from the Talons and itself, the rest of the Bat family is busy. The Birds of Prey are busy fighting off against the first of the Talons, who are trying to kill Street Vermin, as he puts it. And they manage to take him out. Robin heads off a Talon who is trying to kill an army general, and he decapitates him. Batwing mutilates a Talon as it tries to kill Lucius Fox. Nightwing stabs a Talon in the heart, and then he proceeds to fight off the revived William Cobb,
who mocks him by calling Nightwing nothing more than a waste of a descendant, as Cobb was his great-grandfather. Batgirl fights against Mary, a female Talon who's trying to change the bat signal into an owl signal. And during all of this, Red Hood and the Outlaws fight against the Talons who kidnapped Mr. Freeze. You see, Red Hood wants to fight Mr. Freeze, so it's time to have a heart-to-heart with these Talons. Catwoman, Spark, and the Penguin all end up teaming up, and they fight against their own Talon towards the end of the night. But while all of this is going on, Batman manages to get to Arkham Asylum and rescue Jeremiah Arkham. He then drops him off with Nightwing, who agrees to take him off his hands so that Batman can head off to save Lincoln March. So, Batman then headed off to save Lincoln March, the politician that warned Bruce back in the Court of the Owls before all of this began, and he's one of Bruce's oldest friends from his early days in politics. But Batman was too late, and March was stabbed in the chest. As he was dying, he handed a note to Batman and said, "Bring this to Bruce." And the note states, "Don't give up on this city. This city can be saved." And Batman takes that to heart. He can still save Gotham. The first thing he does is drive a scare tactic into Mrs. Powers, one of the high-ranking officials who's on the Court of the Owls. He wants to know where Joseph is. Where is the leader of the Court of Owls? She dials her husband, and Batman manages to track the signal down to the Harbor House, the house that he as a child thought that the Owls were in. But he was wrong. They weren't here. And if they are now, and he was right as a child, does this mean that the Owls actually killed his parents? No time to think about that now as he kicks in the door, prepared for a mighty fight with the entire court. Except, they're all dead. All of them. Even their supposed leader, Joseph. They all seem to have drank poison with their wine. What an anticlimactic ending. Bruce heads home and he sits in his chair, thinking about all of this. Why did the court kill themselves? It makes no sense. And why were they at the Harbor House? Does this mean that they were using this place when Bruce was a child? Does this mean that they were involved in his parents' murder? Does this mean that they were there when Bruce was a child? You see, when Bruce was a child, he was trying to find meaning, a whole reason to why his parents were killed. And he decided to investigate the theory of the Court of Owls. He thought that the Court of Owls could have caused his parents' death. He thought that they could have hired an assassin to take out his parents. So he tracked them down to the Harbor House. But he was wrong. There was nobody at the Harbor House. But like I said earlier, if they're using it now, were they using it when he was a child? So many questions with no answers. But wait, Batman just figured it all out. He figured out the last remaining person who has all of the answers. He quickly heads to the morgue to verify if his hunch was correct, and he just finds a note. "Follow me down the rabbit hole." Batman quickly heads to the only sinkhole in Gotham, where he meets up with Lincoln March. Lincoln explains that he was working for the Court of Owls, and he saw their truth. He saw what they really were that day that they attacked Bruce and Lincoln. He also saw that Bruce was Batman that day, and he put it all together. But he wants Bruce to explain. How did Bruce figure all of this out? Bruce explains that it was the pin that Lincoln said that his mother wore before he was an orphan. Well, that pin isn't really real, because that pin was Bruce's own mother's pin. She wore it when they did the painting that hung in Bruce Wayne's hall. So Lincoln's mother couldn't have had it. Lincoln March is nothing more than a front created by the Court of Owls to be placed in a position of political power. But Lincoln laughs. That pin does belong to his mother. That pin was given to mothers who placed their children in this orphanage. And his mother's name was Martha Wayne. Lincoln's real name is Thomas Wayne Jr., and he is Bruce Wayne's brother. He was born early, and the Waynes placed him in this orphanage to heal up. But Batman, he tells him that he's insane. The Court of Owls gave him that story, and it can't be true. His parents would never do that. The two men begin to fight it out, with Lincoln going on about how it's a story as old as time. Two brothers, one rich, one poor, and the rich one forgetting his kin. Batman appears to have the upper hand, but unlike the other Talon suits, Lincoln's can fly. And the two men continue to go at it, flying around Gotham City, as Lincoln explains why he is Thomas Wayne, what was expected of him from the Court of Owls. You see, when Bruce vanished to go train in the mountains all those years ago, the court raised and trained Lincoln March as Thomas Wayne Jr. to take the spotlight, to take over the family name and run the city for the court. But when Bruce returned, They created the persona of Lincoln March, and they set up the life that Lincoln ended up living now. They did this because with Bruce's return, the Wayne family had too much spotlight on it. Batman and Lincoln's fight takes them to the top of Wayne Tower, where Lincoln continues his evil villain monologue, while the entire tower begins to explode and be destroyed. With the building exploding around him, Batman manages to resist long enough to break Lincoln's mask and blind him temporarily so that he can get away from the entire tower. There was no body found, and Batman just went home to ponder everything that he had learned. Dick Grayson came by in the days that followed, and Bruce explained. First off, while many of the court's heads were killed either by themselves drinking poison or by Lincoln March tricking them, there were many more for Batman to find, and there's also a series of remaining Talons out there in the city. Also, there was another Wayne child. When Bruce was 3, there was a car accident, and the child that Martha Wayne was pregnant with was born prematurely. The child was expected to have brain damage and would remain in a vegetative state. After 12 hours, the child supposedly died in the hospital. But within hours of the child's death, a child was admitted to the Willowwood Orphanage, the one that Lincoln March grew up in. Martha Wayne was then documented as visiting the orphanage frequently, but there is a chance that her visits and the pin that she wore are both linked to the many charities that she funded. Bruce doesn't believe that his parents would have done something so heinous, but without Lincoln March's DNA, he can't be positive. Dick Grayson asks him if he'll be okay not knowing, and Bruce tells him that he'll solve this mystery eventually. But in the meantime, he's gonna rebuild Wayne Tower, bigger, taller, because Gotham isn't Batman. Gotham isn't the Owls. Gotham is everyone. And Dick Grayson simply chuckles. And it's a little Batman too. Come on.
Harley Quinn looks around the room, which is illuminated by a single light bulb, calling out into the darkness, asking if the Joker's even there. No one's seen him in a year, not since he cut his own face off in Arkham Asylum. She looks around confused. He asked her to come to this place, but it's dark and it looks like no one's here. "What do you want me to do, Mr. J?" she asks nervously. Something isn't quite right about him. He calls out from the darkness, asking her to take off all of her clothes. And she does as she's asked, stripping down to nothing. And then she waits. He hands her a suit and some platform shoes. And as she puts them on, she realizes that she's going to be about the Joker's height and appear to be about his build. "Mr. J, I'm gonna look just like you." And he steps out of the shadows and exclaims, "That's the point! Just like me." But there's one thing wrong. Your pretty face spoils the reflection. I'll need to remove it like my own. And she asks him nervously once again, "Will it hurt?" Only to have him tell her, "Oh yes, tremendously! You'll never experience a worse pain in your life, but the worst part is the eyes. Your eyeballs will dry out without their eyelids, and you'll always need to keep some eye drops handy. But don't worry, at first it's gonna be fine since the blood will keep your eyelids moist for a while." She panics and screams, "No, I don't want to do it!" But the Joker moves too quickly, and before she can react, she sees red. But it didn't hurt. He put the Red Hood's helmet on her. He has plans for her. Got her good, didn't he? Commissioner Gordon walked into the police station like he would for any day. He got his coffee and his donuts, and he was discussing the latest cases with his fellow police officers. When he looked at the end of a hallway, and he sees a man that he slightly recognizes. All of the lights go out, and everyone realizes that the Joker is in the room. But as the sound of a hammer thuds against skulls, and bodies begin to hit the floor, no one knows what to do. No one knows how to react. Shots are fired, but don't seem to hit a mark. And eventually, the lights are turned back on, and there stands Batman over Gordon. "Where is he, Jim?" But Gordon looks at Batman and he says he's gone, and he told a joke. Oh God, Batman, he told a joke. Batman returns to the Batcave just in time to see the television come on. A man in Joker face paint is reading a teleprompter. He announces to Gotham, "The Joker's back. He was gone for a little while, but he has returned, and he will kill the mayor." And then the Joker shoots the man dead on live television. The Bat family calls in trying to tell Batman that they can help him. They can help him find the Joker. But he simply tells them, it's fine, he has this. It's between him and the Joker. Batman sets up the police force in the mayor's office, and they seal every entrance and ensure that no one gets in or out. Everything seems to be going just fine, until everyone inside of the building begins to vomit and die. The entire police force trying to guard the mayor suddenly falls over and dies right in front of Batman, all with a twisted and demented frown on their faces, not the usual smile that the Joker goes for. After sampling the toxin, Batman realizes that the Joker is pointing him back to where it all started, the Ace Chemicals factory, and once he gets there, he only finds a person and the Red Hood outfit. "You're not Joker," he exclaims, and he jumps at the Red Hood. But the person in the Red Hood outfit exclaims, "It is here that you helped me remove my false skin to become the man you know me as, the Joker. But once again, you're too slow. You were too slow to save the policeman, too slow to save the mayor's men, and you're too slow to play with me. You've grown fat and soft, Batman. You can't even keep a bunch of old birds from roosting in your city and trying to take control. Your kingdom is rotting beneath you, Batman, and it's causing you to frown. Don't worry, I'm here to save you, to help you focus. I will save you from your allies, your friends, the ones making you slow." And Batman reaches over and pulls off the Red Hood mask to find Harley Quinn standing there with tears in her eyes. "Where is he, Harley?" Batman asks, and through the tears, she tells him, "He's not the same anymore, Bats. He's not my Mr. J anymore." "Tell me where he is, Harley," Batman screams. But as he's standing there screaming at her for the location, the Joker actually isn't too hard to find. He's currently at the Wayne family door, taking a swing at Alfred Pennyworth. Back at the chemical factory, Harley manages to get away by dumping chemicals on Batman, which stall him long enough for her to vanish. He stumbles out confused, and he heads straight back to the Batcave when he can't find Harley Quinn. This isn't right. What's the Joker's game? Why stall Batman? Why dress up Harley and remind him of their first meeting? He sends out a warning to the entire Bat family. Be on your guard. Joker is out there and he's targeting you individually. As he ponders what the Joker is doing, he walks around Wayne Manor, looking for Alfred, but oddly, he can't find him anywhere. After much searching, all he can find is a package with a cassette tape. And Batman plays that cassette tape, and to his horror, he listens as the Joker tortures Alfred. No, how could Batman be so stupid? How could he have let this happen? The Joker tells Batman in the tape that he was making a celebration, and he's gonna need someone proper to serve it. Bruce Wayne's butler seems like a prime person for this job. And while standing there lost in his own thoughts of how he lost Alfred, he looks down at the cassette tape and he realizes that it's marked Gordon. He quickly gets over to Jim Gordon's house to warn him and ask him to join him in the Batman safe house. But Jim Gordon says no. He won't run from the Joker. The Joker took too much from him and he hurt him too much. He needs to bring the Joker in. But as he says this, he's looking down at a photograph from one of the most horrific days in his life. The day when his daughter was shot in the stomach and he was tortured by the Joker. But as he's standing there looking at this, blood begins to pour out of the very pores in his skin. Batman cringes as he catches Gordon and he hurries him to the hospital. After a little time passes, Batman sits down with Nightwing to explain what's going on. The Joker is attacking the family, the people who know Batman or are willing to help Batman. He explains that Alfred's been kidnapped because he was Bruce Wayne's butler, and Bruce Wayne funds Batman Incorporated, and that Jim Gordon was also a known ally of Batman and Joker attacked him. He also doesn't want Nightwing to tell the rest of the Bat family about Alfred because he's worried that they're all gonna lose their cool. But when Nightwing asks Batman how he could even consider the rest of the family losing their cool, he tells Nightwing that he's barely keeping it together himself. Alfred was like a father figure to him and he's missing. But don't worry, because he's gonna be able to stop the Joker soon. Because using his detective skills, he figured out that the Joker is going through all of their past meetings and past locations. So if he continues with this pattern, he'll eventually end up at the water reservoir. Nightwing tells Batman to let him go with him, but Batman tells him, no, he'll handle this alone. And Batman was spot on. The Joker is waiting for him at the water reservoir. Batman looks right at the Joker and he says, "What is this all about, Joker? Where's Pennyworth?" Joker just lets out a laugh.
Always right to business, Bats. Not even a battering to the head? Well, don't worry about it. I took care of everything.
And Batman just looks at him questioningly.
What do you mean? Well, you see, we would argue, then you would throw a battering, then I would press a button, we'd go boom. The poison would get into the water. Then you'd save the day in the city, but I'd end up getting a few people with my poison. The unlucky few who went to their water before you were able to save them. Well, I went ahead and skipped all of that. I just went ahead and killed everyone, and they're all right in the water already. Just look down, Bats. Below Batman in the water are dead bodies, all weighted down with cement blocks. But before Batman can do anything else, the Joker wraps him up in a trap. The Joker then continues. I'm gonna save you, Batman, because you've gotten so weak you couldn't even stop a few owls without your allies' help. And since I've learned all of your secret identities and I know who all of you are, I'm gonna remove your weaknesses for you, Batman. So Batman ignites his gloves on fire and he charges at the Joker, grabbing him by the throat. And he demands that the Joker end this now. It's over. But the Joker's toxin was on his skin. And now Batman is paralyzed while the Joker simply walks away after kicking Batman into the water down below. He awakens back in the Batcave, saved by Dick Grayson, Tim Drake, Jason Todd, Damian Wayne, and Barbara Gordon. Or Nightwing, Red Robin, Red Hood, Robin, and Batgirl. Maybe you know them better that way. And they want to know what's going on. How does the Joker know who they all are? And why didn't Bruce tell them about Alfred being kidnapped? Well, Bruce explains that he didn't want them to get emotional about Alfred, so he kept it to himself. And no, there's no way that the Joker can know who all of them are. But Nightwing tells him, "What are you hiding, Bruce? I can tell." So Bruce explains that there is one thing that he has in the back of his mind, one thing that he's worried about. Back when he started being Batman, his next meeting with the Joker after the reservoir was on a blimp that was spreading poison over the city. Well, once Batman stopped the Joker and the blimp crashed into the bay, he would spend the next few hours looking to get the blimp out of the bay before it could poison anyone. He then spent the next few hours after that looking for the Joker, but he couldn't find him, so eventually he went angrily back to the Batcave. He was so furious that he lost the Joker that he went to bed that night without even checking any of his safeguards. And the next morning, he found a Joker card on the Batboat. All of the Bat family was in shock. Does this mean that the Joker got into the Batcave? And if he was able to figure out Bruce Wayne through a simple amount of math, he could easily figure out the identities of everyone that Bruce Wayne has been associated with, so he could easily figure out the identities of the entire Bat family. So of course, he may know who everyone is. But Batman shrugs it off and says no. In order to have gotten into the Batcave that night, he would have had to have bypassed the Batboat's sensors, hold his breath for about 5 miles, hold on to the Batboat at 50 miles an hour, and then avoid all of the Batcave's sensors that even existed back then. Batman says that no one could have even done that, not even himself. But everyone else isn't so sure. Nightwing looks at Batman and he says, "Batman, the Joker has done the impossible before, and you should have at least told us about the card." Batman walks away from them and says they're done talking. He's gonna follow up on a lead he has, and he leaves the Batcave. And the Bat family are there wondering why he still hasn't asked for help. His lead was to follow one of the henchmen that worked with the Joker that day on the Reservoir Bridge, and as it turns out, the henchman was one of the guards at Arkham Asylum. Joker has the entire staff from Arkham hostage, and he controls the entire facility right now. The nightmare that is the Joker is about to be even worse for Batman. So Batman heads over to Arkham Asylum and he enters it, and he sees how horrific the Joker has turned this place of healing into. In the first room, Batman sees the guards and the staff dancing in Batman and Joker costumes, all around him. And they're exclaiming, "Please help us, Batman, we've been dancing for days." Joker exclaims, "Welcome to your kingdom! This is your royal court!" And Batman deactivates the electrical pulses going to their feet before the Joker can kill all of them. And then he walks into the next room by cutting through the stables, where a flaming horse charges at him. Batman simply rolls out of the way and he walks into a darkened room where the lights come on one by one. And the Joker exclaims, "Welcome to your royal knights, Batman!" Well, being that they're normal henchmen that were locked up in Arkham, Batman disposes of them easily, and he moves on to the next room, where the Joker doesn't waste a moment before explaining that this is the room that holds the royal tapestry. On the wall, Batman can see bodies sewn together and tattooed to display the greatest fights between Joker and the Batman. As he leaves the room, the bodies on the wall begin to talk, and they say, "Hail the Bat King!" Next, Batman faces off and disposes of his groundskeeper, Mr. Freeze, his royal player, Clayface, and his royal physician, Scarecrow. And finally, he gets to the top of Arkham Asylum, where he finds the Joker, Two-Face, Penguin, and Riddler all waiting for him, and the royal court, led by the royal jester, Joker. He also sees that the rest of the Arkham staff is dressed up like the Justice League, individuals that the Joker intends to torture. Batman rushes in to stop them, but the Joker lowers a few bars in his way to keep him from getting to them. But it doesn't matter. Batman cut the power to their little room. They're locked in there, and there's no power to raise the bars. He's won, hasn't he? But the Joker simply says, "Look to your left, Bats." And on the screen to the left, Batman sees the defeat of Nightwing, Batgirl, Red Hood, and Red Robin, and Damian Wayne, his own son. Joker now has everyone captive, and he looks at Batman and he says, "Now sit on your throne!" Not seeing any other option, Batman restores the power, and he walks up the steps, and he takes a seat on the throne, allowing the Joker to electrocute him. He slowly wakes up, blinking his eyes, and he finds himself bound to a chair. And in front of him are Nightwing, Red Robin, Damian, Red Hood, and Batgirl, all at a table with bags over their heads. The Joker is also there, welcoming Batman to this sick and twisted dinner party. "What did you do, Joker?" Batman cries out as the Joker welcomes a servant to the table, someone to serve the meal to their guests. Alfred walks out from behind a wall in this cave, a big grin on his face, all Joker toxined up. And he removes the bags over everyone's head to reveal that their faces are covered in bloody bandages, and there's plates in front of all of the guests. All of the Bat family lets out a gasp as they picture what could possibly be on those plates, and Alfred slowly reveals what is being served to them. And everyone lets out a shocking gasp as they see their own faces have been cut off and they're lying on ice in front of them. The Joker lets out a cackle. He's won, and now everyone will die as he ignites the entire table on fire in hopes of severing what makes Batman weak. But Batman knows this place. It is the caves outside of the Batcave, and there's an underground supply of water above them. He quickly pulls the support beams, allowing the water to flow and put out the fire, and he runs over to Damian to make sure that his own son is okay. Slowly, he peels back the bandages, preparing for the worst, and Damian even says, "Tell me what's wrong! Tell me! I can take it!" And Batman just smiles. It was all another sick joke from the Joker. Everyone's okay. Nightwing tells Batman to chase the Joker while they restrain Alfred and help him get over the Joker toxin. So Batman quickly takes off into the caves while everyone tries to gather their bearings. But the Joker planned for this, and a bomb containing Joker toxin goes off in the room, infecting everybody. Nightwing, Damian, Red Robin, Red Hood, and Batgirl are all now infected, and they're all about to go on a murderous rampage. Batman catches up to the Joker and he punches him so hard that he knocks loose the piece of skin that was once Joker's face. As he regains his composure, Joker says to Batman, "You better go back and save your family. They're all about to die, Bats." But he just hits the Joker again. "I have faith in them. They aren't gonna die." The Joker just scoffs and says, "You shouldn't do that. They bring you down. They make you weak." But Batman tells him, "No, they make me stronger." The Joker just eyeballs him and he gets angrier, and then he spits some acid in Batman's face to distract him, and he runs to the nearby cliffside so that he can jump off and commit suicide. Batman won't win, but Batman catches him at the last second, and he tells him, "I've been thinking about what you said, old friend, that we should end this once and for all, this game that we play. I did what you wouldn't do. Because this is the spot right here, isn't it? The spot where you fell off the Batboat all of those years ago? This is where you turned back, isn't it? Not because you couldn't hold on, but because you didn't want to know who I was. Well, I'm not like you, Joker, and during this year while you were away, I figured out who you are. Who you were before you were the Joker." And the Joker panics. Batman can see it in his eyes. You're lying. You wouldn't use my own joke against me. But Batman continues. Joker, I know your name, your history, your family, all of it. Come closer. I'll whisper it in your ear, darling. And Batman pulls him closer, and he whispers, Joker, your real name is... And the Joker screams, shut up! And buzzes Batman in the face with a hand buzzer, forcing Batman to drop him down the waterfall. As the Joker falls, his face comes off finally, and it falls in the deep water down below. So, did the Bat family pull through the Joker toxin? Are they okay? Well, Batman was right. They came together, and they pushed through it. But the damage was done. The family doesn't trust Bruce anymore, and when he tried to get them all together so they can discuss the events, one by one they texted and they canceled on him. No one trusts Batman anymore. He kept a potential reveal of their identity secret. He kept Alfred's secret, and he refused to allow them to even help him, leading to each of them being caught. Bruce goes down into the Batcave where he passes a computer screen which states Batman in fact did not know the Joker's name. And he looks at the chemical compound that was in the Joker toxin. The chemical compound of... Ha! Batman is joking with Alfred Pennyworth in Penny 2 when suddenly, Wonder Woman comes crashing through the window, slamming Bruce into the wall. With him disoriented, she grabs him by the shirt and she takes for the skies, telling him to not even talk. She won't be listening. He reaches into his pockets and he pulls out something to mess with her head, forcing her to drop him, and he falls into the park down below. As she lands next to him, he looks up. What the hell is going on? And she looks down at him coldly. It's simple, Bruce. The League is here to do something we've wanted to do for a long time. Kill you. A panicked look hits Bruce's face as he calls back to the Batcave and scurries away. Alfred, release Plan Fenrir! Release the suit! We don't see him get into the suit, nor does it matter, because Batman is suited up to battle against the Justice League. Welcome to Gotham, he shouts at Diana as he puts her into a wall. But folks, this is Wonder Woman, and she leaps onto the suit, tearing off an arm and stabbing Batman through the suit. As Batman bleeds out on the street, he asks, why? And Wonder Woman just stands triumphantly over him. This is a lie. Because Batman has a plan for everyone in this suit, and he knew that Wonder Woman would only stop attacking him if she felt she won. So he managed to get a magical artifact onto her shoulders that shows her what she wants to see. The bind of veils. As she stands there thinking that she's won, Batman calls back to the cave. Are you picking up the others, Alfred? Alfred responds with no, but there's a reason why Alfred can't pick anyone up. Because it's the Flash, and he's moving faster than anyone can read. Batman shouts, run red! And the suit moves into hyperdrive, processing data faster than any human reaction. Fast enough to map the Flash's movements if he isn't moving at his optimal speed. It then fires a frictionless coating onto the street right in front of the Flash before he can react, sending him into a nearby building. This isn't even close to done though, as Aquaman appears behind Batman. Batman begins to realize that this is insane. Who has the power to turn the entire Justice League against him? At least Aquaman isn't a problem as the suit launches a hardening foam that sucks moisture out of its target, and it seals itself around Aquaman. Alfred calls into Batman, telling him that he needs to get out of there. There are still 3 more members of the League. Batman stands there though. This is the safest place in the city. If it's Vic, I have the electromagnetic tree. If it's Hal, I have the Citrone neutralizer. But please, let him still be off-world. But Batman isn't that lucky, as Superman comes barreling in, slamming the suit into a nearby building. Sorry about your little Justice Buster suit, Bruce, Superman says as he hovers over him. Who did this to you? Who? Well, it's a funny story, really. No, not him, not the Joker! Oh yes, and no one's going to save you this time. As he drops half a building on Batman. But Batman gets up and he takes a swing across Superman's jaw with the power of microscopic red suns collected from dead solar systems. Superman just laughs and he throws Batman into the street. Who wins a fight, Bruce? Batman or Superman? And he launches in with his heat vision, only to have Batman deflected off the suit with plasma shields. So Superman fires his heat vision into the building behind Batman, bringing it down on him. He then grabs the suit and he takes off for the sky, saying, up, up and away! In the sky, Superman begins to tear the pieces of the suit off of Bruce. Where are you, Bruce? Eventually, there is no Justice Buster suit, and only Batman remains. So Superman holds his face close to Batman's. He says, beg. So Batman spits a radioactive Kryptonian dust into Superman's eyes, kryptonite gum as Alfred calls it, and Superman is knocked out. Both men fall into Gotham Harbor, and Batman answers the question, who would win, Batman or Superman? Neither of us. With the whole ordeal officially behind him, Batman gets back to the Batcave and he places an antidote for the standard Joker venom into the bloodstream of each Justice League member. This whole plan is the Joker's doing, and because of it, the Justice League is currently removed from the fight for the next week. Batman then tries to figure out exactly what the Joker was trying to say by sending his old friends against him. The Joker always saw himself as a friend to Batman, challenging him and improving him. But this is turning his friends into enemies, and the Joker might be done playing games. Batman's first stop is the collapsed Arkham Asylum. It fell during the horrific week that was Batman Eternal, and he walks around the wreckage looking to glean any clues that he can find. Oddly, there is one man in the building with Batman, Eric Border, one of the newest members of the Arkham Asylum staff. He asks Batman if he needs any help, if he's okay. And Batman just shrugs it off. I'm fine, Mr. Border. You should be at Arkham Manor with the rest of the staff taking care of the inmates. Eric just follows behind Batman. I wanted to help the inmates of Arkham. I wanted to help the city. I wanted to help you most of all. But then I saw that there wasn't any helping you. Because you don't see a helping hand. Even if it's right in front of your face. And he shuts Batman into one of the cells as he was investigating it. Batman turns around as the door shuts. What did you say? Eric, did he get to you? And Eric begins to wipe away the makeup. He ruffles up his hair. You really don't recognize me, do you, Batman? I was hoping you wouldn't. And then he drops a gas bomb into the cell with Batman. So, Bats, you miss me? And in front of Batman, right in front of his face behind the gate, is the Joker. Batman can't move because the gas is a paralytic, so Joker continues as he pulls out his face, the one that he used to use as a mask and their last little adventure. The last time, it was supposed to have a happy ending. It was a comedy, but you ruined it by dropping me off of that cliff. So this time, no more games, no more jokes. I'm just here to close up shop. You have become boring. He pulls out a gun and he pulls the trigger, revealing the old school bang gun. He then leaves Batman there, paralyzed, forced to watch as Joker walks away. It gets even worse though, because while the Joker and Batman have been in there, Joker released a toxin into the city of Gotham, and the whole city is now becoming Jokerized by an airborne version of his Joker toxin. This one drives the person insane and eventually kills them. And as the paralyzing agent wears off, Batman makes his way back to the Batcave where Alfred is already trying to create an antidote. But there's something new in this serum. Something that is fighting against all of Batman's antitoxins. So Batman decides to go where the first case spawned, and he tracks down Patient Zero to the local Gotham hospital. En route to the location, he calls up Jim Gordon to let him know that he's already working on it, and Jim just needs to hide out until this whole thing passes. All of Gotham is a threat right now. Jim explains that he's been watching this from his window, and it turns friends into enemies, and it seeks out a person's affections so that it can ruin them for that person. Jim should be a little more concerned about himself though, and not the city. Because as Batman is making his way through the hospital, Joker comes a-knocking. Or more accurately, Joker has been in Gordon's house all along. He comes crawling out from underneath his bed, laughing in a way that only the Joker could. He then lights Jim's house on fire and he stands over his victory triumphantly. He then begins to swing an axe around Jim's house, threatening him even further. Jim holds up his gun, and he sees the Joker right in front of him. This is it. He can end it all. It's a self-defense thing after all. So he takes the shot, right in the heart, a single bullet. As Batman is leaving the hospital from his own horrible ordeal in which the Joker tried to recreate the death of his parents for him to relive, he gets a phone call from Jim. "I did it. He came at me. I had no choice. I did it. He's gone, Batman. Just flesh and blood. And now he's dead. Not magic. Not reborn." If only this was truly a win for Batman and Gordon. Because as Jim is telling Batman, Joker is standing up right behind him with a big old grin on his face. He grabs the phone from Jim with Batman on the other line, and he says 2 words that send a chill down Batman's spine. "Hello, Bruce." Batman gets to Jim's house as quickly as he can, only to find Jim slumped over with an axe in his chest. And Batman hits him with a tranquilizer to prevent the Joker toxin from taking a hold of him. He then bandages Jim up and decides that he's going to the source of all of this. The Joker would have needed help to make something this twisted. So while Batman runs across the city, he sends a blood sample to Dick Grayson to analyze, a copy of the Joker's blood from the gunshot. Batman is fighting against the Jokerized versions of his glorious city, and Grayson tells him that there's something weird in this blood, a regenerative strain. And it's the exact same strain in the virus, but in the virus, it's a decaying version. So Batman figures it out, that the Joker has been taking something to allow him to heal from anything, and there is only one doctor in Gotham who could have possibly done that. A doctor in Arkham. But while Batman is running around Gotham trying to get to Arkham, the Joker is silently swimming in some of the deepest waters in Gotham, without an air tank, without scuba gear, and nothing more than a big old grin on his face. Batman breaks into the lab of the doctor and he demands to know what he did to the virus. How did Joker heal from the fall off the cliff and from cutting his own face off? The doctor informs Batman that he didn't create anything. The element in the Joker and in the virus is older than anything else, and it's something that the Joker showed to the doctor. He explains to Batman that there are age-old legends of individuals who stumble across a substance in the soil or the water, and they are transformed. Well, these aren't legends. They were clues to something real, and he calls it Dionysium. It's very real, and the carriers walk among us today. There's a savage out there who encountered it in its oldest form, and he's still among us. And there's a man who calls himself a demon that keeps pools of this liquid around the world. It's a corrupted version, but it's still very effective. Then there's him, the pale man who laughs at us, and has been there ever since Gotham rose. Batman throws the doctor out of the window, but he holds on to him. "You created this Dionysium, and you gave it to him. Then you made an inversion of it for the virus. Where are you keeping it so I can cure this?" But the doctor continues. "You're wrong. I got it from him. It's in his spine. I could never make anything this potent." While Batman leaves the doctor hanging from the window, Penny 2 calls him up. "This is bad, Batman. We have hours until everyone in the city dies, and to make matters even creepier, I did a facial recog on the Joker throughout history just to debunk this charade. But Batman, he's all over throughout history." "This can't be real," Batman says, gritting his teeth. "It can't end this way." So Batman goes off the grid for a few hours to ask the Court of the Owls if they've ever heard of the Joker, but all he gets down there is a fight. When he comes back out, he gets a call he never expected. Penny 2 telling him that the Joker broke into the Batcave. Alfred tried to confront him, but the Joker just chopped off his hand with a cleaver. Penny 1 and Penny 2 retreated to the armory where they are now, and she's bandaged up Alfred, but the Joker took all of Batman's trophies out of the Batcave, and he's currently parading them down the streets of Gotham in his own twisted celebration, taunting Batman to come and get the Dionysium out of his spine, daring him. But Batman has finally got a plan working out, and he's finally getting this back in his court. Because down there is a wonderful distraction for the Joker as Batgirl, Red Robin, Red Hood, and Bluebird are all fighting against the Jokerized civilians alongside some of Batman's worst villains. Croc, Scarecrow, Bane, Clayface, Mr. Freeze, Poison Ivy, and Penguin are all helping battle against the Joker's toxins and his plans. They want to own Gotham. They don't want to see it crumble. The battle is intense, and the Joker stands on top of his float, laughing at Batman as he tries to make his way through the crowds of people. As Batman runs over, he shouts for Bane's attention, and Bane throws him over the crowd right into the Joker's float, where the Joker takes a chainsaw trying to cut off the pieces that Batman is hanging onto. But Batman just gets up and onto the float before the Joker can do anything, and then he gets him into a chokehold. A needle pops out of his glove as he prepares to extract the fluid from the Joker's spine. But the Joker's prepared, as he sets off a high-pitched sound so bad that it drops everyone to their knees except for him. Then grabbing Batman's face, he breaks his gas mask and he tells him, "It's hopeless. I tainted the Dynesium in my spine. But you want to know the kicker of all of this? There's still some Dynesium right here in Gotham. If only you knew your city better. Now let me look into your eyes as I finally win." And he removes Batman's mask, revealing Dick Grayson. "You're not Bruce! You're... And Grayson stops him. "I think the word you're looking for is Dick." Meanwhile, Batman is descending into the cave that Joker was just bragging about. He walks forward and he finds a big green glowing pool of Dynesium. "Penny 2, I found it. Joker must have found this pool after I dropped him off of the cliff. It must have healed his face, his broken bones, and everything about him." "Isn't there a chance that he's just been around forever, though?" Penny 2 asks. And then she confirms the sample that Batman sends up to her. It's the stuff that can cure the Joker toxin. Suddenly, explosions go off throughout the entire cave, and Batman calls up, "Penny 2, listen to me. No matter what happens, you need to." And before he can stop, the Joker stabs him in the back. Penny 2 calls back down, "I'm pulling you up, Bruce." But Batman unclips his belt. "I'm staying here, Penny 2. He'll just follow me up. Now get that cure out of here." "That's the spirit," Joker tells him as he digs 2 knives into Batman's back. "I know what you're thinking, Brucey. Was I always this fast? Did I train? Did the Dynesium make me faster? Or was I hiding my true skill from you?" And in response to that, Batman tackles the Joker and the 2 men begin to roll down a cliffside. At the bottom, they hit each other so hard that they draw blood in single swings. There's no holding back now. It's just Batman and the Joker at the bottom of one of the deepest pits in Gotham. The Joker cracks a joke about how this is going to leave a mark. If only he didn't heal. But Batman smirks. "Oh, it'll leave a mark. I laced the Batarang with an immune response blocker. If you have been taking the Dynesium that's here in this pool in its weaker form, then it'll prevent it from healing. But if you are who you say you are, and the Dynesium in your spine is pure, then it'll heal. So all that's left for you to do is show me your cards, Joker." And the Joker turns back to Batman, throwing razor-sharp playing cards at him, lodging one right into his eye socket. But Batman ignores the pain as he leaps onto the Joker, biting off his ear and taking a few more clean shots at his head. Then both men collapse to the ground in pools of blood. The Joker pulls himself up onto Batman, and with a knife ready to plunge into his face. "I'm the one who laughs, get it? I've always been there laughing at you, at all of you, at the great joke that you think your lives have meaning, that any of it matters. But then you showed up, and you gave my meaningless a meaning. That's the funny part. I could have made you forever, just like you always wanted. My blood could have saved you. We could have had a happy ending. It could have been hilarious." But Batman tells the Joker, "It's not over." And he maneuvers the Joker in the way of a falling rock, breaking the Joker's back. Both men lay there, unable to move, until the Joker begins to drag his broken body to the Dynesium pool. "What did you do to my back? I need the Dynesium!" "Wait, Joker," Batman tells him as he climbs onto his back and he holds him still. "I need to tell you something. I need to tell you that I finally believe you. I see it, right here, right now. You are the Pale Man. I'll be dead in minutes from these injuries. So won't you stay with me? Just for a bit? Stay with me and forgive me. Forgive me for being so blind." But the Joker looks around panicked. "Just please, let me go! This whole place is coming down!" "Just forgive me, Joker." "Fine, I forgive you! I forgive you!" But it's too late as a giant boulder falls into the Dynesium pool, sealing it up. As Penny 2 insists on lowering the last of the Dynesium back to Bruce so that he can recover, he tells her to just take it to the surface. If he even tried to open it, it could compromise the structure and all of Gotham could fall. He's just going to rest here for a while. He'll be fine. 2 weeks pass and no one has seen Batman. The city of Gotham hosts a vigil of bat signals every night, calling to their hero. But no Dark Knight comes. Batman vanished at the end of Endgame. Did he die, or is he just healing up? We don't know the answer to that, but we do know that Batman is needed. The vigilantes doing whatever they wanted has almost cost us the city of Gotham multiple times. So, who do you have take over as Batman? All of those other guys, they're loose cannons doing whatever they please. They don't have the city's best interest in mind. In fact, it's because of them that things get out of control so often. Vampires, assassins, monsters, aliens, and now Joker-toxined citizens have tried to control the city. We need a Batman that works for Gotham. We need a Batman that we can trust. So the government moved forward with their own Batman plan, taking the best of the best in the police department and training them. But the head of the project, Miss Powers, has other ideas. She invited Jim Gordon to the Batman training facility. Jim Gordon was a Marine. He knows Gotham. He knows what this city needs. It doesn't matter how old he is, he'll be behind a mask at all times. But Jim tells her he can't do it. This is insane. So he takes to the rooftop of the police station that night where he talks to his friend Harvey Bullock. Jim tells Harvey about how they asked him to become Batman. Harvey is in shock. You can't become Batman, Jim. You're police. Trench coat wearing police. And that is a 10-foot tall trench coat. Plus, you smoke. Batman doesn't smoke. But Jim has already considered all of this. You ever wondered if Batman would be more effective working within the law, Harvey? What if Batman could show people that the system worked? Just then, one of the Batman candidates walks onto the roof. He came up to face chat with his newborn son. Both Jim and Harvey look at the young man, and then they look at each other. Harvey takes Jim's cigarette. Give me that. And you know you're gonna need to get LASIK surgery for your eyes, right? They both knew what Jim was about to agree to. The next few months go by quickly, and they show him the new robotic batsuit made out of nanocarbon. And they train him to peak fighting condition. That's it. That's all it took. He shaved off his mustache and gave himself a new haircut, and Gordon was the new Batman in a robotic suit with a black batsuit underneath it all. He now watches Gotham, and no vigilantes are welcome here. As a matter of fact, one of his first objectives is to arrest all of Batman's old allies. Bruce Wayne is nothing more than a man right now. After the events of Endgame, his mind was healed, and it healed all of the traumatic memories. Without the elements that turned him into Batman, he is nothing more than a billionaire trying his best to help the world with his money. And Alfred wants it to stay that way. That may be a problem though, as the Justice League needs their detective. They need Batman, so they come knocking on the front door of Wayne Manor. When Alfred answers the door, Wonder Woman tells him that they would like to speak to Bruce. And Alfred explains, as he told Superman several days ago when Superman showed up looking for his friend, there are a great number of reasons why Bruce Wayne cannot honor his Justice League responsibilities anymore. But Superman chimes in. Something's come up, Alfred. And as Shazam explains, the League is stronger with Batman on our side, especially when he's in full-on detective mode. And the Flash finishes the thought. In other words, Mr. Pennyworth, we would like to see if there's a chance that the Bruce we need is still there. We're looking for a lifeline to grab onto and pull him out of this fog. What Bruce has been given is a new lifeline. No history, no baggage, no tragedy, no entanglements. He is truly free to walk in the light and start over. The Bruce Wayne that you need is simply not there anymore. We're asking to reach out to Bruce one final time to help save countless lives, Wonder Woman tells him. And Bruce walks in at that moment. So why don't you ask me? Wonder Woman walked Bruce Wayne to the back of Wayne Manor where they sat down as she used the lasso of truth to get definitive answers as to his state of mind. He knows about the League, everyone on Earth does, and he knows that he did something for them a long time ago and he's proud and honored to have helped them. He didn't overhear much of the League's talks with Pennyworth, and if there's anything he can do to help them now, he'd be more than willing to do so. They both then walk back into the main hall where Wonder Woman tells the team it wouldn't be best for him to try and help them right now. So Superman shakes Bruce Wayne's hand goodbye and the League leaves the manor, sad that they don't have their Bruce Wayne anymore. Meanwhile, across Gotham, Jim Gordon is putting his bandages on from his latest fight. Once Batman went missing, a new Batman was built, one to protect Gotham and one to remove all of the vigilantes that were potentially causing these problems. He went to the local baseball game as Jim Gordon and he was called in to stop some F-15s from flying in and attacking Gotham. Using his jetpack, he takes off and he lands on the jets before he begins to take them apart piece by piece and tear the pilot out of it. He then looks on as the destroyed F-15 begins to crash into Gotham, and he calls in help to catch it before it hurts someone. Wonder Woman then shows up and breaks it into pieces. Batman turns to her. Holy sh! We'll handle these planes, Batman. Who's we?
He then looks on as the Justice League stops each and every one of the planes, allowing Batman to grab the man behind this entire plan, the Mad Hatter. He then flew over to where the League was waiting for him in awe. This was the Justice League! He lands, wanting to thank them for their help, but Aquaman cuts it short. We came here for a reason, and time is of the essence, so we'll cut the pleasantry short. They all know who he is, and they need his help. Batman was the detective of the team, and he always spoke very highly of Jim Gordon. He tells them, who am I to say no to the Justice League? So they slap him on the back with a Watchtower teleporter, and the whole group is teleported to the snowy mountains in front of a giant-sized skeleton. Batman gets right to work looking at the hands because they reveal a lot about a person, as he says. Shazam and Flash dig the hands out of the snow right away, and Batman can see that they are covered with defensive wounds. He then has Wonder Woman lift the skull, where he finds a large entry wound in the back of the skull. Realizing that he stumbled onto a giant homicide, Batman begins looking for the murder weapon, and he finds a club-shaped rock structure a little ways off. Flash runs through the entire area looking for caves, and Shazam helps Batman lift the rock until they can find the cave that it was removed from. Inside, they find a gelatinous substance moving upwards, and they follow it deeper into the cave until they find a second giant skeleton that appears to have committed suicide. The Flash teleported to the Watchtower to investigate a little further, and they all discover that the first skeleton was a male and the second one is a female, while the gelatin is human-based. At that moment, one of the creatures breaks through the nearby wall, spewing the material all over the League. Cyborg grabs Batman as they both jet out of the cave while the rest of the League is covered up. So Batman turns around. Damn it to hell, I should have done something. And he fires a rocket back in that direction. Are you crazy? You'll start an avalanche, Cyborg tells him. And then he tells him, get a hold of yourself. Blowing up things won't help. Those are my teammates in there, and they'll be fine. Cyborg and Batman both go back inside slowly, where they see the monster crying over the skeleton. And the League stuck in the gel, and that's when Batman puts it all together. He has no idea why or how these creatures got here in the first place, but he believes the female one was pregnant and the male one was crippled or injured or unable to move. He saw a fracture in his shin. The female must have killed her husband in order to stay alive by eating him and save the baby. Then she went to the cave where she fed the baby pieces of herself until there was no more to feed it. She then killed herself so that the baby could eat the rest and survive. The only problem is that the baby was attached to the mother and he wouldn't leave her side even with her dead. So, its survival mechanism kicked in and it released that gel, which is a kind of breast milk to this creature, but on our world, you can only get it from human eyeballs. He then turns to Cyborg. Can you make a 3D rendering of its mother and superimpose it on that skeleton? Once you do that, the creature will pay attention to its mother and ignore the League, so that they can get the League out of there. Batman takes off providing the distraction, and Cyborg makes the 3D model, which immediately gets the child's attention. With the League free, they scan the creature finally, and they realize that this creature is going to die of starvation soon. And it would be best to hold the 3D rendering there so that the creature can die with its mother. The League then teleports to an earthquake crisis elsewhere, and Batman agrees to stay and keep an eye on this creature as it dies. As they teleport away, Aquaman tells Batman that he just took his first step towards being epic. And once they leave, Gordon takes his helmet off, and then he moves the arm of the 3D rendering around the child while he sings it a lullaby. The Batarang goes stunk. It's Jim Gordon standing there practicing when Julia Pennyworth walks over to check on him. Batman has been missing for an undetermined amount of time. While at first the GCPD was waiting for his return, eventually crime started to get bad again. So they asked Jim Gordon if he would like to be the new Batman, one that worked for the GCPD. It took a little convincing, but Jim Gordon took his role, and he's gone on adventures where he met the Justice League, teamed up with Superman, and even stopped a Robin war. But he is starting to truly understand what it means to be Batman. To celebrate, Julia and Daryl show him his new Batmobile, a massive tank of a machine. But before they can celebrate any further, Daryl lets them know that he's getting pings on his new Bat app. Jim Gordon suits up and jumps out of his Bat blimp, ready to start this fight up. As he lands, he takes a face of dirt as a man with horns throws it at him. Julia and Daryl scream over the mic, "Batman, are you okay?" And Jim coughs it up. "I think a building just hit me, but I'm fine." The Horn Man throws more rubble at Batman, and he dodges, flinging batarangs at the member of the Triad. The guy gets up and begins swirling the rubble and dirt around and throws it at Batman. But this is an armored suit, and Batman punches his way out of it, until he sees where it's going. The member of the Triad made himself a battlesuit out of all of the rubble around him. So Batman throws a thermal grenade into the armor, and it superheats up the whole thing before Batman winds up to hit it. But the goon hits Batman with everything, throwing him into the bay. So Batman calls the new Batmobile and drops it on the guy. Batman walks over to him and informs him that they need to get him to the hospital. The seed in his ankle that's been giving him these weird powers is about to break open and begin killing him. You see, someone's been growing seeds that grant powers to villains and passing them around. But it can kill its user when the villain behind the whole thing wants. Batman walks over to the thug and he asks him, "Who gave you the seed?" And the only answer they get out of him is Mr. Bloom, before he dies from the seed in his ankle. Mr. Bloom. Meanwhile, across Gotham, Bruce Wayne is living a happy life, in which he is helping the less fortunate. You see, at the end of Endgame, he suffered a massive amount of head trauma. The dynesium that he was laying next to healed up those injuries, but it also healed up any mental trauma that he was dealing with. This gave him amnesia as he doesn't remember the events that turned him into Batman, or any of his life as a superhero. When he showed back up after missing, he decided to use his fortune to help out at a local orphanage. And it is here that he meets Jim Gordon. "Hello, Mr. Wayne. I'm Batman, and I need your help." Bruce Wayne tells him that he has no idea what he can do for Jim Gordon, for Batman. And Gordon hands him one of the seeds explaining that it is from a man named Mr. Bloom, and he's turning people into metahumans with terrible abilities. "I don't know why you're coming to me, Mr. Gordon. Because you are the key to Batman. At least for me you are. The suit is made out of Wayne tech, which is your tech. I was hoping that you could help me reconfigure some of the programming so that I can work as Batman privately. Everything I do is being tracked by the police. I'm just the middleman." Bruce very sternly looks at Gordon. "Listen, whoever I was before, I can't be again. This rec center is important to me and I'm trying to build a life here, using the most basic blocks. Do you understand?" "Bruce, I wasn't trying to." But then both men are interrupted by Julie Madison. She tells Gordon that she doesn't recognize him without his mustache and with all those muscles. So Gordon decides to leave the seat with Bruce and he walks out. While Bruce explains to Julie that Gordon just had the wrong guy, that's all. Meanwhile, sitting outside is Clark Kent and Alfred. Clark wants to know who that man is because it looks like Bruce, but it isn't. So he wants to know what happened to his old friend. Alfred explains that when the cave collapsed on Bruce and Joker, Alfred felt it. The family was hopeful, but Alfred knew that it was over. It was Julie Madison that found Bruce, intact and acting like he had just woken up. After the cave collapsed, everything was healed by the dynesium, even his mind. With his skull crushed, the dynesium seeped into his brain and healed up the dead tissue. When Bruce was brought to Alfred, he told him everything. About his parents, about Joker's attack, about how he rebuilt Wayne Enterprises as a symbol, and just as he was about to walk Bruce to the clock and into the cave to explain Batman, Bruce told him to stop. Bruce explained that he didn't know what the accident did to him, but he wasn't that person anymore. Clark stopped him. "Alfred, if you won't tell him that he was Batman, I will." "Is that so, Mr. Kent?" "This is Bruce Wayne. He has no combat skills, detective skills, and is missing 15 years of training. It's not recoverable because those memories are gone. He is powerless to wear the cowl. But he's Batman. He always has a way back." Alfred leads Clark to Batman's final invention, a device that would ensure that there was always a Batman in the world. Something that would imprint all of Batman's original pain, training, and memories into a new person. But it doesn't work, because Batman was never meant to live forever. Batman died and Bruce Wayne came back. Let someone else suffer for this cursed city. Back with Jim, he breaks into the Devil Pig's lair, a base of operations for one of the local gangs, and he does so without the robotic suit, but a simple bat suit because he wants to do this without the police knowing. As he walks through the fish hatchery that they are known to keep as their base, he finds a shark with horns and jokingly tells Julia, "Call PETA." Then he looks across the hatchery and he sees him. Mr. Bloom is talking to the leader of the Devil Pigs. Talk about perfect timing. Then the Devil Pigs walk out with guns pointed at Gordon. Julia alerts him that she can't put the suit into stealth mode. Someone is blocking their frequency. It's as if they knew it. They ask Gordon if he's ever seen RoboCop and they cock their guns. But he grabs his Batarang launcher gun and he dives for cover as the bullets fly over his shoulder. Then as the bullets stop, he shoots the shark tank, freeing the freakish shark, and he uses it for cover, shooting up the rest of the guys. Thinking he's won, he reports in, but that's when the floor gives way and he finds himself in an industrial furnace. Julia calls to him, "Get out, you'll be cooked alive!" But then her face is smashed against the window of the van as someone has found her. Meanwhile, back at the rec center, a young boy named Duke breaks into the back room to get his hands on the seed Gordon left for Bruce. And back with Mr. Bloom, he takes a meeting with Cobblepot to inform him that Cobblepot will not be a part of any of this. He will not be supplied with the superpower-granting seeds. Cobblepot has his men shoot Mr. Bloom in the face, but Mr. Bloom gets back up. "I am but a weed." And then Mr. Bloom stabs Cobblepot through the stomach along with all of his men. And weeds grow very fast. Gordon fiddles with his gun, but it's been fried. The temperature is rising fast. Gordon realizes while he has a batarang gun, he'll need to do this the old-fashioned way and throw his batarang. He takes aim and he throws it with all of his might. And on the main level, the goons are trying to save who they can to report the whole thing to Mr. Bloom until Gordon punches the main goon across the jaw. Stay down! Now where the hell is Bloom? A guy sneaks up on him and he beats him in the face with his elbow. But the men on the ground aren't down and they start hitting Gordon all over and pulling him down and clawing at him. Blood begins to pool on the ground as Gordon realizes he's done. It's over, and he begins to fade until the ceiling caves in and in jumps the robotic bat suit. The bat blimp informs him that they picked up Julia and the suit is on autopilot. Just relax and let it do its thing. The suit launches missiles to counter their RPGs and it beats the thugs down with a fish. Gordon is amazed and they explain that this is partner mode, and his partner is here for him. Across Gotham the next day, Bruce is walking through the wreckage of Joker's attack. It's there that he sees kids trying to bury the wreckage with dirt, for fear that some other psycho will arrive and try to use it. Bruce realizes that he's helping this rec center so the kids can feel safe here, but they don't feel safe if they're waiting for the next attack. Julie explains that she used to be afraid of her father breaking out of prison or just being let go. While she used to toughen up to get through the next day, Bruce had been through something far more dramatic, and instead of feeling safe, he channeled whatever fear he felt into making other people feel brave. Years later, she saw him on TV doing that for the whole city, and what she tells him is if he needs to do it again on a bigger scale, she'd understand. Bruce tells her what Gordon wanted he can't do. He doesn't know anything that happens with Wayne Enterprises any longer. He even went to the manor the other day to try on his old suits, and he wasn't the man in the photos. That man is gone. So Julie tells him that they'll figure things out here. And for the record, what he's doing matters to these kids and to her. Then Bruce kisses her on the forehead, and before he can tell her that he loves her, she tells him to shut up, and they walk back in together. Meanwhile, Gordon is recovering and speaking to Jerry, one of the heads of the whole Batman project. She's firing him. The whole Devil Pig situation is all over the news, and at the presentation this morning, she would like Jim to resign his position. She explains people need faith in the system, so they would like Jim to pick the next replacement for his role, because together they can continue to give Gotham hope, and they can fix this. Over at Wayne Enterprises, Duke runs into Daryl to show him the seed. He wants to know about Bloom, and he asks if he can help with Bloom as he shows a Robin R. Duke is actually in the We Are Robin gang. Daryl explains that Batman doesn't need a Robin, and Duke tells him that he knows Robin is the street, but they want to help. That evening high above Gotham, the conference is held with the Batsuit sitting out in the open and Gordon sitting off to the side preparing to resign, when Julia Pennyworth and Gordon both see it. A giant ship careening in the direction of the display. Gordon runs out shouting, "Get down!" and then he jumps off the Batsuit to get Jerry down as the ship comes crashing through the glass. Various weeds shoot out, killing individuals, and Mr. Bloom steps out. The party's just started! Mr. Bloom walks through the hall, killing everyone around him, even cracking little jokes at the expense of his victims as he dips his finger in the dip and tells someone to relax. Have some dip, stabbing them in the eye with the dip. Then once he has the richest of Gotham's members' attention, he tells them, "I was like you once, a bleeding heart," as he stabs another man in the chest. "A soldier of Gotham," as he points to Commissioner Sawyer, "and the community activists." Jerry steps up. "What do you want? You're just hurting people." That's when he reaches into his pocket. "I just want you to keep doing what you're doing. Here, take my contribution to the fundraiser." And he hands Jerry $1. Before he can kill Jerry though, as he is threatening, Gordon jumps on his back and fires batarangs into the back of his head. As he throws Gordon aside, Gordon yells out, "Hey rookie, go pick some flowers." The suit turns on and it begins to move towards Mr. Bloom. Except Mr. Bloom launches 3 more of his fingers into the suit, tearing it open. He then spears Gordon through the shoulder and he lifts him off the ground, preparing to kill him, until he floats off the ground himself as Julia Pennyworth turned on the giant magnet built to lift the suit off the ground. Luckily, Mr. Bloom's seeds are electromagnetic. Sitting above everyone, he tells Gordon they could talk for so long if his friends weren't around. He then smashes the magnet and he makes a run for it. They try and chase him, but he's gone before anyone can do anything else. Meanwhile, down in Gotham, Bruce is getting closer and closer to Julie. He even entertains the idea of marriage. Over at the Iceberg Lounge, Duke is sneaking into Cobblepot's base of operations. Everyone knows that Bloom put Cobblepot in the hospital before anything could happen, so Duke is hoping to find something as he opens up a book in a locked drawer, and he is in shock. But Cobblepot and his friends all come down to find Duke dangling there. Back with Gordon and Jerry, she shows him the new plan. An army of robotic batsuits prepared to defend this city, all automated in a full police force. But Gordon asks for one more chance to get this guy before she goes that route. If he dies, she'll have his resignation. He rides out on his souped-up bat bike to Blossom Row, where all of his clues are bringing him. He walks inside and he puts the suit into partner mode, and right away, Bloom welcomes him, but he sounds different. Gordon asks him, where's the grandstanding? And Bloom tells him, that was all for show. This is real. And he invites Jim to sit by his side before everything changes in Gotham, because he's going to miss this. Gordon tells him, there's no way out, Bloom. It's over. So come over to me so that we can talk about what you were planning. Bloom doesn't move, so Gordon raises his gun, and he tells Rookie to go over there and get him. But the suit doesn't move. Gordon looks back at him. Rookie? And Bloom says, you heard him, Rookie. So the suit grabs Gordon by the back of the neck, lifting him off the ground. The suit's grip is tightening around Gordon's throat, and he begs for Rookie to stop. Julia Pennyworth calls up Gordon over the comms. It's no use, Mr. Bloom put a transmitter into the suit back in the ballroom. Gordon struggles trying to tell it to let him go, and Mr. Bloom tells it to comply, throwing Gordon into the sky. He goes higher and higher, and he sees that he's heading straight for the blades of the news helicopter. But just as he's about to hit it, he launches a grappling hook back down to the building down below, and he comes crashing down into a pile of seeds that grant Mr. Bloom's followers their abilities. The suit runs at him, trying to grab him, so Gordon jumps to the side. He knows that the suit can read through all of his invisibility tricks, so he'll need to use mobility. He leaps to the side, crippling the suit's legs so that it can't move, and knowing that it'll launch missiles when it's frozen in place, he watches it blow itself up. He then grabs the head of the suit, apologizing to it, but that's when Mr. Bloom steps forward. Back with Duke, he's been trying to help out as he is one of the We Are Robin kids. His investigation has led him to Cobblepot's club, where he is now dangling from a rope over a bunch of supervillains. He quickly distracts them all and he jumps to a nearby window, making a break for it. But just as he's about to be home free, Cobblepot fires a gun that destroys the ice that Duke is running on, throwing him aside. Back with Gordon, Mr. Bloom has him pinned down with a foot of weeds. He tells Gordon that he has no idea what he's up against. The city will be changed, and he would love for Gordon to see it. A whole city regrown with new seeds. Gordon asks him if he means the seeds that he was just fighting in, because they smell a little crispy after he fought in them. Bloom goes silent, and then he raises a hand yelling, only to be stopped by an electrical charge thanks to a jammer in the Batsuit. Thanks, Rookie, Gordon says as he begins to get back up. Meanwhile, back with the Duke, he's about to be shot by Cobblepot's thugs when Bruce Wayne hits them over the head with a bat. Duke swims to the surface, telling Bruce, I didn't ask for help. Well, if you didn't want help, then you shouldn't have used the rec center's computer for your research. They walk out of the area and Bruce asks Duke what his problem is. That's when Duke gets a text about his parents. Daryl found news on them, and Duke has been searching for his parents ever since they were infected during Joker's attack in the We Are Robin comic series. The video is linked down below. He looks back up at Bruce. You know what my problem is with you, Bruce? How did you find me? I told you. The seed was gone, so I looked up the search history on the computer and I discovered it. You discovered? No, you deduced. You figured out how to fix the AC in the rec center. You figured out how to turn a horror show into a playground. You figure out things, Bruce. You solve riddles. You're the damn best at it. You're the best in the world. Look what's right in front of your face. What the hell are you talking about? Duke leads Bruce down onto some train tracks with the train approaching fast, and he stops on the tracks telling Bruce, what do you see? Bruce is terrified of the train coming, the noises, the lights, but he doesn't see a train. He sees a giant bat, and just before it hits them, Bruce pushes Duke out of the way. Duke apologizes and he runs off, leaving Bruce to think about what he just saw. Meanwhile, Gordon has managed to capture Mr. Bloom, and the police are hauling him off. He did it. He successfully stopped his first supervillain. Except, did he? The roof gets torn off and there stands Mr. Bloom. Out on the street in front of the armored bat truck, a dozen more Mr. Blooms show up. They hit the truck hard, throwing it off of the road. Meanwhile, Bruce has made his way to a bench on a lake to think, and a man walks up to him and takes a seat next to him, asking him what brings him here. Bruce tells him, I was in an accident over a year ago. The man turns to Bruce, showing us his green eyes and a smile. So was I. Duke follows the text to a psychiatric ward, where he discovers that his parents were found, but it's far too late. The Joker's toxin was in their systems for far too long, and it is now irreversible. His parents don't even remember him, even when he begs them. They're a lost cause. Bruce asks the man sitting next to him, do we know each other? Oh, I'm just here to fight you to the death. Excuse me? For this bench, of course. I'm sorry, I was kidding. We both seem to love this spot equally. What did you say your name was? Shh. Watch this. The man throws bread into the water and the fish swarm around it. They're starving down there. This spot used to be full of bugs, but now it's not. Bruce gets up to leave. I should go. I don't know if I'll be back, so I guess the bench is yours. Before you go, can I show you something? The man reaches into his pocket. Meanwhile, over at the wreckage of the Bat Tank, Jim Gordon pulls himself out beaten and bloodied, and Mr. Bloom wraps his hands around Jim's face. Back at the pond, the man pulls out a gun. Bruce looks startled and he apologizes. I didn't mean to startle you. You see, I was hurt in the Joker's attack as well. At first, I felt lost because I didn't know who I was. My old life was wiped away and I didn't see a point in starting over. So I bought the gun and I came here to use it on myself. But then I noticed how quiet this spot was. Like it was the one spot in all of Gotham a gun shouldn't be fired. So I came back every day. Now I have an apartment and I work in a butcher shop. And I see you here, and lately you seem at rest. So don't do it. Don't become the man you were before. Bruce grabs the man by the coat. Come here. What do you know about who I was? You're Bruce Wayne. You can stop it all from going back to the way it was. Me? You think I can stop it? I love someone. I am someone here. You think I want to go back? Why should I? Why isn't it enough? Why? Calm down. I was just talking about the lake. You can keep it from getting infested again. Suddenly, there's an explosion off in the distance, and Bruce runs back in the direction of Jules, the woman he loves. Walking through the center of the city is Mr. Bloom, the size of a building, carrying Jim Gordon and destroying everything. Hundreds of other Mr. Blooms are walking around the city, continuing the destruction, and Mr. Bloom explains that he gave each of these people one of his seeds to become him, to gain power, because he saw something in them. But there are also hundreds of seeds hidden throughout the city. Anyone can have powers! We'll regrow this city into a wonderful place! Gordon tries to tell everyone not to listen to him, but it's too late. Bloom stabs Gordon again. Alfred is watching the horror on the television, and that's when he hears bang, bang, bang! No, he says to himself, bang, bang, bang! I can't hear you! Bang! And the door flies open with Bruce Wayne standing there. Take me to my cave! Bruce demands to know what's behind the clock, and Alfred tells him, nothing, sir, nothing! It goes to the caves below this place, doesn't it? There was fear in your voice when you were explaining my history to me, like you didn't want me to know about this. Bruce walks towards it, and Alfred stops him. No, you can't go down there! He's dead! He finally died fighting the monster like he wanted! Alfred falls to his knees. The others, someone else can do it! Let them be the hero! Alfred, I'm Batman, and it's time for you to take me to my cave. Alfred opens the door and they walk inside, and then he walks him down into the cave. They walk over to the machine that Bruce built, the one with the ability to make a new Batman, and Bruce sees that Alfred destroyed it. Alfred explains that it never worked. It kills anyone who tries to take in everything that made Batman who he was. No normal human can take it. But Bruce insists he needs to try it. And he takes his position while Alfred hits it. He turns it on. It hits Bruce hard, but it doesn't do anything. Alfred tells him the human brain wasn't meant to take this kind of torment. But Bruce tells him, again, go again! So it hits him again, and it does nothing but tear Bruce apart. It's not working. Alfred can see it, and he warns Bruce that if he does it again, it will kill him. It'll kill Bruce. And that's when Bruce figures it out. That's when he deduces it. Why the machine never worked. It needs someone brain dead. It needs the room to put all of the Batman knowledge into. So he tells Alfred, again! And Alfred refuses. He waited his whole life for this. A Bruce that never went down crime alley. And now he wants Alfred to play the role of Joe Chill? To kill him? He won't do it. He won't kill Bruce. But then a voice states, she'll do it. Julie Madison walks over and tells Alfred she'll do it. She'll make him Batman again. They need him. Alfred asks her how long she's known, and she tells him she's always known. She tells Bruce it's bad out there. The streets are in chaos and Bloom is everywhere. The city is being torn apart. They need Batman. So Julie hits the button and she wishes goodbye to Bruce, goodbye to her life with him. It hits Bruce hard with all of the warnings of brain death occurring. And when it's over, Bruce turns to Alfred. Explain what's going on to me in the car. After being flung to the side by Bloom, Julia Pennyworth picked up Gordon and moved him to a chopper to load him up. The army of Batsuits that Jerry mentioned earlier also began moving in to save Gotham. An army of Batmen. Except using his electromagnetic-based powers, Bloom is able to take control of all of the suits just like he did with Rookie, and they all turn on Gotham to continue the destruction. Then a few of Gordon's former enemies arrive on the rooftop, keeping Gordon from being loaded up. One of them tells Gordon that he sapped this building and the bat signal of their power to use it on him. It's only fitting for him to die to the power that he used, because he really isn't Bat. But before he can finish that sentence, his head is shoved into the corner of the bat signal by Batman. No, I am. Hello, Jim. Who died and made you Batman? He grabs a flagpole and he begins flipping and twirling around, taking out the followers of Bloom. Batman is back! When he defeats them all, Gordon walks over to him. Yeah, I was about to do that, the whole flagpole flip thing. I just didn't want to steal your thunder. He then looks Batman in the eyes. "I'm sorry." But before he can finish, an energy pulse goes off through the city, cracking the building that they are on. They both look into the center of the city to see where the source of the energy is coming from, and they see that Bloom is drawing all of the energy into the center, to a strange star. Jerry calls Gordon to explain. The super collider in the city, it's feeding on the energy from the seeds that people are taking and funneling them into beams. What he's creating can destroy the entire city if it keeps growing. Gordon tells her they're on it. But as they go to leave, Batman handcuffs Gordon to a helicopter, telling him to get to the hospital. He has this. Up in the Bat Blimp high over the city, Daryl is watching the city burn beneath him, and that's when Duke suddenly arrives on the blimp. He tells Daryl that his parents are a lost cause. They're infected by the Joker serum with no cure. He feels that this whole Robin's thing has led him to this moment, only to have Gotham throw it back in his face that the two people he was trying to honor will only spew venom from this point forward. Duke wanted to quit everything, throw away his Robin art, and quit this gig, even throw away the evidence that he found in Cobblepot's hideout. But he decided to push forward and ask Daryl what he knows. Because the information that he found in Cobblepot's lab is a list of names, and on that list is Daryl and Duke. Cobblepot was tracking a list of grant nominees in an attempt to track Bloom's tech to its source. He looks at Daryl, the man that's been trying to help Jim Gordon Batman since the start, and he asks him, "Tell me what's going on right now." And Daryl turns to him, knocking him to the window, becoming deformed and changed by a seed. No! Out on the streets, Mr. Bloom is walking around feeling triumphant when Batman kicks him in his giant head. And just as he goes in to cut Mr. Bloom's head with a batarang, the robo-batsuits open fire on him. He jumps off Mr. Bloom, and Bloom makes a break for it while Batman is left dealing with the robot versions of himself. Up in the blimp, Daryl explains the power of the seed gives him the ability to control the bioorganic material, so he can hold Duke up there all day. This whole thing was his idea. He was supposed to be Bloom. He wanted to create a way for Gotham to protect itself, for everyone to be their own savior. So he created these seeds and he passed them out as Mr. Bloom, named after Blossom Row. But when he tried to make it work and have a control measure in place, one of his test subjects got all of the power and then took his mask, killing everyone else that was involved. He called himself Daryl's monster, and Daryl had no idea which of his subjects was that individual. Then he bastardized all of Daryl's research. Duke breaks from Daryl's hold and kicks him upside the head. While down on the streets below, everyone is trying to come up with a plan. While Batman is fighting the robots, Gordon has the idea to use the dampener that they used earlier to stop Bloom and the Strange Star, but he needs to amplify it somehow to make it work with someone the size of Bloom. But as he walks over to the antenna that Jerry is telling him will work, Bloom crushes it. He then starts crushing the building that Gordon is in until a giant fist punches him. Batman commandeered one of the giant batsuits, and he starts demolishing Bloom. "Jim, I told you to go to the hospital. I'm on my way. You stayed, so do your part. I've removed the super seed from his back." "That's what I was gonna do, but he destroyed the antenna." "I don't want to hear it. Find a way." Batman keeps beating on Bloom, and Bloom tries to reason with him. "I'm telling you, Batman, we want the same thing." Batman runs Bloom's head through a building, cutting it up. "Join me, and we'll make Gotham amazing. What do you say?" Batman stands still. "Hang on, I'm thinking about it. Stay right there." And then a building falls on Bloom. Bloom breaks out of the building, growing even larger, and then he starts cutting into Batman's batsuit and throwing acid on it. As he stands over Batman, ready to end this, a massive explosion goes off on him. Duke is taking control of the Bat Blimp, and he's opening fire on Bloom. Batman gets up and he begins cutting open the back of Mr. Bloom, trying to take out the super seed. But Bloom gets up, burying his weeds into the batsuit. Then Duke turns on the Bat Blimp's magnet, pulling Bloom into the sky, pulling him off of Batman. Gordon suits up in his robo-batsuit and walks over to grab a special metal that Jerry gave him earlier. She told him that it was a superconductive metal, so he has an idea. Mr. Bloom tries to struggle to get away from the magnet, but the more that he pulls against the magnet, the more he uses his electromagnetic-based powers, and the more the magnet pulls on him. He can't break free. But the struggle with the magnet is causing the blimp to start blowing up. So Duke grabs a parachute and he makes a break for it. But as he's falling, the chute breaks and he begins to plummet to his death until Batman saves him. Everyone sees that Batman is back, and they know that this isn't good for the bad guys, so they start tearing out their own seeds. Gordon walks up to the roof with Bloom being held to the magnet and his strange star almost at max capacity. He holds up the superconductor and he tells the rookie to turn on the signal blocker, and the signal is boosted to massive levels and it blocks Bloom's entire operation. With it blocking all of the energy being absorbed into the strange star and everyone removing their seeds, Bloom's plan is a failure. Good guys win again. Gordon wakes up in the hospital with his hair growing back and his mustache growing back even faster than anything else on his head. Jerry walks in telling him that she shut down the Batman project. With the real Batman back in the city, they don't need any more superheroes. They need heroes, regular people. So because of that, she's going to invest the Batman project money into the GCPD, and doing so got Gordon his old job back as commissioner. Jim asks for a moment and he steps out onto the fire escape where Batman is waiting for him. He apologizes, and Batman told him he did a great job. While Joker is an insane maniac and he's Batman's villain, Bloom was Gordon's villain. Bloom was potentially anyone who loses hope in the city. Then Batman thanks Gordon for keeping Gotham safe while he was gone, and he takes off. Duke went home with his parents found, and he was in tears. Everything he did was for nothing. He didn't save his parents, and he never will. That's when Bruce Wayne arrived with an offer for the young Robin. At the rec center, Julie thought that she saw someone outside, so she walked outside and she found a new brick put into the wall. The bricks in the wall were of anyone who helped rebuild Gotham, and she found a new one that wasn't there before. Bruce Wayne.
Gotham. Gotham is a blank page that you write in white font to find your way down. Down, down, down. It's the first line of the last story you'll ever write. Alfred walks down the steps of the Batcave to see Bruce Wayne sitting there, like he should be. He hands him a protein shake and he thanks him for finding a replacement hand for him. Bruce cracks a joke that he doesn't know whose hand they found to attach to Alfred, and Alfred tells him that that's a funny joke. I'm serious, Alfred. Batman never lies. I beg your pardon. Batman always lies. It's all he does. Bruce suits up and he loads up into his Batmobile, and as he rides off into the night, there's a rumble beneath the city and the whole city goes black as the night. Alfred tells Batman that he'll get the information on what started the event in 1 hour, but Batman has other leads to follow. The first thing that he does is go to see Jim Gordon in his trench coat with his cigarettes. It's been long enough for Jim to start looking like himself again, an old man with scruffy hair and his glasses back on. He tells Batman that they have no information on what happened, and that's when another police officer reports that with the power out, there are problems at Arkham. Gordon keeps looking in the direction of the police officer who walked up. I'm not gonna turn around, because you're gone, but be careful. Then, he can't help himself. He turns back to see if he's gone, and Batman isn't there. So, Gordon smiles. Batman arrived at Arkham in time to see Clayface, Bane, Mr. Freeze, Poison Ivy, Croc, Riddler, and Scarecrow making a break for it. As Batman got ready to fight them, the director of Arkham turned on an emergency jail cell laser bar, and he told Batman not to worry. He has it under control. You can go relax, Batman. So Batman walks away asking Alfred if he's gotten anything yet. But the only thing that Alfred can report on is that whatever's happening is happening underground. Deep beneath the city is the Court of Owls as they push their boat across the canals of the city. They push a button to talk to the heads of the Court of the Owls, and they inform the members that this is not of their doing. So then a large woman knocks out the other two men that she came with, and we see that it's Batman in disguise, as he reports back to Alfred. No trail here, Penny One. It's not the Court of the Owls. Batman goes back to the surface where he breaks into the Penguin's hideout to overhear his plans. And the Penguin says that this is not the night for him to do anything. Over by the lake, our mysterious man with green eyes and a crooked smile smacks a bug in his neck stating, not yet, not this night. Gotham is sitting with your back to the wall, your hand on the gun, waiting for the doors to swing open. Gotham is. Batman looks into a room where a fire is being started and he jumps in. A man with a beard is shocked to see that it's Batman, and Penny One tells Batman that this man has an extensive record. He could be the man, and Batman glares at him. But the man explains that he used to be in the Whisper Gang, and when Batman was looking for the Owls, he took the Whisper Gang down. The whole thing woke him up, and he went to work at the Gotham Gazette after going to school. Batman saved his life, and right now, he's trying to upload his latest article. Batman turns around and he goes out the window that he came in, telling the man to go home. The man says sure, but he wants to finish this article first. Gotham is constantly surprising. I can only hope that you're reading this, Batman. In case you don't know, I asked everyone what is Gotham. At first, the letters were dark, pretty hopeless. But over the last few years, everything's changed. They've been much lighter than before. I wanted to show you how much Gotham has changed, and I'm hoping you can look around and maybe not see it at its worst. And you can see us at our best. Maybe then you can take a night to yourself, a night off. Batman went to one of the highest points in the city when he got a call from Alfred. Sir, you're not going to believe this, but that tremor was a natural occurrence. The power should come on any moment. At that moment, it did turn back on, and Batman looked over his city. Understood, Alfred. Still watching just in case. Gotham is Batman. The end. The plane was soaring through the sky, preparing to descend into Gotham. The passengers were all told to put on their seatbelts and prepare for the landing. And as it flew through the night sky, the bat signal shone brightly,
Batman was standing on the GCPD roof talking to Commissioner Gordon about a recent incident, a raid on a local fort that no one should know about. Gordon informs Batman that out of the 3 missiles that were stolen, 2 were recovered. He then informs Batman that they don't know where that 3rd one is, but they do know that there is a desperate man running around Gotham with some rather big guns. And then, overhead, there's an explosion as the plane is hit by a missile. Gordon looks up. Holy, we need to get to the... And he turns around to see Batman gone already. Right. Batman wastes no time leaping off the building. Alfred, it's worse than it looks, Master Bruce. They have lost their vertical stabilizer in the hydraulic system. It's also expecting to come down in Gotham Square in 6 minutes. On a Saturday evening with those crowds, the loss of life will be exceptional. All right, put it out on Justice League comms to Hal and Clark, and then I need Duke. Batman leaps into the Batmobile, and the roar of the jets go off as he pulls out of the alley. I need an angle, Duke. Duke is Bruce's new thing that he's trying. Duke worked as a Robin in the We Are Robin gang, and with all of his Robins graduating and moving on to new missions, Batman decided that it was time to train another individual to work with him. But not a Robin. He's trying something else. Duke runs the calculations and then points Batman to a bridge with just the right angle. As he screeches the tires, spinning the car around, Alfred calls it back in to inform Batman that the League is preoccupied off-world at the moment. As Batman drives off the bridge, he informs Alfred, it's fine, Gotham is my city. As the Batmobile begins to fall into the bay, Batman hits the ejector seat button and launches himself into the sky. I'll save it, Alfred. As he roars into the sky, getting closer and closer to the aircraft, he informs Gordon of the situation and he tells him that they only have 3 minutes until it crash lands. Gordon begins to panic, asking, how do we evacuate the square in 3 minutes, Batman? But Batman assures him, it's going into the bay. I'll be pushing it there. Where are you, Batman? I'm on the plane. Oh, of course, you're on the plane. He begins to attach boosters to the bottom of each wing, and as he's doing this, Alfred is informing him that it's going to be a close call. Batman then swings back to the top of the plane and attaches a cable to the nose so that he can steer it, with Alfred congratulating him on his new Bat plane. He begins to steer the plane, twisting and turning it around the buildings. Batman has successfully saved the square and the individuals on the plane. But at this moment, Alfred informs him of the problem. With the speed of this fall, Batman will take the brunt of the entire crash, and he has no cushioning. He has no hope of surviving this. He can't leave or the plane won't hit the bay. It'll hit a building or a populated area. He has to stay on it until the very end. So he tells Alfred, there are messages prepared for the boys. And please, send my regrets to Mr. Thomas. If he wants to continue his training, Dick Grayson will be a good replacement as a teacher. And then he asks, Alfred? Yes, sir. Anything, sir. Would they? Would mother and father have been proud? Is this a good death? Yes, Master Bruce. They would have been proud. As proud as I am, sir. The plane then began its descent into the bay, and at increasing speeds, it began to hit it. Rest assured, this is certainly a good death. And as the plane is about to start tearing apart, and the impact will be felt by Batman, the nose begins to lift up, and Batman asks, Clark? And instead, the plane lands softly and 2 individuals float in front of him. Batman, it's an honor and a pleasure. I am Gotham, and this is Gotham Girl. The next day at the Statue of Justice in Gotham, there's a fight with Solomon Grundy, and he's not winning. The guy, born on Monday, christened on Tuesday, married on Wednesday, took ill on Thursday. And then as he gets to that line, he grabs Gotham and he throws him into the statue, breaking it in half. Luckily, Gotham Girl flies in, catching it from falling, and Gotham flies back down to catch Grundy as he continues his rampage. Grew worse on Friday, died on Saturday, buried on Sunday. Except in a puff of smoke, Batman is sitting there prepared. As Grundy comes to him, he uses Grundy's own weight and momentum to lift him off of the ground. And that was the end of Grundy. He then drops him on his head. Gotham flies over thinking Batman, and Batman informs him that Gotham wouldn't have caught him in time before he trampled the man behind them. Do better. And then he leaves. Gotham flies over to Batman to acknowledge that he's doing this wrong. He doesn't know how to do this, and he wants Batman to train him, show him how to do it right. Batman flies back to the Batcave where he tries to figure this whole thing out. He was dead with no option to save himself until these 2 Supermen arrived and saved the day. And Alfred jokes, oh no! Gotham is spiraling down into chaos again. But meanwhile, over in Gordon's office, a man walks in confessing to be the one that freed Grundy. And then he stabs himself in the neck, telling Gordon that he had no option. Gordon shines the light into the sky, and Batman arrives with Gotham and Gotham Girl, introducing them to Gordon. He then explains the dead guy and the fact that the dead guy freed Grundy, and Gotham Girl connects it to the men who fired the missile, as they have all killed themselves as well. Gordon tells him that he doesn't know anything about any of that. The man was ranting about the monster men. He then turns and he talks with Gotham and Gotham Girl, and Batman vanishes. Gordon shakes it off as Gotham and Gotham Girl are shocked and surprised. Yeah, he does that. So where did Gotham and Gotham Girl come from? Simple. There was a dark alley. and a young boy that was being walked home by his parents. A mugger arrived and pulled out his gun, and the father, being brave, decided to stand up to that man. Most of you probably know where the story goes next, but I'm here to tell you, you are wrong. As the mugger threw the boy's father down and grabbed the woman's necklace, there was a gloved hand and a punch that threw the mugger aside. Batman saved that family that day, and he told the family that an ambulance was en route. And then he told the boy, it's okay to be afraid, because it gives you a reason to fight that fear, and everyone gets a chance to be brave. The boy grew up looking up to Batman. He was the hero that the boy wanted to be, but he didn't have superpowers or tons of money. So instead, he took his sister with him, and they helped where they could. They worked in soup kitchens, and they helped the homeless while they trained their bodies and their minds. Then eventually they went overseas to perform charity work, and when they came home, they were different. They were now Gotham and Gotham Girl, taking the name of the city that required them to be brave. Batman learned this history by pretending to be FBI agent Malone, investigating what he could by questioning the boy and girl's parents. He walked outside and he took off his disguise while walking into his car. Then the car split into two, revealing the Bat Cycle and him in the Bat suit. Because Alfred just called to make him aware that the bridge nearby is collapsing as a suicide bomber has blown himself up on it. Beneath the bridge is Hank and Claire, otherwise known as Gotham and Gotham Girl, with Hank holding the bridge. Hank is struggling to hold the bridge up while Gotham Girl is trying to speed through, saving all of the people on it when Batman races up. He quickly fires off bat gadgets that attach to the cables and the bridge itself. Then the Batplane begins to fire its jets in reverse, holding the bridge up. But one individual was watching this. One individual planned all of this. One individual is able to convince people to do whatever he wants. The mastermind behind all of this, Hugo Strange. Batman jumps to the top of the bridge, waiting for Gotham and Gotham Girl to arrive, and he informs them of the plan. He'll track down the suicide bombers while they scour the city. If they find anything, they tell him. He then leaps off the side of the bridge, and Gotham Girl smiles. He let us see him leave! That's gotta mean something! And Hank smiles as well, as his hero is trusting him. Except nearby, they see a fire blazing and they decide to take off for it, only to find Hugo Strange standing there with Psycho Pirate. Batman arrives very soon after, and he finds Gotham Girl cowering in the corner, telling him she's very, very scared. And he asks her, where is Gotham? Meanwhile, Gotham is on a rooftop trying to talk down a suicide bomber, but the man tells him that the monster men are coming, and he blows himself up right in front of Gotham. Batman arrives on the scene with Hank lifting a beam, telling himself, I can fix this, I can fix this. And Batman explains, you're only making it worse, as Hank throws the beam into the Batmobile. You don't know what I can do. You are right. You aren't scared like I'm scared. I thought you could save this city in a way that I never could, until I came across 27 dead bodies in a building. 27? No! Hank says, flying off. Batman grabs a hang glider out of his Batmobile while Duke transmits something weird that he found. The serial numbers on the dog tags of the dead men all add up to the same number, 24. When they looked up the number 24 in a backdoor military plan, he found that it was related to the 24th letter in the alphabet, and he found that that was the letter X. Batman knows what this means. Task Force X. Suicide Squad. He flies to the office of Amanda Waller demanding answers, and she gives them. She recruited Hugo Strange and Psycho Pirate into her team to watch over Gotham and be there when she needed them. Except Hugo Strange betrayed her and the team, and using Psycho Pirate's powers to manipulate emotions, he has driven Gotham and Gotham Girl crazy. But good news, you're here to help me with this unfortunate situation, aren't you, Batman? And I'll work with you on it as long as you say please. 27 of your people are dead, and you want me to say please? Check your facts, detective. I had 28 people, and that's when Batman realizes what this means, and he rushes to find Hank. Hank killed 27 people, while the 28th played dead. That man took a picture of Hank's face when he took off his mask, and then he ran the picture through a database to find Hank's parents to take his revenge. Batman showed up just in time to try and talk Hank down, telling him, it's not you, it's Psycho Pirate making you feel this way. But Hank tells him, it's too late, and he snaps the last man's neck, and then he throws Batman out of the building while he flies off. Batman calls up Alfred to let him know that Hank has gotten out of control. Psycho Pirate has given him pure anger, and because of that, he is blaming the city of Gotham for everything, and he intends to destroy it. The problem is, Batman is too far out. He can't prevent the loss of life. So one man grabs a spare Batman costume and loads up into a spare Batmobile. Well, Thomas, allow me to say what an honor it is to have been asked for you possibly to entrust me with the care of Master Bruce. Well, sir, I am humbled. But of course, the need for such care will never arise. It's not as if on some dark night you'll be shot dead
instead by some mugger trying to steal Martha's pearls. That would be absurd. But if such unlikely circumstances were to tragically come to pass, allow me to assure you that it will not be a difficult burden to bear. Alfred keeps talking to himself as he rockets the Batmobile at a target in the center of the city. Bruce will be a simple child to care for. Easy nights, nice dinners, and perhaps a charity ball or two. Then Alfred drives the Batmobile into Gotham. He hops out of the Batmobile looking at Gotham in a bat suit, and Bruce tells him, "I'm here, run for it." So he does, as Batman kicks Gotham in the head, throwing him into the stairs nearby before blowing him up. He then throws a plane at him, and as Gotham prepares his heat vision, he fires it at Batman, but he's suddenly stopped by a green shield because the Justice League is here. Superman grabs Gotham by the shirt, telling him, "We're Batman's friends, and we'd appreciate it if you'd surrender." But Gotham isn't done as he punches Superman. You see, Gotham's powers are his to control. Each ounce of power that he uses will take moments off of his life, so he can make himself stronger than a god or weaker than a mouse. But with each use of his powers, time is taken away from him. And right now, he isn't concerned with the time that it takes away as he punches through Cyborg's chest. He then throws Aquaman down and he shatters a green construct. He then catches Flash mid-run and he uppercuts him and then flings Wonder Woman away with her own lasso. Superman flies in to bring strength to the table, but Gotham hits him so hard that he crushes the Man of Steel. And then, with the Justice League defeated, he looks at Batman again. Fine, do it! Kill Gotham, because this city is just brick and mortar. I am Gotham, kill me! But there was one person who could stop Gotham, his own sister, and she decides that it's time to stop being afraid as she swoops in. She takes Gotham into the sky, dodges a punch, and then with everything, she throws him into the ground. She has the same powers as him and could easily match Gotham's strength, and her punch killed him. She landed on the ground, holding her brother's head in her arms, telling him, "I tried. I told you to stop. I tried." Have you ever wondered what turned Bane into the man that he is today? His terrifying childhood did, and it was because of that he turned to Venom. Venom helped him with the screams. It helped him get through the memories. But now he has a new addiction, Psycho Pirate. A man with the power to make you feel an emotion so powerful that you can't break free of it. Now Psycho Pirate makes Bane feel happy. He makes him feel brave and powerful without his venom. But Psycho Pirate isn't just affecting Bane. He altered the mentality of a new hero in Gotham. Claire, Gotham Girl, has been struck with perpetual fear from Psycho Pirate before Bane kidnapped him. Leaving her lost in her fear, Bruce realizes that she'll never get over the death of her parents and brother without having this wiped out finally. In order to wipe this emotion from her and allow her to be normal again, he needs to get Psycho Pirate back. And that's what he intends to do. He knows where Bane is, and he knows that he has the Psycho Pirate. But he also knows that going into Bane's fortress alone is a suicide mission. So he'll need to build his own squad of individuals to help him. And off he goes to Arkham Asylum. His first stop is to recruit the ventriloquist. Right now, Wesker doesn't have his puppet as Scarface is locked up, and Batman has a plan for him. Next, he goes to see Ben Turner, the Bronze Tiger. He's in Arkham for 2 counts of manslaughter, and after he wrestles with Batman, he agrees to help. They're old friends. The next stop is to see Julie, a woman who's in for 4 counts of murder, and then Batman takes a swing at Commissioner Gordon, knowing that it really wasn't Commissioner Gordon that had been walking with him this whole time. Because he put Julie on the list to not get to her, but to get Punch-Out, her boyfriend, and the man pretending to be Gordon right now. Punch-Out is the only man to ever escape from Bane's prison. Julie throws her arms around him, calling him Punchy, and Batman has the next of the people on his squad, as long as he promises they'll be together after this. He then walks into a private room with an Arkham attendant telling him, no, not this one, and Batman insists. He walks into a room where we find an individual all tied up with a mask on, and he removes it, inviting Catwoman to his team. She's locked up for 237 counts of murder, and she's slated for the death penalty. He might be able to get her out of the death penalty. And with that, the mission begins as Batman flies towards Bane's base of the prison of Santa Prisca. He soars in on a Batplane, and right off, the counter-aircraft are sent up to stop him. He takes a few hits and he crash lands the Batplane on the beach, where he stands in front of multiple men telling him that they are here in the name of Lord Bane! He jumps in, kicking, punching, and dodging, but literally, hundreds of men come at him and they eventually overwhelm him. He's beaten and taken straight to Bane. Bane grabs him by the head, throwing him face first into the floor. You invaded my country, mocked my laws. Because of that, no one is coming for you. You are alone with me. Before with the venom, I would have bent you over my knee. Bane, I have come for Psycho Pirate. However, without the venom, I am not strong enough to punish you in that manner. I need him to save someone. Turn him over and I'll go away. Refuse to turn him over, and I will break your back.
Bane doesn't listen though as he gets on Batman's back and he bends him backwards. He throws him into a cell on the ground and he locks him up. With his back in pain, Batman gets up and he begins to punch 4 holes into the wall. Then he gets on the wall and he twists his back into the proper position and he stands up, pain gone. Then as the prison fills with water, he uses his gauntlets to break the lock and out crawls Batman. He walks to the back door and he opens it up, where Catwoman and Wesker are standing, all going according to plan. Catwoman asks him, "Now what?" "Now we break his back." He brings them back inside and he tells them that they are to separate at the tunnels. He tells Catwoman and Wesker to go down one tunnel because Punchy said that that is the cell that Pirate is in. And he reminds her, protect Wesker. Without him, no one gets out alive. Out in front of the prison, Bronze Tiger stands there with Julie and Punchy, telling the prison that he has brought back their escapees. He brings them forward where he offers them as gifts to Bane, since Punchy is the only man to ever escape Bane's prison and Julie is the reason that he left. Batman radios back to Catwoman that the other team is in position and she replies with, "I'm in position as well, Batman." Bane looks at Punchy and he smiles. And then, a whip comes out of the ceiling, wrapping around Bronze Tiger's neck. She jumps down, informing Bane that Bronze Tiger is actually lying. This is all a plan of Batman's. Tiger was supposed to distract him while she kidnapped the pirate. Bane stands up. "Catwoman, how?" She goes on to explain that Batman escaped from the prison cell and he let her in. Right now, he's up in the ceiling waiting for the word that the pirate is safe. Then he's going to jump down here with Tiger, Punchy, and Julie's help, and he's going to break Bane's back. Julie goes to tackle her, but Catwoman slices at her throat. Punchy calls out to Julie, so Catwoman cuts his throat. Then she walks forward and sits on Bane, telling him, "Now I'm going to tell you how to break the bat, all according to plan." In Batman's hiding spot, he jumps down and Bane's soldiers begin to open fire on him. He kicks, punches, and makes his moves, and he runs through the prison, dropping anyone in his path. Then, from a window on the bottom floor, he scales to the outside of the prison and makes his way to the rooftop. He glides off it, landing back in the ocean with the sharks, and he swims it back into the tunnels. He then beats down 100 more guards and continues his walk. He gets closer and closer until he walks up to Bane's throne again, with Psycho Pirate now next to him. Using Catwoman's help, they force Batman to show himself to Bane again, and Bane asks him, "What next, Batman?" While this is happening, Wesker is still standing where Catwoman left him. Bane walks off his throne and he kicks Batman down. He then picks him up, slamming him back down, and with that, Batman is laid out. Bane explains to Batman that the pirate makes him better. He has no need for venom with the pirate here, and Catwoman smirks as she watches all of this. He picks him back up. "Batman, tell me you want to be happy. Tell me you want to be brave. Tell me what you want, Batman. I want to break your damn back." While this is happening, Bronze Tiger starts crawling through the pipes in the facility. Meanwhile, Julie and Punchy sit up on a conveyor belt heading towards the furnace, and they begin talking and blowing bubbles with bubblegum. They aren't as dead as they would appear. Catwoman quietly asks, "Bat?" And Batman simply says, "Not yet," as Bane continues to beat on him. Down in the tunnels, Tiger finally makes his way to Wesker, who is waiting for him as he bursts out of the water. While this is happening, Punchy and Julie both pop out of the ocean using the bubbles that they made as air pockets. And right then, Batman tells Catwoman, "Break him." Catwoman leaps off the throne, wrapping her whip around Bane's neck and lands square in his back. He drops to the ground, realizing what just happened. Batman has broken him. Tiger and Wesker come out of the main doors and Batman tells Wesker to get the pirate while everyone else works on the escape plan. Wesker walks over to Psycho Pirate and he just sees a mild-mannered guy. He tells him, "Gods have fallen to me, and now you're scared." He tries to instill fear into Wesker, but he seems rather unfazed by this. Wesker raises his hand and suddenly Scarface begins to speak. "All right, enough of this. I've kept quiet so we can get out of Arkham, but no one is gonna tell my Tobalad what to feel. That's my job." And then Wesker knocks out the Psycho Pirate. Tiger then asks him to turn around and he knocks Wesker out. The group grabs Wesker and Pirate and they head outside where Punchy and Julie are sitting on a raft made out of those bubbles. And with everyone gone, Batman walks over to Bane, repeating one of the statements that he made to Batman earlier. "In the coming days, you're going to be tempted to leave the comfort of your home, to seek out a monster. But listen to me, before you get yourself hurt, you don't want to do it. You can stay safe for the rest of your life. All you have to remember, you're brave, you're happy, you can always stop." As Batman and the crew leaves, Bane calls out for Venom. Venom! As the night falls silent, Bruce tells Selina that it is done. Waller kept her word. The president signed off. No more death penalty. Life without parole instead. Selina pulls herself closer to Bruce, and Bruce says that they're gonna process her tonight, back at Blackgate, not Arkham, and he'll take her there tonight. Selina's lips get close to his, and she asks if he'll take her. And after saying yes, she kisses him. As she pulls away, she tries to hold back a tear. She says that she at least wants tonight. They can have her life without parole, but right here,
Right now, the night is like a diamond shining. She's been suspected of killing 237 individuals, which Bruce knows she didn't do. She's taking the fall for someone, though he can't prove it. So the only thing that Selina wants for her last night of freedom is him and her. He asks, what will we do? And he sees the bat signal shining in the sky. Moments later at the clock tower, the Clock King tells Bruce how he's been planning this night for 4 years, how tonight will be Batman's death. And as the Clock King goes on, Selina crashes through the window, punching him, and then turns to Bruce asking if they're done. He looks out and he sees another bat signal and he says, well. So the two of them go out, stopping criminals each time the signal lights up, until finally, there's no more criminals out there. But now that they have done all the things that Bruce likes to do, it's time for them to do the things that Selina likes to do. A little while later, Selina sneaks the two of them into a building holding the Victoria cat, something that was stolen 4 years ago from the Gotham Museum, and something that Bruce has been looking for ever since. Selina says that the cat is hanging by a thread, too thin to see, too thin to work on. And Bruce looks around and he mentions that this apartment is under the name Holly Robinson. Who's that? Selina plucks the cat from the string and says, I am. She then runs past Bruce, telling him to run and jump. The two leap out of the building as the room explodes. And as they watch the fire, Selina mentions that he shouldn't worry. She owns the floors above and below, so everyone is safe. As Bruce stares at her, he asks, why? She tears a hole into the cat and pulls out a small pouch. She begins to pour out a bunch of diamonds and says that when she's gone, she wants him to build an orphanage, or a dozen. She holds the diamonds out and then tosses them all around. And she says, but first, we have to stop for a second. Stop doing what we have to do. Maybe this once, do what we'd like to do. The masks both come off, and the two of them kiss. They embrace each other passionately, and their clothing begins to get stripped away. Time passes as Bruce and Selina lay on the rooftop, talking about the first time that they met. Bruce says that it was on a boat, and Selina says that it was out on the street. Both have different stories about how they ran into each other, but there was one thing that Bruce noticed, and that was how impossibly beautiful that she was. As the two of them get up, Selina tells Bruce that she loves him, and after a few moments' hesitation, he tells her that he loves her too. They get dressed and Selina asks him what time is it, and Bruce says that it's late. As she stands up, she tells him she can see the dawn, and that's the problem with bats. They're always looking at things upside down. She turns back and tells Bruce to catch her before falling off the ledge. He runs after her, calling out to her, and as he jumps, she's nowhere to be seen. He contacts Alfred, telling him to get any information he can on Holly Robinson. This person may have information on Selina. Alfred says that he'll get any information that he can, but he assumes that she ran, and Bruce tells him, yeah, she ran. A short while later, a young woman sleeps in her apartment only to be woken up by the sounds of sirens going off. She shuts her window and says that everyone needs to go back to bed. And then Bruce's voice says, Holly Robinson, where is Selina Kyle? Before Holly has any time to react, Bruce says, I know you and her grew up in the same orphanage and that you're her only friend. I also know that she didn't kill anyone, so I need your help in finding her. Holly waits for a moment and then she says that he's got the wrong person. She doesn't know anyone. Her name is actually Catherine. Bruce stops her, stating that he knows what she means to her and what she has done for her, but she doesn't know what she's done for him. Selina understood him. She knows who he is, and she loves him anyway. Catherine says that she has a phone that Selina gave her in case they ever needed to talk. She walks to her dresser to get the phone, and as she grabs it, she instead pulls out a knife, slashing at Bruce's throat. His body falls to the ground and blood begins to pour out. But after almost losing consciousness, he picks himself back up. He heads out and Alfred reports that he just received an alert that Catherine Ann Turley just booked a one-way ticket to Kahndaq. The flight leaves in 30 minutes and he should be able to stop her. As Bruce jumps, he doesn't answer, and he falls short from the ledge that he was jumping to. His body begins to fall backwards towards the ground, but before he can land, someone catches him. Moments later, Selina holds his body, telling him he's supposed to catch her. Soon, Selina sits in Wayne Manor, telling the story about Holly. Selina used to train her and teach her the ways of how to control her anger. But after her home was burned down by them, her anger took over, and Holly Robinson killed 237 people. Selina knew that that would give Holly the death penalty, so instead she did what she had to do to protect her, and she took the blame. So now, they must do what they always do. They must protect the ones close to them. And before leaving, she tells Alfred to relay a message for Bruce when he wakes. Tell him, it was the street. I'm sure of it. Alfred says that he'll gladly tell him. But what if Master Bruce wishes to respond? Selina relays the message. There are many rooftops in this city. Surely, I will be on one of them.
Once Bruce heals from his injuries, he tells Alfred that she stole it. Alfred says that he isn't really sure what Bruce is talking about. After Miss Kyle left, everything is where it should be. What was it that she stole? He begins to pull his mask on and he says, "The night. She stole the night." On day 1, someone hopped over the gates into Arkham Asylum. Inside, Batman was looking at Psycho Pirate without his mask as a guard pulled a gun preparing to shoot Batman in the head. Luckily, Bronze Tiger leaped in to stop the gunman, and as the gunman smiled, Batman saw "I am Bane" written on his teeth before breaking them in and putting him down. Batman thanks Bronze Tiger for ending this, and he tells Batman, "It's not over. It's far from it. Coming off of Venom is like trying to scrape at it with a rusted knife. He won't stop until he has the pirate back." Batman took Dick, Duke, Jason, and Damian to Batburger, where he wasn't happy that they were offering to Jokerize his fries. He tries to tell them to stay away from this. Bane is his problem. But all 4 boys fight against that while arguing over the toys that Damian got. Fed up with them making fun of the way that he eats a burger with a fork and knife, Bruce stands up demanding that they stay clear of this. Later that night, Batman lands on the rooftop with the bat signal to talk to Gordon. But it wasn't Gordon who shone the bat signal into the sky. Instead, it was Catwoman. Batman tells her to step away from this, get far, far away, because Catwoman is the one who helped break Bane. Batman knows that she is a target. Gordon runs up to arrest Catwoman and she gets away. And Gordon tells Batman that he could have stopped her, and Batman agrees. "I could have." And he leaps off the roof himself. That night, Batman decides to grab Gotham Girl, Claire, and bring her to the Batcave for safekeeping. But as they enter the Batcave, she gasps as they see 3 people hanging. Damian, Dick, and Jason hung up by nooses and blood smeared on their chests, stating, "I am Bane." Later that night, Bronze Tiger hears someone pounding at his door. He hops out of bed groggy as someone calls out room service. He opens the door and takes a blast to the stomach. A few more hours go by and Superman arrives at the Fortress of Solitude, where he finds Batman is there already. He asks how bad, and Batman doesn't respond as he walks into the main room where he has Dick, Jason, and Damian sealed up in tubes. He explains that if they wake up, they're gonna go after Bane again, and if they do, they won't wake up again. He explains that the process of fixing Claire will take 4 days, so he has to keep everyone safe for 4 days. Superman looks at Batman. "Bruce, it's me or him, no one else." Superman tells him, "Okay," and Batman leaves. Meanwhile, as the evening approaches, Claire is brought into a room with the Psycho Pirate, and they hold his mask over his face. They tell him to tell her that she's brave. Tell her or die, and they hold a gun to his head. Elsewhere, Selina is looking over the old orphanage from her past when a stranger walks over and opens fire on her back. Back with Gordon, a man with a gun approaches from behind as he drops his pipe. As he picks it up, he turns and shoots his gun. He drops the gunman, and then he sees 2 more thugs are there to kill him. Luckily, Duke jumps in, and together they drop them. They think everything's fine until the wall behind them crumbles and 2 hands reach out. That night, as Batman is perched above the asylum on the clock tower, he hears nothing but the caw of crows until a flare is lit, and on a nearby rooftop he sees Bane, with Gordon, Duke, Bronze Tiger, and Catwoman all tied up prisoners. Batman lands in front of Bane and he looks at him. "My offer is this: the pirates for the cop of the boy, the tiger, and the cat. Do you accept?" The rain begins to hit the back of Batman's head as he stares down Bane. "No." And Bane eyeballs him. "No!" He reaches out for Batman. "Do you know who I am?" He throws Batman into the walls, watching it crumble behind him. "Do you think that you can come into my home and take my life away from me? Do you think you can run away and hide in this city? Do you think you can say no to me? Do you know who I am?" He begins to pummel Batman with his mighty strength. "I am not a joke. I am not a riddle. I am not a bird or a cat or a penguin." He dodges as Batman tries to fight back. "I am not a scarecrow, a plant, or a puppet." And then he puts a massive boot into Batman's face. "I am not your broken friend or your regretful teacher." He raises up both his fists to put Batman down, and as Batman spits up blood, Bane lifts him up. "I am not some rich boy playing dress up." He then throws Batman into the wall so hard that you can hear the walls cracking and breaking behind the weight. "I am Bane!" He grabs Batman by his shirt. "Now, give me the pirate!" And as he coughs up his own blood, Batman tells him, "No." Bane throws him aside, and as he grabs Batman again, he looks at him with his fist clenched. "This is how you die, Batman." And Batman, with blood all over his face, responds like a man who isn't giving up. "Bane, shut up." Bane knocks Batman out and dials up one of his thugs on the phone. "Kill the hostages. Batman won't give up the pirate." But instead of a man about to kill the people on the other end, he hears someone tell him, "I'm sorry." Bane snaps at them. "Who is this?" "Mr. Bird is currently unavailable, but I can take a message." And as she says that, Catwoman is scrawling with her nails into the man's chest. "I am Cat." Realizing his plan to force Batman into giving up the pirate is shot, Bane walks to the front door of Arkham, and with a single kick, he knocks the steel doors in. He walks in. Bane walks into the main hall and he's stopped by Two-Face. You see, Batman offered the inmates of Arkham a deal. If they stop Bane, he'll improve their stays. But on the other hand, Two-Face wants to carve out Batman's spleen. So he asks, what are you offering for helping you instead of hindering you? Bane looks at him and he punches him in the gut and across the face. Pain! I offer pain! Bane then proceeds to blow through inmate after inmate, and meanwhile, deep in Arkham, Alfred goes over the situation with Bruce. You freed the inmates and you armed them with weapons. Take the girl and run, Master Wayne. He killed Gotham. He broke Claire. He shot Selina. He hanged the boys. He hanged my son from a rock in a cave. I'm not running. Madness. This is a madness. Back with Bane, he shatters Mr. Freeze's attempt, tears apart Firefly, soon and he throws Flamingo aside. One by one, he systematically defeats each villain, telling them, the pain was gone! I was done! I was done with this! And Calendar Man stands in front of him. You were never done. Neither was he. You'll never stop. He puts his fingers to his head and he says, bang, before falling over. Tune in tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. In the final room, a giant steel door lays in front of him, and the Riddler walks in offering to crack it. He allows Bane entrance, telling Bane, say hello to Batman for me. Tell him I still remember our war of jokes and riddles. I still remember what he did. Bane walks in to find Batman standing there in front of him. Both men make a fist, and as they tighten it up, they realize that it's time to finish this. It's time for it to end. Bane looks at him. This is the end, Batman! And with one punch, Batman is on the ground. Do you know how many times I've heard that? Rest in peace, Batman. There's no escape, Batman. Time to die, Batman. Every night, over and over and over, for so many years. This is the end, Batman. Every damn night. And yet, I'm still here. And with that, he gets up prepared for another punch. I'm going to kill you every damn night. Bane begins to beat down Batman, crushing his face, stomping on his back. Batman's blood dripping from Bane's gloves and mixing in with Bane's own blood, which has been spilled. But while Batman is getting beat down and destroyed, he swears he hears a voice deep down in his mind. The voice of his mother, calling for Bruce to come home, as his death is approaching. With everything happening between him and Bane, Batman knew that this was his death. It was the end, and the voice of his mother was comforting him. Then he thought of Claire, the girl that he needed to save, and he whispered it. Yeah, I know. You're Bane, but I think you forget. And then Batman arose and headbutted Bane with everything. I'm Batman! Bane hit the ground in a pool of his own blood, and Batman collapsed as well, thinking about his mother's voice. For a moment, he believed that you were done. For a moment, he left himself vulnerable. After a moment, Bane finally understood that though you fall, though you want to fall, no, you need to fall, you're never done. You vowed to win a war. The girl was your war to win. So you did this, suffered all of this, for the possibility of. And then on the verge of death, he saw himself leaning on his mother's shoulder. Victory. But Batman sits up. No. And in his thoughts, in a place beyond this plane of existence, he stands. I'm sorry, Mother, but no, that's not right. This had nothing to do with victory or winning a war. The girl needed help, so I helped her. That's all there is to it. That's all it's ever been. She stood up and she reached out for his hand. Bruce Thomas Wayne, my little boy all grown up. You know, you don't need a good death for me to be proud of you. Batman spits his own blood out of his mouth as he stands there. Yes, Mother, I know. Tale begins with a hockey game. The final minute of a match between the Gotham Blades and the Metropolis Mammoths. And in Arkham Asylum, a blonde-haired inmate starts to put something together in her mind. She cries out, panicking, "They're going to kill him!" She turns to her fellow inmates and she grabs her head. Stop it! Stop it! I can't stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Can't you see? Superman won't come! Our friends will die! The Legion will die! No one will stop it! No one will save us! And then we fade away from Saturn Girl. Deep in the Batcave, Batman stares at an enormous series of monitors, each with a view of the button, and he watches the hockey game. He twirls it between his fingers as he watches the puck hit the ground, and two of the players begin to fistfight. They have a history, the announcers say. This was in the making, the audience says. But neither man is giving up ground, and they hit each other so hard that one man hits the ground and everyone begs for him to stop. The fight is over. As they pull one man off of another, Batman turns off the television and he throws the button over to the table. The one where he's been keeping the Psycho Pirate's mask ever since he got it from the man himself. The two land next to each other, and there's a slight spark. and a faint noise. Batman turns to see what's going on, and the button sends out a current of lightning that hits Batman in the chest, throwing him back. He looks up to see another Batman, a man from another time, a man from the Flashpoint event called Thomas Wayne. Thomas looks down at his son and he calls out, "Bruce?" And in response to that, Bruce reaches out, "Father?" And then Thomas Wayne fades from the vision of the Dark Knight. So he calls up a friend. "Flash, something's happened with the button. Can you come over here?" And Flash tells him that he's a bit caught up with about 37 samurais attacking him. So give him 1 minute and he'll be there. Then Batman hears the telltale crack of a speedster's lightning. "You said 1 minute, Flash. Of all people, I never expected you to be early." "Flash? No." And then the Reverse Flash punches Batman to the ground. Quite the reverse, actually. With 56 seconds until the Flash arrives, Reverse Flash begins to talk. "My name is Eobard Thawne, and I've been dead for quite some time. I should be dead for quite some more time." And then with 53 seconds left, he stomps over at the button on the ground. "But a power, it awoke me. It called out to me, for me, and I am resurrected." Batman leaps at him, but he vibrates, letting Batman hit the floor. "Oh, you want to fight some more?" At second 47, Reverse Flash cracks Batman with a right, and then a left, and then an uppercut. At 46 seconds remaining, he throws another left and then a right. And then at 45 seconds remaining, he hits Batman across the face. With 44 seconds remaining, he grabs him. "You're still alive? How fun!" He begins to run around the Batcave, throwing Batman into the trophies and devices that he has around, until he finally comes to the letter that his father gave him from Flashpoint, with 37 seconds remaining. He tears it up with Batman calling out, "No!" And then he throws it into the air like confetti. "Oh yes!" And now we have 29 seconds remaining until the Flash arrives. Reverse Flash begins to vibrate, making it so that Batman can't do anything to him. And Batman tells him, "There's one thing I know about speedsters. To blur, you have to be touching something on the ground." And he drives a batarang into Reverse Flash's foot, pinning him there. At 22 seconds remaining, Batman gets up for round 2, punching with a right and then a left, and Reverse Flash sonic claps him into his monitors. "You have to know, you can't win!" Batman wipes the blood from his face. "Oh, I know, but I don't need to win. I just need 11 seconds. At the 10-second mark, Reverse Flash runs in, punching Batman over and over, and Batman even manages to get a shot in himself, so Reverse Flash pins him to the ground, pummeling him, and then he lifts him up. Batman looks him in the eyes. 1. And nothing happens. I guess overtime. Reverse Flash knocks Batman out and stands over him. Pathetic. He slowly walks over to the button and he picks it up and he vanishes. He then returns moments later with a blue fire burning on him. God! He falls to his knees. I saw God! And he dies. That's when the Flash runs in, apologizing for being late. He tried to save the hockey player who was beat, but he was too late. And then he looks down to see the dead Reverse Flash and an unconscious Batman. Flash gets Batman up to his bed, where Alfred begins to take care of him, and he begins to go over the crime scene. The Reverse Flash is there as a skeleton, and he's trying to figure out what happened. Eventually, he realizes there's only one witness, so he goes to talk to Batman, and they decide to figure out what's going on. Batman tells him that Eobard said that he saw God. Flash tells Batman that he knows Thawne's vibrations, and there was something weird about them on his corpse. It's almost as if he traveled throughout space and time. How did he get back to the cave? Batman then explains that he put the button next to Psycho Pirate's mask and he saw something. A ghost of his father. They go over their notes. This all started the night that Wally West returned. Flash has also been seeing things such as Eobard Thawne and the Helmet of Mercury. The helmet apparently gave him hope. Batman asks Flash what he isn't telling him, and Flash tells him that he'll update him when he gets info. Within a short amount of time, Flash has made his way up to the Justice League Watchtower. It is here that they house all of the artifacts that they've come across. He thought back to the day that Wally returned from the Speed Force, and Wally told him that there was somebody watching them. He never saw who it was, but they're out there, and they're waiting to attack. Wally said that whoever this was more powerful than Darkseid. Flash runs over to a sheet, pulling it off, and there sits the Cosmic Treadmill, the tool that the Flash uses to travel through time, the thing that he swore that he would never use after he created the Flashpoint universe. But as he goes to get on it, Batman steps out of the shadows. "This is my case too, Barry." Flash tries to tell him no, but of course, that doesn't work as Batman and the Flash get on the treadmill together. And he begins to run faster than light! All around them is a blinding white light as they begin to run through the time stream. Flash notices that things aren't right immediately. Around them are different timelines, separate from the one that they live in, different outfits, altered histories, even timelines where individuals have died. And behind them is a time storm, which is getting closer and closer, and the Flash knows what this means. They can't get caught up in it or they won't even know where they land. He has to run faster, but he isn't fast enough as he gets hit by the storm with a full kaboom! Batman and Flash go flying off of the treadmill with Batman holding onto it with a batarang and the Flash zipping around trying to get back on. But the white light of time begins to close around them. It begins to swallow them up, and then the treadmill hits the ground, breaking into pieces. They both get up looking around, and Batman sees that this is his cave, but different, and the Flash realizes where they are. Batman sees the gun that killed his parents, and he sees a glass case. He lowers his cowl as he looks at it. How is it here? I never recovered it. And then Batman turns to see another Batman, his father. And Thomas Wayne turns to Bruce. I did this all because of you, son. Thomas continues. Everything I did because I wanted to save you. In the final fight, the Flash gave me hope for you, and I put my faith into him that you would be saved and I would die. And the nightmare of the Flashpoint universe would end. But something put this world on life support. The nightmare didn't stop. The war continued, the fights, the floods, the deaths of millions. I was a fool to think that I could do anything to save my son. And now, my enemies come for me. Wonder Woman and Aquaman finally agreed on something, and they both have sent their soldiers to put me down. I decided to take them with me. But now here you are, and this isn't real! He grabs Flash by the throat, but the Flash vibrates out of it, telling him, Dr. Wayne, please listen to me. Something went wrong. It's been months since I repaired the timeline, since I left and changed it all back. But there's something that has kept this universe around, and we are trying to follow its trail. How is it even possible? The Flash says, kneeling down to feel the vibrations. Flashpoint was never an alternate timeline, but an alternate history. It should no longer exist. It's being held in place like those visions that we saw on the time stream. I don't understand any of this, but I have to rebuild the cosmic treadmill. It should only take me a minute. And then Thomas Wayne looks at the stairs. We don't have a minute. Both Batmen drop their cowls and they jump into battle as the Flash rebuilds the treadmill, and as they complete the fight, the entire world begins to shake. It begins to fall apart. It's being let go of, finally. Bruce turns to his father. Your letter. It was the greatest gift that anyone's ever given to me. Bruce. After I read it, I knew I would never get a chance to respond. But if I did, there was one thing that I wanted to tell you above anything else. You're a grandfather. I have a son. Flash turns to them. Batman! The treadmill's at full power without me on it. We have to go, now! Bruce turns back to his father. Come with me, please. And Thomas turns back to him, throwing him onto the treadmill with the Flash. The universe around them begins to fade away into the time stream. Flash, you promised me that you would save my son, now do it! Thomas calls out. Bruce tries to fight against him. Barry, let me go! But Thomas looks at them as they begin to fade away into the time stream. You are my world, son. I delivered you myself, and the moment that I saw you, I know that every choice that I've ever made has been for the right reasons, because they led to you. You're the greatest gift that this life has ever given to me, and there is more that I should have shared with you in that letter. So listen to me. Don't be Batman. Find happiness. Please don't do this. Don't do it for me. Don't do it for your mother. Be a father in the way that I never could for you. Let the Batman die with me. Bruce calls out, we can save you! And then krakoom! They all vanish. Thomas stares at the dust cloud where they once were. You have. He throws the trigger to the bombs in the Batcave aside and he drops his cowl. And then he turns to the white light. Waynes never stay down. We rise! And he fades into oblivion. As Batman and Flash begin to run through the time stream again, Batman tries to convince Flash to turn around, but the Flash turns to him. There's nothing to return to. That world is gone. So Batman asks the next question. The button came to the cave. Why did it bring us to the Flashpoint universe? And behind them is the Reverse Flash running past them. Coming through, Flash! How on earth did you get ahead of me? Let alone find me? Batman and the Flash are shocked, but Batman sees Thawne holding the button and he tells Flash, he's holding the button. This is before he runs off and dies. So Flash calls out, Stop! Stop or you'll die, Thawne! And Thawne shouts back, I know where this button comes from, Flash, and they've never faced someone like me! And he continues to barrel on into the time stream. Flash calls out, Thawne, I've seen your future. You're going to die if you keep going. My future, Barry? Like the day that you broke my neck? Or the day that you watched Batman's father slide a sword in my back? Empty threats to a living paradox. There is no future. There is no past. Then a big bolt of lightning hits between them, and as the Flash calls out to Thawne again, he feels another force. Barry, I'm here. Batman asks him, did you hear that? And Flash tells him it's nothing. It's the time stream calling out to you. Thawne turns back to the two of them. I have an idea, Barry. Once I have this power, I'll go back and make you my son. I'll become a social worker and raise you, make you my acolyte. And at that moment, the treadmill begins to fall apart and fall to pieces. Batman tells Flash, we need to land somewhere, Barry. And the Flash tells him, I have to catch Thawne. And Thawne gives the grin of the psychotic Reverse Flash. Like always, you're too late, Barry. I'm here. Your life is about to be undone. He arrives alone in open space with nothing but the ground and the person in front of him waiting. He looks down at the button, pulsing with power. Hello. You don't have to be shy now. I can feel your presence, like a wave of static electricity. It's powerful. I'll admit to the fact that I've never encountered anything quite like this. You've done such strange things to the timeline, things that I won't begin to question, and you've remained hidden from all of them. But I'm not like them. My existence is the only constant in a sea of possibilities. I cannot be erased by anyone. By you. Show yourself! Thawne looks up, and he sees the blue light, and it begins to swirl around him, and he realizes his mistake. My God, wait, I didn't know! The blue light touches him and it begins to pull him apart at the seams. Please, I don't want to die! But before he can even finish his sentence, he's pulled apart and turned into the skeleton from the start of our story. Meanwhile, Batman and Flash hear the scream from Thawne and they're tumbling through the time stream. But Flash hears another voice. Barry, I'm here. Flash and Batman begin to fall out of time and space itself. Flash grabs onto the treadmill for his life, and Batman is clinging on, hoping that the Flash has the answer. And both of them hear that voice again. Barry. Batman looks at him. Barry, listen to that voice. Grab onto it. Bruce, we don't know where it'll take us. We don't have a choice. The voice calls out again. Right here. Say my name. Say Jay. Flash is confused. Jay? And cracoom! A speedster's lightning flies through the time stream as Jay Garrick arrives on the scene. At last, I'm free! He leaps in front of both of our heroes, grabbing them, trying to run them through the time stream. He screams out as the time and space streams around him are trying to absorb him, Flash, and Batman. And when he finally gets his footing, he's off! Hang on! Power enough to get you! And then he throws them out of the time stream. Home! Cracoom! The echoes of a speedster's lightning ring throughout the Batcave as Batman and Flash have arrived. Flash turns to Jay and asks him, who are you? Did you kill Thawne? What do you want with us? Jay struggles because, like Wally, the Speed Force is pulling at him, trying to return him back to where it was hiding him. I didn't kill anyone, Barry. He stands with smoke and lightning flowing off of him. My name is Jay Garrick. I'm your friend, a Flash. Listen to me. I need you to remember. If you remember me like you did Wally. Barry thinks hard and a sad look begins to grow on his face. He told me I forget things. People. Someone did this. Do you know who it was? And then the time stream begins to reabsorb Jay. They took everything from me, Barry. I don't know how and I don't know why. Barry reaches his arm out. What is your name? What was it again? And then cracoom! A giant bolt of blue lightning reaches out and grabs Jay, removing him from the timeline again. Smoke swirls on the floor of the Batcave, and the Flash helps Batman up. The man said that he knew me, the same way that Wally did. But he's not here. Maybe he's from another timeline. Maybe I wasn't the lightning rod that he needed to stay grounded. The next day, Bruce and Barry stand in front of the grave of Thomas and Martha Wayne. Barry asks him, I wonder if all of this was Thawne's doing. Time rupturing, changing, people fading in and out of reality, like your father and that other Flash. He died. But maybe his death is what triggered all of this. Maybe there's no one else to chase. I appreciate you trying to close the case, Barry, but it's far from closed. So what, our primary suspect is God? For now, that's all we have. The two of them walk away from this, for now. And off in space, something with blue light is watching over the planet. But back in Wayne Manor, Bruce is looking out the window, thinking about what his father told him. Don't be Batman. Find happiness. The bat signal shines in the sky, and he remembers the next words. Let Batman die with me. Alfred walks over to see Bruce looking into the sky at the signal. Sir, aren't you going to answer that? Bruce looks, and then he hangs his head low. And out in a time and place unknown to us, the button is sitting on the ground as the blue light draws closer to it, and we see the blue hand of Dr. Manhattan reach down and pick it up. Why does my perception of time distress you? Everything is preordained, even my responses. We're all puppets, Laurie. I'm just a puppet. You can see the strings.
Near the beginning, a woman lowered herself into the Batcave. It was slow and methodical, and she grew closer to the Batmobile as the bats flew around her. With the simple act of letting go, she dropped onto it. And with a grin on her face, she said,
Meow.
and drove out. In the city, so dark as the hearts of the men that he was catching, Batman stood on a fire escape when Alfred called him up. Master Bruce. And he growled back, busy. And Alfred told him, I'm aware of your busyness, sir, but there's an issue with the car. It comes crashing into the bar where they're at, and Batman looks at it and finds a rat on the front seat. He reports to Alfred that the Batmobile will be fine, and Alfred asks him, are we calling it the Batmobile, sir? Batman looks at the driver's seat to find that mouse, squeaking and staring up at him. Later, Bruce sat on his day off trying to figure out a riddle left by the Riddler. He was making notes on his notepad when Alfred came over with a drink, so he put down the pen and paper and took it. He reached down to pick it back up a minute later to discover that the pen was gone. Alfred jokingly asked if he should alert Superman or perhaps Mr. Wayne could look under the sofa, but he stood up looking around. She's here, Alfred. He listened intently, and he could only hear the meow. He leaped over the chair and he ran into the dining room where he jumped up and ran across the table. He yelled, stop! And she said,
No.
They entered the kitchen and he yelled, I'm gonna catch you!
No, you're not.
He jumped over the chairs into the empty room crying out, this is ridiculous!
That you think you can catch me? I agree.
They went up the staircase and he told her, I am gonna catch you!
No, you're not.
They made it to the second story and she explained,
I wanted to tell you. I wanted to be nice after what happened to the car, so I called the cops on myself before breaking in, which I think is very generous.
She sprinted for the window, leaping out.
The police should be here, and they should be so surprised to see me going out the window and you following. Bruce Wayne?
Realizing that he just chased her without his costume, he stopped, letting her leap out the window, yelling out,
Bye-bye, Bat, and thanks for the pen.
Bruce stood there, wanting to chase after her, but knowing he couldn't. He shut the window and he turned around where he found another mouse, squeaking away. Later, more time passed and Batman returned to the Batcave due to the alarms going off. One set up specifically to alert him of Catwoman. He set up 5, she only found 4. He walked upstairs and Alfred called out that if she leaves another mouse, tell her to leave some money for some food for the thing. It's only proper. He walked into one of the rooms where Catwoman was messing with a safe, telling her that she's trapped. She told him that the safe behind the 5th alarm only had jewels in it. So, what's in this one? After opening it up, she pulled out a single pearl and asked him.
Why?
Standing in front of a painting of his parents, Batman told her, it was my mother's. She died.
I know.
Everyone knows.
Yes, everyone knows. But I know.
You shouldn't be here.
My mother left, and growing up in Gotham, I was a stray. I was alone, like you. After they left, after a while, did you ever have that moment where you don't know anything else? Where you almost like this life? You like being by yourself, and then you think, maybe it's better. Maybe it's okay. Because it is okay. Why dress like a bat?
Why dress like a cat?
I like cats. Everyone likes cats. They're soft. Who likes bats?
No one. You shouldn't be what everyone likes.
You want people to be scared of you?
It helps.
I'm not scared of you.
No, you're not. And with that, she leaned in for a kiss, but before she could embrace him, she pulled back and began to fiddle with his belts. Batman told her that she shouldn't do that, but he didn't stop her. And then a smoke bomb went off and she ran into the distraction that she had created. He called out to Alfred asking if the alarms are going off, if anything is happening, but Alfred told him that all of the locks failed, and that Batman sees the mouse that she left. Later, she tried to enter again, but this time, Batman found her on the roof of the building, and he wanted to ask the one question. Why? And as she runs at him,
Because I'm making you better, or you're going to die.
she jumps over, grabbing his chin.
You've mastered just about anything you can master, but under it all, you're still a poor little rich boy in the house on the hill.
She runs off the roof as he yells, chasing her. You don't know me! And she tells him,
And you don't know me.
why do you care if I live or die?
Do you care if I live or die?
That's different. We're different.
No, Bat. That's just it. Under it all, we're the same.
And in the darkness, she vanishes. Batman stands there in the rain, looking around, calling out, Cat! 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 And then he sees a mouse on his shoulder. Later that night, as she entered her apartment and took off her mask, Batman was standing in the shadows. Squeak. Your mice left droppings. Those droppings had lead in them, which traced it back to the lead used in this apartment. She put her head in her hands.
Mouse poo. But it doesn't take 4 mice to leave poo. You've known since the beginning, haven't you? Why did you keep letting me enter?
Because sometimes I like being alone, and then I hate everything because I like it. I saw you. I see you. He lowered his cowl and he stepped forward and she asked him.
You wanna help me?
And he told her as he took her in his arms, I don't want to help you. And he embraced, getting the kiss that she teased him with earlier. But let me ask you, what if this was the end? What if Batman and Catwoman decided that enough was enough and they got to live their lives together without the threat of death, destruction, or the end of the world? Well, later on in their lives, when they were pushing their older years, they sat in the doctor's office, happy, because they were together their entire lives. And they still debated how they first met. Was it on the boat, or was it in the street? Something that they could never resolve. And sadly, this was the beginning of the end, as the doctor informed them. The results weren't good. As they left a doctor's office, Bruce Wayne was using his cane, and they discussed the tricks that Bruce used to train his memory. Why his version of how they met is the true version. But as he went into the story, Selina began to cry from the news that they had just received. She told Bruce that she was okay, and he held her before they continued their walk. The news from the doctor wasn't good. Later that evening, Helena, the new Batwoman, was there with her mother, explaining that they tried magic, but Zatanna said that there was no fix. Everyone has a time, and as Zatanna said, it's finally Batman's time. The bat signal blared in the background, and Helena told her mother that she had to go. That's when Selina was left alone with her thoughts. Later in bed, Bruce stood by the mirror looking at the paunch that he had developed over the years. Somewhere, out in another world where I stayed the Batman, I never got sick, I never got old, and I never got married. Selina told him to not forget the light as he came to bed. But he continued, after we're done here, I want you to find Barry. I want him to find you another Earth. Bring that guy over to watch over you. I want you to be happy. Selina lay with her head on her husband's chest as she said,
Bat,
Yes, Cat?
you forgot the light.
Yeah, I'll get it in a second. Just give me a second. Time passed and the condition got worse until his final days. Surrounded by his friends and his family, Bruce Wayne was allowed to pass on, after living a long life with the love that he was meant to be with. Her final words to him being,
I love you.
and she walked into the Batcave and took a seat in the Batmobile, remembering the first time that they had met. A kitten was sitting on the passenger seat and it had a note attached to it. She picked it up, and she read that note. I love you too, Cat. From the first kiss to the last. And as the sun begins to set in the desert, Bruce sits on his horse, holding a shotgun, stating, Here. Selina takes it, looking down at the dying horse, stating, She was a good one. She deserved better. Bruce takes out his canteen, getting a sip of water, and with a heavy sigh, he tells her, Yeah. Selina takes aim, and she fires one shot. She walks back to Bruce's horse, asking, One horse in this heat? 14 hours? Bruce hands over the canteen, telling her that he had it at 15, but it could have been 14. Selina takes a sip and hops back on the back of Bruce's horse, telling him, Not bad, and the two begin to ride off. As they ride, Bruce tells her, I love you, Cat. And Selina tells him, I love you too, Bat. After a little while, Bruce and Selina arrive at a town, and Tiger tells them that they really shouldn't be here. Bruce tells him, I know, but I've got some business in Kadayam, so here I am. Tiger begins checking the horse and says that Kadayam is not a country for business. It is a country of war, sealed off and abandoned by their leagues of justice. As they should know, it does not welcome superheroes. Bruce then says that Dick Grayson says that Tiger is the best intel man that there is. A man who knows what needs to be known, so could you get me in or not? Tiger takes the horse by the reins, telling Batman, Dick Grayson is an idiot. After a bit of traveling, the guard standing before the cave tells Tiger, We have known each other for a long time. For the money you're offering, I'd open the gate for anyone. But that is no man that you are with. That is Batman. Batman gets off the horse and Selina stops him, telling him, Please? Bruce sighs again, telling her, All right, but be nice. As Selina walks up to the giant man, he tells her, I am the god of the desert. Appointed by the Justice League of America, I have turned away heroes, villains, armies. And I want to fight and to bleed. I will even turn away the Batman. But you're just a little girl. What are we supposed to do now, dance? Selina thinks about it for a moment and smiles, telling him, Yes. And she takes out her whip. A few moments later, the guard falls on the ground, bloodied and bruised, shouting, There are rules! I agree to the rules! Everyone has! Selina walks up, stepping on the guard's head, and Bruce asks, That was you being nice? And Selina tells him, Nag, nag, nag. As the three walk in, Tiger says, He is right, you know. There are rules. And Bruce tells him, I know. I'm the one who wrote them. Tiger goes on stating, What I mean is that no one will follow you. Aren't you a bit worried? The UN, the military, all those super friends? Bruce stops him, asking, If you're a man who knows what needs to be known, then you should know why we're here, right? Tiger tells him yes, and Bruce then asks, Then do you honestly think that we're getting out of here alive? Tiger tells him no, and Bruce finishes by telling him that you probably understand. Right now, I'm not worried about my super friends.
Meanwhile, in another part of the country, Talia al Ghul sits up from her bed, brushing her hair, when a messenger tells her that they just received word that Batman has arrived. She pauses and then goes back to brushing her hair, telling the messenger that she understands. Please, prepare the swords. Back outside, Selina looks around stating, that's a lot, and Bruce tells her, I see more. Selina looks around at Bruce, telling him, I didn't say I haven't seen more, I was saying that that's a lot. Bruce stumbles over his words, telling her that he wasn't trying to, but Selina stops him, telling him that she knows what he's trying to say, and Bruce corrects himself, stating, look, you're right, that's a lot. Selina then asks, are you making fun of me? And Bruce tells her, I may be wearing a leather bat costume, but do I look like I'm crazy enough to make fun of you? She then says that she's not sure. Does she look dumb enough to know what a lot is? Bruce looks around at all of the assassins surrounding them and then says, no, you actually look lovely. Selina takes out her whip, telling him, sure, now you say it. Just wait until I've got blood all over me. As the fighting begins, Bruce quickly notices the assassins are not using guns, perhaps to keep them alive. Selina asks, how about we ask them? And Bruce tells her, it's hard to ask. The bounce of their jaws on my knuckles feel off. They don't have tongues, which means this is her. The two continue their couple quips while fighting off the assassins, and after the last assassin falls, Bruce pulls a knife out of his arm, telling her, I just realized something. These assassins are not here to kill us. They're here to tire us out. A stern voice cuts through the silence and says, Detective? And Bruce responds, Talia. Talia then asks, do you have a sword? Because if not, get one. And Selina asks, is that your ex? Ignoring the question, Bruce tells Talia, I'm not here to fight. Ignoring his question, Talia tells him, get one. And Selina says, yeah, definitely your ex. Talia swings a sword and Bruce backs up, stating that they're just here for a woman by the name of Holly Robinson. Talia then continues to slash at Bruce, and he goes on explaining that Holly killed 237 people and Catwoman took the blame. She fled from Gotham and was later tracked here to her. As Talia brings the sword down, Bruce blocks them with his arm guard, telling her, we just want to see Holly. After that, we'll leave. Talia leans in, telling him, yes, that is what you do. And then she flips Bruce to the ground. Before he can get up, she takes one of her swords, stabbing it down into his shoulder, telling him, you will leave now. Selina runs over to check on Bruce, and as she does, Talia asks, do you have a sword? Selina shouts, asking, are you insane? And Talia repeats herself, so Selina yells back, no! Talia then calmly tells her, get one. So Selina stands back up, grabbing the sword out of Bruce's shoulder, stating, okay, got one. Talia readies herself, telling her, good, shall we? The fighting between the two of them lasts long enough for the desert sun to turn to night, and all the while, Talia tells a story of her upbringing. The day that she took her first step, her father did not smile nor congratulate her. He did not take a picture or tell her how proud he was. Instead, she was given a sword and slapped to the ground. The taste of blood in her mouth and on her tongue, it was bitter and wet. She wiped her lip and then she looked up and she saw a demon, and he said one thing, fight or die. As Talia goes on, Selina swings, knocking the sword out of Talia's hand, telling her, that is all very impressive, but I didn't know my own father. No one gave me a sword. No one gave me anything. In fact, I only picked up a sword once, maybe twice. She then kicks Talia's sword to her, and as she charges back in, she asks, how is that for impressive? Outside on the steps entering the area, Dick Grayson sits with Damian, knowing that they can't enter, and Dick asks, why do you think he came? And Damian tells him, I don't know, and I don't care. Dick then asks the better question. Why didn't he tell us instead of us finding out through Alfred? Damian says the same thing. I don't know and I don't care. What my father chooses is the choice of my father. And Dick asks, what is that supposed to mean? And Damian tells him, my father is Batman and I am Robin. And Dick says, wait. Did you actually just say that out loud? He's Batman and I am Robin? Those were the words that were in your mind and exited your mouth? Maybe that's why Bruce didn't tell us, because he thought you would say that.
I have something to tell you, son. I'm going to ask her to marry me.
Holy moly, that's wonderful, because you're Batman and I'm Robin. Damian tells Dick to shut up, and Dick says, fine, I will, because you're Robin and I'm Nightwing. Back inside, Talia asks, so, you are from nothing, and you wish to marry the detective. Is that not laughable? As Selina is knocked down, she says, obviously, I'm not laughing. And Talia goes on stating, to be married is to be a partner. An equal. Do you think yourself an equal to him? Really? Well then, now it is time to get laughable. Selina gets back up, engaging, asking, what's so funny? Look at you, you tried. Wouldn't that mean that you see him as an equal as well? And Talia tells her, I tried because in all of the world, only the detective could possibly be my equal.
Selena then asks, in all the world? You think that you're the best for him? The man is broken all the way from the start. He's cracked. He's going to always put a vow that he took as a 10-year-old boy before anyone else. No matter how much we love him, no matter how much we want to be loved back, we will always be second to a child's idiotic fantasy in a world full of Superman and Mr. Terrifics. You think yourself the best, and for you looking for the best? Whatever he is, I could swear he is not that. What he is, all that he is just a stupid man that I stupidly love. Out in front, Dick says, here's why I think Bruce didn't tell us. Please, don't interrupt by going all, I am Robin on me. Damian tells him, you're such a child. And Dick yells, you're like 10. But Dick goes on, take it for what it's worth, but I think Bruce just wants to be happy. Damian tells him that his father is happy, and Dick tells him, no, he's not. And the reasons he's not is the reason he's not telling us, or rather, told us. Bruce is a lot of things. World's greatest detective, the Caped Crusader, the Dark Knight, all of it. But he is not selfish. He gives whatever he has, and whatever happens, he is the first to bleed. Being happy, that's not bleeding. That's not giving. That's asking for something, and that's not easy for Batman to do. Back inside, Talia asks Selena, you love him? And she tells him that she does. And Talia says, you are a fool then. Talia kicks Selena down, telling her, you fought well. Maybe after I kill you, I will do as my father did and throw you in the pit. When you scream, I will fetch you back out. As Talia holds the sword close to Selena's neck, Selena reaches up, grabbing the blade with her head, telling her, I have 9 lives, and I'm not wasting one on you. Once Selena has a firm grip on the blade, she kicks Talia to the ground, and Talia begins to get back up as Selena takes the sword, stabbing it into Talia's shoulder, telling her, I have to go talk to Holly for a second. You mind holding my sword? Selena runs over to Holly, who's been watching the whole fight, and Holly says that after what they've been through, she's just gonna make her confess. Also, she could be with him. Selena hugs Holly, telling her, no, I would never. But I want this to happen, and that's why I'm asking you to help me. Off in the corner, Talia sits next to Bruce, asking, so that's your betrothed? And after a grumble, Talia says, you know what? I actually like her. A little while later, at the front of the entrance, Selena comes out with Bruce around her shoulder. Dick runs over to help support Bruce, and Bruce says, Alfred, I shouldn't have told Alfred. Dick tells him, yeah, and then Damian steps up. Bruce looks at Damian, and Damian asks, are you happy? At first, Bruce hesitates, and then he looks at Selena, and he tells his son, I'm getting there. Damian waits to respond, but then he says, we don't have extra horses, so we're gonna have to ride 2 per horse. And this heat should be about 14 hours. Selena tells him that she makes it 15. And Damian says, no, it's 14. Also, while you were inside, did you happen to see my mother? And Selena says that she sort of stabbed his father in the back, so she stabbed her in the back. And Damian says, well, the more things change.
As Superman flies down to stop a speeding train, he finds himself in a slight predicament not involving trains. One of his close friends, Bruce Wayne, is getting married, and he really hasn't told anyone about it. Over in Metropolis, Lois tells Clark that she should just call him, and Clark says that he can't. If Bruce wanted to talk, he would call. But he hasn't. Besides, I'm busy. Lois says, right, I'm pretty sure he's sitting at home right now just twiddling his thumbs. Meanwhile, over in Gotham, as Bruce and Selena go on patrol, Bruce says that, I don't need to call him. And Selena knocks out 2 armed men, telling him, I thought he was like your closest friend. Don't say Gordon is, because that doesn't count. Bruce tells her, fine, Alfred's my closest friend. And Selena tells him that also doesn't count. Alfred is on payroll. Bruce says, what? I'm not supposed to pay him? Do you know how many cucumber sandwiches he makes every week? Selena then says, Bat, my love, just call him. Over at Metropolis, Lois says that she would actually like to meet her. And Clark quickly tells her, absolutely not. She's a criminal. We can't share our secret identities with a criminal. Lois says, how is that gonna work? We trust Bruce daily to save the world, but we can't trust him to love someone that we can trust? Besides, I've read up on Catwoman. She's very good at finding things on people that they try and hide. If she wants to know something, she will, or probably already knows it. Meanwhile, over in Gotham, Selena tells Bruce, he's the man who writes about Superman. He also happens to look like Superman with glasses and slicked back hair. There isn't much I don't know. Later, once Bruce and Selena get back to the Batcave, Selena says that she gets it now. You're ashamed of me. Bruce looks at her, and after a few moments of silence, he tells her, no. Selena then says, okay, if that's not it, what is it? And rather than answering her question, Bruce starts by trying to talk about the investigation that he's looking into. She jumps down and climbs on top of Bruce, telling him, no matter what happens, she'll understand.
Just do it. A short while later, as the two of them head back out to follow up on Bruce's new lead, Clark and Lois begin to follow up on their own lead, and while both couples get back to work seemingly at the same time, both Bruce and Clark begin to speak about each other. Clark says how Bruce witnessed the deaths of his parents at a young age, how he was raised alone inside of a huge mansion. With that kind of a lifestyle, he should have been a killer, but instead he took that pain and he turned it into hope. Bruce says that Clark watched his whole planet be destroyed, the sole survivor of a forgotten race. He grew up in the dirt, finding out slowly how different he actually was. He could have taken that and become something terrible. Instead, he became a symbol of hope. Even though the two heroes won't talk to each other, they both have nothing but positive things to say about one another. Clark tells Lois that Bruce got engaged and he didn't call. That's okay. It's his way of stating that we're not really friends. And Bruce tells Selina that one cannot just be friends with Superman. I don't need to congratulate him. Who am I compared to him? As the two couples sneak into their target location through the elevator shafts, they step out and they see each other. Clark asks, "How did you get in without me seeing you?" And Bruce says, "Why would you take the elevator? Besides, you weren't supposed to see me." After several awkward moments of silence, Lois reaches out to shake Selina's hand, stating, "Hi, you must be Catwoman." And then the two are separated as the two villains that the heroes are searching for appear. Bruce and Clark easily knock them out, and Clark asks, "So, how about we all go out and get a bite to eat?" The next night at the Gotham County Fair, a staff member says that he's sorry, but rules are rules. It's superhero night, so to get in, they have to be a superhero. And with how they're dressed, they're not superheroes. Bruce looks at the suits that they're all wearing and scowls. "Yeah, we'll just go somewhere else." Selina tells him that it took them an hour to agree on this, and Lois says she has an idea. It's not like they don't have costumes. Bruce gets ready to go into the car and says no. And Clark says, "Well, this is an idea, but wouldn't we just look too much like we already look right now?" So Lois tells him, "Right, why don't we switch things up? Bruce can be Superman and Clark can be Batman." Bruce says, "No, again." And Selina steps up stating, "What my kind and patient fiance is trying to say is that he sees his kind and patient fiance getting tired and hungry. He'll do whatever he needs to do to remedy that situation. Isn't that what he's meaning to say?" And Bruce tells her, "No." And with that, the couples head to the bathrooms to switch their costumes. As Bruce is putting on Superman's tights, Clark hands him the cape stating, "The S stands for hope." Bruce then hands over the Batman costume and says, "The bat stands for a bat." And Clark tells him, "Sure." In the other bathroom, Lois looks at Selina's outfit, and Selina says, "Don't worry, it stretches." And Lois tells her that it better. A short while later, the four return to the staff member from before, and he says, "Everyone's good except for the one in the dress. Who are you supposed to be anyway?" Selina stares at him and leans in and meows in his ear, and he says, "Haha, well." And Selina meows again. The man says, "Okay, you're good. Have a good night." Once the four walk in, Clark, wearing his glasses in the Batman suit, says that this will be fun, while Bruce quickly tells him, "No, it won't." Everyone grabs corn dogs, and Bruce looks at it and it says that he's going to have to kick a lot of trees to work this off. Lois then asks, "Why would you kick a tree?" And Clark says, "I kicked a tree once. I felt so bad that I spent the rest of the day planting 800 saplings outside of Smallville." After that, the couples walk around the fair until they see the Tunnel of Love ride. Clark and Lois are the first to go in, and as they come out, Clark says, "That was nice." And right behind them, Bruce and Selina come out. And Selina says, "Can't seem to keep my hands to myself." Next up in the batting cages, Bruce and Clark hit a few balls, with Bruce stating, "There needs to be a faster setting. This is way too easy for us." And Clark cracks another ball and says, "I suppose I could pitch for you, unless you're scared." Bruce hits another ball and asks, "Scared of what? Embarrassing you?" "No." So while the two begin to focus on their game, Lois pulls out a flask and says that she's trying hard not to be a reporter. But of all people, him? Why would you? Why would anyone? That's all I'm asking. After taking a sip, Lois hands the flask to Selina. And Selina says, "Well, it's just that when she falls, he catches her." She knows it's stupid, but does any of that make sense? Lois sits down stating that her father, General Lane, wanted her to be in the army, wanted her with a gun, shooting people. Selina squeezes her oversized stuffed cat, stating that her father ran away. Maybe she's not sure. Lois asks if it's better, not knowing that you're living the wrong life. And Selina tells her that she tries so many things. Her life is always changing. What's left of her without anyone watching? At the end, when she meets her maker, what is she supposed to state? And Lois says, "Meow?" And the two burst out laughing. As Selina slides down to sit, she says that she's getting married, and Lois tells her that she's too young. And Selina then says, "I am too young. Thank you." Soon the night begins to wind down, and as the four get ready to leave, Selina tells Lois how Bruce proposed, and told her that before she was allowed to answer, he needed to tell her something. It was about Kite Man. Lois asked what, but Selina yells, "Don't even get me started." As the two talk, a man dressed as the Question
question, grabs Lois's purse and shouts, "The question isn't about who is going to let me, it's about who's going to stop me." Lois stares and says, "Oh," and both her and Selina start to laugh. Bruce grabs a baseball and tells Clark to spot him. Clark scans the crowd and says, "Throw 95 feet straight, 6 feet and 3 inches to the right, and 3, 2, 1. Bruce throws the ball into the air over everyone, and as it comes back down, it hits the robber in the back of the head, knocking him out. Afterwards, Clark and Lois ride the Ferris wheel, and Clark says, "Seriously, he has no idea. John can't even get a hit off of me." Bruce begins to think out loud, trying to calculate Clark's pitch, and Selina completely ignores him by actually having fun. Later, as the couples leave the fair, Clark says that it was actually kind of nice going out, and Selina tells him that Bruce thinks so too, but he won't tell anyone. Lois hugs Selina, telling her that whatever wedding she is doing, she is so coming, and Selina asks, "Do I really have to do a wedding thing?" Lois tells her, "Of course you do. That way, I can come." Clark pats Bruce in the back, telling him, "Congratulations. She's a real catch." And Bruce tells him, "You didn't do bad yourself." As the two shake hands, Clark says it's too bad we didn't get a chance to pitch. And Bruce tells him, "Yeah, maybe next time." As the two silently stand there, Bruce says, "I know a place." And Clark says, "Fine, but we're switching clothes back." A short while later, out at the baseball field, Clark starts to ready himself for the throw as Bruce gets into position. Over by the dugout, Lois sees Selina pull something out and asks, "What's that?" And she says that it's the wallet of the mugger. She swiped it as he ran by. Lois says, "Why would you keep it? That's so wrong." And Selina says, "Right?" Over at the pitcher's mound, Clark says that he knows that he's trying to do the impossible, right? And Bruce tells him, "I know." Lois looks at the two of them and says that these boys have so many problems. And Selina tells her that that's true, but they also have so many abs. And Lois says, "Right?" Clark winds up the pitch and he throws, and to everyone's surprise, Bruce hits it out of the park. As Commissioner Gordon sits on the phone before he heads home for the night from the office, he talks to his daughter Barbara about the football game that he just missed. She tells him how Campbell fumbled at the 1-yard line. As he listens, he sees the bat signal shining in the clouds, and he says that he's got to call her back. He hangs up the phone, grabbing a few of the officers heading to the roof, asking how many damn memos does he have to send. No one touches the damn bat signal. Whatever damn fool turned that thing on, this is no exaggeration, I'm going to kill him. But as he opens the door, he sees Wonder Woman standing there, and he says, "I'm sorry, Miss Wonder Woman?" Diana tells him that she would like to speak with Batman alone, please. And Gordon says, "Sure, he should be here shortly." She motions to behind him, stating, "Actually, he's already here." And Gordon says, "Right, good. We'll just excuse ourselves." Once all of the police officers leave, Batman tells Diana that she should have just used the Justice League communicator. Diana says that she wanted to try out the signal. She thought it might be fun. Batman asks, "What can I help you with?" And Diana says that it's the gentleman. He's contacted her. He's ready. Batman thinks of the hordes of Gehenna and how they forever tried to break into their realm. Their numbers derive from the sin of man, so their numbers are endless. But forever standing between the apocalypse entering their existence is the gentleman. Several years ago on a League mission, Diana and Batman discovered this fight and briefly fought alongside him. In that short time, they felt his nobility and the impossibility of his burden. There's only one way to enter that realm, and it's if someone on their side opens it. So for thousands of years, the gentleman has fought with no way of coming back. But before Zatanna pulled Diana and Batman back to the real world, they offered to one day return and take the gentleman's place. And finally, he has accepted that offer. Back at the Batcave, Selina swipes at a Scarecrow dummy, asking, "Doesn't Batman fight crime? This doesn't really sound like a Batman thing. Wouldn't this be better suited for Superman?" Batman tells her, "First, I don't have a thing. Second, powers don't work in that realm as they do here. Fighting prowess is more essential. That's why Wonder Woman and myself have an advantage over Superman in that area." The head falls off the dummy and it rolls off, and Selina says, "I'm so telling Clark that." Batman then steps forward in her suit of armor and says, "Please don't." As Selina looks back, she starts laughing, telling him he looks ridiculous. Later, as he's getting ready, Diana tells him not to listen to her. He does not look ridiculous. He looks, but Batman stops her, stating, "Ridiculous." Diana takes her sword and smiles and says, "Well, yes, a bit. But I am also very much not one to say. All men who try to fight look ridiculous to me. All of you with your weapons acting so tough. It really does not suit your gender." She takes her sword, slamming it into the ground, and seconds later, Batman and her are in the other realm fighting against the hordes of Gehenna. In their place in the real world, Julian, the gentleman, takes off his helmet and a voice tells him, "Don't worry, we left you a suit." Julian looks up to where the voice is coming from, asking, "Are you a demon?" Selina tells him, "No, well, at least not today." A short while later at Bat Burger, Julian takes a bite of his burger and he says, "Batman is really popular here. He seems like a good man." And Selina says that she sure hopes that he is. Julian then asks, "Are you his wife?" And Selina says, "To be." So Julian follows up asking, "Why would you marry someone if you could only hope that he is good?" She thinks about it and says, "Come on, we don't have much time. We should get going." Meanwhile, back in the other realm, after fighting several armies, Diana looks off in the distance and says that another one is coming. Batman begins to shave with an axe, telling her, "The horde is everlasting." And Diana says, "Yes, but are they?" Back with Selina and Julian, Julian says, "Yes, I am married," just as a mugger attempts to romp. She turns back, kicking the gun out of the man's hand and asks, "How exactly does that even work, Julian?" Julian punches the man, stating, "I will tell you after I call her." Back with Batman and Diana. Diana stabs down onto the creature, asking, "How long has it been?" And Batman tells her, "Too long." As Diana starts to get back up, she says she's starting to, but Bruce stops her, stating, "Don't say it." Back in the real world, Selina walks with Julian as he goes to see his wife, and Selina asks when was the last time that he saw her, the last time that he left for the hordes, maybe a year or so. Selina then says that Batman says that you were fighting for thousands of years, and Julian says, "That is right. Time is different there. It passes, but you do not age." As Julian continues to walk ahead, Selina says, "Wait, they've already been gone for hours. How long?" But back in the other realm, Batman and Diana sit down by the fire, and Batman says, "By my guess, it's been about 10 years. Diana sighs, telling him that they could not have opened the gate without him, and yet he does not come. So then perhaps this is everything, all of life, their life. Batman says, "The hordes are everlasting." And Diana laughs, telling him yes, and all we have is each other. Now that she looks at him without the pointy ears, it doesn't look so bad. Batman and Diana lean their heads together as if they're about to kiss, and Bruce tells her, "Yeah." Back in the current time, Selina pins Julian down with her boot, and Julian says, "They offered and I accepted." And Selina asks, "Did they know?" And Julian tells her, "No." Back over in the other realm, as the two heroes lean in closer, Bruce stops and says that they can't. Diana tells him, "No, we can't, ever." The two begin to laugh. Bruce then says that this is ridiculous, and Diana tells him, "Yes, very much." Bruce sighs, stating that he loves her and he misses her. And Diana tells him that she sounds like a good woman, just as Steve Trevor is a good man. And like Steve Trevor, his Selina deserves someone who is also good. So be good. And if you are not, as a friend, I will hit you so hard that those silly pointy ears will fall right off. In the real world, Julian rings the bell to the apartment and Selina asks him, "So you just go for all that time and she just stays?" And Julian tells her that his wife has her own life. It is here, not in the other realm. Selina then asks, how does that marriage even work? She thought it was something different. Julian says that he does not know how marriage works. All he knows is that he loves her, and he always will. After a few moments, the door begins to open, and a young woman starts to tell them that she's sorry, and then she stops, and she begins to cry. Julian looks at Angela and tells her, "It's been so long, I don't even have words." Over in the other realm, the years begin to pile on, with only minutes passing in the real world. Angela tells Julian about how she made full detective, and at her ceremony, Gordon was even there. And after some time, Selina sighs and calls out, "Mr. Gentleman, sir, Julian, whatever, we need to talk." Once Julian steps away, Selina tells him that he said briefly, and Julian begs, "Just another hour or two, please." Selina then asks, what is it for them then? And Julian says it'll be about a decade or more. Selina waits in silence for a moment and then says that she's sorry. Over in the other realm, it is currently year 31 of their journey, and after another successful fight, Bruce says that he really misses his dog. Diana takes a bite of the roasting tail and asks, "What?" And Bruce says he misses everyone, the boys, the cat, the family, his dog Ace. Diana takes another bite and she says that she misses her kangaroo. As Bruce starts to eat, he asks, "You have a kangaroo?" And Diana tells him that she doesn't talk about it, but his name is Jumpa. Bruce starts chewing and he says, "She sounds nice." And Diana says that she is nice and she misses her. Over in the real world, Alfred begins to drive Selina and Julian back. And Julian says that he had to see Angela. If he had told Batman and Wonder Woman of the sacrifice, no matter how good they think they are, they never would have agreed. So yes, he lied. He fights every day to save everyone, and once he lied, because there's been so many years of blood and of killing that he could not live one more day without his Angela. As Julian suits up, he spins his mace, and Selina tells him that he asked how he could marry a man that she hopes is good. Growing up, she didn't see love like this, but now she can, and for that, he has her thanks. Julian says, "Please, do not thank me. Not while I am leaving her. Not while I am showing how much of a fool I am. The only thing that I truly stupidly know is that I am the gentleman and the horde is everlasting." As Julian slams his mace to the ground, a bright light begins to shine, and in the other realm, Bruce and Diana see that light. Julian steps through shouting, "All right, you bastards, make it worth it." In the real world, Bruce and Diana begin to appear, and Diana asks where they are. And Bruce sees Selina and tells her, "We're home, Diana." A short while later, Diana hugs Bruce and then tells Selina, "Thank you for waiting and saving us years. People say that you are a criminal, that you steal things, but perhaps everyone is wrong. Perhaps you are a hero. I am happy that my friend has found love in you. But this gentleman, the next time that he needs his break, what shall we tell him?" Bruce says that he can go, but Selina stops him, stating that they will be waiting. But this time, Batman's wife will join her husband in battle. Diana begins to fly up, telling her, and if both of us are there, then the hordes may not be so everlasting. As Diana leaves, Bruce and Selina start to walk, and Bruce says that he has to say something. Selina says, 37 years, a Wonder Woman, were you bad? And Bruce tells her, bad, no. Not good enough. This is new, but I'm trying. And Selina says, yes, well, try harder. It was late night in Wayne Manor when Bruce suddenly awakens from his sleep in a panic. He starts to look around and sees Selina sleeping next to him, and she quietly says, I'm Selina. He jumps up out of bed and begins to run down the hallway when he runs into Alfred, and Alfred stares for a moment and then asks, Sir, if I may, where are your clothes? Bruce begins to feel weak in his legs and he falls to his knees, and as he does, Alfred reaches down asking if he can help him back up. But without answering, Bruce springs up, sucker punching Alfred and knocking him out. As Alfred's hand falls over, he loosens the grip on a batarang that he was carrying. Bruce stumbles as he gets up, trying to head to the Batcave, and as he sits down, Selina walks in asking, what's the matter? He doesn't answer her, and she wraps her arms around him, telling him, relax. Just let me hold you. As she leans in for a kiss, Bruce reaches down to grab a small injection gun. She quickly pulls back to swipe at his neck. But before she can reach him, Bruce takes the gun and he injects Selina with an unknown formula before injecting himself with the same thing. The moment he does, he begins to feel his body go weak and he passes out. But as he does that, a voice begins to tell Bruce that they love him. They love him so much. Not only that person, but everyone across the globe. They love him too. But the voice that is coming out of everyone is Poison Ivy's. The next morning, Bruce begins to wake up in bed, and as he looks around, he sees both Selina and him are in their costumes, Batman and Catwoman. She wakes up asking what's going on, and he tells her, she's here. A few moments later, Ivy, using and speaking through Alfred, walks in to tell Bruce a story. Several years ago, Joker decided that he could be Superman. To do so, he took a number of hostages and he hid them around the city, placing each of them in lead boxes. The Joker figured that since Superman couldn't use his X-ray vision to see through lead, he would have the upper hand. So, as Superman scanned the city, he saw what he could not see. Thus, he located each and every one of the hostages. Bruce gets up out of his bed, ready to knock Alfred out. And as he goes to take a swing, there's a crack of lightning, and Barry Allen, the Flash, runs in the path, forcing Bruce to punch him instead. Ivy asks, would you like to try again? I'm sure there's a few more Flashes available. Bruce asks, what does she want? And over in the park, Ivy says, oh, you misunderstand. Every person holding a gun, every army awaiting their orders, every superhero and supervillain. I control them all. They all love me, and I can feel and understand each of them, just as I control the green. So what do I want? No. I don't want anything. I already have everything. Bruce tells her that there's something that she doesn't have, and that's me. Ivy says, well, yes. However, using Alfred's codes and Cyborg's abilities, I took a look inside of the Bat computer. I saw the formula, your cure, and I must say it's very impressive. The use of such a rare Franciscan daffodil extract. Clever. Though I'm sure that you're unaware that the cure can only defend against what happened. It cannot reverse it. So as far as I know, there's no formula that can fix this. There are 7.6 billion people under my control, and through them, the world will be made a better place. It's true, I don't control you. Two little superheroes hiding in lead boxes. Alfred begins to leave the room, and Ivy finishes stating, it's a shame that you won't get to be a part of this, but that's not a concern. Selina then asks, does she mean everyone? But how? Bruce tells her, I don't know. Selina then asks, if she controls the League and our families, how are we supposed to fight? Bruce takes a moment to think and he tells Selina, I don't know. A few days go by and Bruce and Selina watch the news, and the reporters talk about how they have yet another day of peace and prosperity thanks to Ivy. No wars are going on, children are eating, the earth is slowly beginning to heal itself, and of course, we are all happy in love. With Ivy. Bruce groans and tells her, all right, let's go. He drives the Batmobile down the road and Selina asks, isn't it nice that she lets us out? And then repeats herself, only a little louder. Isn't it nice that she lets us out? Up above them, Superman is listening in, and Bruce just thinks to himself. A short while later, the two stop by Batburger to get something to eat, and Selina says, you know, we could have Ivy as your best man, and she would obviously be my maid of honor as well. We could also do something with flowers. Perhaps Ivy could help us. I was never a big fan of large weddings, so how about we just invite Ivy? After the two leave, Bruce drives them to the suburbs with Superman closely following. As they get out, Bruce leans over to Selina and whispers, I have to tell you something that I don't want her to hear, and that is that I love you. Selina whispers back, that is very interesting. I'll try and keep it between us. There's also something else. Superman knows when not to listen in. As Superman is focusing on listening in, Bruce places his fingers to his mouth and he lets out a loud whistle. Superman shouts in pain and Bruce tells her, "See?" And Selina says, "Fine, I was wrong. You can stop Superman with a whistle." The two of them begin to walk up to a house, but before they can walk in, there's a crack of lightning. And Selina says, "I'll handle this one." She waits for a few moments and then times her swing back perfectly, hitting Barry, Wally, and the second Wally, stating, "There we go. All of the flashes are taken care of." Bruce pushes the door open to the house and he sees an older woman sitting in a chair and he asks, "Is he here?" Through the woman, Ivy tells him, "I have a lantern coming. 2 actually, and a Wonder Woman. Oh, and don't forget Gorilla Grodd and his army of gorillas just in case." Bruce says, "No, he's not here." And Ivy shouts, "I told you to stay in the mansion. I was trying to be nice." A short while later, Bruce and Selina find themselves strung up atop of a building, with Selina stating, "You know, the whole bat striking fear in the hearts of villain thing? I'm pretty sure Ivy isn't getting that." And Bruce tells her, "Yeah." He then turns to the heroes that are floating around them and he says, "She's letting them eat. It was on the burgers, tomatoes, lettuce, onion. The whole planet has been consuming the green. All of those planets dying. And then there was Johnny Sutres. He has a severe allergy to greens. It's debilitating. The Wayne Foundation has been trying to find him a cure, but he couldn't eat greens. So when we went to his home, you've hidden him from us. That's what you didn't want me to see. Where's Johnny? Where did you hang the boy?" And Ivy yells through Superman, telling him, "Shut up! We were on the brink of destruction, fires, hurricanes, starvation. The world was trying to kill us before we could kill her." Bruce tells her, "That's awfully kind of you. We're all so damn ugly and you turned us into roses and made a beautiful bouquet. Now everyone loves Ivy." With a frustrated shout, Ivy uses Superman to punch square into Batman's head. She then looks at him saying, "No." And Selina shouts, Bat? A short while later, in Ivy's overgrown park, Selina asks, "Is he dead?" And Ivy looks at a flower stating, "He was. I brought him back. Magic, science, surgery. There's someone for everything these days." Selina asks, "If that's so, what am I used for?" And Ivy doesn't respond right away. Ivy says that she's going to be her maid of honor. They may as well become friends. Selina says that they were friends before all of this, and now? And Ivy says, "I had to do this. There's rot in the garden and I will cleave it out. What is good will grow again." Selina says, "What is all this talk about rot? You're really starting to sound like Freeze. I know you, and whatever this is, it's not you." And Ivy shouts, "You think you know me? You don't know a damn thing about me. I've done something. I've killed. Right here, in this spot. I should have stopped. Someone should have stopped me. I was so scared of the Joker and the Riddler. I thought I had control, but the truth is I was never in control. Now though, I'm afraid. Everyone is in my control. I can be good. I can be redeemed, and no one can stop me." Elsewhere, a voice tells Bruce that he's recovering nicely, and Bruce says, "You needed speed, so you used Flash's speed. You needed strength, so you used Superman's strength. You needed help to recover someone with a head injury, so you brought in someone with 4 PhDs in neurology. And after getting hit that hard, after making you hit me that hard, this is exactly what I was expecting. Puddin'." Bruce looks up to see Harley Quinn in a lab coat smiling back. Bruce leans up stating, "You have so much, all of the heroes, villains, and weapons. If I want to fight with what little I have, I would lose wars. But the thing is, we both should have learned this in the war of jokes and riddles, is that some wars shouldn't be fought." Back in the park, Ivy tells Selina that she didn't pick a side like the rest of them. She didn't pick Joker or Riddler's side. Selina says, "Yeah, they asked, and I simply declined. Rather impolitely." Ivy then asks, "So, you were willing to let the Joker set it all on fire? Or willing to let the Riddler control everything?" And Selina tells her no. Any man who wants her in the way those two wanted her, well, she's forever unwilling. Ivy says, "Okay, so I was weak, a poor little girl lured into a trap. I killed 5 men, wore Riddler's signet, fought for the Riddler. Just how young was I?" Selina tells her too young, and Ivy snaps back, "I don't understand anything." Selina says that they have both seen some terrible things. Maybe that's all she understands. Back at the hospital, Bruce tells Ivy that she needs help. They're going to help her. Ivy brushes them off, stating that she is saving the world, and Bruce tells her that she is trying to do good, but doing it in the wrong way. "I know you don't want to hurt anyone because you are hurt." She shouts back, asking, "What do you know about hurt? The earth is hurt. People are hurt. I am fine." Bruce tells her, "You are not fine. You're alone, or you think you're alone. I'm here to tell you that that's not true. There are people that are ready to help." She sighs, telling him, "Great, fantastic. I'm hurt, I'm alone, and Batman and Catwoman are going to help me." Selina tells her, "No, not us." Bruce says, "Harley." Ivy asks what's he even talking about. "I am Harley, I am everyone." And Bruce tells her, "Yeah, you're mostly everybody, but she is Harley, because Harley Harley isn't most everyone. Everyone else, you could have lived with them losing everything, but not Harley. Ivy begins to say, Harley and her, you don't know anything about us. And Selina asks Ivy, what's wrong? You seem distracted. Ivy begins to rub her head, stating that she has to run the entire world while dealing with Catwoman and Batman. How could she not be distracted? Bruce then says, everyone else is buried deep inside, but Harley, you left right on the surface. Selina tells Ivy, no, you are supposed to be distracted. That's the plan. And just as Ivy asks, what plan is that? Selina kicks Ivy in the head, knocking her out. She picks up Ivy's body, stating, the Bat's gonna have about 14 seconds to wake up Harley. I have 15 seconds to wake up Ivy before the planes start to fall out of the sky. And in those moments, Bruce and Selina try waking up both people that they're talking to, with Bruce begging Harley to snap out of it. After a few seconds, her head begins to bob and she simply says, Puddin'? Ivy begins to wake up asking what happened, as Selina smiles, stating that she's guessing he probably freed Harley. Over at the hospital, Bruce grabs Harley and jumps out the window down to his Batmobile. Once inside, he quickly puts his mask on and tells Harley, I'm going to need you to talk to her. Superman will hear you. Tell Ivy that you want to meet in person. She begins to rub the side of her head and looks over at Batman and says, you? And Batman tells her, yeah. A short while later, with everyone meeting up in the park, Harley, Batman, Catwoman, and Ivy, Harley simply shouts, Batman changed in the car. Batman has a machine to put his pants on in a car. Batman's crazy, and I know crazy. Harley looks at Ivy and asks, how are you doing? And Ivy tells her, I'm fine. I'm saving the world. And Harley says, that's not what I asked. How are you doing? Ivy pauses for a moment and then begins to break down, stating that everyone keeps saying that she's hurt, but Harley hugs Ivy and kisses her on the cheek, telling her, it's okay to be hurt, but I'm here now, so I can hurt with you. Bruce tells Ivy that she needs to release everyone, and Ivy says that she can't. She has to make the world better. And Selina then says that those men aren't coming back. They're dead. You killed them. They died in the park. They stay in the park. But you're the one who left the park. Bruce asks, what do you mean in the park? Wait, Ivy didn't kill any men in the park. Riddler did. I examined those bodies. They had bullet wounds that traced back to the Riddler's gun. Based on the blood flow, they had been hanging for at least 30 minutes. Ivy begins to say, but Riddler said that I was the one. And Bruce stopped her, telling her, he lied. That's what villains do, they lie. Ivy shakes her head, stating that she has to save the world. It's broken. Harley kneels down, telling her that she knows she will, but today, why don't they just save Ivy, okay? Ivy begins to cry, grabbing Harley, stating that he lied to her. And later that night, as Bruce and Selina get ready for bed, Bruce's phone goes off and he says that Superman said that Ivy arrived safely at Sanctuary. They're gonna do what they can for her. Selina asks if she's going to be okay, and Bruce tells her that 7.6 billion people were in her head. When she let them all go, everything that she's been through, I'm not sure. She climbs on top of Bruce, asking, what about us? After all we've been through and are going to go through. Bruce tells her, well, we've already had the entire world against us, and here we are. Selina then asks, are we gonna be okay? And Bruce tells her, yeah, Cat, we're gonna be fine.
Now, in the final days before the wedding, there's another man who knows just what to get them. The Joker. As a man prays at Gotham Church, he asks, God, please preserve me from the wickedness of that violent man who appeared on my wedding day. Gunshot after gunshot can be heard as the man moves from one guest to the next, until finally he reaches the man praying. Just like the others, there's one last bang, and the bats within the chapel flutter away. The Joker looks around with his gun, singing, na 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 Batman! Just then, Batman bursts into the church by jumping through the window, and Joker grabs the soon-to-be wife, shouting, wait! I have a hostage! Batman stands still, and Joker says, if you move 1 inch, even 1 inch, I'm going to! And suddenly there's a bang, and the soon-to-be wife falls to the ground. The Joker looks at the woman, stating, huh? Or maybe I won't. Oops. Is there anyone else alive? I need a hostage so Batman won't punch me. Batman runs forward, jumping, kicking Joker, and then punching him to the ground. As Batman pins him down, Joker puts his gun to Batman's head, telling him, wait, I do have a hostage. Let's try this again. If you move 1 inch, and wait. We need to be careful this time, because if I shoot Batman, Batman's going to punch me. Batman stares, and Joker goes on. You know, I'm glad you're here. I was trying to think of a way to get in touch with you, but nothing came to mind. And then it occurred to me, I should go to a church and kill everyone, so Batman will come at me. Now, since I'm already in a church, which is convenient, there's people in it and they're inconvenient. So I've got to go downtown, but the traffic was. Just then there's another bang, and as Batman falls backwards, the Joker tells him, oh, coconuts, I did it again! A few moments pass and the Joker says, hey, Batman, are you dead? If you are, raise your hand and shout, I am very dead. If not, just Open your eyes, furiously. Batman opens up his eyes, and Joker says, "Ah, Kevlar cow, clever!" And Batman springs from the ground, kicking the Joker in the face. He gets back to his feet, rubbing his head, and then the Joker begins to tell the story of how this whole thing reminds him of his mother. He tells him of how much he loved her, and how she was shouting, "Don't kill me, please, it hurts so much!" Joker begins firing, and as he stops for a moment, he says, "Wait, that was his mother! I cut her tongue out so early in the process! So whose mother was that?" While the Joker thinks, a batarang is thrown into the side of the Joker's face, and he falls backwards onto the ground. He leans up, pulling the batarang out, telling him, "You know, I used to call these people to help clean up messes after I got done killing people. Except when they would show up, I would kill them too! So basically, it solved nothing. If anything, I made it worse. You see the problem here?" Batman begins to walk forward, and the Joker looks around. He says, "I need another hostage. Oh, how about myself?" He gets up, holding the gun to his head, yelling, "If you move 1 inch, I will!" He stops and tells Batman, "I remember my mother told me a story of Augustine. She used to say that there were 2 powers in the world. Good and evil, God and Satan, Batman and Kite Man. The life was about choosing between the 2. And then I had a revelation. And Mother said that it was a really good one. 1 power, 1 divinity, and nothing else. There was salvation so long as you would head towards it. Remember that everything else is just chaos." He walks over to the altar and he kneels down, telling Batman, "Come, kneel with me." He places his hands together, holding the barrel of the gun under his chin. And he says, "Amen." And Batman does the same. Joker goes on asking, "Am I gonna be your best man?" But before Batman can even answer, there's an explosion and the 2 men are thrown back. As the smoke begins to clear, Joker coughs, telling him, "Oh, right! I forgot to tell you I put a bomb on the cross! I thought it would be a little funny." As Batman doesn't move, Joker gets to his feet and he kneels down next to Batman's body, telling, "Love is the true north. Love is salvation. Love is paradise. Head toward it. And remember, everything else is chaos." As he points his gun and fires, the bang rings out from the church, and outside, Selina listens. She says, "Stay here, Cat. He's not like anyone else, Cat. He's too dangerous, Cat. He'll hurt you, Cat. He'll kill you, Cat. Stay here, my love. Please." But her response to the last things that Bruce said to her was to jump off the roof. A few moments later, the Joker asks, "Remember the old days? Penguin and the umbrella? Is that a gun or a helicopter? Riddler and the puzzles? Ivy and the plants, Scarecrow and the gas, and you and the cats, me and the smile. It was all so much fun. But do you know what was odd about the whole thing?" Selina tightens her grip on her whip, asking what? And Joker goes on stating that it was all fun. "We all used to laugh. And you never laughed." Selina tells him that he's right, it is odd. Joker begins to shoot at her, and she ducks behind one of the pews. And then she jumps out, cracking her whips, grabbing one of Joker's legs, and pulls it out from underneath him. He falls, and she lunges towards him, swiping, ripping right through Joker's throat. But not before he can get another shot off in her stomach. Several minutes pass, and Selina asks, "Why does the Penguin have an umbrella? Is that even a thing?" Joker holds his neck, keeping the blood from flowing out, telling her, "I always thought it was a tuxedo. Penguins do have tuxedos. You know, like the movie where the man dances. He has a tuxedo with an umbrella." He points his gun at Selina and he tries to shoot, but every pull of the trigger, all the 2 hear is click, click. She tells him that it is not an umbrella, he had a cane, or at least she's pretty sure it was a cane. Joker lets go of his gun, telling her, "Well, I'm not so sure then." More time passes and Selina says that she would have figured that he would have asked him at some point. They always seem close. Joker laughs, telling her, "No, I was close to Harvey. Harvey was close to Oswald. Oswald was so straight about things. I myself always related to more crooked fellows. Harvey, though, bless him, he can go both ways." Selina groans, telling him, "Yeah, Harvey held a lot of them together. People forget. He's underrated. Always thought that he was the dark horse to get Batman. She saw him in Arkham." Joker asks, "Oh yeah? How's he holding up?" And Selina tells him, "You know, he can still go both ways." As the 2 lay there holding their wounds, neither willing to move for fear of bleeding out, Joker asks Selina if she can do him a favor, and she says sure. He then says, well, he's out of bullets, but he has more in his left pocket, and he can't get to it and reload without letting his artery bleed out. If she could reach into his pocket and get it, let him reload, he'll shoot her stupid face off. She tells him, yeah, if she does that, then she would bleed out and die. Then what would be the point of shooting her? Joker laughs. Okay, that's true. So, how long would I have if I used both hands? A few seconds? You wouldn't be able to defend yourself. She tells him, yeah, she's pretty helpless. He would have to move fast, though. He might live long enough to do it. Silence fills the air, and Joker asks, "Why didn't you ever laugh with us? Weren't you having fun?" And Selina tells him that he knows how it is. Whatever they did, he was better, and they kept losing. She only laughs when she's winning. And right now, all she is doing is dying. Joker then says that he heard that she was getting married. "Congratulations! Is it going to be a big wedding? Like all the superheroes gathered around? Because that would be nice." Selina says that she's not sure, they haven't talked about it. And the Joker yells, "You should talk about it! These things can't be done at last minute. Trust me on that." She then says that she got a dress, but she did steal it. And Joker asks, "Does he know?" Selina sighs, telling him, no, he would be mad. And Joker tells her that he hopes that he lives long enough to see her in it. That is to say, bury you in it, obviously. More time passes and the Joker says, "We all loved him. We wanted him to love us, but he never did. Instead, he loved you. Why?" Selina rolls over, stating because she's prettier than them. And Joker asks, "Are you now?" She laughs, stating that all they ever do is talk about Batman. They're obsessed over him. But none of them knew him. She knew him. Joker then says, "Well, I created Batman. Chaos for his order. I gave Batman meaning. I held him as the rain came and we laughed. I heard him. I know Batman." After a few moments, Joker says that she knows that if they do get married, Batman would lose the frown and the costume, right? All of it will be gone. He can't be happy and be Batman. Selina doesn't respond, and after several more moments, Joker rolls over stating, "It's time." And Selina tells him no, it's not. He begins to get up, telling her, "Before you get married, I have to save him. I'm sorry to say, he liked you, loved even, wishes all the best. But we must save Batman. We need him on the rooftops, the alleys. Him to say how much of a horror he is to hit me." Joker takes his hand off his throat and begins to bleed as he loads his gun, blood pouring down his shirt. He points it at Selina, stating that he needs Batman to stop him. If she makes him happy, if he isn't Batman, it's just not fun! But before Joker can pull the trigger, his eyes roll into the back of his head and he falls next to Selina. A few moments pass, and as Selina holds his body, Bruce wakes up asking if she's okay. The Joker poisoned and paralyzed him, but I can fight through it. Just don't move until I get there. We're gonna make it. That I swear. Whatever the Joker wanted, he didn't get it. But Selina, she begins to laugh, and it begins to get louder and louder. A few days later, at the top of the Finger Tower, Kite Man proudly stands tall, yelling, "Kite Man!" And then he's punched off the ledge by Batman, asking, "Why don't we just do it tonight?" Selina kicks Kite Man in the head, stating, "Okay, where and when?" Batman tells her, "How about here? Maybe at dawn? That'll give us time to prepare. I can get a judge so that all we will need is 2 witnesses. Maybe we could each bring one." Selina tells him that it's good, or rather that would be perfect. Kite Man leans up yelling, "Hell yeah!" Later at Porky's bar, Judge Wolfman tells the barkeep that it's been a long day. How about another? The barkeep says, You know what they say. Gotham is Batman? Wolfman looks down, stating, "No, it's Gotham is a mystery." And Bruce says, "Judge Wolfman." Meanwhile, over in Arkham, a voice tells Holly Robinson that they have made some payments and she'll be moved to Block 3-7, but along the way. Holly says that they'll get into trouble, and the voice tells her they always get into trouble. A few seconds later, a guard unlocks Holly's cell, stating that they've got orders to transfer her. Please step away from the door. Later in the West Wing of Wayne Manor, the bookshelf slides open and Holly asks if she can take off the blindfold now. It's starting to itch. Selina tells her that it's bad enough that she's got to explain that they both knew his secret since the street. But if she has to tell him that she showed someone the secret way to the manor, well, there might not be much of a wedding after that. Selina takes off the blindfold, and as Holly looks around, she asks, "This is his house? Wait, this is your house?" Over in the East Wing, the grandfather clock whips open as Bruce and Alfred walk through. Alfred asks if there's a time set for the event. Bruce pulls back the cowl, telling him, "It'll be at dawn. We'll grab a witness and Judge Wolfman will preside. To avoid risking the Wayne identity, the marriage has to be kept secret from the public. By dawn, Wolfman will be too drunk to even remember what he said or signed." Alfred then says that's romantic. And the location? Bruce takes a bite of his sandwich, stating, "A rooftop in the South Gotham. Before you ask, it's where we were and where we'll always be." Later in the bedroom, Holly fixes Selina's purple and black dress, and Selina says that it's not supposed to do that. She should have gotten something less complicated. Holly continues straightening the other parts out, telling her to just relax, it's almost done.
And Selena says that maybe she should just go get another dress. And Holly tells her that she already said, wait, there, take a look, because you're just lovely. Over in the other bedroom, Alfred fixes Bruce's tie, and Bruce says that he really hates these things. It's too tight. How am I supposed to move in this? Alfred straightens out Bruce's jacket, telling him that every night he wears molded leather bat suits. As he performs feats of astonishment, he'll be fine. Bruce then says that I look like my father. And Alfred steps back and smiles, telling him, you most certainly do. Once the two get ready and they step out of their bedrooms, Bruce and Selena see each other. But before Selena could even say that they shouldn't see each other, they run down the hallway and they kiss. After finally going back to their rooms, Holly takes a sip of her wine, stating that she can't believe it. That's him, Batman. Selena asks, what? Not what you expected? And Holly tells her that it's just so crazy. They've both known him since the beginning. It's just strange to see him like this. Selena then asks, what do you mean? And Holly says, you know, happy. He always seemed to need his misery to do what he does. Selena pauses for a moment, and then she asks, what? Over in Bruce's room, Alfred asks, as for a witness, should I call Master Dick or perhaps Master Clark? Bruce looks at his phone, telling him, no, I was thinking it could be you. If you're free, since it's always been the two of us, I can't really do anything without you. Really never could, nor will I ever. Alfred stares for a moment in silence, and then he sits down next to Bruce, and he hugs him. Once the two finish getting ready, Holly drives Selena to the location, and Holly asks if everything's okay. Selena sighs, stating that she wrote him a letter, but she never finished it. She hasn't written to him since Arkham, when they confessed. There's so much that she needed to tell him, and it's so hard to say it. They've always been so tired, and when they aren't tired, they're out there. Selena waits for a moment and then asks, am I a hero now? Holly smiles, telling her, of course, right? After all that's happened, don't you have to be? Over with Bruce, Alfred asks if everything's all right, and Bruce looks out the window, stating, I wrote Selena a letter. We never have time anymore. I wanted to tell her everything. Bruce looks at Alfred and he asks, Can I be happy? Alfred tells him after everything that he's done, everything that he's endured and suffered, to go another day. Don't you have to be? Later, as Selena sits on the rooftop, she thinks about the letter that she left on Bruce's computer. As the makeup starts to run, she stands, taking off her veil, and she jumps. Meanwhile, over at Finger Tower, Bruce waits with Alfred and Wolfman, and Wolfman says that if they wait another hour, he's going to need another drink. Bruce thinks back to the letter that he left for Selena on the bed, and he takes off his tie, and he jumps. Later, back at Arkham, Holly makes her way down the hall, stating that Selena brought her back and locked her up just before leaving. She was devastated but determined, as you said that she would be. But him? She didn't get a chance to see him. Bane sits on a mound of skulls surrounded by Gotham's most feared villains, and he tells her not to worry. The bat is broken. And that's the wedding of Batman and Catwoman. A simple letter, a simple thought, ended everything. Because Batman can't be happy, and Catwoman realized that after talking to Joker. The final words, the words that she left to him on his computer, the letter. Towards the end of it, she stated, You're still the child, Bruce, a hurt child. These past months, the desert, the boy, Superman, Wonder Woman, Ivy. But what you do with that hurt, I saw the hero that made you. And then, as if to prove what I saw, Booster, a world of horror because you were content. Joker, knowing if you had settled, you couldn't stop him. You're an engine that turns pain into hope. If we're happy, and we could be so happy, if I help that lonely boy with those lonely eyes, I kill that engine. I kill Batman. I kill the person who saves everyone. And how can I do that? How can I love you so much and look into your eyes? Into that endless blue, that gorgeous blue that calls to me, knowing to save the world, heroes make sacrifices. That's the lesson of every story. I wish I could give my life, but I can't. I have to give more. My sacrifice is my love. It's you. As Bruce's limo pulls up to Gotham South Courthouse, reporters swarm around him asking what does he make of the situation. He waves to them as he heads up the steps, stating that he's just here to do his civic duty. Like a lot of them, he's a citizen of Gotham too. But this case is a little different. It isn't about some random thug that he would be on the jury for. This trial is for Freeze, and how Batman brought him to justice. Or is it?
The court goes through the juror selection, and just as Bruce thought, he was picked to attend the trial as juror number 4. The jurors head to their hotel rooms for the night, and they wake up bright and early for the first day of the trial. Freeze's lawyer tells the jurors that out of the opening statement, the best prosecution the DA has is flimsy at best. There are only 3 dead women: Elizabeth, Maureen, and Christie. Tragic, but let me be clear. There is not one piece of evidence that the police have gathered. In fact, the coroner based all of this evidence collected by the city ruled that these women sadly suffered from a random blood clot that entered their brains. They died of natural causes. That was the ruling, not murder. That was until Batman came along. Jim Gordon takes the stand and the lawyer asks, so this case is all based on Batman's theory and not the city's theory that these women were killed by Freeze, correct? Jim says, well, yes, but. The lawyer speaks over him, telling him, Batman told you that there was a slight temperature drop in each of these women's brain stems, correct? Jim tells him yes, they were able to confirm that with an independent. The lawyer then speaks over him again, stating, yes, but that was after Batman had inspected the body, correct? And is Batman licensed to perform autopsies before the GCPD? Jim begins to get frustrated by the lawyer's wording, stating the coroner missed what had, but the lawyer stops him, asking, please answer the question, Mr. Gordon. So Jim sighs and sits back, telling him no, Batman is not licensed. As the court breaks for lunch, Bruce sits with the other jurors as they sit and discuss their current situations with their families, and Bruce remains quiet. One of the women then says that her husband is going to be mad if they're going to be a while, and another woman says to tell her husband that if he wants a fight, he'll have to pick it with Batman. The table laughs, but Bruce gets up and excuses himself. As he stands in the men's room, he looks at one of the urinals and begins to rip it off the wall. He takes it and throws it against the other side of the men's room, and he screams. And soon after, the court resumes and Harvey Bullock is brought up for questioning. The lawyer asks when Mr. Freeze was found, there was a note pinned to him. It read, he did it, ask him. But there was no signature. Did the GCPD know where this note came from? Harvey says that no, there was no signature, but they knew who this came from. Next, Mr. Freeze himself takes a stand, and his lawyer says that he confessed after the doctors had to revive him, right? And Freeze says yes. The lawyer then asks what did he confess to, and Freeze tells him that he murdered 3 women as a part of an experiment. He has fought Batman many times before. He did not hesitate to admit that, but this time he was a different man that night. On the roof, he didn't care that he hadn't done it, that those women had nothing to do with him. Batman just kept hitting him so much that he thought Batman was going to kill him. As closing statements end, the jurors head into the next room to deliberate, and one of the jurors says that now that that's over, seems pretty cut and dry. Any initial thoughts? Everyone begins to discuss times that Batman had saved the city, and even themselves. The juror then says, okay, seems pretty clear where we all stand, so let's take a vote on who thinks Mr. Freeze is guilty. Everyone begins to raise their hands, and the juror says, okay, since this needs to be unanimous, anyone think that he's not guilty? No one in the room raises their hands, except Bruce. One of the female jurors says, okay, then how about we go over the 3 key pieces of evidence? First, 3 deceased women all had lowered brain temperatures. That was the cause of death. The police missed it and Batman caught it, and then it was later confirmed by a third party. Secondly, the police found Mr. Freeze defeated by Batman while wearing his suit and in possession of his freeze gun, something his probation specifically prohibited. Third, and the most damning, he confessed to the police after he was caught. He said he was experimenting on the women, which was a part of his plan to revive his wife. Everyone else begins to call out that there's no way that this couldn't have been Freeze, so how about they hurry this up and just go home? Considering some of them have actual jobs and they don't live a playboy lifestyle, Mr. Wayne, this should already be over. The facts are the facts. It's what happened. Isn't that enough? Bruce leans back and he says, no, that's not enough. There are 3 facts. I don't disagree with them, but maybe we need more context. Why don't we go over these 3 facts, each in turn, and give the context? Give me an hour or 2, and at the end, if we're still here, I'll change my vote. Fair? One of the female jurors says that that's fair, better than a hanging jury. How about they take a 5-minute break, and when they get back, they'll get started. Once everyone leaves and comes back, Bruce goes over the moment in the trial when Jim took the stand. He wasn't happy about how clearly the lawyer pointed out that his own people didn't catch it. Then comes along Batman. Hours later, they re-examine the bodies. At that point, Batman noticed the temperatures and he saw a pattern. 3 women around the age of Freeze's wife, all killed in a manner that suggests an experiment. Batman made his own conclusions, which are now the police's conclusions, and he starts his hunt. Question is, why did the GCPD miss something that Batman caught? One of the jurors says that that's because Batman is Batman. He's better than the GCPD. He just does it better, right? And Bruce says, right. But maybe there's something else. These women, what if they died because of the clots, and later someone created the remnants of a decrease in temperature? Your explanation is that Batman saw something that Gordon's people didn't. Why did Gordon miss it? Why did Batman catch it? Bruce slams his fist down, shouting, "Why? You're convicting a man on assumptions. If there are alternative assumptions that make just as much sense, then what is the actual simplest explanation that actually makes sense? The corridor was good. Gordon confirmed it. He should have seen it. So maybe the corridor missed something that wasn't there. And maybe Batman says it because it was. But if it wasn't there, then Freeze didn't do it, and Batman went after the wrong man. Then there's the costume. Freeze claimed on the stand that he was told by an underground source, whom he refuses to name, that he was told that Batman was coming for him. So he went for his costume, rebuilt his freeze gun, and he risked his parole going back to Arkham because he's afraid of Batman. So he leaves his house, where he's under house arrest, to basically find Batman before Batman can find him, to defend himself, so he says. Another juror says that it's all bullcrap, he was up to something. If he was scared of Batman, he should have stayed in his house. But Bruce tells him, because a guilty man runs. He should have let Batman come to him to talk to him about the crime. But have we actually ever seen anyone talk to Batman? For years, these two have been fighting, not talking, fighting. The prosecutor, not even in the defense, noted this. We've seen pictures. Freeze has had dozens of plans for Gotham. And all of them have ended the same way, a punch, a kick, a knockout blow. Now Freeze gets information that Batman suspects him again. What do you expect Freeze to do? To wait? To talk to Batman? They don't talk. What evidence did Freeze have that Batman was coming over for a friendly chat and not another fight? We're here to convict a man beyond reasonable doubt. We can't convict him of putting on a suit, not if we doubt that Freeze is lying about the information. Finally, his confession. If Freeze was so scared of Batman, why did he confess and keep confessing long after the threat was gone? Why? When I was young, a man killed my mother and my father. We were coming out of the movies and a man with a gun appeared. My father shouted and the man shot him. He then tried to take my mother's pearls and they got tangled up, so he shot her. I watched. The man ran, and when I fell to my knees, I screamed. As time went on, I tried to reach the very top. I was as happy as I could be, great friends, and I even had love. But then something happened. You lose something, and then you're 10 again, screaming for your parents. You would do anything to get away from the fright. What Batman did to Freeze, that level of violence, that cruelty, it didn't leave when Batman left, it stayed, and after that, Freeze said it himself. He wanted to get the hell out of there. This confession, it's after the beating. Whatever Freeze said, whoever Freeze said it to, that confession doesn't mean a damn thing. One of the jurors stands up and says that she can tell what he's trying to do. He wants them to doubt each one of the 3 pieces of evidence. Have them believe that Batman was wrong, bad, incompetent, horrible, or out of control. He's saying that Batman is not the hero that they, Gotham, think he is. Now, if he wants them to go along with that theory, he's going to need to prove it. Can he really, truly prove that? Bruce stares at the woman and tells her, yes, I can. He points at her blouse. And he says, I notice you're wearing a cross. The woman says that she believes in God, attended church for 20 years. Is that a problem, Mr. Wayne? And Bruce tells her no, never. But you've asked me here to show you today that Batman could have made a mistake. That perhaps that mistake has led to Freeze being falsely accused. So I find your cross, your belief, interesting, vital perhaps. The woman asks, do you believe in God, Mr. Wayne? Bruce tells her yes. That's just it. I used to. My father was a Christian. I believed that the Lord would protect him. Talked about things that we could control and the things that we can't. Later after that, I was upset. I put aside believing in a deity and started believing in something that could save my father. So I left Gotham for a while, searched for something to put my faith in, but ultimately I couldn't find anything. Instead of looking for something to believe, I wanted for something to come and find me. We all live here, and we all know that this is a place for monsters, for demons. And there he is. Every shadow is met, every horror put down. As citizens of Gotham, we watch as Batman beats back the bullies. A man with a bat on his chest is keeping us safe. After my parents died, I sought transcendence. I found Batman. The woman then asks, your argument for why Batman may have made mistakes with Freeze is because you think Batman is God? And Bruce says, if we define God as the infallible, the responsible, the one who determines life and death, then yes, that would be my argument. I thought Batman was God. How many of you here are here because of Batman? Without his help in this city, how many of you would be in a grace? All of the jurors remain quiet, and then all of them raise their hand, including Bruce. Bruce goes on stating, based on that belief, you have no right to sit here in judgment of Batman. He is perfect, you are not. Your lives are his and you worship him. You let Freeze go and rot and ignore any doubt, all because Batman decided it. His will is your law. God is above you. He wears a cape. You trust him and trust that he was right and he's so good. He's the world's greatest detective, right? Bruce walks over to grab a cup of water, and after taking a drink, he looks back asking, "Who are you?" He takes a seat asking everyone, "Have any of you have read the book of Job?" Because that's what God said to him, right? God tore this man's life away, burned his farm and his children. And Job gets angry and asks God why. And God tells him, "I created the mountains and the miracles, and you're questioning me. You, who are you?" Bruce hangs his head, stating, "I was hurt recently. I had for years put every fiber of my being into Batman because he was good. Good enough to protect me from all of the pain. My mother, my father, this city, my life, everything. It worked. After many years, I had something that I never thought I could have, and I was happy. And then it all fell. Everything falls. And so did I. I screamed as loud as I could, and my scream was a prayer to Batman to catch me. I fell and I begged, and now I'm still waiting. And I'll always be waiting. Batman is not God. He tries, but he fails, and then he tries again, but he can't. He does not provide solace from pain. He does not give you an eternity. He cannot comfort you for the love you've lost. God blessed your souls with grace. Batman punches people in the face. The 12 of you sit here with power over Freeze's freedom. That is godlike power. You know still that you yourselves are not sovereign, that you are righteously constrained by your own humanity. You must approach this sacred task with some humility, knowing that your wisdom will forever be scarred by your perspective. You know that, then you know him. He's not perfect, he's just you, but in a leather bat suit. Your decision here must be made beyond a reasonable doubt, and the facts show that we doubt Batman, and therefore we doubt this case. So my argument is this: no matter what he does, behind the cape, behind the cowl, the bat and everything, he is a damn person. And because he is a person, a man, Batman can make mistakes. We are not Job talking to God. We are the citizens of the city speaking to another citizen. However good he is, we can be just as good. However flawed he is, we can be just as flawed. Don't turn Batman's mistakes into a damnation of an innocent man. If you condemn Freeze for Batman's error, you condemn Batman. You say guilty, and you put the bat into the same cold cage. You all raised your hands when asked if he saved you. Now it's your time to save him. And so, the jurors take another vote, and it was unanimous. Freeze was set free. As Bruce leaves the court, he talks to Alfred, stating that he's going out. Prepare the original suit. He doesn't want to wear the suit that he was in when Alfred tells him yes. And Bruce then says that he needs to get back to he is lost. He needs to remember who he is, who Batman is. As the next person in line walks up to the Gotham Airport immigration desk, the woman at the counter asks the man coming up for his passport. The man hands it over, and the woman looks at it, and she says, "Mr. Zimmerman, welcome to America and welcome to Gotham. What is the purpose of your visit?" Mr. Zimmerman says business, and he holds out his prosthetic arm, stating that he works for Foundation. It helps country people who have lost limbs. There is a fundraiser that he'll be attending. The woman stamps the passport, stating that that's great to hear. That's a really good thing to do. Mr. Zimmerman takes the passport, and he says that he hopes so. But as the bat signal shines over Gotham, Batman and Nightwing get to work patrolling the streets. As the two sit on top of a nearby building, Nightwing says, Mamma mia, Mommy, Daddy, and me!" All of which Bruce says, "No, no, no." The two jump down to fight back the rise of the mummy creatures. And Nightwing says, "You were never one for puns. Instead, all you do is grunt and look sad." Batman knocks out on Mummy, telling him, "Do not grunt and look sad. I just don't want to say funny things when I fight." Nightwing says, "Okay, for the sake of argument, how about you just grunt instead?" Nightwing hits a Mummy, and Batman grunts. And then Nightwing grunts, stating, "See? Boring." But while Batman and Nightwing make sure that Gotham is a little safer, Mr. Zimmerman stops by a gun store, telling the clerk that he would like to buy a rifle. The clerk says they have a lot of rifles. He's gonna have to be a bit more specific. Mr. Zimmerman reaches into his coat and he takes out a small photo and he slides it to the clerk. Clerk picks it up and says, "Oh, that's very specific. I can do it, but it's not going to be cheap." Mr. Zimmerman tells him that he understands, but he has the money. The clerk finishes his cigarette and he blows smoke through his nose, stating, "Hip hip hooray." "So you want to wait for the government checks to come in, or would you rather pay the late night expedited special?" Mr. Zimmerman tells him expedited, please. Next, Mr. Zimmerman goes to an all-night diner and he orders a hot dog. While sitting and listening to the people coming and going, he takes out a pen and he begins to write down something. He then pays his tab and he heads out, leaving behind the note. As the rain starts to come in, Mr. Zimmerman heads to an apartment and he knocks on the door, ringing a random person. A short while later, the man opens the door up, shouting, "It's 3 a.m. How many times is he going to ring the damn bell?" Mr. Zimmerman tells the man that he's sorry, but his mother lives on the 8th floor and she isn't answering. He wanted to make sure that everything was okay. The man sighs and he lets Mr. Zimmerman in, and as he gets to the 8th floor, he knocks on a door to his mother's apartment. Moments later, Mr. Zimmerman grabs a man by the throat and he squeezes as he holds him down. The man struggles to try and pull the hand off of his neck, but slowly he loses his strength and he lets go. With no more distractions, the man walks over to the window and he unlocks it. He drops his duffel bag, taking out the rifle, and he begins to set it up, perching himself at the window as he takes aim. Meanwhile, back with Batman and Nightwing, they respond to a signal that Gordon put out, and the two ask, "How can we help?" Gordon lights his pipe, stating that he found something at a diner over in Midtown, a napkin left on a table. The message on it read, "Who's afraid of the Joker?" And the question mark at the end was oversized. Batman says that it's the anniversary of the end of the war, but Joker and Riddler are still in Arkham, or at least they're supposed to be, being checked out. Nightwing then yells, "That's the problem for Napkin Man! I just don't..." But before he could finish, there's a sound, and Nightwing reacts to a shot in his head. His head falls back, and the blood splatters. And from across the way, Mr. Zimmerman lowers his rifle as Gordon shouts to get a medical team up there. Mr. Zimmerman shuts the window, packs the rifle, and he leaves. The next day, a man sits on his couch, slowly nodding off when he suddenly hears banging at his front door. A voice in Russian calls out that he can hear his fat wheeze through the wood. Put the gun down and open the door. The old man grabs a shotgun and fires at it, blowing a hole through it, stating that it's open. The door is then kicked in and the old man looks up, stating, "Tolia." Mr. Zimmerman says, "Father." Back in Gotham at the same store that Mr. Zimmerman brought his rifle from, Batman simply tells the man, "Run." The clerk runs and jumps out the front window. As he gets back up, Batman stares at the glass, throwing a batarang that wraps around the clerk's neck, pulling him back in. Later at the Batcave, Batman says that the clerk confirmed his suspicion. The shooter isn't Toly, KG Beast. Alfred asks, "Can you find him?" And Batman says, "Beast is a professional killer, unlike any other, perhaps the best." Alfred sighs and says, "Master Dick, sir, can he be found?" And Batman says, "He can, and I will." Back in the cabin in Russia, Beast asks his father how long has it been since his last drink, and his father says 26 years. Beast picks up a bottle, looking at it, asking, "That long, huh? Whenever I could remember you, you always had a drink. Always raging through the house, face red with a bottle in hand. They had a name for it when you started the hard beatings." The Beast pours 2 shots and he goes, "The Beast." Beast then picks up his glass, stating, "To the Beast." And his father looks at the glass and with shaky hands grabs it, stating, "The Beast." And he drinks it. As Beast's father pours another glass, he asks what happened to his arm. And Beast says, "You know the Batman, yes?" Beast's father goes to the drink, asking, "Did he take it?" And Beast tells him, "No, he tried though." Beast motions like he has a knife, stating, "I had to cut it off to escape." Beast's father asks, "So Batman had 2 arms and you have 1. And Beast drinks again, stating, "I escaped." Beast's father smacks the glass out of his hand, stating, "I raised you to be a man, but I can see you're still a little boy." Beast then pours the last of the bottle for his father, asking, "More?" And Beast's father tells him, "If you have more, then why not?" His father sighs, telling him, "You were always prepared, but I would have figured that you would have taken the man's arm." Beast himself reaches into his bag, saying, "Well, I did take something else recently. I took Batman's son and a lot of money for the privilege of doing it." His father says, "The son and the money, that's good, but an arm would still have been better." Beast pulls a gun out of the bag and he says, "An arm is important to a man. What good really is a son?" But a short distance away from the cabin, against being told not to, Batman marches in the storm. Over the radio, Alfred tells Batman that he should come back. He's beginning to lose signal. "Please respond. Master Bruce, please." But as the radio goes silent, all Batman can hear is the sound of crushing snow beneath his boots as he continues to walk. Over in the cabin, Beast's father takes another drink, asking, "Why do you keep me alive? You killed the rest, your brothers, your sisters, your mother, why not me?" Beast tells him, "Because they were weak and you were strong. I loved you, I still love you." Beast's father scoffs, telling him, "For that, you are weak. But that is my fault. I let you be weak because I loved you too." His father finishes pouring the next drink and suddenly there's a loud bang as he's shot in the head. Beast lowers his gun, picks up the glass and takes the drink. And as he finishes, he hears the sound of crushed snow getting louder. He sets his glass down and he takes aim with his gun at the boarded up door. As Batman reaches the cabin, he reaches for the door, but suddenly ducks as a bullet is shot through at him. Beast unloads the rest of his clip at the door, and with one of them hitting Batman in the shoulder. Beast then pulls the trigger until he hears it clicking. He looks out the window and hears the sound of crunching snow, and then a batarang is thrown in, hitting the prosthetic arm. The two men groan as they look at each other, and Batman throws another batarang, with Beast jumping through the window at Batman. Beast pins Batman to the ground, and Batman gets his foot into Beast, flipping him over. As the two get back up, Beast swings his prosthetic arm, cutting into Batman's face with a hooked end. As Batman gets back up, Beast punches him down again, and he kicks his body across the snow. Beast then walks over, looks down, and starts to kick Batman in the head. As Beast gets ready to end it, Batman reaches for his belt, taking out his grappling hook, firing it upward, hitting Beast in the chin. A loud snap can be heard, and Beast falls backwards onto the ground, motionless. As the snow begins to set in around him, he tells him, "My neck is broken." And Batman tells him, "Yeah." Beast goes on telling him, "If you help me, I'll tell you who hired me to shoot the boy." Batman looks back telling him, "I've got a bullet in my arm and a body of hurt, and there's a 300-click walk ahead of me through nothing but snow and ice." He spits a mouthful of blood and begins to walk away, stating, "I'm the world's greatest detective. I'm gonna find out who hired you and break them too. You can get your own damn help." Oswald Cobblepot, the Penguin, a man who has built an empire from nothing. Many would say that he wouldn't know what it feels like to feel loss, or what it would feel like to answer to a higher being. But as we watch the Penguin fight Batman and be placed into Arkham, we see that the Penguin does in fact answer to someone. And those men are Bane and Batman. As Penguin's men clap and cheer for the return of their boss, Penguin's mind is more focused on something else. The clapping slowly dies down, and Penguin asks, "Where is her body?" The Penguin's men bring him to the morgue, and they state that they didn't want to bury her yet. They didn't know what to do, so they waited for him to return. Penguin looks down at the coffin, telling them, "Sunday, at Gotham Gardens, get 2 plots near my grandfather. One for her, and one for me." As Sunday comes, the Penguin stands before the grave of Penny Cobblepot. Penguin bends down and he tosses a handful of dirt, stating that they all thought that she was small and silly. Just another thing to be passed around from man to man. The way that she was treated as if she was less than human. They never understood, they never even considered that maybe, just maybe, she had a soul. As the rain follows, Penguin walks back to his car, telling his men that their friend has expressed his disappointment with the freeze situation. Fortunately, we put some blame on Bruce Wayne, claiming some of how Gotham's first citizen manipulated the jury to help his pal, the Batman. We are to punish Mr. Wayne. Should we fail in this assignment, we are to be perceived as having failed with freeze, and we will bear the next punishment. One of Penguin's men asks, "What are we gonna do to Mr. Wayne then?" And Penguin tells him, "No, nothing as dramatic as that. Our friend has plans for Mr. Wayne, but for us to earn back our lives, we'll have to kill Wayne's manservant." Later, atop the roof of the GCPD, Gordon lights his pipe asking, "How's the kid?" Because if you remember, my dear viewer, Nightwing was recently shot in the head and presumed dead at first. Not answering, Batman asks, "What do we have here?" Gordon goes on stating, "We had an officer like that one. He came back all the way. It was hard." Batman asks, again, "What do we have here?" Gordon takes a puff of his pipe, telling him, "Yeah, okay. Same as before. Clot, drop in temperature, one difference. Scene of the crime. On our third search, we got lucky and found something underneath the floorboard. Turned out to be a feather." Meanwhile, at the mansion, Alfred tends to his cleaning duties when he hears an alarm going off that there is an intruder. He heads over to the Simonson suite to find a small bird laying amongst a pile of broken glass. He kneels down to examine that bird, and as he looks up, he notices a red dot aimed directly at his forehead. Later, inside of Penguin's office, Batman tells him, "I know about." But before he could finish, Penguin holds up his hand to quiet him. Over the intercom, a man says that they have the Wayne Butler in their sights. Are they to pull the trigger? Penguin says, "No, I think not. Instead, kill yourself in the pilot. Now." The man tells him, "You got it." And there are 2 gunshots. Penguin looks back at Batman and tells him, "Please sit. We have much to discuss." A few moments later, Batman slams his hands down on Penguin's desk, telling him, "I don't believe you." Penguin lights his cigarette, telling him, "I have the evidence, how he's killed those 3 girls, tampered with the bodies." Batman tells him, "No, you knew about the 4 women that he killed." Penguin tells him, "My actions are irrelevant. Bane is essentially running Gotham from inside Arkham, and this capacity has asked me to, on several occasions, help with several projects. These women, the Wayne manservant, some minor trifles here and there. Likely, he has others doing other projects, Batman. Batman stares at Penguin and tells him, no, Bane is in Arkham, in a cell. He is incapacitated. Penguin laughs. What a pathetic little man you are in a pathetic little costume. You have no idea what Bane is. Believe me or not, it is the truth. Meanwhile, over at Arkham Asylum, Bane curls up in his padded cell, asking, Can I help you? Batman looks at him and tells him, get up. Bane covers his head. Please don't. Please, I don't want to hurt. Please don't hurt me anymore. Mommy, the waters are coming. Batman reaches down, grabbing Bane, asking him, did you not hear me? I know. Batman slams Bane against a wall and he tells him, please, don't hit me. Batman throws Bane across the cell, telling him, this deception is over. You've lost. As Batman begins to beat on Bane, he says, I know how you framed Freeze. Killed those women, tried to kill Alfred Pennyworth. Bane tries getting back up, begging Batman to stop, but Batman tells him it's not hard to see that he worked with the Beast. You shot my boy! And a loud crunch can be heard as Batman's boot kicks into Bane's face. Bane falls to the ground and Batman tells him, get up. Bane slowly gets back up, telling him, yes, please, just don't. But before he can finish, Batman punches him again. Batman grabs Bane by the head, telling him, say it, shout it proudly, I am Bane. Say it so I can tell you, I'm Batman. Batman grabs onto Bane's head, and as hard as he can, he headbutts him in the nose. Gordon kicks the door open, yelling, what the hell are you doing here? And Bane starts to ask for his mommy. Batman turns back shouting, Bane has captured Arkham. He's using it as a base to launch attacks against me. This is all an act. Gordon runs in, pulling Batman away, asking, are you insane? Bane has been under my watch ever since you put him into a catatonic state. Bane can't walk. He can barely talk. He hasn't even left this damn room. You need to calm down. This man is... But Batman, he turns, punching Gordon, yelling, I know what he is! Gordon wipes the blood from his mouth, telling Batman, get out. You are trespassing on city property. I will let you off with a warning if you leave now, but if you don't, all of the Gotham PD will descend upon you. And if that doesn't work, I'll just call the damned Justice League. You think you know better than us? Well, I'm getting pretty sick of you. Get the hell out of my sight. Batman leaves. Bane is taken out to be treated for his injuries. But as he lays there, he opens up an eye and he smiles. With no other clues to go on, Batman takes to the streets, tracking down all of those who have recently been in Arkham Asylum. First is Maxie Zeus, but as Batman beats him down, he doesn't get the answers that he's looking for. To make sure he didn't get out of hand, Batman captured Penguin and Alfred has been watching over him. Next on Batman's list is Firefly. Batman throws Firefly out of a building without his jetpack, and as Firefly screams, Batman slowly loads his grappling gun. With one carefully aimed shot, Batman begins to reel back on the wire, with Firefly screaming. Firefly shouts that he's only been in Arkham for months. He saw everything. Bane was just in his cell the whole time. He didn't even come out. Whatever you heard, it isn't true. You got to believe me. Batman presses the button and lets Firefly free fall, asking, do I? Following him was Kite Man, but all Batman could get was a hell yeah. And finally, with the last victim, Batman looks down at him, telling him to talk, and he doesn't say anything. But on the life of his child, stop hitting him. Yeah, he had a cell next to Bane, saw him every day, but he was broken. Just tucks himself into a corner, crying all night. That's the truth, oh my. Before he could finish, Batman kicks him in the face. After not getting any of the answers he wanted, Batman heads back to the Batcave. And as he arrives, it's pitch black. Then he hears a groan coming from where Penguin was being kept. Batman hurries over and he finds Alfred on the ground, asking him what happened. And Alfred says that he's here. Batman shouts, asking who? And Alfred tells him, your father. Behind Batman, standing tall, is Thomas Wayne.
As blood rushes to Batman's head, he tells himself to open his eyes. He needs to open his damn eyes! Soon his vision comes back and it's still fuzzy. But that's good. He needs to evaluate and reassess the situation. What is it that he's seeing? Pig, the enemy. Okay. Now what is he doing? He's hanging, tied by ropes. How did he get here? How does he get out of here? He can see Pig talking. They always talk. Let the villains talk, but why can't he hear Pig? It doesn't matter.
He needs to work on the ropes. The rope hates the knot. The knot wants to be straight, to be free. Listen to the rope. Let it guide you. Feel the movement. Warm the fibers. Let it stretch. Work the rope. Let it give way. Good. After blinking, Batman sees blood splatter. Why does he see blood? Why is he screaming? Why can't he hear anything? What is going on? Blood. It's in his nose. It's in his mouth. Gathering in his throat. Stop screaming. Swallow the blood. Breathe the blood. Forget the blood. Focus on the rope. The rope is giving way. One finger is free. That's enough. Reach for the batarang tucked under your shirt. Now pull it. Carefully. And then saw. The rope, it's talking. Now it's screaming. Understand it. Sympathize. Thank it for its help. And cut. All right. Now he's free. Evaluate. Reassess. Pig is attacking. He is shouting. He is grunting. Why can't I hear him? Doesn't matter. Pig is getting closer. And now! Good. Knocked Pig away with a headbutt. This gives me time to cut the ropes and get my feet on the ground. Pig is still talking as he holds his knife. What is he saying? Doesn't matter. They all want the same thing. Day after day, week after week, year after year. I can't give it to him. I have to stop him, jump on him, tackle him. But no. Jumping was foolish. That allowed Pig to stab me. That gave Pig an opening. Now there's a knife in my gut. It's okay. It'll be fine. I've been stabbed before. I'll survive. Stop moving. Gently grab the handle and pull. Not quickly though. Can't let it break off. Every inch of the metal slipping through the flesh. Feel it because it means I'm alive. Pig bows. Good. He surrendered his weapon. All he's lost is blood. Pig lost his weapon. Feel the balance of the blade. Judge it. Master it. Throw it! Batman throws, and as the shiny metal spins through the air, the handle hits Pig square in the forehead. Good. Pig is stunned, but he's laughing. Pig loves to laugh. Everything's a joke. Everyone's a joker. Everyone but me. I've won this fight. Press the boot on his chest. Apply pressure. Break a rib. Threaten to break his heart. Find out his plans. Find his helpers. Solve the mystery. He has to talk. No one wants pain. They ask for it, but they don't really want it. Press harder. Bend the bones under the boot. Wait! Any more and you'll kill him. Step back. Something's wrong. Why can't I hear Pig? Reassess. Evaluate the information. Understand what is happening. We're in a butcher shop. Blood. Tied up by a rope. A man in a mask. Pig. A knife. The knife. Pig has the knife. He traded the blood for the knife. Now Pig has the knife, and all I have is blood. Okay. Pig is talking. Plan. Ignore the smell. Rancid corpses of all the slaughtered pigs. Evaluate. Reassess. How did I get here? How do I get out? Bane. It all started with Bane. Bane is running Arkham. Running the city. He put up an act. Made me hit Gordon. Talked to the inmates. They all denied it. Returned to the cave. Alfred was there on the floor wounded. He said something. Your father and then Master Bruce. Why? Forget Bane. Focus. There's a fight right here. Throw something. Batarangs, 2 of them. Twist the fingers. Let them spin. But Pig catches them. How? Am I that weak? Focus. I need to fight. What is Pig? A metaphor. A myth. A story. A dream. In ancient Cyprus, there was a sculptor named Pygmalion. He took a brick of marble and created the most wondrous woman. She was so beautiful that he prayed for her to be real. And then he kissed her lips. He was met with her warm lips. He broke away from the kiss and the woman smiled. They loved. And they lived happily ever after. Wait, that's it. It's just love. I fell in love. I saw the ideal. I saw his ideal. He built his ideal. From nothing, from a boy in an alley to now. I prayed. For the second time in my life, I prayed. I went to the rooftop, but Dick Grayson was shot. Alfred isn't safe. Bane, Gordon, no one is safe. Let go of Pig. Ask him. Batman lets go, and Pig stands up, and Batman looks him right in the eye. How did I get here? How do I get out? Pig stares, and after a few moments he says, little pig, let me in. No, not by the hair in my chinny chin chin. He reaches for his mask, and he takes it off. It's not Pig, it's Damien. Reevaluate, reassess. A metaphor, a myth, a story, a dream. Everything changes. Finger Tower. He was going to leave. Then Selina appears. It was perfect. They kissed. And then there was Constantine. He said something. You're just another dream. At the end of this, she's going to die. No, he can protect her. Constantine worries too much. Go home, rest, be with Selina. But then he hears Constantine's voice again. A few more days, she'll be bleeding. No matter what you do, she's dead, and you know it. It doesn't matter. It's none of his business. Constantine shrugs while sitting in Batman's bathroom, stating, "No, it's not. I'm just trying to help. I need to show Selina how to get to the cave." 10:48. Change the time to 10:48. The time it showed up. Constantine, he's here. He needs to leave. Get out. Constantine takes a drag from his cigarette, asking, "What did you say, and what was the point?" Be married, have fun, enjoy her while she's here. Enjoy all the beautiful, if temporary, comforts of love. Have a bloody ball. Live the dream. Hit him. Stop him from talking. Constantine could have been one of the greats if he wasn't such an idiot. Later, Constantine steps onto the roof. Batman holding Selina. She was shot. It could have been the Beast again, just like he shot Dick. Constantine lights his cigarette. You know that this is a dream, right? They have you strapped to a machine, using scarecrow gas to induce this, all of this, Batman. Whatever came before, whatever comes next, they're trying to drive you mad. Batman asks, "Are you here to help? To get me out?" And Constantine tells him, "No, I'm here because you can't get out. You'll never get out. You will go mad. Not that you'll remember it, but maybe next time." Batman says, "You're not real." And Constantine tells him, No, I'm not. No one's here. In fact, you're quite alone. Just like everything else around you. Just another dream becoming a nightmare. Batman blinks and everything changes again. Now he's in a ballroom with Selina and he asks her to dance. Everything keeps changing. He's been having these dreams, these nightmares. Children killing children. Damien in a pig mask. Joker in a sewer. Her dead. Her talking. Her laughing. Selina tells him, "You're trapped. How?" Batman says, "A while back, I exposed myself to every variation of the Scarecrow toxins. I memorized the effects, how they work and how they feel. But this is different. My last memory before these effects took place was in the cave. Alfred, my father, coming for me, just as I was coming for Bane. Bane controlled Arkham, controlled Scarecrow. One would assume that Bane and my father are working together. They isolated me, captured me, and injected me with the serum to try and drive me mad." Selina asks why, and Batman says, "Before this, the last time I saw him was during the Button investigation. The last thing my father said to me before he died was, 'Don't be Batman.' That's why they're together. Bane and my father share this motivation to stop me." Selina asks, "Will they?" And Batman thinks, and he says, "I need to get out of this dream. It took me some time to remember, but the first clue was when Constantine came to warn me. Constantine was part of me fighting back, and then I was struggling to get free. They must have increased the dosage. In experimenting with toxins, I found the solution. The toxin induces fear, but too much fear can overpower it. I just need to find a fear greater than this." Selina asks, "What is your greatest fear?" And Batman says, "You left me. I read your note. It was a lie. I couldn't ask. I should have asked, but I was afraid. I should have asked you, why?" She asks him, "Why? Isn't it obvious? Can't you see? It's your vow, your suicide. In that moment, you forswore love and chose war. You can't love anyone or anything other than the vow. Your greatest fear is your simple truth. You don't love me." Batman says, No, it's not true." Selina tells him that she's sorry. He doesn't know how sorry she is. He tries to think of something and he says, "I love you, I have to." She pulls him close, telling him, "No, my love, you don't." She kisses Batman on the cheek, stating, "Thank you for the dance. It was lovely. But the dream is done. It is time to wake up." Bats flutter and Batman calls out for her, shouting, "No! Cat! Cat!" Everything is a dream. Everything that Batman has seen, everything that he's been through, it's all been a dream. No, it was a nightmare. A nightmare caused by Scarecrow's fear toxins. Focus on that. This is a dream. This is a dream, and it is time to wake up. And Batman screams, "Ah!" as he breaks free from all of the wires and tubes connected to him. But as he does, he hears a voice. Director of the company wakes early for a morning flight. He realizes that he forgot some papers at work and he goes there. In the office, he meets the night watchman, who is leaving for him. The watchman stops the director and tells him that he shouldn't fly. "I had a dream last night," he says. "I saw you crash. I saw you die." The director heeds the advice, and sure enough, the plane goes down. The next day, the director returns and gives the Watchman a generous bonus, then fires him. Why did the director fire the Watchman? Batman stumbles out of his mechanical prison and without saying a word, grabs the Riddler by the head and slams it down onto his knee with all of his strength, sounding off a loud crunch. The Riddler falls to the ground gasping for air, and Batman leaves as he says, "The night watchman said he had a dream last night. That meant he was sleeping on the job." Batman continues to walk through Arkham Asylum, brutally beating every villain that Bane has released, calling out to him, "Bane!" Batman asks, "Do you think this is enough? Nightmares? Do you expect me to curl up into a ball and cry for my mommy? Is this the marvelous plan? After all the years of being humiliated, time and time again being broken down, and your answer to it all was give me bad dreams? Do you even know what my life is? Do you have any conception of what I've been through? You challenge me with nightmares! I live the nightmare! Don't you understand? I'm Batman! I am the nightmare!" In the next room, Mr. Freeze points his freeze gun at Batman, stating, Batman grabs the gun from Freeze's trembling hands, telling him, "You were a great professor, a smart man, so consider this. And let me ask you this. Wasn't it all a waste? Speaking scientifically." Freeze slowly steps back, stating, but before he could say freeze, Batman punches him, asking, "Isn't this easier?" The next area that Batman walks into, he shouts, "Scarecrow, show yourself! You smell of fear!" Scarecrow jumps down from the ceiling, spraying Batman in the face with his toxin, but Batman throws him off his back and into the wall. The hallway fills with the toxin, clouding Scarecrow's vision, and as he gets back up, he asks, "Batman?" Through the haze, Batman tells him, "It was your formula." And Scarecrow tells him, "You just took enough gas to panic a herd of elephants. As your doctor, I would strongly advise lying down. I would advise you surrender." Batman tells him, "I owe you for the insight on the new formula. I owe you for all the fun." He then raises up through the smoke, and seconds later, Scarecrow's screams can be heard all throughout Arkham. After that, Batman looks up at Amygdala and Solomon Grundy. The two men loom over Batman and he cracks his knuckles. "Yeah, okay." But he doesn't groan as he gets up, he laughs. He laughs as he walks away from the knocked out bodies of the two hulking monsters. After that, Batman punches Two-Face into the ground and the Harvey side cries out, "Please, no more, I surrender." But the Two-Face side shouts, "Touch me again and I'll kill you." Batman punches again, telling him, "Look, I've always liked you, Harvey. I can trust you, so I'm gonna trust you to deliver this message." He throws Two-Face against a wall and he asks again, "Can you do it?" Harvey tells him, "Yes, please stop." And Two-Face yells, "Go to hell!" Batman grabs Two-Face by the collar, slamming him into the wall, yelling, "I was talking to Harvey!" Batman gets close and through his teeth he tells Harvey to give him a message. "Tell him that I wish to speak to him today, but I just woke up, so I'm a little tired. I'm going home, in my city. But tomorrow I'm coming back, and I'm coming back with my army. So tell him, Harvey, tell him tomorrow we will talk." Batman releases his grip and he lets Two-Face slide to the ground. He walks out the doors. But later that night, as Batman sits at his computer, he hears the same words over and over again. "Intruder, intruder, intruder." He rubs his head as he looks up and then reluctantly grabs his mask, putting it on before walking upstairs. As he walks into the dining room, Bane sits at one end of the table, raising a glass. "Welcome home, Bruce." However, it isn't just Bane. Right behind him, in his own cowl and mask, is Thomas Wayne, Batman's father from another world, standing there with his arms folded. Bane tells him, "Please, have a seat." But Batman stands there telling him, "I'm gonna break your damn back." Bane grits his teeth, but he holds himself back, telling Alfred, "Maybe Bruce would feel more comfortable if we served him some food." Alfred says, "Yes, Master Bane." As Alfred walks over to Batman, he asks, "Would you care for some soup?" Batman doesn't answer, smacking the tray out of Alfred's hands. He then grabs the table, throwing it, calling out to Bane, "I'm gonna break your damn back!" Bane laughs and Batman punches him, with Bane punching back. The mansion wasn't the first place Batman went to. No, he made good on his word, and he assembled an army, and they struck. Except the hospital they attacked. It wasn't Arkham. At least it wasn't the Arkham that Bane had built up. After the attack on the hospital, Batgirl says that she saw it with her own eyes. She got into their servers, deep into their servers. There's no record of anyone getting out of their cells. Bane was a wreck before he was beaten. Now he's comatose. Everything that Batman saw, everything that he claimed in the nightmares, never happened. Batman tells her, I saw my father. My father hurt Alfred. Talk to him. He'll tell you. Batgirl tells him, she did. At great length even. Alfred never saw Thomas Wayne. He never got hurt. He said after coming home he was worried. Ever since Catwoman. And Batman shouts, this is not about her! Tim steps back telling him, you're in a lot of pain right now. We get that. It's okay. That's just who we are. Tim reaches out and he places his hand on Batman's shoulder telling him, you have to let us in. Let us help, Bruce. Batman stares and tells him, I don't want your help. I don't need a damn thing. He pushes Tim's hand off and he punches him right in the face. But back in the current timeline at the mansion, lightning strikes and Batman jumps into attack. He punches Bane over and over again, each punch hitting harder than the last. Bane grabs Batman by the neck, but Batman breaks free, headbutting Bane with enough force to even knock him down. Blood begins to drip from the wound on his forehead, and as Bane lays there, he opens his eyes. He allows Batman the small victory, and he gets back to his feet, wrapping his arms around Batman's neck. He drags him through the house, throwing him into the portrait of him and his parents, and it shatters. Batman gets up, wiping the blood from his mouth, putting his fists ready to get back into it. He charges forward, knocking Bane into the next room. But Bane punches back, punching harder with each and every punch. The two go back and forth for what feels like hours until Bane kicks Batman in the head. Bane picks him up by the cape, slamming him headfirst into the wall, stunning him. Bane then picks up Batman's lifeless body, and he brings him down to his knee with a thundering crack. As Bane tosses Batman's body to the ground, Thomas steps out of the shadows, watching every second of what just happened. The following night, Batman is strapped to the back of a horse, while Thomas checks the lines to make sure that he's secure. He sings to himself as he hops up on the saddle, and he pulls on the reins to get the horse going. They begin to walk forward. Over Thomas's singing, the sound of a coffin being dragged in the sand can be heard behind him. The next morning, Thomas wakes up to a figure standing over him, and he tells him morning. The ninja helps Thomas up, and he tells him good morning. We are the death of the desert. Thomas tells him, yeah, I know who you are. There's only 5 of you. Do you think that's enough? The ninja tells him, you aren't a Batman. And Thomas punches him, telling him, I am now. Thomas continues to sing to himself, beating the ninjas until finally the last falls, and he carries on with his journey. Night falls, and Thomas stops to eat, listening to the crackle of the campfire. He eats his beans when suddenly Bruce's eyes open up and he shoots up, screaming, Bane! Thomas places his hand on Batman's shoulder, telling him, it's all right. You've been through a lot. Just remember what you've been taught. Batman turns back, swinging his tied-up arms, shouting, Bane! And Thomas grabs the punch, punching him back, telling him, it's okay. You can be scared. It just means that you have to fight that fear. Batman stumbles back and Thomas kneels down, telling him, look, it's over. You've been defeated, broken, body and soul, but that's behind you now. It's time to rebuild. We're gonna show them how strong you really are. There's nothing to worry about. Father's got you. The sun begins to rise, and Thomas readies the horse, stating that he did his best to put the spine back together so that they could ride for now. Batman rubs his head, asking, where are we? And Thomas tells him, the Middle Sands, about 100 miles out from Kadam. Batman scratches his head, wondering, why? And Thomas tells him, you're the world's greatest detective. When the drug wears off, you'll understand. Batman climbs onto the saddle, asking, what's in the coffin? And Thomas tells him, you'll understand that too. The two travel day and night, each morning Thomas fighting off another group of ninjas. And as they get closer and closer to their destination, one morning, Batman asks, those ninjas, those are Ra's al Ghul's personal guard. That means that we're going to the Name Pit. The only reason why Al Ghul would send the death would be to prevent people from ever going to the pit. Thomas laughs. You're getting it now. I'm so damn proud of you, my boy. Then it hits Batman. The coffin. It's his mother. They're dragging Martha Wayne. Thomas stops the horse and he turns back, telling him, we have come a long way. We've bled, we've burned, we've earned some rest. A right to go home. And when we do, we're going as a family. Batman stares for a moment and then asks, where is it? Thomas tells him the saddlebag, so Batman reaches down, putting on his mask. Once he's done fitting it, he says,
I remember the blood, the pearls, knowing that I would never see you again. I forsook my life and surrendered to a vow. And now, what was it worth? Where did it get me? Thomas tells him, you made your choices, and you saved who you could. You're a good man, and you made your father damn proud, Bruce. But now it's time for the resurrection, for the final end of our plan. The next morning, Batman helps fight off the next group of ninjas, and Thomas makes sure to leave one alive. As he takes up one of the horses, he readies it and asks Batman if he remembers the book that he used to read him back when he was younger, the one about the little animals. Batman stands up telling him, the animals in the pit. Thomas goes on telling him, yeah, it was a strange book, a horrific thing. All those friendly animals on their way to the church, but they all fall into the pit. They had little contests, meaningless things, but whoever loses, they ate. When there were only two left, one of them tricked the other into killing himself. And in the end, we never find out if that one animal got out of the hole. Never understood why you enjoyed that story so much, Bruce. Later that night, the two stop before the giant hole in the ground, and Thomas says, this is it. The pit. The demon's proudest secret, where you can trade one life for another. Batman gets off his horse, asking, how did Mother go in your world? How did it happen? Thomas tells him, she didn't die. Easily. But that's not important. We're here, and soon she will be as well. We will be a family once again. Thomas secures the ropes, and the two slowly climb down, carrying the coffin and the body of the ninja. As they reach the bottom, Thomas picks up the flare that he tossed down, stating, I needed you at a low point, to be broken. After Bane, after the nightmare, after her. We have a way out. You can have the love and the sympathy that you deserve. You can have back what we've lost. We can be a family, Bruce. We can live a life without the cape, together. Batman pauses and then tells him, the reason I liked that book so much was because I idiotically thought that maybe it would change. I was waiting for someone to get out of the pit. I knew that it was impossible, but still, I couldn't give up the hope. And with that, Batman punches his father. They fight, they punch, they bleed. Two Batmen fighting for what they believe in, for hope! And as that struggle rages on, Batman throws Thomas into the coffin. As Thomas gets up, he notices the coffin is filled with stones, and he quietly says, no. When? Batman tells him, while you were sleeping. Mother is buried in the desert, and you will never find her. Thomas asks him why. And Batman says, I wasn't sure that I could best you, but I thought at least here, in this hole, I could hurt you enough that we both never would get out. Thomas runs at Batman, throwing a punch, but Batman hooks his arm underneath, landing one right into Thomas's face. He swings again, shouting, you're broken! We broke you! You can't be Batman! All you can be is my son! Morning arrives, and the horses neigh, shaking loose the sand from laying down on the ground. One of the horses walks forward as the line leading down tightens, and a hand reaches out of the pit. As the rain beats down in the city of Gotham, a cop car speeds through the streets as dispatch tells them that they have a 3773 at 2020 Spring, apartment number 2. One of the officers responds to the dispatch stating that they are 6 minutes out. Let the commission know. The first officer asks the other if they got all that, and the Joker responds with, 2020 Spring, apartment 2, got it! Later, as the Joker and Riddler arrive on the scene, they look at the two bodies of Dr. Double X. Riddler says that they were both shot in the head, twice. Can't really help himself, huh? Joker looks in disgust, telling him, he never could. My guess is that if you looked hard enough, you'd find the damn coin. A few moments later, Riddler calls back to the commissioner, telling him that it's confirmed, but they have no clue what he is doing. The commissioner tells him that he appreciates the updates. They know what to do. Canvass and witness interviews ASAP, and if they kill anyone, he'll want their papers in the morning. Riddler asks, are you gonna light it up? And the commissioner says, yeah. He doesn't really have any other choice. The commissioner heads outside, turning on the bat signal. And just as always, Batman comes. Except, it's not Bruce Wayne. It's Thomas Wayne. Thomas goes back to the Batcave to go over the case, stating that the double had enough super strength to go up against Superman. Harvey couldn't have done this alone. He would have needed someone. The ventriloquist holds up a pot of coffee, asking, would you like some? And Thomas ignores his butler as he gets ready and leaves. Once Thomas is gone, the ventriloquist sits down and he begins to hear a voice. And the voice tells him, you're just one of Batman's little servants. How adorable you are. Where's my cape? Where's my coffee? Where are my slippers? Such a pitiful waste of good skin and bones. If they has you, they have the world. Later in an abandoned warehouse, Harvey says as long as the numbers are right,
And they are. Everything will be good. There's 2 of him, and there are 2 of them. Amygdala says that sometimes that man worries him. And then Grundy shouts, "Solomon Grundy, born on Monday." Just then the Batmobile crashes through a wall and Two-Face begins to yell, "No, no, no!" Inside the car, Thomas asks, "ETA?" And a woman tells him 7 seconds. Thomas springs out of the car telling the woman that she has 3. And as Solomon Grundy breaks the Batmobile in half, Thomas starts counting down 3. And when he says 1, Gotham Girl shoots through the wall, punching Solomon out. Gotham Girl looks back, seeing Amygdala coming at her, and she says that she's got a lot of drama in her life recently, and this isn't drama. She then picks up Amygdala, throwing him into the ground, and as he gets back up, he asks, "Is that all you got?" He charges at her, and she dodges, telling him, "Well, I do have laser beam eyes. That's something else." Two-Face points a gun at the Harvey side of his head, shouting, "That's enough! If either of you move, Harvey gets it. I know you got orders, and I know you need me alive. This isn't your city, it's my city." Thomas pulls out a batarang, telling him, "The Joker told me a story once. The Joker held a gun to his own head, and he threatened to pull the trigger. And with that threat, he got the false Batman to do whatever he wanted. But that was the false Batman. He was a child. I am not." And with that, he throws a batarang into Harvey's eye. Later, as Two-Face's body is thrown on the ground, the commissioner looks at him, telling him he's dead. Thomas tells him, "No, I just severed some nerves, separated the sides of his brain. One side is damaged, the other is not. He wanted Two-Face alive, so here's Two-Face alive." Thomas then returns to the Batcave, and the ventriloquist asks, "Didn't you leave in a car earlier?" Thomas begins to change, not answering the question. And then he asks, "What's for dinner?" The ventriloquist tells him that it's all laid out. He cooked it himself, and their guest is there too. Back at the jail, Psycho Pirate walks into the interrogation room stating, "Hello, Two-Face, I am here to cure you." And back at the Wayne mansion, Thomas Wayne sits for dinner telling Alfred, "I apologize for being so late, things have been busy." Alfred tells him, "I could imagine. In my experience, it normally is. Shall we?" Alfred then tells him that he knows that he will return, right? And Thomas tells him, "No, he won't. Not this time. And Gotham Girl's currently watching the city to make sure that none of your fancy friends come. Sorry to disappoint." Alfred stares. "No, Thomas, I'm sorry for what he's going to do to you when he returns." And so, it is another night in Gotham City, where the criminals patrol the streets protecting and serving the community. Well, not so much protecting. But all while this goes on, a small little drone comes to visit Bane, and Bane tells him, "I don't care about your multiverse. I have this city, something that no man has ever claimed." And Lex says, "I understand. This is your city after all. All can be doubted. All but Bane." But up above Gotham, Captain Atom tells Gotham Girl, "I have orders from the president that all superheroes are forbidden from entering Gotham. A lot of folks are listening, probably because they've never gotten an order before. However, I myself have gotten plenty, and I can tell a good one from a bad one." Gotham Girl tells him, "That's cool. Now get out." Captain Atom laughs, asking, "Do you know who I am?" She cracks him across the face, stating, "Not really, and honestly, I really don't care." But over at Arkham, the Tweedle brothers begin to make their escape with Scarecrow and Kite Man. Suddenly, one of the brothers is shot, and Kite Man yells, "We don't have time for this! We gotta move!" Thomas loads his smoking gun, telling them, "Stay where you are. You're not going anywhere." Kite Man tells everyone to run, and the 3 jump out of the window. As Kite Man glides, holding Scarecrow and the other Tweedle, he says, "You're too much weight! We're not gonna get far like this!" Scarecrow holds out his arm, stating, "Basophobia, the fear of falling." A gas is sprayed into the remaining brother, and he screams. Kite Man then releases him, stating, "Oh, good grief." But back with Gotham Girl, she holds Captain Atom's body up in the air, stating, "I took care of our problem here. Should we give him the old pirate treatment?" And Thomas laughs. "No, that's not the deal. We negotiated. Just like last time, the villains go down, the heroes go out." Gotham Girl uses her strength and throws Captain Atom's lifeless body out of the city, stating, "And he's gone." Later, as Scarecrow looks around a room full of kites, he asks, "Is this safe?" And Kite Man tells him, "This is kite quarters. I built it myself. Of course it's not safe." When Batman comes, and he is coming, we're gonna turn out just like all the other villains. He's gonna torture us, enslave us, and use us for whatever he wants. Scarecrow then asks, "Are you scared?" And Kite Man shouts, "It's Batman! I'm Kite Man! Hell yeah, I'm scared!" Elsewhere, a defeated and broken Captain Atom tells Damian that he fought for his country against everyone. He fought with the League, against everybody. That girl, he's never fought anything like her before. After that, he's arrested for going into Gotham. Lex Tech dampeners have his powers in check. However, Gotham is peaceful, and that's all they care about. Not who's running it or how, not the bad being done there. Just as long as they get to brag that the villains are gone. They should get out while they can. Doing good's criminal now. No one cares anymore. No one gives a damn. And back with Kite Man, he looks out the window telling Scarecrow, maybe there's hope out there. Maybe we can get through this. Maybe we can help him. Yeah, maybe. And that's when the glass shatters as a batarang is thrown into his chest. Thomas bursts through, kicking him with Scarecrow shouting, "Oh my!" Thomas stands up and looks right at him. "Easy or hard?" And Scarecrow tells him, "Very well. Hard, please." But later, on the outskirts of Gotham, Damian asks Tim if he's heard yet. He says, yeah, Gotham Girl downed the League in minutes. But the issue for her is that the more she uses her powers, the more that she loses. It will kill her eventually. Damian tells him, I don't care about her. I would deal with Superman if I needed. Tim says, right, fine. I don't care, but what about Alfred? Damian goes on telling him, that's not my problem. And Tim asks, is it though? If you go into the city, you violate the law. If you get caught, you know what he said. Any member of the Bat family found in Gotham means Alfred's dead. Damian then asks, since when do we care about what a villain says? Lightning strikes, and Tim shouts, since he came, since he hurt us, since he took over our city and broke our father. Damian grits his teeth, kicking a stack of bricks, and he falls silent. And after a few minutes, he says, I don't know what to do. We have to do something though, don't we? Later, Damian sets foot into Gotham, with Gotham Girl greeting him, stating, oh, hey, you know sneaking in here is useless, right? You're gonna get caught. She fires off her laser vision, forcing Damian to jump, and then she asks, you know I can hear everything, right? Super hearing? Did you hear? You probably should just stop. Damian lands, telling her, yeah, I heard. I just needed to get a little closer. The wand of Clarion can only be used once. Didn't want to miss. He holds up the wand and he simply says, set that into no. And just then, the magical chains shoot out from the ground, wrapping themselves around Gotham Girl. Damian tells her, I know how to deal with super people. Draw a circle on the ground, then a pointy star, chat with some demon, blah, 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 blah. Presto, you're done. Later, Detective Zsasz and Scarecrow stop a man walking his dog, telling him that the maximum allowed leash is 3 feet. Are you aware that you're using one longer than that? The man looks back and Zsasz goes on, telling him, you may not have heard of us. We used to torture people for fun, but now we do it mostly to enforce the city ordinances. Zsasz then punches the man down, stating that they will take care of the dog for him. Scarecrow might be a fair shot. She should die quickly. But before Scarecrow can pull the trigger, Damian drops down on top of him, with Zsasz pointing his gun, stating, oh, this is going to be fun. He fires off a few shots, stating that they should put a slash under his right eye, so that every time he looks in the mirror, he can remember. And Damian dodges the bullets, kicking Zsasz in the face, stating, you really should just shut up. A short while later, as Thomas looks over the city, he says, let's not make the same mistake. I'm not some silly villain or a bumbling police officer. I'm not a pretender to the throne, destined to fail. I'm Batman. Damian walks up. No, you're not. I know exactly who I'm dealing with. This is the man who let his wife become the Joker in his timeline. This is the man who let his whole universe collapse because of a button. This is the one who gave up Gotham to Bane. Thomas kneels down. Please. But before he can finish, Damian punches him, shouting, you are just pathetic! Thomas wipes the blood from his mouth, telling him, you must be my grandson, Damian. As the two begin to fight, Thomas asks, you've heard the cost of Bat family members coming into Gotham, right? The warning that you ignored? The promise that he made? Damian tells him, no, I heard. I just chose not to listen. Damian punches into Thomas, but Thomas responds back, hitting Damian. Damian falls to the ground. And Thomas asks, you understand what's about to happen right now, right? Because you defied the warning. As Damian gets back up, Thomas sighs and begins to stomp on Damian, telling him, you're stubborn, naive, you are your father's son. Soon after, Damian begins to wake up, feeling his arms tied behind him. He can hear a voice stating, please, no, and then another stating that he must understand his position in here. This was not my choice to make. The first voice then asks, please, 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 just not here. And the second says,
I would have liked to have just sent you on with a solid beating. However, Damian opens his eyes to see who the voices belong to, and he screams, "No!" And the first voice then asks, "Please, not in front of the boy." And the voice tells Damian, "This is not your city. This is not Batman's city. This is the city of Bane." And that's when we hear a loud crack as Damian watches Bane snap Alfred's neck. Damian begins to cry, tears pouring down his face, asking, "How?" And Thomas kneels down telling him, "You would assume now that with Alfred gone, the rest of the family will come. But you're forgetting that we now have a new hostage. We have you. And perhaps it's good. Perhaps now they'll listen. Perhaps now they won't be as childish as you were." As the sun shines down on the crystal blue water, Catwoman asks, "How do you feel?" And Batman tells her that he's fine. Cat smiles, telling him that she likes how he lies, and the two pull their kayaks onto the beach. And Batman says that he's not sure what she wants him to say. He's fine. Everything's fine. As the two lay in the beach, Cat tells him okay. She believes him, but then Bat smiles, telling her that he likes how she lies. As the day goes on, Cat asks an important question. What are they? And Bat says that it doesn't matter. In a few days, according to the boys that she talked to on the mountain after the only thing that can defeat Bane is coming here. If they can take it, they can take back Gotham from Bane. He was hurt. He is training. And with her help, Bat is getting better. And he's going to be better. And that's all that matters. And as the night comes, the two go to their separate rooms. But as Cat lays down, she says that she can hear him awake over there. The walls are thin. And if he's awake, she's awake. So go to bed. Bat says that everything is fine, but Cat tells him no, he isn't. It's his breathing. It changes when he's sleeping. The tension that he builds up all day fades. It's nice to hear him letting go. He leans up telling her that it's just breathing. He doesn't do anything different when he sleeps. And Cat says that he does when he's with her. Now he needs to go to sleep. She's tired of worrying about him. Batman lays back down, telling her that he doesn't, he's fine. Everything's fine. And Cat asks him if he ever gets tired of lying. So Batman says, yes, all the damn time. And the next day, the two go out into the forest to continue the training. But before jumping off the waterfall, Batman asks, I thought cats were supposed to hate water. And she smiles, telling him it's about hitting the water, feeling it trying to drown you and enjoying that, knowing that you'll come back up. She leaps off into it, stating that she'll race him to the bottom. And as the two jump, they swim. And they come back up laughing. Cat swims over to Batman, pulling back the cowl. But before he can say anything, she tells him to shut up, just shut up. She moves her lips closer to Batman's, and she stops. No, it doesn't matter. So Batman pulls the cowl back over his face, telling her, yeah. And later, as the night sets, the two sit around a campfire, with Cat stating that she used to imagine them growing old together, and that they weren't all that different. They were still the bat and the cat, the lion and the knight, just older, and they had a daughter. And she was so much like him that it was almost annoying. Always sullen, trouble-making friends, forever trying to help anyone. At night, they would talk about the surreal old days, the Joker and the Penguin, and all the absurd rest of them, and then they'd laugh. They'd argue over whether it was a boat or the street. Where did they meet? But that day, when she jumped, the future died and she killed it. She thought it was fine. She was a hero. She did what heroes do. She sacrificed for the needs of others, and everyone needs Batman, and Batman can't be happy. She's here to help Bruce Wayne be happy, but she was convinced that if Bruce Wayne was happy, there would be no Batman. So she did what she had to do, and she jumped off the roof. She left him, and it was fine, but it wasn't fine, was it? He didn't just get over it, and neither did she. She kept seeing it. She tried to forget, but there it was, the two of them, holding each other. She spent so much time crying and even stupidly hoping that he'd... Sometimes she'd sit and wait. She'd wait for him to come out at night. But then she realized the problem. She wasn't a hero. Heroes don't wait like that. They don't cry like that. A hero would celebrate the victory. The world was saved. She wasn't a hero. She was a thief. So she waited and she wept. The wood logs crackle and Batman tells her, I waited too, and I wept too. The next morning,
The two go back to training and Cat tells him to throw the stupid batarang. And he does, but he says that it's not a good idea. She snatches it out of the air, telling him that she is trying to get him stronger. He has to throw it like it's real. She's not a teenager out trying to steal her first purse. Throw it like you mean it, like this. And she throws the batarang back with force, forcing Batman to catch it inches from his face. And he says, "This isn't." But she stops him, yelling, "Throw it like you're angry. Pretend that you were this close to happiness, and I took it from you. Pretend I made a decision for the both of us. Pretend that I decided that you needed to be alone forever. That you could be Batman forever. Come on, Bruce. You have to feel the weight of it. What I did to you. Put that in there. It doesn't matter. I'll catch it. No matter how hard you throw it, with all that anger, I will always catch it." Batman grips the batarang and he drops it. "No, you weren't the one who did this to me. I was afraid. Afraid that I couldn't put anyone above the vow. That's why you left. You knew me. You knew my fear." She pushes him away, stating that he doesn't know a damn thing. And Batman tells her, "We were close and we didn't make it. And it broke me. But never in all that time did I blame you. You believed that I needed to be alone to be Batman. You believed this because I believed this. What if I had to be brought low to see that? That I had to die and awake to see it, to really see you, to see what if it's not true? What if maybe we don't live because of hurt? We live to fight the hurt." Cat tries to state that he doesn't know what he's talking about, but Batman tells her, "I'm not fine. Everything's not fine. My world is dust without you." So Batman picks Cat up and they kiss. And the next morning, Batman walks out onto the beach, seeing Cat sitting down, stating, "I didn't notice you leave." She smiles, telling him that she can be quiet. Batman sits down next to her, telling her, "You didn't need to do this, any of it." And she leans back into Batman, stating that according to the boys on the mountain, Magpie is selling her stolen venom here in a few days. They take it back, they take Gotham. They needed to do all of it. And later that day, the two sit at a bar listening to the news when a reporter mentions Gotham City, about how the seemingly endless crime waves have suddenly stopped, and only now that the criminals are running the streets. There's also reports of a sadistic Batman carrying out acts of violence on those unwilling to cooperate. Another man at the bar laughs. "Good. That place is a damn cesspool and somebody's finally doing something. Guess that Batman finally grew a pair." Cat tells the man, "Whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent." The man reaches over, touching Cat's leg, stating, "Come on. What the hell do you know? You ever been to Gotham? I got a cousin in Gotham. He's special forces. Times are finally changing there." So Cat punches the guy out of his chair, telling him, "Yeah, she knows, and they're the ones changing them." As the sun sets, the two suit up, and Batman says, "Alfred signaled. He's safe. I'm sending Damian in." Cat sighs, telling him, "So we owe some to the Endless." And Batman looks at her, telling her, "I wish we could stay, just us here." She hugs him, stating that people are hurting, and he needs to fight. He needs her. So fight for them with her beside him, and she'll fight for them with him beside her. The two wait, and Batman tells Cat that he loves her. She tightens her grip, stating that she loves him too. And later, as Magpie's yacht sails by, Batman asks, "Are you ready?" And Cat tells him, quote, "Kite man, hell yeah." Once in position, the two board the ship, taking out the guards, and as Cat kicks Magpie to the ground, she tells her that it's over. They got the venom and the payment. But she is lucky that she gets to go back to Gotham. She says that she's going to guess that she's supposed to deliver a message to Bane. The Cat grabs the diamond necklace, ripping it from Magpie's neck, telling her, "Oh no, he's Batman, I'm Catwoman. We are the message." So the next morning, the two walk along the beach with Cat looking at the necklace, stating that this is a Connor diamond from the Gotham Museum. She's stolen it 4 times, and he's caught her stealing it 4 times. She tosses the diamond into the air, and Batman tells her that she can't keep it. She drags the guy out of the cold gutter, gives him hope and love. Set him up. Join him in the greatest fight of his life. And he won't even let her have an itty-bitty, teensy-weensy little diamond. As Batman snatches the diamond before Cat can catch it, she sighs, stating, "Apparently." She then walks off, asking, "Anyone told you that you're no fun?" And Batman stands there. "Thank you." The two look at each other for a moment, and Cat smiles, stating, "This is what love is. It's who takes care of you, and that's all it is to it." And Bat tells her that that time, on the street, before the bat, even after when he wore the costume, he was not fully formed. He was not yet Batman.
But when they saw each other again, later, on the boat, he had embraced the identity. It was his truth meeting hers for the first time. So the truth is of whether or not they met on the street or the boat is both. And after what happened, maybe he's more than the bat, more than the vow. Maybe he's something. Maybe they can meet again. Here. Now. She hugs him, stating that they met on the beach. And Batman tells her, yes, we met on the beach. And after a few moments, Cat says, wait, we agreed? Holy crap. Bane is in trouble now.
As rain pours down on Gotham, a man walks through the streets. He turns the corner to go into an alleyway, and he's called out by Officers Pig and Two-Face, asking what does he think that he's doing. The man doesn't answer, and Two-Face asks, don't you know what city you're in? There's a curfew that passed a while ago. Guess that means we're gonna have to break some of those bones so you'll know not to do it again. Just as Two-Face reaches up, the man hits Pig and Two-Face in their throats, sending them to their knees. As the man catches Pig, Two-Face takes out his gun and he opens fire, so the man throws Pig into Two-Face. And as Two-Face gets back up, he grabs his gun asking, don't you know who runs this city? And the man finally speaks, telling him, yes, I do. Two-Face pulls the trigger 2 more times, and then he stops, realizing who he just shot. The man knocks the gun out of Two-Face's hand and he punches, standing tall as the smoke leaves his chest from the bullets. He looks down, opening up his shirt, pulling the slugs off of the Batman symbol underneath, and he tosses them away. Batman may have lost Gotham City to his own father and to Bane. This may have become the city of Bane, but Batman is not going to stand by. Later, as the bat signal goes up, Hugo Strange, the new commissioner, tells Thomas that the Pig and Two-Face haven't checked in. It could be nothing, it could be something, but it's probably nothing knowing those two. Thomas Wayne looks out over his city, and after a brief pause, he simply says, he's here. Tell Bane. The commissioner takes off his glasses, cleaning them, telling him, no. He wouldn't. With what that man experienced, he was broken. He lost love. His own son was shot in the head. He lost his own surrogate father. No one comes back from that kind of loss. Soon after, Gotham's police force finds themselves under attack. First the Mad Hatter, then Kite Man. Hell yeah. Gotham Girl attempts to look for the intruders, but as she uses her powers, she begins to feel weak, and Thomas Wayne tells her that she should stop and go home. Without another dose, she needs the rest. Gotham Girl grabs onto Thomas's cape, asking, am I gonna die? Like Hank, my brother? Thomas tells her, no, but for what he's done to you, he will. While more and more villains are taken off the streets, Thomas Wayne focuses his attention on Gotham Girl's recovery. And as he tends to her, Wesker opens the door, telling him, I apologize, but there's a message from Thomas asks, what is it? And Wesker tells him, because of your unwanted presence and her inability to stop him, it is ordered that you kill the boy and display the body publicly. Thomas looks back at Gotham Girl and he gives her a kiss on the forehead before leaving. He then walks down into the Batcave where Damian Wayne hangs from the ceiling, a prisoner ever since he tried to come into the city and resolve this himself. Thomas Wayne takes out his gun and he holds it to Damian's mouth. But before Thomas could pull the trigger, his hand trembles and he says to himself, I can't, not to my family. Damian scoffs as he cuts the rope, telling him, we are not family. The butler was family. Father is family. But you and I, we're not family. Before Thomas has a chance to react, he swings around and the entire Bat family is surrounding him. Batwing hits Thomas in the side of the head while Tim Drake cracks him across the face. And Batgirl swings, followed by Batwoman. They tell Thomas that they had a debate while they waited, whether to tell Bruce what he'd done, to see what Bruce would do. They thought it would be the right thing, watching Bruce get angry. But then they thought, why let Bruce have all the fun? They have anger, they have pain, and he killed Alfred. Don't they get to do a little bleeding? They voted, and in the end, it came down to Orphan. They all looked at her for an answer. Should they let Bruce do it or just handle it themselves? And she looked up And then she said, Alfred. Orphan slams her arm down into the back of Thomas's neck and continues to beat into him. As Thomas is gasping for air, Huntress stands over him with her crossbow, telling him they should just kill him. It'd be easier to deal with him if he had an arrow in his spine. Tim tells her, no, that's not the way. The way is, they offer him mercy. Damien says, yes, of course, and when Father says no to mercy, then we put an arrow in his spine. Thomas coughs up on blood, telling them, he made all of you, children, fighting for him, an addict spreading his poison, trying to make himself seem normal. What is wrong with my boy? Huntress says that she's had enough. This is for Alfred. The arrow is loosened, but Thomas catches it. He says, this is for my grandchildren. You ask for mercy, so you may have it. He takes the arrow and slams it into Tim's chest. Punch after punch, kick after kick, blow after blow. Even after sustaining all of his injuries, Thomas Wayne takes out the entire Bat family, and he wins. As the grandfather clock leading to the Bat Cave ticks, Thomas bursts through, calling to Wesker, telling him, I need some tea! Now! Wesker hurries into the dining room to pour a cup, and as Thomas sits down in his chair, he tells him, send a word to my boy, using their devices, that everything went well, that his father is gone. My boy's clever. I'm almost proud of him. To sacrifice his man, to get all of them, to surprise me. It was so clever. It almost, well, Bruce keeps forgetting. He is my boy. And I'm Batman. Meanwhile, over into Arkham, Bane sits on his throne thinking. He unties the laces to his mask and he tells Bruce, standing in front of him as Batman, we ought to do this without masks. Batman reaches back, taking off his cowl. No masks, no help. Bane looks over at Catwoman asking, and what about her? And Batman tells him, it's not her city, not her fight. You took my city, Bane. You orchestrated all of this. He throws the utility belt to the ground and then takes off his shirt. No help. Bane scoffs, pulling the tubes from his neck and hands, taking off his harness. No venom for him. No help. Bane gets ready to charge, yelling, I am! And Batman stops him, telling him, Bane, I get it, and I'm Batman! But there's one thing that you keep forgetting. She's Catwoman. As Bane gets ready to swing, there's a crack, and Catwoman's whip wraps around his arm. Before Bane has a chance to pull it off, Batman punches Bane to the ground, and Bane shouts, you said it was your fight! You said no help! Batman reaches for the batarangs taped to his back, telling him, yeah, well, I lied. The two lunge towards Bane, with Catwoman wrapping her whip around Bane's neck, while the two batarangs hit their marks on Bane's chest and cheek. Catwoman continues to pull Bane to the ground, telling him, and you said that this plan wouldn't work. Bane would be too smart to fall for that. Batman kicks Bane in the head, telling her, hey, I never said he was smart. As Bane tries to get back up, Batman says, the venom will kill you, but there's an antidote. Are we done here? Bane pulls at the whip around his neck, telling them, 17 years I was alone, forgotten. Every night the tide came in. Every night I pushed to the top, kicking, pushing. While the crabs, the leeches, they all clung to my body, cutting me. All I wanted was for it to stop. Stop kicking. Stop pushing. Stop. Stop. Stop! They drowned me. Everyone drowns me. You drown me. And yet, I'm still here. So no, you pretty rich boy. Bane gets up, grabbing Batman by the neck, chucking him into the wall. Catwoman tries to control him with the whip, but Bane's strength overpowers her as he pulls on the whip, dragging her closer. She leaps up with her claws out, ripping away at Bane's face, asking, what's the matter? Can't speak? Cat's got your tongue? Bane leans back with it, launching Catwoman across the room, slamming her face into the wall. And then he shouts as he pulls the batarangs out. But before he can walk over to Catwoman, Batman charges into him from behind. Bane's head hits the concrete floor with a loud crack. And Batman picks his head back up, slamming it down, telling him, for everything that has happened, I could kill you, but death would only end your agony. So instead, I'm gonna break your damn back. Batman bends Bane over his knee, lifting him high into the air. But before he could bring him down, there's a gunshot. Batman suddenly feels a sharp pain in his stomach as he calls out to his father. And as Thomas Wayne is standing there with a smoking gun, he says, "Son." The room fills with silence, and Thomas turns to Wesker, telling him, "We have come to the end. Fetch the pirate." Later, Batman slowly wakes up, seeing himself at a dining table in dim light. He looks at all the silverware and the plates, all nice and neat. And he looks forward across the table, his eyes widening, his jaw dropping. The person sitting across from him is the lifeless body of Alfred Pennyworth. He quickly scrambles across the table, calling out to him, but his cries, they're met with silence. He cries, holding his friend, his father, his mentor for what seems like an eternity. And when he can finally move, he unties Alfred from the chair and he picks him up, laying him on the couch. His eyes never leave Alfred as he takes off his cape and he drapes it over him. And the only question that Batman can think of is why? Why did this happen? And when he looks up, he finds his answer. Written in red across the wall, he reads the words, "You are not Batman." Batman stands back up, checking all of the doors in the room, each of them having been stacked with cinder blocks. He does the only thing that he knows, and he kicks, and he finds nothing. So he punches, and he finds nothing. And punch after punch, each with more fury and rage than the last. But as the bricks remain intact, all Batman can do is scream. With his anger and his frustration, Batman turns, and he begins to destroy the room. He flips the table, throws the vases. He rips down the portraits. Why must he go through this? Why did this have to happen? And as he falls to his knees, he looks up again at the words written in red. You are not Batman. He stands back up, and as he gets closer, he runs his fingers along the words. And he stares for a moment, and then he hangs his head. He reaches along the leather mask with tears rolling down his cheeks, and he takes it off. But he doesn't continue to cry. He turns his sorrow into determination. And that's when there's a loud explosion. He looks back and Catwoman tells him, he says, "You're ready." So Batman gets up following Catwoman without saying a word. He passes by Timothy and Barbara, Kate and Luke, Cassandra and Huntress, and then Damian, his son. He puts on his mask as he walks through the door, and across the room is Thomas Wayne along with the pirate and Wesker. Thomas tells him what he's heard. He killed him. Is that enough? Are you finally finished with this Batman obsession? And Batman doesn't answer. So Thomas says, "I have your family. I took your city, your woman. Is that enough? Will you finally stop?" And Batman doesn't answer. So Thomas gets up on his chair shouting, "Is it done?" And Batman takes a moment to collect his thoughts. And then he simply tells him, "It's never done. There is no progress. Another year is another year. Yesterday becomes today as quickly as today becomes yesterday." His lips curl into a smile and he finishes by telling him, "You will never stop, and neither will I. One more time, Father, for Alfred." A punch is thrown and Batman falls to the ground. Thomas tells him, "Alfred is dead. Bane is broken. Take off that goddamn mask, marry the girl, and settle into a life of warmth and peace. Listen to a man, your own father, who chose this life, who suffered the consequences of being this horror. For once in your damn life, listen. Do what I should have done. Stay down, Bruce." However, to understand how Thomas Wayne became this, we have to look at things in reverse. It all began on a night when a vow was made. After Thomas read little Bruce's favorite bedtime story, he told him that he swears on the spirits of his parents to protect his life. He'll do so by spending the rest of his life warring against anything that might cause little Bruce pain. But he couldn't. You see, in Thomas's world, his origin wasn't that he and Martha were shot. His son Bruce was shot, and it sent Thomas down a spiraling path of vengeance. He swore that day to never let anything like that happen again, no matter the cost. And in Thomas's anger, he found Bruce's killer. He held him down and grabbed a large rock. Thomas told Mr. Chill that his son wanted to help people, maybe become a doctor like his old man. Before Chill could speak, that rock came down again and again and again, and it was the first time that Thomas took a life. However, it wasn't the only loss that Thomas felt in his lifetime. Martha had a hard time dealing with Bruce's death and became the villain that Batman would fight over and over again. Martha Wayne, the Joker, and Martha killed Alfred. After that, Thomas wore the cowl and punished anyone who would do wrong in his city, and the cost was their life. First, he killed the Penguin, then Mr. Freeze, then Bane, then Riddler, and then finally, he approached Catwoman. He held the gun as she told him to do it. She has no family. No one will care if she's gone. Anything is better than nothing. And Thomas began to squeeze the trigger, but then he stopped. He told her his name and how he had a son about her age. And that was how the Bat and the Cat met in Thomas's world. The two of them would work together to take criminals down, and Catwoman would begin to see him as more of a father figure. But tragedy would once again strike in the form of the Joker, aka Martha Wayne, shooting Catwoman. Thomas would often go to Bruce's room to talk to him, but one night he had something important to tell him. He told Martha that their son was alive in another world, that he had seen him, and that he had become that world's Batman, and he had come to their universe with their Flash. And she laughed, and she killed herself. Thomas took another drink, stating that this world is useless. Useless to his son, useless to him, to Martha, to even Selina. And because of that, he was going to kill this universe. And what followed was the Flashpoint. Thomas was supposed to die, but he didn't. He fought the Reverse Flash and he won. And it didn't stop Eobard from coming back and giving him the ultimate revenge, putting him in a world where his son was alive and had become Batman. That was how Thomas Wayne got to this universe. When Thomas Wayne killed Reverse Flash, he didn't kill him. Reverse Flash is a paradox that cannot be killed, and to get revenge, he brought Thomas here to suffer. So Thomas watched from afar, seeing what kind of a life his son had had after taking up the mantle. And he hated it. He was disgusted by it, and he decided that he needed to put an end to this. He needed to stop Bruce from ruining his life any further, and that was when Thomas went to Bane. He was going to revive Martha Wayne in the Lazarus pits, and he was going to stop his son from becoming Batman, and they were going to live a happy and normal life. And that was how we came full circle. Back to when Batman stares in the eyes of his father, and he tells him one thing. For Alfred, and Batman steps forward as Thomas punches him. Standing face to face with his father from another world, he was just about to lose, until Catwoman saved him. She cracked her whip around Thomas's neck, pulling him back, kicking him. She tightens the grip and Thomas shouts, "You can't!" And Catwoman stomps on his head, telling him, "Oh honey, we just did." She crawls down telling him, "You did a good job leaving me here with the pirate and the ventriloquist. But the more powerful weapon is controlled by the only person you can't control, because no one controls Wesker except Scarface." She opens her hand, showing the eye of Scarface, and Scarface shouts, "Wesker, you two been nothing? I told you that she wasn't gonna give me back if I..." Catwoman goes on asking Thomas, "Where do you think the doll that Wesker spoke to has been this whole time? After Batman took him, ever think to ask what else I fetched from the memory on the mountain?" Thomas glares back at Wesker, yelling, "You!" And as Thomas lunges at him, Batman jumps in the way, knocking him to the ground. The two begin to wrestle, and Thomas looks up, telling him, "I pushed my good boy so hard, but you won't fall, will you? We're Waynes after all, and Waynes, we rise." Thomas pulls out a gun from beneath his shirt, holding it to Batman's head, and then he climbs up, pushing Batman to his knees, telling him, "You are a fool. This was your chance to be with her, to live without your mask, to live without pain. I showed you! You are not Batman!" Batman struggles, telling him, "After the alley, the pearls, I was just a child. I thought it was the end. I went to kill myself with a knife, but instead, I took a vow. I killed myself with the vow. I swear by the spirits of my parents to avenge their deaths by spending the rest of my life warring on all criminals. That's what I said. I live by that vow. I am the vow. I am Batman." And he takes a deep breath and continues telling him, "And I am no longer a child. Life is now a trap one makes when we are 10 and hurting. Life is a choice that we make every day. Every damn day. I chose her. I chose happiness. I chose family. And I chose Batman." The cold gun is pulled away from Batman's cheek, and Thomas tells him, I killed the universe. I killed so many. Burned the city. Killed Alfred. All of you. Bruce, my boy, when will you finally listen to your father? Batman looks up at Thomas and he tells him, I listened, but right now it's time for you to understand something. And he punches Thomas with a hard right, and as Thomas falls to the ground, Batman tells him, you are not my father. And that was it. Time went on. Batman won again. The wrongs were righted. The things went back to normal as they could get for Batman. And later, as he took off the costume and stopped by a local sports bar to catch the Knights game on a big screen, the announcer stated that there was only 1 minute and 37 seconds left in the game, and it all comes down to Campbell. Campbell is 0 for 7 on fourth quarter comeback situations over the last 2 years. He's already had 2 interceptions and a fumble in this game alone. And Batman asks the man next to him if he thinks that Campbell can do it. And the man says nah, with Rios maybe, but Campbell no. The two watch as Campbell gets ready to throw a pass and he overshoots it by 5 yards. And the man laughs, ha ha ha, see? And Batman smiles back telling him, yeah. The man introduces himself as Chuck Brown, and Batman tells him that his name is Bruce, and that he stopped by when he heard the game on the radio. Chuck says that he should have just stayed in the car. With Campbell in the lead, it's just pain and misery all the way down. So Bruce holds up his glass telling him, here's to the Knights, here's to the pain, here's to the misery. Where would we be without any of it? Chuck picks up his glass and they toast, as he tells him, hell yeah. Chuck takes the drink, stating that it's the same thing every time. This Campbell, this is what he does. He gets set up and then he loses the ball over and over again. Just like everything, man, it's always the same story. And Bruce tells him, stories can change. People can change. Maybe Campbell has taken enough hits. Maybe he knows how to go down and how to come back up. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just enough. The ball snaps and the announcer calls out that there's 2 seconds left in the clock. The Knights need 6 to win. Campbell is in the shotgun. 5 receivers. It's a blitz! Oh! Campbell dodges his left. How did he get away from that? Campbell launches the ball long. He's got a man on the far corner. Raph and Colin both leap on him. I can't believe it! Oh my goodness! I can't believe it! The crowd gathered beneath the statue of Alfred Pennyworth. The family stood behind him as Bruce cut the ribbon, finishing the dedication of the Alfred Pennyworth Children's Hospital. They all think it. Barbara, Rick, Damien, even Jason, who ignored Bruce telling him not to come and he snuck past security. This isn't what should have brought them together. They listen to his speech. They hear Bruce's voice catch on every tear that he refuses to cry. He was always good with words when he would want to use them. And when night fell, the family took off, as were Alfred's final wishes. As the moon rose in the sky, our more familiar Bat family left to grieve, while other friends leaped among the rooftops. Catwoman, Batwoman, Orphan, and Signal were there. Gotham would be protected as it always was. Tim had found a spot, a sleazy corner of Gotham that even the villains had overlooked. He rented the place for the night, sweeping it clean of any bugs that might have been put in place. And as the door swings open, the family entered. This place is filthy, Damien comments as they stare around the dingy interior. You have no idea, Tim tells them. Be grateful you didn't have to scour the place for bugs. I saw things under the tables that I'm never going to unsee. Barbara looks at him asking if maybe it was overkill, but Tim disagrees. It's important that we talk freely, he tells her. They all saw him tonight, Bruce looking rougher than ever. Jason smiles at all of them from behind his sunglasses, ever the black sheep of the family. If we're gonna get right into the heavy stuff, I'm gonna need a drink, he tells them, motioning to the fully stocked bar with no one behind it. Rick leaps over the counter, offering the pour. What do you want? Jason, right? Right, you know, the old dick wouldn't have been so quick to serve me. Jason smiles at him. Rick just looks at him, letting him know that he was only here because he knows the butler took care of him when he was a kid. Anger shoots through Jason and he points at Rick. The butler? Really? Show some respect. Why did they even invite you? You're not even a part of this family anymore, he yells, with anger bubbling up within the rest of them, and Barbara yelling, pointing out that neither of them were even in the city when Alfred died. Jason turns on her. Don't give me that crap, Barbara. I was steering clear because Bane said that he'd kill Alfred if any of us entered the city. Not everybody listened, he yells, waving his hand at the dejected-looking Damien. Enough, Bruce tells them from the door, his voice quiet yet authoritative. This isn't what Alfred would have wanted. He crosses the room, sitting quietly at a table. The others don't quite know what to say, offering merely platitudes. Damien finally speaks up, asking for a glass of ginger ale from Rick.
the liquid fizzing as he holds it up. To Alfred, who kept me and Bruce from tearing each other apart from the beginning. The bar seems to fall away as Damian tells a story from years ago. They were standing in the cave, Batman standing angrily over them. "No night patrols for 2 weeks," he finally snarls, turning and racing to the Batmobile. Anger was flashing through young Damian as he pauses as Alfred puts his hand on his shoulder. "What you should do is empathize with your father, instead of waging a war of wills that pushes you further apart." He tells him, a dustpan in his hand. He ruffles the young boy's hair, telling him a time-honored rule of destroying equipment in the Batcave. "You break it, you clean it," he tells him, walking up the stairs to the manor. Of course, Damian didn't listen, and later he moved through the streets of Gotham on his motorcycle. The night was quick, with Damian saving a bus full of hostages from the Mummy Gang. As he admired his work, Damian turned to see Batman in the shadows beckoning him over. But getting into the car, Damian was surprised to find it was actually Alfred beneath the cowl. "My boy, you disobeyed a direct order from your father. Against my better judgment, I will not reveal this evening's excursion to Master Bruce, but you are indeed grounded for 2 weeks. He tells him as the car rumbles through the streets of Gotham. "You're the best, Pennyworth," Damian told him. "Yes, I know." The story ends and they all look at Damian at the bar, tears streaming down his face. He knows that they think that this was all his fault. He was the one who disobeyed the order. He was the one who broke into the city. "You're right. I forced Bane's hand, the hand that snapped Alfred's neck. I can still hear it. He was a good man. He deserves more," he tells them, and finally he turns and walks out the door, telling them, "Don't follow me." Bruce doesn't move, not even looking up as his son leaves the room. Barbara begins to yell at him, telling him that Damian clearly doesn't know that he still belongs here. But Tim interrupts her, lifting his own glass. "To Alfred, our secret agent man." The bar seems to fade again, and Tim is now the new Robin, having only worn the costume for a few months. Firefly buzzes over his head, tossing his shurikens. He brings the villain down to his level, tying him up with his electric bolo, and the GCPD arrives, flashing lights, forcing Tim to leap away before he can regain his equipment. He curses himself, having ignored one of Bruce's rules. Always be mindful of your tools and tradecraft. He never actually learned that Alfred had broken into the GCPD evidence locker, and then he woke up the next morning to find his equipment gift-wrapped for him. He stands before the family now, finishing his drink. He came into their lives when Bruce was at his lowest. He can do it again. Help out in the cave, move back into the manor. "I just need you to ask for help. Otherwise, I don't know what good it'll do," Tim tells him. "No, Tim, I'm not going to ask you to do that," Bruce tells him, and Tim nods, moving towards the door. He tells Bruce that he needs to fight through the demons, to bring the family together, to be the adult that they all need him to be. And another moment passes with Jason raising his glass. "To Alfred, my favorite pain in the ass." Jason is sitting in his apartment, watching as Alfred puts down a bag of groceries that he knew the young man needed. As he has done numerous times, Alfred informed the man that he can always join them for dinner at the manor, but Jason knows that he isn't truly wanted at the manor, as the constant reminder of the son that Bruce couldn't control. "Don't fit into the Wayne dynamic, never have, never will," Jason tells him. Alfred doesn't respond, instead holding up one of Jason's pistols. "These will fail you in the end," he tells him, but Jason smiles, picking up the other one. "These days my weapons are the only thing I can count on," he tells him. It was later that the Batmobile exploded through a wall, and a voice yelled over the speakers. "Put your weapons down!" Red Hood looks up from where he was tied to a pole, armed goons around him. "I'd listen to him if I were you." The goons raise their weapons, and the Batmobile begins to fire non-lethal takedown charges, dropping them, and moments later they drive away, with Jason turning to Alfred, who was driving the Batmobile. "Hell of a rescue, Al," he tells him. "That's why you can always count on family," Alfred tells him as they rumble off into the night. And Jason finishes his drink. He refuses to blame Bruce for all of this like the others seem to be doing, but he knows that Bruce needs to fix things as well. "You need to see how angry the rest of them are, and put that incredible brain to fixing it, or there won't be anything left to fix," he tells him, walking off into the night. Barbara now sits across from Bruce, and she tells him that he needs to understand what the city has gone through in the last year. Bane, evil Batman running around, and now they've lost Alfred. Each of us, we need Batman right now. We need the man that inspired us to be the best versions of ourselves. We need the best of you so that we can heal. Bruce doesn't say a word, anger rolling through Barbara again as she smashes the glasses off the table. But that anger passes, and then she finally opens her eyes, looking at him. To Alfred, and how he was always able to find a way to celebrate something special about us. A car is moving through the woods, 3 hours outside of Gotham, and Barbara smiles from the passenger seat, blindfolded as Alfred still wouldn't tell her where they're going. Finally, they stop and Barbara looks up at Mount Cain. "What are we doing here?" she asks, surprised. "Climbing, silly,"
Alfred tells her with a smile. Finally, they reach the summit just before dawn, and Barbara stares at the beauty of the sunrise, thanking Alfred. You're welcome, he tells her, pulling out a single cupcake with a candle. I've noticed as Batgirl you've been using your cycle instead of swinging in the city canyons every year at this time. To celebrate the anniversary of leaving the Spine Rehab Center, look what you've accomplished after the doctors told you that you wouldn't be able to walk again. You're my hero, Barbara Gordon. The story ended and Barbara walks out of the bar, and Rick comes out from behind the counter offering Bruce a glass. I don't drink, Bruce tells him with a wave of his hand. I know, it's ginger ale, Rick tells him with a smile. Rick finally asks what story Dick Grayson would have told if he was there. There's no contest there, Bruce tells him. You see, it was a few years ago that Nightwing followed Alfred into the city, and he had noticed that the man was always sad on a specific day. He had watched as Alfred placed roses on the spot where the Waynes were murdered, whispering a prayer for them, and Dick leaped to the streets before he could pull away, smiling and waving. Hey, Alfred, I could go for a chocolate shake from Fina's. You? He asked, leaning into the window. It was later, looking out over the city as they finished their shakes, that Alfred finally told him. Today was the Waynes' wedding anniversary. I would rather celebrate their union and all the joy and good civic works they brought to Gotham, along with a baby boy who would do amazing things for his native city. Don't take this the wrong way, Alfred, but I feel like there's something else. And Alfred nods, looking at the ground. He reveals that Thomas had told him to take the week off and that the Waynes could drive themselves into the city that night. Alfred was at the manor, packing, when he heard the news and rushed down to the precinct to get Bruce. I took great pains to hide the guilt over not disobeying Thomas's plan that fateful night, Alfred tells him. Sitting across from Bruce, Rick nods, thinking that Dick Grayson sounded like a great guy. He feels that Dick would have been the one to help bring this family back together right now. You're right. You would have said the right thing to keep them from leaving, Bruce tells him, but sadly, Rick isn't that guy anymore. He tells Bruce that he knows that Alfred was a good man, that he spent his life keeping the family together, and he reaches into his pocket, pulling out a photo and pinning it to the wall amidst all of the other pictures that are cluttering it. You have a lot of hard work to fix everything that man built for you. To honor him right, Rick tells Bruce as he walks out the door. But before he leaves, he looks over his shoulder. You know, you never gave a toast to Alfred, the one that comes from the heart. But I guess Bruce sits alone at the bar, standing at the table, and finally he pushes away, standing and crossing the room. He reaches out, taking the photo that Rick had pinned to the wall, and as he stares at it, in this moment of silence, tears brim on his cheeks, and sadness overtakes him. The photo shows Alfred sitting in front of the Bat computer, the full costume family standing around him, the family that he loved. To Alfred, Bruce whispers. As the rain pours down into a Gotham alleyway, a man falls to his knees, vomiting blood, asking, "What did you do? What the hell did you do?" A female voice asks the man should she tell him about the Cornix fleckery. It's a breed of jellyfish that contained enough venom in its body to kill 60 men. A sting from a single specimen can bring an adult man to cardiac arrest in just over a minute. But in the hands of an expert, it can be so much worse. The woman walks past the dying man and into the bar, asking if they believe the doorman has the audacity to ask her for a password. Merlin steps forward, stating that he would have thought the great Cheshire would have taken the advance and ran. Merlin then turns to the two men at the bar, stating that he knows the woman, but who are they? A man with an American flag bandana over his face says that his name is the Gunsmith, and the one peeling the apple is Mr. Teeth. Merlin asks why do they call him that, and Mr. Teeth turns around, showing his stapled lips and grunts. Cheshire says that that's delightful. Where's the boss? And another man walks in, stating that he was busy cleaning up her mess. Now everyone quiet down and listen. This is Gotham. What happens next is going to happen fast. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Batman goes out on patrol to try and find a lead on something the Bat computer flagged. There was an alert on the dark web hubs used by assassin guilds. A warning that described a hurricane coming to Gotham in a few days' time. Once translated, it described a major hit being performed by high-end costumed contractors. The post itself was quickly deleted, but it was up long enough to let people know to steer clear of the city. But those that responded have gathered here, each extraordinarily dangerous and expensive. It wouldn't take long to defeat each of them, but the man brought in to run the show, well, that's Deathstroke. His presence in Gotham is worrisome. Deathstroke is discerning, deliberate. Money alone wouldn't bring him back to Gotham. And soon the grappling hook pierces the walls of the hideout. Deathstroke's body is already in motion, his mind calculating where to strike.
And within 1.7 seconds, the line wraps around Deathstroke, ripping him out of the building. He laughs, telling him, "Sure took you long enough. I won't be able to catch the others tonight, you thought. But I already have." That hook also deployed a series of marble-sized projectors called Shadowcaster, one trained on each target. It projects a shadow in the shape of Batman. They think that they're leading him, while they're corralling into a trap. As Batman jumps down, Deathstroke charges into fight, telling him, "People have been talking. They say Batman's gone mad, that you've become unhinged." A palm hit to the chin stuns Batman, and as his head whips back, he tells him, "I know people are talking. Now shut up and fight." Over in Tri-Corner Yards, a man makes his way into a server room stating that he can do this. He can do this. Everything will be... But just then a whip cracks as it wraps around the man's neck, pulling him to the ground, causing him to release his grip on a small device. Catwoman catches it, stating that he might have pulled it off. You know, if he didn't look so nervous at the party. Now what is this? The man shudders, stating that it's designs. It's plans for the city. New plans to replace Wayne's. You can't let it happen. You can't. And soon the man's eyes begin to bleed and they begin to boil over. A green gas is released from his body and a voice calls out, "Testing, testing, 1, 2. Catwoman asks, "Hello?" And the voice says, "I can see you. I can see you oh so clearly. And that's one bad, bad kitty cat." Catwoman asks, "Who is he?" And the voice says, "You shouldn't pretend not to remember. It always started with the 5 killers coming to town. That was always step 1, the first part of the perfect crime. That's what you called it." Catwoman quietly says no under her breath, and the man falls to the ground as the voice continues speaking, stating that Bruce Wayne has a design for Gotham, but so did they. Back with Batman, he sits down bruised and bloodied, finally winning over Deathstroke. He calls up on his comms, "Alfred, be ready with 5 cells in black block." And after a moment of silence, Lucius responds, "I'm sorry, Alfred isn't here, Bruce." The rain beads off Batman's mask, and after a few silent moments, he asks him to forgive him. "It's been a long time. Call in the Night Climber. It's time to come home, Lucius." Elsewhere in the city, the Riddler stands at his terminal telling Penguin that he's taking it all in. Watching the city from every angle, listening through every microphone. Gotham has an equation, and he has set his magnificent mind in solving it. In solving it, he will also solve himself, a riddle with no solution, a riddle befitting a Riddler. "I haven't slept in 3 months. I'm starting to forget the sensation. Military-grade, mind-enhancing amphetamines will do that." As the Penguin pulls his knife out of the man's throat, he says, "I do not appreciate your intrusion. This is a private line and I am working." The Riddler tells him, "Listen, this is very important. I'm sorry, I haven't spoken to anyone but myself in quite some time. But anyway, 5 assassins have been apprehended by our mutual antagonist, the most expensive contract killers. This was the first part. It was always the first part." Penguin stabs at another man, stating, "I knew what was happening an hour ago. I've already begun to act accordingly. This devil will find nothing of the Penguins worth taking." As the 5 assassins are taken into custody by the GCPD, Catwoman reports that she found blueprints. Someone is attempting to make a play for the Wayne rebuild. They've been looking into this for a week now. Do they have any idea who is moving against Bruce Wayne? What are they planning? And Batman tells her, "I can hear the nervousness in your voice. What's wrong? What are you not saying?" She says that sometimes seeing a man's head cooked from the inside isn't exactly a good thing to watch. Now focus up. There are dangerous people in this city and there's work to do. Later, in the black block of the GCPD, Batman stands before Deathstroke telling him, "Talk." And Deathstroke responds, "Fine, let's get this over with. I'm not gonna say who hired me. The others don't know, so don't even bother. Or do, who cares? This cage is cute and all, but it won't matter. The challenge will be nice." Deathstroke then smiles, telling him, "The clock is ticking. I need to make my first kill by daybreak and break out of this ridiculous prison. Wish me luck." Batman turns to leave, but then he stops, looking over at Cheshire's cell, telling Bullock, "Open it." Bullock tells him that he can't do that. Cheshire's nails, her hair, her clothes, her damn perfume, it's all poison. She's in full quarantine until we get a toxicologist in here. Batman shouts, "That's what they're counting on. Open it." The cell door hisses open, and as Batman reaches in, he wipes off some of Cheshire's makeup. He runs his fingers through it, stating, "This is clay. This isn't Cheshire. Put out an all-points bulletin for Jade Nugent, the assassin known as Cheshire." Deathstroke begins to laugh, telling him, "I told you before, it's gonna be a good game, Batman. It's gonna be exciting to see you lose." Batman rushes out of the jail cell, telling Lucius to find her, and Lucius quickly pulls up the city camera feeds, spotting Cheshire escaping through the back alleys. As Batman gets closer in the night climber, he ejects himself to give chase, riding a board. Once he hits the ground, he activates the controls, closely following behind her, and as she notices him, she jumps off her motorcycle, landing in Batman's chest. She holds her hands around his head and shocks him, telling him that his heart should stop any second now if he has any last words. And Batman smirks. "You should brace yourself." As Cheshire looks back, she slams into a speeding truck while Batman moves underneath, avoiding being hurt. As the truck stops, Batman gets up and Cheshire asks, "How did you not?" Batman tells her, "Membrane in my suit. It coated and sealed the poisons in your nails when you broke the fibers." She begins laughing, telling him, "You are very clever." But it doesn't matter. The point wasn't the kill. I just had to keep you busy. We're playing a game tonight, but you won't find out about it until it's all over. You haven't even realized all of the players yet. Back over at the GCPD, Bullock has the officers decontaminate the fake Cheshire cell, then the killers begin to make their move. Deathstroke and the others quickly disarm the officers, and Deathstroke says, "We just have to wait a few more seconds and these doors will open." And that's when a voice comes over the intercom stating, "I'm afraid that that's not going to happen. You and your employer have stolen my plans. Nobody steals from the Penguin." Meanwhile, over at the Gotham City Cemetery, Catwoman digs up a grave, shouting, "Pick up, damn it!" Riddler answers the phone stating that they haven't used this frequency in years. Kinda bring back memories. Haven't used it since Batman compromised it. She throws another shovel load of dirt over her shoulder, telling him that she isn't with the Bat. Just her. And Riddler asks, "What do you want?" Catwoman sits back, telling him that she needs to know. Is it the real deal or some kind of a trick? Because this was supposed to be over. They took care of this problem years ago. They buried it out here in Potter's Field. Riddler says that the Penguin is already ahead of the situation. He's taking care of it as they speak. Catwoman then says that she doesn't care what the Penguin thinks. What does he think? Riddler tells her that he thinks that they weren't alone when the designer approached them about committing the perfect crime. There was a fourth conspirator, one who usually has a few cards up his sleeve. Riddle me this. Do you or your boyfriend know where the Joker is? Catwoman pulls open the coffin lid and sees a decomposing Joker, stating, she does now. But as she takes a closer look, she says that it can't be him. Not the real him, at least. Riddler says that there is someone who could test it and find out. Why not radio him in? Catwoman remains silent and Riddler goes on stating, "Lying comes easy to you, doesn't it? Still wondering if this whole thing might resolve itself without telling him? What are you going to do when he learns that you helped build? Is he going to look at you the same way as before, a lover, or just another villain like us? Either way, we're all probably going to die, and we all probably deserve it. I'm glad that you're going to have the hardest fall of us all, though. Don't bother calling back. This line is effectively dead. I would wish you good luck, but I don't really want good things to happen to you. So let's just leave it at farewell, Catwoman." As the connection ends, she screams, slamming her arms against the coffin. She pulls herself up, radioing over to Batman, stating that they need to talk. There's something that he needs to know. But before he could answer, a voice comes across stating, "He can't hear you." She looks up to see the voice coming from the deceased Joker, and he continues, "Here, kitty kitty. You weren't going to go and break our deal, were you? You know what'll happen if you do. You know what the designer will do to you." As Catwoman looks back, she sees several men with shovels surrounding her, and as one swings, it cracks her in the side of the head. Dirt is thrown down into the grave, and the voice inside the Joker says, "Your death will be pretty boring. It was a good rest while it lasted, though. But someone like me misses the thrill of the chase. You took me down before I could set my master plan in motion. A perfect crime that would make me live forever, and now it's your time to pay for your transgression." Meanwhile, over at the meat processing facility, the Penguin shouts at the hanging Deathstroke, asking, "Do you know how much money this has cost me? Normally, it would have been enough to pay off a few officers to get inside of the new police building, but this is enough to start opening up investigations." Deathstroke shifts in his chains and drops to his feet, and as he lands, Penguin fires a few shots from his umbrella. Penguin goes on stating, "We're both businessmen. How about we make a deal? We could end this now, or you could die. It's really that simple. For the three of you, I will double your contracts, maybe throw in a non-compete for good measure. But for you, what would the price be? Deathstroke scoffs, telling him, "You can't afford it." And he grabs one of the chains, whipping it around, knocking out one of the guards. Mr. Teeth and Gunsmith then go drop the guard, and suddenly everyone hears the sound of a speeding car. A second later, Batman comes crashing through as Mr. Teeth lunges, cutting into Batman's shoulder. He takes the hit, grabbing Mr. Teeth by the head, slamming him down onto his knee and breaking his teeth. Gunsmith then opens fire with an umbrella rifle, but Batman turns back, grabbing the gun, bashing the butt end of it into the gunsmith's face. Deathstroke then grabs Penguin, holding a knife to his throat, telling him, "That is enough. One more move and the Birdman dies. Someone check the car." Merlin gets up, pulling Cheshire out, telling her that he's got her. And Batman then asks, "What is the point of all of this?" And the Penguin struggles, stating, "You wouldn't dare." Deathstroke pulls out his knife, slicing into the Penguin's throat, and releases the body. As the Penguin falls, Deathstroke says, "He'll die unless he gets to the hospital. No cops, no Robins, no Catwoman. You're all alone, Batman, and you won't let him die. Now, we can go after our targets." Batman runs over to apply pressure to the Penguin's neck, but the Penguin gurgles, telling him, "There are 4 of them. Me, Riddler, Joker, and Catwoman. The underworld united. We did this years ago. It's a shell game, all to beat you, Batman. The designer is real. He is in Gotham City and he has one true target, Bruce Wayne." And back at Potter's Field, the voice in the Joker tells Catwoman, "Give up. You know how this will end." Catwoman claws her way out of the grave, and one of the men surrounding her tells her, "It's no use running, you dug your own." But before he could finish, he is struck in the side of the head by a large red and black mallet. Catwoman's eyes widen, asking, "What the hell are you doing here?" And Harley Quinn says, she doesn't even want to know how deep this goes. It's enough to drive her nuts! After getting the Penguin to the hospital, Batman quickly returns to the streets to go after the killers who escaped the meat processing facility. His first target is the gunsmith, a veteran of half a dozen military contractors in the Middle East, quietly fired from each for testing experimental weaponry in the field without approval. Nothing a few punches couldn't stop. And as for the 2 ladies, they begin to fight off the designer's henchmen, and Catwoman asks, "What happened? You get homesick and come back?" Harley grabs a hold of one of the men, swinging around his head, stating, "Yeah, I miss the sound of my mallet cracking skulls. Also, the guy in the coffin? Totally not Mr. J." Catwoman says, "I figured as much, so who's the stiff?" Harley kicks another man, telling her, "The guy's name was Artie, worked with the gang, sweet kid." Catwoman grabs her whip around one of the men and asks, "Did the Joker do anything like this before?" And Harley says, "Nah, not his style. When he strikes, he wants Batman to know it's him. Joker has, however, been cleaning house. I've been following clues for a little bit, but the Joker's been leaving a trail of dead clowns." Catwoman then asks her, "What are you going on about?" And Harley says, "Well, I'm going to kill him. About time to let go of the past, you know?" Just then, Harley thrusts the middle of her mallet in front of Catwoman's face and catches an arrow aimed straight at Catwoman. As Merlin and Cheshire stand off in the distance, Harley asks, "Is this connected to Robo-Zombies or Joker?" Catwoman tells her, "Robo-Zombies," and Merlin shouts, "You have been sentenced to die!" While the girls get to work back with Batman, he's following the trail of Mr. Teeth. 7 years prior, there were a series of murders in the Pacific Northwest. Every victim was found with their teeth surgically removed from their mouth and implanted into their stomach. The Portland police dubbed the new serial killer the Tooth Eater, same as Gunsmith. Nothing a few punches can't fix. But while Batman is subduing Mr. Teeth, he realizes something. This place that they're in, it's the Riddler's hideout. His computer systems are all locked except for his security feed. And as Batman gets to work on the computer, a video plays with the Riddler and a man in a white mask with the letter D across it. Lucius radios in that he did a scan. No costume is pinging on the guy. Perhaps the man was hired by Deathstroke and the others? But while Batman is watching, he sees Riddler making gestures with his hand. A sequence of numbers, 774469. And using an alphanumeric keypad, it would spell out Sphinx. It's the Sphinx riddle. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the midday, and 3 legs in the evening? And Lucius says, man, which in alphanumeric is, and Batman keys in, 626. The computer pings as it unlocks, and Batman tells Lucius, I'm gonna get this information to the Bat computer. Lucius looks through some of the files and says that he did find a location on Deathstroke through Riddler's cameras. This could be a chance to test out a new fleet of Bat-spawn drones. as dozens of bat drones make their way into the city. Catwoman and Harley Quinn arrive carrying the bodies of Merlin and Cheshire, with Harley asking, "Where should we stick the murder people?" Batman points in the corner and then looks at Catwoman, telling her, "We need to talk." She looks down, telling him, "Yeah." But then Batman brings up the image of the masked man, asking her, "Who is he?" Realizing that it's not exactly the talk that she thought they were going to have, Catwoman shouts, "You had the Riddler! Penguin is in danger and the Joker is, well, maybe ready to come out of hiding?" Harley chimes in, "Yeah! There's a whole thing the Joker's cooking up!" Batman takes Catwoman by the arm, telling her, "Now we need to talk. In private." Catwoman says that his name is the Designer. Years ago, she made a deal with him. So did Gotham's biggest villains. She'll tell him everything, but first she just needs to tell him she's sorry. While Harley is controlling the fleet of drones like she's playing a video game, Batwoman and Catwoman leave to avoid Harley listening in. Catwoman looks out at the construction site, stating that it's beautiful. All these strange skeletons of a whole new city growing out of the old one, and Batman reaches out to her. But as Catwoman pulls away, Batman tells her, "You need to tell me everything." She begins her story, telling him that it all started years ago. Not quite the beginning, but soon after. She found a card on her pillow with an ornate D stamped on it, with a pier number and time. The D was from someone everyone thought was an urban legend. He was a master criminal, a man who concocted the greatest crimes you've never heard of. But when she arrived, she saw that there were others. The Joker, Penguin, Riddler. Soon after, one of the designer's men appeared to take them to the mysterious house. As they walked up, the designer greeted them, welcoming them to the Tataris house. Before they could begin, they're required to disarm at the door. So all the villains got rid of all of their weapons, and they walked in. They settled in, and the designer set everyone for dinner at his table and told them a story. You see, in his youth, he faced a man similar to Batman, one of the finest detectives the world had ever seen. And after being thwarted so many times, the designer needed to think bigger, better. He needed to craft a crime, to deduce the way the detective would thwart it, and then unthwart the thwarting. But no matter what he thought of, it always ended the same, and that's when it occurred to him. He'd been playing the game on the detective's terms. If he was going to design a crime with 1 degree of complexity, the detective would come back with 2 degrees. Defeating him would require an exponential leap forward. So, for a year, he sat in a room doing just that. He knew that in order to win, he must become the man that he would be after 20 years of battling the detective, without ever letting the detective evolve his mind. The man who left that room wasn't the man who entered. He became the designer. After that, the detective failed and was broken and humiliated. Ultimately, the detective died in the shadow of his former self. So the designer is here to offer his help. He will sit down each of them and come up with a perfect crime to become Gotham's underworld elites while giving him half their earnings. And they'll never see him again. Everyone agreed, and the designer took each of them, one by one, into a separate room to come up with a plan. One so perfect, there would be no way that Batman could actually stop it. Penguin, Riddler, herself, they all came and went. That's when the Joker went in. He was in there with the designer for what seemed like forever. And then the door opened and the designer stepped out, shouting to his men to kill them all. As the designer held his sword to Penguin's throat, he yelled that the Joker showed him what kind of city this was and what it's going to become in time. But before he could go on, there was a gunshot. The Joker shot the designer in the back of the head. He then laughed, and he proceeded to shoot everyone else in the room. They all agreed to keep this a secret, but the Joker, something in him changed that night. His eyes were different, something evil. As Catwoman finishes, Batman says that there is still something that she isn't telling him. Catwoman tells him that this is the hardest part, because if the designer is back with all of their plans, then he needs to know the target of her planned heist. Batman turns and says, "I already know it's me. My family's money. It's Wayne Enterprises. It's billions of dollars. The designer still has your plans, and I'm about to lose everything." Snyder College. The campus is crowded with students wearing their favorite superhero costume. And inside of her dorm room, the dean speaks to Alexis, asking her to show a little remorse for her actions today. But she argues, causing him to tell her to be reasonable. "Then say something, Dean Bob. Otherwise, I've got a chemistry final to study for." The dean tells her that her attitude is why the school board doesn't think that she is taking things seriously. "Your roommate has a brother living in Gotham. 3 of his co-workers were killed in a laughing gas attack last week.
That's why the school put together this Dress Like Your Hero Day. We wanted students to focus on the people who make this world better. You had to know that your choice would be provocative, Dean Bob tells Alexis. She smiles as she sits on her bed, dressed in a Joker t-shirt, smoking a cigarette. No crap, she grins. Dean Bob begins to stand, telling her that he tried to come to her. He tried to be a friend, but she tells him to shut up. You came because this scares the ever-living crap out of you, and you know it's dangerous. She snaps at him. She knows that he wants her to say that this is all a cry for help, that she's maladjusted, and that he can help her and get an award. She leans down, puffing her cigarette and blowing the smoke into his face. Then you wouldn't have to admit that I actually believe in something dangerous, and that I might not be the only one, that it might have been growing under your nose the entire time, she tells him. Dean Bob giggles ever so slightly. He composes himself, not sure what came over him. He begins to break out, laughing harder. What did you do? He begins to laugh, gasping between the breaths. I got the recipe off the internet. I don't know if it's going to work right. You wouldn't believe how many chemicals are in it, she tells him. She pulls out her phone, beginning to film the Dean, telling him, just don't fight it. I want everything on camera, she tells him with a smile, and she turns away, beginning to put on different makeup, pulling her hair up. She tells him that he wasn't her first, that she's been experimenting on the homeless for a little while. You're the first that matters, though. I'm going to dress you up and put you in Sarah's bed. You know her brother met those guys who died once? She's been playing it up for social media, she tells him as she puts her hair up and her makeup on. But I'll give you the kind of scare that she'll remember. She'll go from pretending she's scared and offended by a Joker t-shirt to seeing his face in her nightmares for the rest of her life. Dean Bob, don't you think it's funny? The man is crying now, his face twisted in a grin as he says that he won't laugh. Do you even believe your opinions anymore? Or just what the board has programmed into you? She asks him. Dean Bob begins to fall to the ground, his body convulsing as he asks her why she's like this. She begins to change, telling him that it's obviously her parents' fault or television, that she grew up with the world whispering that she could be anything that she wanted. Some of us don't want to be the good guys. Some of us don't want to live in the slow decay of your world. I want to build my own world. I want the whole world to be built as a joke, she tells him, whirling around, revealing her full costume. And I'm the punchline! Bob can't hold it in anymore. He bursts out laughing, his mouth twisted in a hideous grin as he falls to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. Punchline is looking at the man, but not speaking to him. You said you wanted me to prove that I was serious before you let me in on this big plan of yours. That you needed to see that I wasn't a creepy fangirl. Well, here's your proof. I'm ready to get serious, she says over her shoulder, looking at the closet. And the door creeps open, revealing the Joker's hideous face as he steps out into the room. Serious? No, my dear Punchline. What comes next is going to be funny! See, they may have the idea of what happened here, but the story that people are telling you isn't true. And I am here to tell you the truth. Once upon a time, 4 crooks walked into a haunted house to have dinner with the devil. The devil was pleased with each of them for their mighty sins that they had committed, and wanted to give each of them a boon. The devil set them down one by one, asked what they wanted more than anything in the world. The old bird said that he wanted the king, for all to follow his command. And so the devil gave the numbers of the finest killers in the land, so that he could take down the nation's rulers. The second crook was a mad, crooked man who said that he wanted to be the wisest man in all of the kingdom. So the devil gave him a crooked game to play with the greatest scholars in the kingdom, which would kill each of them in turn. The third crook was a thieving cat. She wanted to be the richest person in the kingdom, while the devil gave her the keys to the vaults of all of the richest men in the world so that she could rob them blind. And the fourth crook was a jest. And see, he'd been laughing this whole time because he and he alone understood the devil's game. With no wise, powerful, or wealthy men left to stop him, the city wouldn't belong to the 3 crooks at all. It would belong to the devil. In time, it would be the jester's turn.
And the devil asked what he wanted more than anything in the world. And the jester said, "I want to be the devil." And then the jester killed him. The man behind the bar asks why he's telling him this. And the Joker says, "It's to add a little context to tonight's entertainment. Make sure everyone can follow all the funny little jokes." The last bartender wasn't laughing at all, so I had to set him straight to make sure that there's no more salt around the rim next time. The Joker grabs the phone and he makes a call. He asks the person on the other end if everything's ready, and they tell him yes. So the Joker takes a sip of his margarita, telling them, Good. I want to bring down the house with this one, right down on your head." While the Joker is scheming, though, Batman takes the Night Climber and flies up to find Deathstroke. However, while the fight begins, Catwoman returns inside with Harley Quinn telling her that they need to go and keep watch on the assassins. Harley jumps up asking, "Do I look like a babysitter?" As the door to the holding room opens up, Catwoman and Harley see that their captives are gone. On the screen, the designer appears and he tells them that he has removed some pieces off of the board. They won't be needed in the great design. He is not in the business of making the Penguin mayor of Gotham. Catwoman tells him that Batman knows what's planned, and the designer says, Yes, my dear kitty cat, played her part perfectly. Now he's ripping apart his own mind, trying to outthink me." Out above Gotham, Batman is doing exactly that. How is he supposed to outsmart someone who lives to outsmart people? Deathstroke says, "You're not gonna kill me. You wouldn't risk throwing ourselves off this thing." And Batman tells him, "I didn't fly the two of us up here so that I could throw you off. Look down. There are 9 million people living in Gotham. Innocent people who spent the last few years in a kind of constant rolling hell. People are scared like they've never been before. All I'm trying to do is give them some kind of peace." Deathstroke asks, "Am I supposed to care?" And Batman stops him. "You do." Deathstroke then asks, "Who are these people even afraid of?" And Batman yells, "I know it's me! I spent my career using my wealth and power to fight costumed madmen, but they keep coming back. I have to make something bigger, more frightening each time. So right now I'm trying to change that. I'm trying to make it all better, make it right. I need people like you to stop." Deathstroke tells him, "No." And Batman throws himself into Deathstroke and they both go barreling down towards the streets below. As they fall, Deathstroke tells him, "We should skip to the part where you take out the grappling hook and save us both." Batman grits his teeth, doing just that, but late enough to allow both of them to take a hard hit when landing. Deathstroke gets back up telling him, "All right, now that we got that out of the way, let's just wrap this whole thing up, Batman." And on the screen before them, the designer tells them, "I don't think so. Your part in the design is over. Consider your contract terminated, Deathstroke." Deathstroke looks over, seeing some of the designer's men shuffling towards them, and he looks to Batman. "Yeah, we got some company." Batman tells him, "We?" And Deathstroke says, "I'm pretty sure the designer has no intention of paying me." The designer then asks Batman, "How are you feeling? Are you up for another game? This is getting tiresome." Batman yells, "We can just end it. Come out and face me." But then a shadow appears telling him, "Now that wouldn't be fair." And the Riddler steps into view smiling, "I haven't taken my turn yet." As the Penguin sits up in his hospital bed, he asks Commissioner Bullock how might he be of service to the Gotham Police Department today. Bullock scoffs, stating, "For starters, you're under arrest for the murder of 3 police officers." "Oh, that can't be right. I was kidnapped by some very bad people who believe that I should have been in GCPD custody. In fact, I would like to press charges against the assassin known as Deathstroke. Do I tell you that or the lawyer?" Bullock yells, "I will find something to pin on you." But before he could go on, one of the officers pulls open the curtains to the window, stating, "We have a problem. The city has turned green." Bullock sighs. Oh, it never ends, does it? Back down in the streets, the Riddler appears on all of the TV screens across the city. "Hello, Gotham! It's your good old friend, the Riddler, and have I got a game for you?" Deathstroke asks, "What the hell is going on?" And Riddler goes on, "We're gonna go over some rules. Name of the game, crossword. The grid is the city itself, meaning you're all going to be staying put for the time being. Letters guessed correctly will connect the blocks together. When the grid is solved, the city will be open, the walls will come down, and you will all be able to move freely.
But who among you is going to play my game? A great question, dear listeners. Why? It's the greatest mind, your greatest champion, Batman! As the drones fly down to record Batman, Batman tells Lucius, get a location. Lucius responds stating, already working on it, but he's making it difficult. He doesn't. But before Lucius could finish, the transmission is cut. And Riddler says, there will be no cheating in my game. All calls, transmissions, and other forms of contact are being blocked off. Better get some scrap paper and write this all down, because if you guess wrong, the bombs are willing to go off now. Riddle me this. Meanwhile, in the sewers beneath Gotham, Harley is following Catwoman, stating that she always figured the hero types had a much better route to take. But this place stinks. The good guys always stink less. Harley asks if she's sure. Catwoman says that she's not feeling particularly heroic right now. How about they change the subject? And Harley says, are you sure? Because that smell, it's not coming from the sewers. It's probably coming from that undead muscle the designer has left for us. Catwoman sighs, seeing the reanimated corpses crawling out of the water, and then Harley then swings her mallet, yelling, and I hate zombie cops! Topside, Batman is fighting through the corpses, telling Deathstroke to follow him, down to the train station. Riddler says, hey now, that's not fair! You're not playing fair! Batman punches another undead, yelling, just ask the damn questions! Riddler then says, okay! 1 across 9 spaces. The more I take, the more I leave behind. Batman bashes another undead, stating, footsteps. Riddler goes on. 8 down 5 spaces. What has many keys but can open no doors? Batman kicks another undead. Piano! Just then the train flies in, and as Deathstroke looks at it, he asks, really? You have a bat train? And Batman tells him, just get on. Meanwhile, Batman continues to answer the Riddler's questions, but back down below, Harley splatters another undead cop with Catwoman yelling, let me in, damn it! There are rules to these things. Selina Kyle, member 13432. The hologram of a masked man appears and says that it appears that she is not alone. And Catwoman says that this is her guest, Doorman. She has come to speak with the underbroker. She needs to make a withdrawal. She has the account numbers and she is a member in good standing. Doorman opens the hidden door, stating, you may enter, but to be quick, we can't let the riffraff in. As they tumble in, several armed men in clown masks surround them, and a female voice states that she thought that there wouldn't be any company. The underbroker says that he is a deal maker, always open to a plan that benefits everyone. And Catwoman asks who the hell is that, but the woman says that if the two of them are jokes, and trust her, they are, then she would be the punchline. I'm where you end. Harley looks at Punchline's makeup, asking, are you like a fan or something? And Punchline says, no, definitely not a fan. Harley then says, okay, well, we don't have time for any of this. We're robbing a bank. Punchline tells her, oh, I know. That's why I'm here, robbing the same bank. Harley looks a little closer and stops. Hey, wait a minute. Why are you dressed like a clown? And Catwoman asks, really? This is the Joker's new girlfriend, Harley. Punchline laughs. Actually, I'm his partner. Harley walks up and says, well, aren't you funny? Because you don't sound funny. Punchline smiles. What's going to be funny is what I do with your skin. Harley sighs, stating, I've had a few years, I've had a few come to God moments and long cries in the shower, but right now, that pretty little head is about to be smashed with my giant hammer! While the fight between Harley and Punchline begins, the underbroker begins to run, stating, I'm sorry that we couldn't make a deal. But suddenly he feels a whip crack and wrap around his neck. As Catwoman pulls, she begins to state, your name is Harlan Graves. You're a senior partner at Graves, Willick, and Crane. You live in a townhome off of Robinson Park East. You keep a private safe on the 3rd floor behind the what is not an original Rembrandt. She leans down asking, now should I tell everyone who is here the combination? You know, state it in front of 2 of the largest killers in Gotham? The underbroker tells her, no. And Catwoman tells him, okay, let's talk about what you can do for me. Back topside at the Riddler's hideout, he shouts into camera, stating, Batman is a cheater! Do you hear me, Batman? You are a cheater! Batman appears behind him, stating, I can hear it all. Now, Eddie, it's time to give the little brain a rest. He sticks him with a tranq dart, and the Riddler says that sounds nice. Deathstroke then asks, what about me? And Batman turns around, shooting him with the tranq dart. Deathstroke begins to fall to the ground as a voice says, well, this is going very well. You've unraveled your adversary's designs quite adequately. However, it won't be enough. Because if you can't tell, this is Bruce Wayne's officers. The designer looks into the screen stating, "Hello, Bruce. Please come in. We should talk a little before I kill you with my ultimate plan." A short while later, now that all of the designer's plans have been squashed, Batman stands before him telling him, "How was it supposed to go? If it all happened all those years ago, show me the full picture, your grand design." The designer asks him, "You want me to explain what you already know?" "No. How about you explain everything that I've just accomplished?" And Batman tells him, "You would have had 5 of the highest paid assassins in the world come to Gotham. They would eliminate the mayor of Gotham, the deputy mayor, the public advocate, the city controller, and the majority leader of the city council. The kills would all be done simultaneously, and the assassins would then just leave Gotham. This would now plant Penguin in a position of power, and overnight, he would run the city's politics. The Riddler would then cripple the city, his puzzle locking down every block, but it serves its primary purpose of isolating the different police precincts and humiliating his target, Commissioner Jim Gordon. The real answer to the puzzle was always to let the Riddler win. The cops who are smart enough would agree to work for him, and they'd be allowed to pass and save the city. Penguin's mayor would then appoint a Riddler loyalist to the police commissioner and district attorney's offices. The public would suppose that there is new order, having survived the chaos that you created before. The GCPD now effectively working for the Riddler. Catwoman would hack her way into the accounts of the wealthiest men in Gotham City. She would have learned that the Wayne Foundation was funded by offshore accounts. With those account numbers, she would be able to drain their full assets and redistribute them as she saw fit. She would become the richest woman in Gotham overnight. She would become the central bank for the growing crime empire in Gotham. And the Joker would kill Batman and Robin. And with the underworld united, the designer's final act is establishing the greatest criminal empire of the next generation, an unstoppable machine. The designer's legacy is secured, and his story can come to an end. The designer stands up. It would have been magnificent, wouldn't it? This office was made to look like the study back at the manor. You can imagine why. The ideas that Bruce Wayne would have, would they be enough to save you? Batman takes out a sword, telling him, "I am not the man that I once was. I have evolved. I am not equal to the designer." The designer pulls out his own sword and tells him, "Well, then we shall find out if that is true. On God!" Back in the secret offices of the Underbroker, Punchline slashes at Harley, and Harley dodges, stating, "You're pretty quick with those, huh?" Punchline tells her that it helps when you have a grudge, and Harley asks, "What did I ever do to you?" And Punchline yells, "You tried to fix the Joker! Tried to make him better." Harley stops and thinks for a moment and then says, Wait. You're a groupie? You're a Joker groupie?" Punchline goes on stating that she could have been running this horror show at his side, but now she's going to be carved up by her replacement. Harley tells her, "First off, the Joker hates it when you try to name stuff for him. His sense of humor would be less horror carnival and more chuckle hut." Harley then takes one of the rifles from the clowns and begins to shoot, but as Punchline ducks and weaves through the gunfire, she runs past Harley. Before Harley could turn, she feels something sliding across her neck, and she quickly reaches up to grab the spot. As she gurgles, blood begins to pour out of the hole. Punchline then asks, "Where's the comeback? Where's the snappy Harley Quinn zinger? You can't even choke it out through the blood?" Punchline then kicks the gun from Harley, telling the clowns to go ahead and open up the door. It's time for her to flush out the rest of the sewage. Once Harley is thrown out into the sewer, though, Punchline looks back, stating, "All right, time to fleece the cat." Back at Wayne Enterprises, Batman and the designer are clashing swords, with the designer stating that he has an incredible mind, but he is missing one piece. And Batman tells him, no, he isn't. He put it all together on the way here, while he was solving the Riddler's crossword. He saw the one game piece out of the configuration, not part of the original design. He had someone hack into Wayne Enterprises' computers, and it seems like he was replacing blueprints for Tri-Corner Yards. But the man wasn't trying to take something, he was trying to hide something. They wanted to see how he was funding the Wayne rebuild. He doesn't care about the design, the vision of an underworld united. It's never been what he wanted. The designer underestimated Gotham City, and most of all, the Clown. He thought the Joker would fall in line with the rest, but the Joker didn't want to kill Batman. The truth is, the designer couldn't understand what the Joker was. He gazed into the abyss, and it stared back, and it consumed him. Batman rips the designer's mask off to reveal the withered corpse, and he goes on stating, "And you're not the designer. You're just a shambling shell of the greatest villain of an older generation, cut down by his replacement. What are you doing, Joker? Why attack me like this?" As the designer's head falls to its side, the faint laughter of the Joker can be heard, and he says, "Oh, it's all a part of the plan. It wasn't about breaking you. It's about what comes next. This is a whole war planned out by me. This is about breaking her." Batman begins to process everything and then realizes who the Joker is talking about. Catwoman. Joker sips his drink as he's sitting and he says, "I'm still going to be needing to send you off the table for the next bit. Oh, Slady! Wakey, wakey! It's time to finish your contract." As Batman turns, he sees Deathstroke standing over him with a knife, and he says, "Sorry, Batman, but you and your whole family, you've earned this." The knife slams down into Batman's leg as he screams out in pain. Deathstroke kneels down, telling him, "This isn't going to kill you, but if you remove the knife, it definitely will. You better call Mr. Fox and get medical out here now." Joker then tells Deathstroke that he might want to skip town. Things are about to get dangerous. Meanwhile, back with Catwoman, she works away at transferring the money, telling the underbroker that she's going to need them to erase her account. The underbroker says that he's sorry, but her account is quite empty. At that moment, a gun is fired, and Catwoman slumps over. Punchline says that she appreciates the account numbers, Kitty Cat. This next bit wouldn't be possible without you. A few moments later, Joker gets a call from Punchline and he asks if it's down. She says yes, and Joker tells her that he wants to hear it. Say the words. Punchline tells him that right now the Joker is worth $100 billion. And he laughs, and he laughs, and he laughs. Years ago, Batman found himself in a similar situation with the Joker. And as always, Alfred was there backing him up. As Batman races through the city, Alfred asks if he's thinking about them. The bodies, the test subjects at the chemical plants. How many has this Joker figure already killed? Batman tells him, 24. I expect there to be more bodies at the reservoir. Alfred says that they can bring this nightmare to an end, but Batman thinks that this is not the end. It's too difficult to put into words. His motivations are beyond anything that they've encountered before. It feels like an oversimplification to call the Joker insane. Batman has seen more bodies than he can count, but there's always been a reason behind those murders, whether it's a means to an end or some kind of thrill. But to the Joker, those bodies are just meat. The city, this whole world, the people in it, they're already dead in his eyes. Alfred asks, there's more, isn't it? Something that you aren't saying. And Batman tells him, all of these killings, it feels like some kind of a test to understand my limits. It's like the Joker knows that I'm going to lose. He already knows that he wants to come back next time, and the time after. It's as if he's the only other person in the world that thinks he's alive. It's as if I'm the only other person in the world that he thinks is alive, and because of that, our battle may never end. Alfred laughs. Well, Master Bruce, at least you won't be waging it alone. You don't think I'd let you fight a murderous nightmare clown for the rest of time on your own, do you? Now the entrance to the viaduct is on your left. Get ready to ram through the gate in 3, 2, but now we go to the current time. The time where Alfred is dead. Batman is alone. And he's exploding through the same gate trying to track down the Joker. But as the Joker's clowns give chase, Batman sees a dead end up ahead. One of the clowns jumps out shouting that there's nowhere left to run, that this city doesn't belong to the Bat anymore. The clown then takes aim with his RPG, firing right into the Batmobile. And as that car explodes, the clowns get closer and they find that the inside is already empty. The clown takes out his phone, calling Punchline, the Joker's new sidekick, telling her that they've got another shell. No bat meat on the inside of this one. Punchline tells him, you know what? That's okay. We just finished hacking the main computer here at Wayne Enterprises. The Joker did always love Batman's little names for everything. Says that Batman pretends it's the kids who named them. But the Joker knows better. Now, Mr. Fox, focus. You're now Joker CEO, and you must tell him everything in a sweet little head. Let the toxin do the work. What do you call this place? Lucius tries to fight back the urge to talk, but he suddenly begins to laugh. The hibernaculum.
Punchline sighs. And that's where bats breed. That's disgusting! You've been breeding all sorts of little bats, haven't you? Lucius begins to speak again, but this time he asks, where is Joker? Punchline asks, where would you go if you were suddenly worth almost $100 billion? You'd go shopping. Meanwhile, at the Monarch Theater in Park Road, the curator says that the people used to call this place Crime Alley. Couldn't walk down the streets without getting into some real trouble. And if it ever got too late, he used to sleep up on the old reels. Joker says, oh, it must have been very hard. And the curator goes on telling him, yeah, especially for the Waynes, too. The dad used to like taking the son here, watch the movies that he grew up on. It's funny. It sounds like there are people down in the theater. But the Joker tells him, oh, it's probably the wind. Old theaters just get that way. The curator then says that it's hard to say goodbye to this place. The boy, Bruce, he came by with a few offers, but I'd be crazy to turn down this offer. I could buy a whole town back in coal country where my grandkids are. Joker tells him, and you should. Make yourself mayor. Get some t-shirts. It's a fun game while it lasts. The curator asks, are you sure there's no one down there? It sounds like people are laughing. Joker picks up a reel labeled The Mask of Zorro and says, well, why don't you go join them in the audience? The show is about to start. And down below, the theater is packed with those infected with the Joker's toxin. Meanwhile, outside of Wayne Enterprises, Batman is scaling the side of the building, listening in for any locations that he can enter. And once he stops hearing voices, he scans the floors to see how many people are in the building. And as his visor lights up, he sees dozens of armed men across all of the floors. After climbing to the top, he sneaks into the main computer room, and he tells the computer to search for the Joker. Punchline comes out of the shadows, stating, he isn't here right now! As she hits him in the back of the head, she asks, was this supposed to be your secret hideout or something? Your friend, Mr. Fox, outlined 6 micro caves in this building. 6! It's like you planned every type of attack on Gotham, a cave to prepare for each different crisis. But this one was my favorite. And you want to know why? This is the one you haven't earned yet. It's the one you were going to unlock when you and Mr. Fox and Mr. Wayne had finished building the new Gotham. As Punchline attacks, she presses a button and the door begins to open, and inside a new type of bat suit stands. Batman looks over at the advanced suit asking, when? Who? Lucius, did you design this? Lucius tries to hold back his laughter. No, I found it in the computer. I thought it was you. Punchline bursts out laughing. Did you really think that we were the crazy ones? It's too bad that you're not going to get your beautiful city of the future. No new toys, no new duds. At that moment, Batman begins to stumble back. I don't understand. And Punchline goes on. You're looking pretty rough. Her Deathstroke got you pretty good. Oh, I know what it is. It's the poison in the room, Batman. I spent the last few years building up my immunities to it. It's a little blend of my own. Some of the Joker's toxin, tweaked with a little bit of the fear toxin, and a little bit of venom for good measure. Batman trips as he tries to run through the window, and that's when he hears a voice. Master Bruce, not that way, you're going backwards. Batman turns. Alfred! Alfred! Batman stares out the window directly at an armed bat jet, and Alfred yells, I've taken all of your vehicles! Master Bruce, you need to get out of there! Batman responds, no, it's not real! You're dead! Dead! And Alfred tells him, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. They're all dead now. And that's when the jet fires its payload right into the window. Gotham City, years from now. The city is a shining beacon, with gardens growing on rooftops of the glass towers that reach into the bright sky. Alfred chimes in on the radio as Batman speeds through his utopia. Sir, we've located the vehicle. Our drones are mapping potential routes. 90% of them are taking Adams. Alfred tells Batman. Batman adjusts his bike, and Alfred informs him that a pedestrian is walking into the collision zone. Send a signal. No one dies in this city. Not ever again. Batman tells Alfred. The young man in question is about to cross the street, and he suddenly gets a ping on his phone. Please step back, the message tells him, with a bat signal over it. Whoa, I got a bat signal, the kid gasps. And suddenly an ice cream truck goes flying by him right where he was about to step. Yeah, it's Batman!
Batman! The kid yells as Batman flies by on his bike right behind the truck, his armor shining in the bright daylight like one of the very towers above them. Batman smiles. Victor, I'm jamming all your radio frequencies. I know you can hear me. If you surrender now, no one needs to get hurt, Batman says over the radio. The truck suddenly screeches to a halt with Mr. Freeze and his two sons stepping out into the light. Remind him what family he's dealing with, Freeze tells his boys, who step up and blast the Batcycle with their freeze guns, slowing it. Sir, activating the heat array. The ice density should allow escape in 3, 2, Alfred chimes in. The cycle roars through the ice, forcing Freeze to order his two children behind him. I can take the bat, he tells them, but Batman launches himself off the bike, flying through the air. No, Victor, you can't, he hisses, activating his heater rings, throwing them at the two young boys. They drop, stunned by the attack as Batman lands on Victor Freeze. Your boys will be fine, I promise. And so will you, Victor, Batman tells the villain. Later, Batman returns to the cave and he's met by a smiling Alfred. That's the first time that you've gone out all month. That has to be a record, Master Bruce. Bruce nods, removing the cowl, revealing the graying corners of his hair. He smiles to Alfred, telling him that he needs to call Barbara and figure out how Freeze got a hold of his old tech. The boys will need help. I called Leslie on the way in. She and Harper are going to check at them in the morning, he tells Alfred. And then he looks at the holographic map of his city as Alfred tells him that he is happy and that he and Mrs. Wayne are making their trip to Shanghai. Any surprises up there for me, Alfred? He asks as they ascend the stairs into Wayne Manor. But Alfred isn't with them anymore. I can hear it in your voice. How much you love the sound of those words as they cross your lips, the man says, his voice now growing strange. Bruce turns back as Alfred twists his neck at a hard angle, snapping it. It hangs off his head, bones broken and dangling. But you know they're all lies. You don't get a happy ending, Bruce. You die alone, with no family, no love, as the city falls into his hands. Alfred tells him slowly, his mouth beginning to form a hideous smile, and a faithful friend begins to laugh. No! Bruce screams as the laughter echoes all around him. No! Batman yells again, sitting up sharply to find himself on the floor of an old apartment. Harley Quinn leaning against the wall nearby. Hey, you're not dead! That's good, she says, leaning into the light, showing her combat gear and jagged scar on her neck. She survived punchline slitting her throat. I was betting myself that you were probably dead, she tells him. Batman falls back down, his body weak as he looks at the woman. Catwoman said that you were hurt, he whispers to her. Harley nods, telling him. I got hurt plenty. Knifeline, or whatever her name is, she tried to shut me up. But this mouth doesn't shut up easy, she tells him, smiling evilly as she motions at her scar. Batman struggles, asking her how long he's been out. 3 days since I found you. Since they say you blew up a part of Wayne Enterprises. She explains that Gotham City is now Joker's town. He makes the rules. All of the gangs have joined him. He's paying them and giving them tons of toys. Joker-mobiles, Joker cycles, Joker planes, she says, as she tells him that the Knights are the worst. The regular folks don't know what to do, and some people are taking matters into their own hands. Speaking of which, elsewhere in the city, a clown is hunting a family, knife in hand, when suddenly a batarang stabs him in the back of the head, and a young boy is standing there. The mother stands up still afraid, looking at the young boy. Son, are you okay? She asks shakily. No, ma'am. I'm not even a little bit okay, but I'm going to see how I feel after I kill a bunch of these clowns, he tells her. But cutting back to Batman and Harley. It's bad. Harley finishes, shining a light into Batman's dilated pupils. And you're still dosed on whatever the stabby broad gassed you with. It's not the old stuff, it's like a new strain. Batman pushes her away, demanding to know where the Joker is, and she explains that Punchline is running things from Wayne Enterprises and that they just bought up Ace Chemicals. The underbroker is dealing with the police, keeping everyone afraid and compliant. But Mr. J, he's up to something different. He's bought up all the ad time in Gotham. It runs over and over. See for yourself, she says, showing him her cracked phone. On the phone, a man is sitting before the camera tied up, and across his face is a jagged cut, forming a Z. Fear is in his voice as he reads off the card. A thrilling adventure and romance and vengeance. The story of a man reborn as a hero. A story of a symbol that he would use to mark the world. A story of sorrow, remastered and better than ever.
This is the Gotham cut. Only 3 people saw the ending last time, and it changed the course of history. What happens when everyone sees the real ending? The Mark of Zorro is now playing back-to-back at the Monarch Theater. Wide release is only days away. Coming to every movie house in the city. A movie so good, so daring. We're paying you to come and see it. $10,000 for every person who sees it opening night. The man says, sweat beginning to pour down his face. The video ends with a loud bang. And Batman rubs his head. Images of the Monarch and the night his parents were killed beginning to flood his mind. Oh, geez, you're losing it again. You gotta keep your head on straight. If you go crazy, Mr. J's gonna kill you. Harley yells, shaking Batman as he sees images of his parents with their necks snapped, their heads dangling from their shoulders, hideous grins on their faces. Batman snaps back, throwing Harley across the room, when suddenly he hears a voice over the radio. It's Alfred, the very Alfred that is dead, warning him that Harley has a syringe behind her back. Batman avoids the attack, leaping out the window into the night air as Harley calls out to him. Gotham needs you to get your shit together or we're all gonna die! She shouts at him. Batman moves through the city fast, finally landing in an alleyway. Are you all right, sir? Alfred asks. I'm having a bit of a psychotic break here, Batman admits to his faithful ally. Just a bit? That's a relief. You're not real, but I'm gonna deal with that later, Batman tells him, hiding from the Joker's drones as they fly past. You wounded me, sir. I'm here to help you. I promised you that I'd always be here to help. Batman needs to move quickly, refusing to lose the city again. But he pauses from the rooftop, looking down on a group of Joker clowns that are attacking the people. He leaps down among them, attacking them quick and furiously. And in a matter of moments, he's gone, slipping back into the shadows of Gotham's rooftops. Shortly afterwards, though, he glides down to the pavement outside of the Monarch Theater, where once the theater was old and decrepit, now it is shiny and new, rebuilt with the money that the Joker stole. It's like I remember it, like it's brand new. It's like it was that night. Batman whispers as he pushes through the doors. He's trying to get under your skin, sir, Alfred warns him. Batman nods as he steps into the lobby, telling Alfred that it's working. I'm not sure if it's the hallucinations making me see the theater this way, or if the Joker used my money to do it for real, Batman whispers. He pushes open the doors to the actual theater, stunned by the smell that is wafting out. Rot. It's death, Alfred. It smells like death in here. Give me their vitals, Batman whispers, giving into the sound of Alfred's voice. There's no heartbeat in the room except yours, Alfred tells him, Bruce moving through the theater through the crowd of the dead. He doesn't understand why would the Joker bring these people here. It looks like they've been decaying for years. Suddenly, the screen lights up, revealing the Joker. Oh, that's because they have been. Their family, our family. They're the people that I've helped see to the other side of the veil. I've had clowns digging for days, Batman. And I've given them a bit of the borrowed tech from a friend, the designer. He tells Batman as the corpses' mouths all begin to open, revealing the green gas. They begin to move, contorted and twisted, turning, staring at Batman. And they've all got a bit of a bone to pick with you. See, you should have been here to save them, but you weren't. You won't even save the rest of the city either. The Joker yells, his laughter echoing in the theater as the dead begin to rise. Tri-Corner Yards, the docks of Gotham. Punchline looks at the shipment of yellow barrows with their toxic symbols and turns back to the broker. Is this everything I asked for? Every canister? The broker checks his manifest, telling her that they got everything. Even managed to purchase a ship to make sure it all got here on time. I freaking love being rich, she hisses with a wicked smile. She turns to the crew of clowns that have surrounded her, telling them to finish loading the canisters up and take them directly to Ace Chemicals. The boss wants the new formula cooking by the end of the day, she tells them. One of the clowns turns to her, asking sheepishly if they're going to have security. You're the security, she tells him simply. It's just, we gotta pass through the Narrows to get to Ace. Clowns don't do so hot in the Narrows right now, he explains quickly. Punchline moves forward, wrapping her arm around his throat, twisting behind him, the blade of her knife pushing against his throat. Talk fast, make me care. Fear fills his eyes as he tells her that there are 12 of their clowns that were killed in the Narrows last night. Bats don't kill, she tells him, narrowing her eyes. This wasn't the bat. This was something weirder, he explains. Last night, 2 of the clowns were trapped in their repurposed Batmobile. The accelerator was floored and nothing was happening. A voice calls out from the hood of that car. Hi. Yeah, so those controls don't work so well anymore. I wasn't sure if I could short circuit one of your fancy cars, but it looks like I just needed a transformer and a fire hydrant, the strange teenager tells them. The clown laughs, telling him that he'll never get inside of the Batmobile. Well, I don't really care to get in. It's gonna be hot in there. I got my anti-clown toxin right here. I bought it down at the gas station, the teen tells them, beginning to pour gasoline into the crack on the windshield. The kid steps down, walking away as the clowns all begin to burn. I'm the clown hunter? Sorry, that sucks for you, I know. The clown finishes his story, telling them that the clown hunter killed the clowns. Punchline pulls him in close, telling him she doesn't care if he goes around the Narrows, but the canister will be delivered tonight. You need to decide who you're really afraid of, some kid or the guy who's about to kill the Batman, she tells him as she walks away. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Gotham City. You've never been one to look failure in the face, have you, Bats? Joker asks as a reanimated corpse begins to surround the Dark Knight. The maniac laughs as Batman prepares for a fight, asking who he thinks is angrier. The older corpses or the newer ones, since they were killed because Batman let me live for so long? I guess, you know what, it really doesn't matter. They're all angry, all disappointed. They all want you dead, Batman. Joker laughs on the radio. The corpses are launched into an attack, with Batman leaping over them trying to fight back. But the dead are everywhere, dragging him down, piling on top of him, holding him back. But the Joker, he keeps talking, telling Batman that he can't wait until the rest of the city shows up for the next showing of Zorro. How they'll learn the truth before they die and then become angry with Batman as well. Don't listen to him, Master Bruce. Keep your focus. The voice of Alfred tells him over the comms, and Batman throws another punch. I'm trying, Alfred. Punchline's toxin is too strong. It's twisting the reality around me. Batman snaps. The corpses begin to morph, shifting into Batman's perception, when suddenly he's surrounded by Jokers, just tons of Jokers, their lips twisted into smiles as they claw at him. Listen to my voice. Keep yourself grounded, Alfred tells him. You're not real either. Batman breathes. He knows he's losing his grip on reality. He knows that he needs to stop the Joker's voice. He pulls free a launcher, firing a batarang into the projector booth. The Joker keeps laughing, asking if Batman thinks any of the ones that might survive the movie will come back to get him. The Joker's corpses keep piling on as the batarang counts down, until finally it explodes, cutting off the Joker's words. I said shut up! Batman screams as he throws the Joker corpses aside. The toxin is too much. He can't trust his eyes, so he rips off a piece of his cape, tying it around his head. I don't need them to fight. A good bat knows how to fight blind, he tells Alfred. Batman leaps into the battle, his punches connecting, lashing out with his kicks, throwing the undead left and right. But Alfred cuts back in, telling Batman that there are too many. He won't survive. I don't need to. I just need to get to the center of the battlefield, he tells the man, and as he raises an EMP emitter over his head, he uses it to short the nanomachines that are reanimating the dead. Alfred goes quiet, with Batman struggling out of the theater, his breath labored as he pushes through the burning hallway. The metal door to the alleyway bangs open, revealing a ghostly scene to the Dark Knight. Ah, Bruce, be careful. You'll put an eye out, Thomas tells his young son as he acts like Zorro. Thomas, are you sure this shortcut is safe? Martha asks, taking her husband's hand. No, turn back! Batman screams at his own origin, but his strength leaves him as he falls to the alleyway floor. Through the mists and the shadows, a figure is slowly approaching, and Harley Quinn sighs, lowering her weapon as she looks down at Batman. Oh, brother, here we go again. At his new penthouse, the Joker laughs as he drinks from his bottle of champagne. You know, I never thought I'd have a taste for the finer things, he tells her. They look down at the destruction in the city below them, and the woman tells him that Batman is still out there. The Joker nods, telling her that that is how the game is played. I make my move, he makes his. It happens in turns. I was too hopeful that the delightful toxin of yours would make a play right now. Punchline nods, telling the man about the kid known as the Clown Killer. And the Joker's smile grows even wider. Isn't that wonderful? Punchline is confused, but the Joker explains that means as someone has realized that the rulebook has been thrown out. So we just let him keep killing our people? She asks, but the Joker shakes his head.
Oh no! Send in some of our heavy hitters! Crucify him on the street! Let people know that we won't stand for that kind of thing! And then, I think it's time that I douse my former flame!
About freaking time! Punchline gasps with joy. Batman begins to awaken on a bed of flowers with something licking his face, and he calls for Ace. Yes, it's me! Ace the Bat Hound! Harley laughs, speaking through her strange puppet. He sits up, seeing her sitting before him. Sorry, Bats. We gotta stop meeting like this. People are gonna say that we're in love, she tells him with a giant smile. Batman looks around, questioning where they are as he surveys the vast, strange forest. And Harley explains that this is Eden, a place that Ivy created for her underneath the Gotham Park, a place where she could get over the Joker. Ivy's usual rule is that there are no clothes in Eden, but I didn't think that you and I had that kind of a relationship, Harley admits, holding up a steaming cup, telling Batman that he needs to drink it. He peers into it suspiciously, and Harley tells him that it'll negate the effects of the toxins from Punchline in his system. Flush out all those bad chemicals out of your system, she tells him. Batman finally swallows the liquid, and then he immediately gasps as he looks at Harley. The woman's head snaps and hangs there as she stares at him. Hey, nice! That means it's working! Now you'll be out for a few hours. You're gonna trip balls first, but it'll flush all that nasty stuff out of your system. See you in a bit, she tells him as she runs off. The garden disappears, and Batman is in darkness as bats are flapping all around him.
This isn't real. This isn't real.
When suddenly a voice speaks to him in the dark. I know, boy, but I'm very sorry, Master Bruce, but I think it's time we had a serious talk. The dead Alfred tells him as he turns him around. The Joker's men have taken over the city, using advanced weapons and fear to terrorize the people. The police are spread thin. Meanwhile, over at Holy Cross Cemetery, Batwoman revs the engine on her motorcycle, launching across the open ground, leaping off of it, and in seconds, she is among the Joker's soldiers fighting to save lives. It's Batwoman! Shoot it down! The clown yells, momentarily stopping his mortar barrage. And the tree line detector Bullock leans out, shotgun in hand. Something's up. The mortars went quiet. He hisses to his men. I heard a motorcycle engine and then a lot of small arms blasting in there. We need to move before they zero in on us again, he orders the men. The police begin to charge across the cemetery, using the gravestones as cover. Harvey stops, peeking out to see Batwoman fighting amongst the clowns. So he decides to charge in, rushing headlong for the top of the hill. Come on, let's get in there! We ain't paid to watch! He shouts, leading his men forward. Batwoman continues to fight, not giving the clowns any quarter as Bullock and his men charge the hill. Blast anyone without a cape! Bullock orders as he opens fire. Batwoman turns, her fist smashing into the face of another clown, hard enough to knock his mask off and a few teeth with it. Meanwhile, over at Wayne Enterprises, another clown enters the room, ordering Lucius Fox to increase the output. Fox turns, his face twisted into a hideous smile as he nods, crossing the room. He reaches for a lever, but the clown cracks him in the back of the head with his pistol. What are you doing? He demands, putting the gun to Lucius's head. The switch you were about to pull was the assembly line shutdown. You better get your head on straight, Fox, or I'm gonna blow it clean the hell off, the clown yells. Lucius nods, pushing the button to increase the output on the drones. The speakers crackle and the Joker's voice blares out for his men to hear. Attention, all drone squadrons and street units. We are at DEFCON 1. Initiate attack! And hey, let's have some fun out there! He cackles. Throughout the city, the Joker's soldiers are roaring into action, and overhead the Joker drones wheel and dive back towards the streets below. Meanwhile, in the cemetery, Batwoman and the police continue to fight. These clowns are reeling, but we're all scattered, Bullock. All the rest of you, form a battle square and keep them out of our perimeter, she orders. Some of the cops begin to argue, but Bullock turns at yelling at them. Shut up! She pulled your fat out of the fire when these clowns had us pinned down. Now get into position, he orders. Suddenly, the sound of an approaching drone is overhead. Bullock stands next to Batwoman, looking up into the sky. It's about time the Bat Cavalry arrived. Bullock nods, but Batwoman isn't so sure. I got some bad news for you, Bullock. That's not one of ours. The Joker drone opens fire, rounds pounding into the dirt around them, so Bullock and Batwoman yell for everyone to get down as the drone wheels around for another pass. Good! The closer the better! Batman shouts from the top of one of the mausoleums. He shoulders a weapon, firing at the approaching drone. The EMP round hits it, shorting it out and dropping it from the sky. Spread out! The EMP emitter can only short out one of their drones at a time. he yells at everyone. But another drone dives in, knocking the Dark Knight out of his perch. The cops then turn, opening fire, blowing up the drone. Batwoman comes over, helping Batman back to his feet as Bullock joins them. As much as I hate to say it, thanks for the save, Bats, he growls. Batman nods, ordering Bullock and Batwoman to get the wounded to the hospital. But Batwoman shakes her head, reminding the Dark Knight that there's going to be a lot more wounded if they don't take out the weapons printer at Wayne Enterprises. We have to shut down these weapons at the source, and you're in no shape to go alone, she tells him. Batman nods, and Batwoman asks him for his plan. Knowing you, I'm sure you got some secret contingency plan for something like this. As a matter of fact, I do, he tells her. Meanwhile, over at Wayne Enterprises, one of the clowns puts a gun to Lucius's head, asking him what the alarms are for. Seems like something's coming from the sub-level, something big, he giggles. The room begins to rumble as the clowns order everyone to stay at their posts. Suddenly, the walls explode inward and Batman rolls in on his tank. Targeting systems engaged, he tells Kate Kane over the radio. I thought that guns weren't your thing, she asks him as she gets into the mounted weapon. That's a stun emitter, Batwoman. Now let's do what we came here to do. Works for me, she shouts as she opens fire with the mounted stun emitter. Rounds begin to ping off the tank's armor as Batman rumbles through the building. Batwoman swivels the weapon, firing stun rounds across the gathering of clown soldiers. Batman then swivels the sonic concussion cannon, launching a round at the weapons printer to implode it, destroying the machine while the concussive blast knocks the clowns aside. Batman scans the room, discovering Lucius is held hostage in the upper floor. Uploading the specs to your Cal, Batman tells Batwoman. Get Fox to safety. I'll take care of the rest of the drones, she orders. Batwoman launches into the air, making for Lucius Fox. Please don't make this your lexicon, she mutters. She kicks the clown off of Lucius Fox before putting her hand gently on his shoulder. How about we get you out of here, Mr. Fox? She whispers. I like that idea, thanks, he says softly. With the two last drones destroyed, Batwoman drops back onto the tank. Batman exits, seeing Lucius in the last stages of the Joker toxin before he dies. So he administers the antitoxin that slows the effects. Fox continues to giggle, telling Bruce that he did what he could to slow the Joker's men down. You did pretty good, old friend. Hang out, he tells Lucius. He lowers the man to the ground as Batwoman goes to retrieve her bike. I'm heading out. Scanners are picking up trouble at Valari Gardens, she tells Bruce. Keep me updated on your position. Please, Batman asks her. With the war still waging in Gotham, the Joker needs to be put down. Hard. We're in complete agreement on that. War is hell, Batman. On everyone and everything. You do what you have to do, and I'll do what I have to do, she tells him before roaring off into the night. Late in the Prodigal Bar one night, Rick and Beatrice sit at a table with Beatrice stating that she's getting more and more worried. His headaches are getting worse, they're almost debilitating. He needs to get help. Rick tells her, yeah, it's hard for him to shop for a doctor when the last one betrayed him. Besides, all he needs is her right now. He can sort out his head pain, his memories, everything with her help. She says that she'll do what she can, but they still need to find someone who can. But before she can finish, sirens can be heard and Rick Grayson says that he has to go. Beatrice tells him to ignore it. He can't be a hero to everyone. It's time that he takes care of himself. So he gets up telling her that he agrees after he makes sure that everyone is okay. He runs out of the bar and Beatrice sighs, asking what is she going to do with him. But at that moment a voice tells her that the real question is, what am I going to do with you? As the man steps down from the second floor, Beatrice notices the outfit and quietly curses to herself. Meanwhile, a block away, the supervillain Tusk slams an officer into the ground, stating that he should have known better. No matter what they do, there's no going back. Another officer calls out that they have him surrounded. All of the escapees are accounted for except for him. A third officer yells that he's cleaning up after the power outages, and that means that his cell is waiting. Freak! Tusk begins to growl, throwing the officer that he was holding at the others, shouting, "Don't call me that!" The second officer picks up his gun, and he points it at Tusk's head, telling him that if he moves a single inch, but then again, that would just allow him to put him out of his ugly-ass misery. Tusk spins back with his arm, smacking the officer, telling him that he doesn't know a thing about misery. But he will! But before Tusk could squeeze the officer's head, Rick jumps in, kicking Tusk back, thinking to himself that this all seems familiar. Must have seen him before, but it's hard to tell with these messed up memories. Tusk skids back, asking who is he, and Rick says that he's just a guy looking to help. As the two begin to engage, Rick thinks that all of this is familiar. Has he met him before, or does he just know about him?
Tusk quickly grabs Rick by the neck, slamming him down into a car, telling him, "You should have stayed home. Would have saved you from what's coming next." Rick then jams one of his batons into Tusk's eyes, and in a fit of rage, Tusk smacks Rick away, shouting, "Kill you!" But as Rick slams into a car, he notices a metal card lodged into the tire. The card of the Joker. Rick stares at that Joker card, asking, is he involved? Wait, have we met? Have we fought? The whole world knows that the Joker is a killing machine, and if he is behind this, Rick takes the metal card, throwing it at Tusk, slicing through his face and his eyes. Tusk growls as blood pours out of his face, shouting, "Gonna tear you in two, little man!" Rick runs up, kicking Tusk, telling him, "You already tried that, didn't work." He goes on to beat Tusk with his batons, all the while thinking, how is the Joker involved in this? Was it all a distraction, and if so, for who? Oh no. Meanwhile, back at the bar, Beatrice asks the shadowy man who he is, and he replies with, "A friend." Beatrice then begins to ask, how does he? But the man finishes her question, asking, "Know about Rick, Dick, Richard, Robin, Nightwing? My dear Beatrice, I am an expert in all things Batman." As the Joker walks down the stairs with his trusty crowbar, Beatrice realizes who this is. "You're..." And the Joker tells her, "Yes, the one, the only Joker!" Note the photos, autographs, and personal appearances must be arranged through my agent Slappy. May he rest in peace. But at that moment, Rick jumps in, yelling to Beatrice, "Run!" And Joker turns around. Why, if it isn't Rick, Dick, Richard, Robin, Nightwing? How very nice of you to join us. As Rick rushes in, Joker hits him in the back with his elbow, asking, "Why does everything have to be a fight with you? I simply came here to offer some help. I know all about him." Rick gets back up, telling him, "That's not possible. I'm not Nightwing anymore. That torn costume around your neck, what did you do to Sap?" Joker laughs, telling him, "You should be thanking me for dealing with that imposter, stealing your good name. But still, I am here to help. I can tell you all about your mommy and your daddy, and the splendid, ferocious trapeze act. Not to mention the nasty Zuko fellow that did them in, and that overly serious, terribly damaged Wayne fellow who took you in." Rick steps back, asking, "How do you?" And Joker tells him, "I've always known, and I can help you remember." Rick shouts, "Never, I'm fine." And Joker tells him, "You are so not fine, Dick." Beatrice runs up, swinging her bat, yelling, "He is fine." But the Joker deflects it with his crowbar, telling her, "You are one very unfriendly bartender. Probably makes a terrible drink too." As Rick gets ready to charge in, Joker tells him to freeze. "Indulge me in a little conversation, and Snuggles here lives." Rick stops what he was doing as Joker leans on the bar, telling him, "You finally came to the realization that this long, fabulous, all-night party of ours must end. The Talon, the Owls, those ghastly memories they forced into your head, I can take them away. You can be free. Free to be Mr. Richard Grayson." Rick shouts that it's bull, but Joker pulls out a crystal thing, telling him that the Shrew Doctor was a memory vampire. He can use her own silver bullet to wipe away her influence forever. Rick lunges for the memory crystal, yelling for him to give it to him. But the crystal begins to shine, and the Joker tells him, "Oh, I'll give it to you, all right." Rick suddenly stops in his tracks, and the Joker smiles, telling him that certainly calmed him down. Perhaps they can find a common ground, a meeting of the minds, as they say. "Now, what is your name?" Rick stops. Rick. And Joker says, "Yuck! No one likes that name. How about Dicky Boy?" Rick stops. "Hi, I'm Dicky Boy." Joker laughs. "Excellent! Now, how about I talk and you listen?" Rick stares into the crystal and says, "You talk, I listen." And the Joker's grin grows wider as he tells him, "Good. Let me tell you about a little boy whose parents died in the circus. That their deaths didn't make him a sad little boy. He was thrilled because a very nice man with green hair and white skin came to take that boy in and raise him as his own. Allow me to tell you about your life."
The next night, Beatrice heads to Gotham, and she begins to pick up and place sticks down in a certain pattern, and when she's finished, she pours on some fuel and lights it up. As she stands back, that fire spreads, and on the ground, the bat symbol lights up. And a few moments later, Batgirl looks out, seeing that it was Beatrice who lit the fire, and that if she is the one calling for help, something's wrong with Dick Grayson. Beatrice only knows her as Barbara, so a short while later, Batgirl steps out stating that bonfires aren't allowed in the park, you know. Beatrice looks back, somewhat disappointed, stating that she was hoping to attract someone more official. But Batgirl thinks that she's referring to Batman, and Dick obviously told her a lot about maybe everything. Does she know her identity? Beatrice goes on, stating that she needs help. Special help for Rick. She knows who he was and all that stuff. Batgirl tells her that she should know that they are quite capable, then what's wrong? Beatrice tells her that she's not entirely sure. It all started this morning. Last night, Joker showed up at the bar, he knocked her out, and he was getting ready to kill Rick. When she opened up her eyes, Rick was standing there smiling. He said that he'd kicked the Joker's butt and sent him home crying, but it all seemed too easy. Rick knocked him out with one punch, and then he broke the memory crystal, ripping it right off of the Joker's neck. But his attitude was so different. He wanted to make pancakes all of a sudden. And when she asked if he was okay, he shouted that he was fine and then acted like nothing had happened. It was all so weird. And after that, he bolted to Gotham. Now she knows that he was Nightwing, and she's praying that Batman or Batgirl or someone here can help him. Batgirl walks off, telling her to have some faith. Whatever Rick needs, she'll make damn sure that he gets it. So later that night, she begins to head out, thinking to herself that she knew that she should have stayed closer to Dick. She should have never let him stay alone in Bloodhaven. She then reaches into her backpack, pulling out the Nightwing costume, and suddenly a voice calls out asking, "Hey, looking for Nightwing?" Batgirl says, "Yeah, sure," and Dick runs up, picking her up, but she pushes him back, stating, "Is she talking to Rick or Dick?" Dick tells her that his name is Ferdinand, of course. And after an awkward pause, Dick bursts out laughing, telling her, "Psych!" And Batgirl tells him that it's enough. It's time for him to come back home, to be himself again. And Dick takes the costume, stating that he is himself. He's exactly himself, the really, really, really awesomely true him. Batgirl tells him that she doesn't understand what happened to him, but she can tell that there's something really wrong. Just let Bruce and her help. At that moment, a voice asks, "Did someone say something was wrong, as in not right? What does it matter when you're dead?" Punchline jumps in with Batgirl asking who is she. Punchline tells her the essence of any great joke, of course, the punchline. Punchline then kicks and Batgirl dodges, telling her, "Great, another Harley wannabe," not impressed. So Punchline pulls out her knife, swinging, asking, "You think I'm like her? I left Harley drowning in a pool of her own blood." Batgirl tells her that that is unlikely, but Punchline slashes and cuts into Batgirl's leg and begins to maniacally laugh. As Punchline brings the knife to Batgirl's neck, Rick says, "Make like a statue, Punchy." And Batgirl lets out a sigh of relief, stating, "Finally." Rick rushes forward, grabbing Punchline by the arm, and she asks, "What are you doing?" And Rick tells him, "Stopping you, because we had a deal." Punchline smiles, stating, "Right, I'd forgotten." She takes the blood from her finger, tracing it along Rick's mouth, and he smiles, stating, "Batgirl is mine to kill." Batgirl stares in disbelief and begins to slowly back up, thinking that the crystal that Beatrice mentioned, it wasn't destroyed. The Joker used it, turned Dick into his... But before she could get away, Rick yanks on Batgirl's cape, yelling that takeoffs are not allowed, and knocks her out. Punchline walks over, stating that he hurt her. That'll make the J-Man so very happy. From around the corner, Joker walks out, asking, "Happy? I'm smiling, aren't I? That means I'm deliciously happy, outrageously happy. Happy enough to kill. What a shame that Bruce, deary weary dreary Bruce, isn't here to see this. If he were, he'd pull out the old bat phone and snap a pic of the family. My family." Batgirl awakens, her hands tied behind her back, tying her to a pole in the center of a caged ring. The lights suddenly flash on, blinding her for a brief moment before she sees the army of clowns that surround her. The clowns are all shouting insults, jeering at her, and they begin to chant, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Dick Grayson leaps off the rooftops of Gotham City. He loves fight night. The blood always reminds him of his parents' death. Drunks, druggies, child beaters, those lousy trapeze artists made his life a living hell. Luckily, he was freed, taken in by the one man who cared for him. His guide, his mentor, his father, took him in, taught him to take care of himself, to fight. Even the likes of Batman. He lands on the rooftop adjacent to the cage fight. "About time! You ready to get down and dirty?" Punchline calls out from behind him, and Dick nods and smiles. And the woman raps on the door, with the metal flying open, revealing the Joker. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to rumble! As the master of ceremonies, I want to welcome you to Fight Night," he calls out to the crowd. "In this corner, direct from the hellhole that is Gotham City, Bad Girl," he calls out, bringing on boos from the clown crowd. "And in this corner, the champion, the man who can't be beat, he who can kill it with a one-liner or a knife in the back, my boy, Dickie Boy! Dickie Boy! Dickie Boy! Dickie Boy!" The clowns all begin to chant, "Place thine bets and get thee ready to rocketh," the Joker yells as Dick leaps into the ring, and the bell is rung, and Dick pulls out his escrima sticks. "Greatest sound in the world, except for breaking bones." He laughs, rushing forward, but Batgirl twists, kicking him hard in the chin. She then twists her hands, using the razor epaulets to cut through the ropes. She squares off, preparing for Grayson, who twists and attacks. "You telegraphed that move. Proves you're compromised," she tells him, but he laughs. "Yeah, I telegraphed that, so I could set you up for this!" He snaps, cracking her in the chin with his escrima. Outside of the ring, Joker wipes a tear from his eye, proud of his Dickie Boy. He turns to Punchline, telling her how he knows all of the Bat family, how he means more to them than they mean to each other. Dick leaps at Barbara, preparing to strike again, but she manages to backflip away, still trying to talk him out of his hypnosis. Punchline looks at Joker. "Ta-ta, demolition time! You remember the servant, right? The preposterous tribute that they built in your name?" The Joker laughs, remembering the dead butler. "Go, do the place," he tells her with a wicked grin. Meanwhile, in the ring, Dick hits Batgirl with a series of blows that leave her staggered, telling her that the Bat family will no longer persecute them. "Time for you to pay," he tells her. But she snaps out of it, uppercutting him hard. "Listen to me!" She's trying to get through to Dick Grayson. This isn't him. He shouldn't be working for Joker. "Listen to my voice. Let it sink in, and until it jogs something, try to remind you of who you were," she tells him, chasing him as he tries to dodge away. "You are not Dickie Boy. You are not rich. You're not some anonymous guy in an action suit. Your name is Dick, and you were the best, the first Robin. You built the Teen Titans into an enduring force. Look at that suit! These days, you're Nightwing. A bullet tore through the side of your head and almost killed you. And ever since then, you've been victimized by people who tried to warp your mind and control you. Don't let them. Be the man that you really are," Barbara yells at Dick, trying to get through to him. He pauses, leaning back, staring at her as she delivers her speech. Meanwhile, at Alfred Pennyworth's Children's Hospital, Punchline congratulates the clowns on what they've done in the electrical room. She pulls out Batgirl's comm unit. "Guys, it's me. I need help. The Joker. He's at the Children's Hospital with a bomb that... Oh my God, no, don't!" she screams, getting the Bat family's attention. "Batgirl, on my way. Drake out," Drake yells in reply. At the fight, Dick Grayson is stopped, telling Barbara that he finally knows who he is. But he suddenly whirls around, throwing a punch that she barely dodges. That means the gloves are off, she tells him, cracking him in the face with his escrima stick. "Yeah, kinda figured this would happen. Ah well, the butler's place is still going to blow." Joker sighs, watching the outcome. Barbara is shocked to hear the Joker mention the Children's Hospital. Realizing that she can't get through to him, Barbara leaps out and over the cage. She knows that she has to save the children. "Coward!" Dick yells, beginning to give chase, but the Joker tells him to stop, wrapping his arms around the young boy. "You're playing the game all wrong, me boy. I can set you up for even more success, where you can get 3 kills for the price of 1. And a grin spreads over Dick Grayson's face. "Tell me more." Several blocks from the hospital, Tim Drake lands in the alleyway. "Drake, you heard Batgirl's call too?" Red Hood asks. Drake nods, telling his brother that they need to save Batgirl. "Something about that call seemed off. Almost like," Jason begins. "Like it could be a setup?" Dickie Boy asks, landing next to them. "Trust me, it is. Orchestrated by the Joker himself," he tells the others. Jason and Tim ask if Dick finally has his memories back. "Yeah, and Barbara's been brainwashed by the clown. She's out to bomb the hospital," Dick tells them, a small smile still on his face. "Guys, we have to stop her, no matter the price." As the sirens go off, Bea thinks to herself the same thing that she's always thought about Gotham.
She hates it. But if she could, at the very least, she wants to help Rick Grayson, the person that she's been helping try to get back his memories. And she's decided that that's what she's going to do. Barbara was supposed to take care of things, but she hasn't been heard of for a while. And now she's just chasing down sirens and... Wait, what's that? Out of the alleyway, B sees Rick with Drake and Red Hood surrounded by clowns. Red Hood says that they're gonna have to cut their way to get to the hospital and deactivate the bomb. And Dick tells him, yeah, bomb, like boom time, kitty body strewn into the rubble. Red Hood pauses for a moment listening, and then he looks back at Dick, and he notices that his clothes seem familiar. A grin spreads over Dickie Boy's face, and he says that he's kind of offended. It took him this long to figure it out, that he was the one fighting against Red Hood. Dickie Boy grabs Drake by the neck, punching him, and then he kicks his leg back, cracking Red Hood in the face. Drake and Red Hood begin to pick themselves up, and Dickie Boy says, I was wearing a mask earlier, but now it's time to get out the toy box. And as for the name, you guys can call me Dickie Boy. As a pair of clowns grab Drake, Drake says, this is twisted. Nightwing is, and Red Hood fights his group, telling him, I know, he's working for the clowns. Dickie Boy bashes Red Hood in the side of the head, telling him, no, I don't work with them. I'm the boss's kid. So that makes me management. Red Hood reaches for his gun, telling Drake, hurry up inside and take care of the bomb. I'll handle him. Drake vaults over the clowns, telling him, remember, Nightwing is family. Don't hurt him, Jason. Red Hood gets up, stating, that's completely up to him. But if he steps over that line... A couple of clowns close in, and Dickie Boy gets in first, telling him, this one's on me, guys. As Dickie Boy hits Red Hood over and over, he says, this is like Little Red Riding Hood, except the role of the big bad wolf is played by myself. And naturally this time, the wolf is going to win. But up on the rooftop, the Joker bursts out laughing, telling him, isn't this amazing? Our Dickie Boy has a chance to finish what he started all those years ago by snuffing out Jason Todd for good. But just then, Batgirl swings in, kicking both Joker and Punchline, telling them, if we're going to talk about finishers, can we start with yours? Joker gets up, telling him, I should have walked you off the roof when I had a chance. But Batgirl crashes down on him, telling him, I should have aimed that rod at your heart. Batgirl scoops up the crystal, jumping down the ledge, yelling that they will not be controlling Nightwing anymore. Down on the ground, two clowns high-five as Red Hood lays on the ground, and Dickie Boy reaches for a gun. Red Hood slowly gets back up, telling him, you might have a gun, but you don't have the stones to pull the trigger, Dick. Dickie Boy fires 2 shots at Red Hood's feet, and he asks, oh, I don't? The gun is aimed a little bit higher, and Dickie Boy asks, which eye, Red Hood? Right or left? Batgirl kicks him in the back of the head, telling him, how about neither? Dickie Boy then kicks her off, asking, again? Can't you see I'm not interested? The gun gets turned to Batgirl, but Batgirl tells him, you wouldn't. Dickie Boy cocks the gun. Hell, I won't. It's in my jeans. Up at the rooftop, the Joker yells, asking, did you hear that? Dickie Boy is stepping up to take charge of the old family business. Do it. Pull that trigger. Dickie Boy gets ready to squeeze down, and Batgirl tells him, think for a moment. You aren't what that sadistic psycho did to you. This isn't you. You can't do this. Dickie Boy begins to struggle with the gun, but before he can pull the trigger, B runs in, picking up the crystal, yelling, you're not that maniac's son! You don't have to take orders from guys like him. You stop them. You've been abused for too long. You've been used by people who have weaponized this crystal for their own gains. It turns you into Dickie Boy, into a Talon, and even Rick Grayson, but those identities are all lies. You are the best, most honorable man that I have ever known, and I love you for it, Rick. The time has finally come for the real Richard Grayson to come back. Dickie Boy shouts in pain as his head pounds, snatching for the crystal from B. And B tells him, take it! Make it yours! But in Nightwing's head, he begins to see everything, how he was manipulated from the very beginning, from the moment that KG Beast shot him. First, Isabella Haas. She was the doctor in charge of his recovery, but in reality, she was a member of the Court of the Owls. More memories come flooding back in, all the people that he has met along the way, all telling him the same thing, that he is a good man, a man that is dedicated to justice. B tells him he knows it all to be true. He knows exactly who he is, and it's time for Dick Grayson to come home. Dickie Boy looks at the crystal, throwing it to the ground. B asks, Rick? Dickie Boy stomps on the crystal, telling her, not Rick. Dick Grayson's home. A voice says that he's back again, and Batman swings down. B watches as the Bat family welcomes back their own, as she wonders,
Does he even remember his time with her? Just then, Drake runs out yelling, "It was purple! I picked that one because I figured that's what the Joker would have done! And I was right! The bomb's disarmed!" Soon, everyone begins to look around asking, "Where is B?" And over in the alleyway, the love of Rick Grayson's life walks away, crying, telling herself that she hates Gotham. She always has. And now there's one more thing that she's gonna hate about it. It's taken Rick Grayson away from her. And that concludes the Dick Grayson arc. He is now back to being Nightwing, but if you want to know what happens, keep watching this video, because he's going to join Batman to wrap up the Joker War. As the coolness of the Iceberg Lounge sets in, Scarecrow tells Riddler that he's afraid. Riddler stares at the chessboard, telling him that he isn't afraid, he's just thinking. Scarecrow looks up and tells him, "That's right, thinking of all the ways you're going to fail. That's what you always do." Riddler asks what is he even talking about. They're playing chess, and Scarecrow tells him, "No, you're not playing chess, you're playing him!" As Riddler lunges over the table, grabbing Scarecrow by the neck, Penguin says that was predictable. "We should have all taken bets on how quickly Eddie would have flipped the board." Catwoman watches the news about Joker's rampage, stating that this is all her fault. She was the one who gave him the money. Has there been any sight of him? Penguin tells her no. The bat appears to have been taken off of the table. Catwoman's eyes stay fixated on the TV, and she quietly says, "Come on now, Bat. Pull yourself together. The city's in pain, and it's calling out to you." Meanwhile, over in Ivy's Forest of Eden, Batman lays on his back, dreaming of Alfred, stating, "Tea sounds nice." Harley goes to dampen the cloth that she's been using to keep Batman's temperature down, telling him, "Hell no, you've had enough tea. You're probably seeing the whole singing and dancing number right now. Batman the musical on ice! But right now, you're gonna need to get your pointy-eared butt together." Batman groans, telling her, "The kitchen." And she yells, "Great! Now he's got the munchies! God help us!" Just then a voice calls out, "Do you ever shut up? Should have made that cut a little deeper." Harley hears a distant voice asking, "Pemmy?" But through the brush, Punchline steps out, stating, "You really should have picked somewhere else to hide out that isn't so flammable." Harley snaps back, shouting, "Punching bag? Punchline? Is that a flamethrower?" Inside Batman's head, he gets ready to sit up in the parlor with Alfred asking if he can see it. If he sees which tea this is. Batman tells him that it's the Jarring blend, the one from the cupboard to the left of the pantry. The tea that is only brought out when he's most disturbed and frightened. Batman goes on recapping the entire situation, that the Joker has the Wayne Foundation's money. He's keeping the gangs in the street, terrorizing the people and killing them. Because Joker knows that Batman is his opposite. That there is no difference from him taking one life or a million lives. But there is to Batman. Back in Eden, there's a loud whoosh as Punchline pours the flames open and Harley scrambles to pick Batman up. She huffs, lifting him, asking, "How are you so heavy? You jump off roofs, for God's sakes!" Throwing him to the side, Punchline shouts that Batman isn't going to save her now. The toxin running through his system will take days of agony to clear. And by then, there won't be any city left to save. Stop hiding behind a failed hero, Harley Quinn! Harley grabs her rifle, opening fire, yelling back, "Fine! I'll just have to hide behind a big freaking gun!" After shooting the flamethrower's tank, Harley drops the gun, stating, "Cutting my throat was one thing, but coming down to burn the only place in the city that I love? Just how did the Joker twist you up so much?" Punchline tells her that she doesn't understand anything. "You never have, and now it's time to end things." Harley picks up her bat, telling her, "Oh, I went soft to you last time, but this time around, I'm not gonna be holding back." Punchline blocks Harley's attacks, telling her that she thinks she's somebody because she had some idiotic coming to God moment. Harley pushes into the bat, telling her, "You have no idea what you're talking about." And Punchline laughs, shouting, "Of course I do! Everyone knows how pathetic Harley Quinn is." Punchline then kicks Harley in the stomach, knocking her across the forest as she gets up asking, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Punchline tells her that she was in school when the world was falling apart while everyone was pretending that it wasn't. That's when she heard him speak. Took her a while to join his cause, even longer for him to see that she was serious. She'll be by his side when he finally kills the Bat, and they will take this war from city to city until everyone has heard the Joker's message. Harley picks herself back up, telling Punchline, "You know what? I feel sorry for you, kid. You still don't know that we're exactly the same. I thought Mr. J had a heart. You think he has a brain. He's a manipulator, and he's manipulating you."
Punchline tells her that she doesn't get it. She wants everyone to be as stupid as she is. Harley lunges, punching Punchline, and as Punchline swings, Harley ducks and kicks her in the face. Harley then jumps on top and begins to punch Punchline over and over, telling her, I feel sorry for you, but not enough not to beat you down. There's nothing in this world that Joker is going to care about more than the Batman. Punchline cracks back, telling her, and that's when you're wrong. Just watch after Batman dies by my hands. Back inside Batman's head, Alfred tells Batman that he takes himself so seriously. There's a weight to the promise that he made as a boy. It would crush any other man, and it's nearly crushing him, and since he lost him, it's come to the closest. Batman hangs his head. I'm sorry, but Alfred tells him no, he has to listen. Batman spent too much time trying to save Alfred's life, and he can't accept what happened. He holds it against everyone. He's made them all helpless. But he is Batman, and he needs to accept the world that he lives in, accept what he can control. And in doing so, he can save the lives of so many people in the city that he loves so much. Every life that he saves is a victory against death, against the Joker, Mr. Wayne. Batman struggles to find his words and says that he doesn't think he can do this alone. And Alfred tells him, then don't. Find the family, find that love, take back the city. Be the impossible man who saves all the families on their way home from the theater. And Batman tells him, but if I wake up, your voice will be gone. And Alfred lifts Batman's chin, telling him, what you're doing is you're doing without me. I am only a voice in your head. You don't need me on the other end of the Bat computer to know exactly what it tells you to do in any circumstance. Back in the forest, Batman gasps, waking up, and Punchline is surprised, asking how, and Batman responds, leaping into the air, telling her, I'm Batman! As Batman takes Punchline down, Harley says that it's about damn time he did that. She had this whole sad sack story, and if she had to listen to it for 1 minute longer, she would have ended her herself. But you got your head on straight now? Batman says, that depends. And Harley tells him, well, the whole place is on fire. She burned it up. And Batman says, then yeah, my head is on straight. After pulling out a small device, he tells the computer that he needs the location of the family. The computer asks which family members, and Batman smiles. I need everyone. Meanwhile, over in the lounge, Catwoman says that she's leaving, and Penguin says that he believes that he told her that's already impossible. She says that it won't be. He's coming with her, and so is the Riddler. Penguin asks why on earth would she want to recruit them into the superheroics during a Joker attack of all things. And Catwoman then turns, asking him, what if I told you I could make you a billionaire? Back in the city, the Joker laughs to himself as he brings his briefcase into the parking lot, and his driver tells him that it has been made to his exact specifications. The Joker says that he knows. That's why I'm laughing! This limo is the most ludicrous thing that I've ever seen, and it's perfect. Now take me to Ace Chemical. Go the long way around. As the driver pulls into the burning city, the Joker asks, isn't it nice seeing the city wake up like this? It feels like it's been pretending to be something that it's not for such a long time. Remember the grit on the street walking home? Not sure if you're going to be mugged by a robber or a cop. The only difference was their uniform. You know, he tried to change that. Tried to root out the corruption, make everyone believe in something selfish and strange. A child's fantasy of justice infecting this city. Stripped the dark life and danger from it and made it into a cartoon show. And the Bat never saw the truth. He never saw Gotham's festering, rotting, hungry face, desperate to swallow you whole. He thinks that it's his city. He bought his way into giving the city a mass delusion to make it forget what it is. Gotham doesn't care about good or bad. It just doesn't want to be bound by anyone's rules. It just wants to be free. It wants to hurt people. It wants to be dangerous again. And that's what this is all about. It's getting the ball rolling. It's making this all a bit more dangerous again. As the Joker pulls up to the Ace Chemicals factory, his phone rings, and as he answers it, he says he was beginning to think that she was dead. He shoots his driver, and Punchline asks what was that, and the Joker says, oh, nothing important, just cleaning up a mess. How'd your meeting go? Punchline scoffs, telling him, poorly. They got the one-up on me when Batman was supposed to be down for the count. They tied me up and left me for the cops, but our boys got here first. But that also means that he's been out there and working for a few hours. Joker walks into the plant, shooting the rest of the clowns inside, telling her, that just means that we're ready for the final act. The streets are in chaos, but it's time we put your chemistry to use.
Your toxin's already en route to finish the job. But we're going to clean up here a bit first, to make sure those theaters are filled.
Punchline says that Batman's going to come for him. Isn't he even a little worried? And the Joker laughs.
Not at all! Just need to put on my new suit for when he arrives.
Elsewhere in a location, the Bat family gathers and Batman tells them that he is glad that they are here. He should have brought them in from the beginning. The last year's been hard, but he thinks that he's seeing clearly for the first time in a long time. The city is in chaos. Joker is using everything that he built up to lay the city to waste, and it's only going to get worse. Batwoman and the GCPD are already storming Wayne Enterprises, and it's going to cut off the new supply of vehicles and weapons. And Lucius has been rescued. Right now, theaters are filling all over Gotham, and Joker's going to play a movie, and then he's going to kill them. They need to stop it, and stop the violence on the streets, and it's a lot to ask, but he knows that he can trust them to take the city back. Dick Grayson asks where will he go, and Batman says Ace Chemical to end this. Harley jumps down from the back, stating that she's going with him so that she can kill the Joker. Batman tells her that that isn't going to happen, and Harley shouts, asking, "Why the hell not? That's the whole reason I even came here." Batgirl yells that they don't have time for this, and Red Hood says, "She's right, we've got incoming." Several buildings away, a clown fires a rocket, and Batman turns back, throwing a batarang, intercepting it. The clown watches the rocket detonate and then laughs, stating that he's going to buy an island with their heads. But Spoiler and Orphan tell him, no, you won't. As everyone then gets ready to move out, Dick tells Batman that he needs to go. The rest of them will get the city under control. But before Dick can leave, Batman tells him to wait, and he pulls out a case. As he opens it, Dick sees the Nightwing costume, and Batman tells him that it's good to have him back. A short while later, Batman jumps down and begins to walk in when he hears a gunshot. He stops to look back, and a second shot is fired, grazing his shoulder.
Damn it, Harley.
Harley asks, "Why the hell do you think I kept saving your life? Didn't you get the big picture? It's time for the Joker's story to end." Batman rushes back, grabbing her, telling her,
I cannot let that happen.
and Harley yells, "That's not good enough anymore. I should have let the toxin do its job. I thought you'd pull your head out and see what we needed to do." She pushes herself back, telling him that she knows that he can just take her out. So here's the deal. If the Joker kills him, she's taking the shot. Screw whatever code they have. If the Joker's going to get away with killing all those people, she'll shoot him down. Batman tells her no, and Harley says that if that's the case, then put her down. Hard. Make sure she doesn't get back up. This story needs to change. It needs an ending. Batman takes one last look at Harley, and instead of subduing her, he walks inside of the facility. And as the door opens, Batman calls out,
It's over! We'll have the city back in a few hours. You're going to be incarcerated before then. So do whatever you're going to do, but just know, I'm ready for it. Joker calls out, Really? You didn't treat the dead back at the Monarch very well. But this one is special. Been saving it for the grand finale. Dug him up myself. An infected Alfred shuffles his way forward with his neck snapped and spinning as he says, Batman steps back. No. This isn't real. He then hears the cocking of a gun, and the Joker steps out wearing the experimental bat suit from when he was poisoned. And Joker says, I promised you weren't ready for this at all. Later, back at the clock tower over in Burnside, Batgirl takes off her mask, telling the computer to become active. She's going to need eyes everywhere. Activate all CCTV systems, traffic cams, and cell data. She takes a seat, grabbing her eyeglasses, stating, It's time to let everyone know the Oracle is back online. Oracle sends out a broadcast to every TV, cell phone in the city, telling them that she's going to tell them what they already know. What they're all witnessing is happening because of a horrible web of money and corruption that is paralyzing the city's institutions. What the Joker planned at the theaters was meant to kill everyone, so stay inside and lock your doors. Meanwhile, Nightwing fights his way through another group of clowns, and he says, That just gave me chills. And Batgirl tells him that she's pretty sure that that's just him adjusting to the cold spandex in the night air again. It's good to see him back in blue. And the clown behind you has a gun. Nightwing laughs as he throws his baton back at the clown, stating, Oh, I know, already saw that. Any word from the big guy? And back over at Ace Chemical, Joker fires his gun, asking, Is it my new outfit, or has the present been much for you, Batman? Batman rushes to get Alfred's body out of the way of the gunfire, and he says that he's just trying to get in his head, and it's not working. As a batarang is thrown, knocking the gun out of the Joker's hand, the Joker says, You really don't like those, do you? Oh well, there are so many little explosives in this suit. Joker throws his modified batarangs past Batman,
And as they stick into the tanks behind him, they explode, releasing the chemicals. Batman picks up Alfred, telling Batgirl that he's going to need backup. The Joker has taken Alfred's body and is weaponizing it. But just then, the radio's short out and the Joker asks, "What are you doing? Calling for help is cheating! Good thing I just killed the radio with your fancy doohickey!" He then stabs Batman in the back, and Batman yells for him to shut up! Joker tells him, "Come on, let's be honest, it's the costume, right? I finally look as stupid as..." Batman spins back, punching the Joker, shouting for him, "Shut up!" Joker laughs, "That's the spirit!" But that's not enough, Bats. See, the city needs a new Caped Crusader! Hell, maybe you can be the new Joker! Doesn't that sound like fun? Role reversals are all the rage! Batman reaches for a button on his belt and soon the lights go out, and Joker yells, "We both know that bats can see in the dark!" Just then Batman punches and shatters the helmet the Joker's wearing, telling him, "You are not a bat!" Joker is thrown over the ledge, and as he bounces off the ground, he reaches for a device, pressing a button. "Okay then, let's try this another way." As the explosions go off elsewhere, Punchline says that this wasn't supposed to happen. We're not ready yet. She grabs the radio, screaming, telling the clowns to give her something, but as she waits, she gets nothing. And a few moments later, the underbroker steps out. "I'm sorry to inform you, but I must bring our dealings with you and the Joker to an end." Punchline shouts, asking, "Are you serious? We've given you more money than God." The underbroker tells her true, but that money has been taken. Should you come across any more money in the future, you know how to contact me. Punchline takes out her phone, calling for the Joker, and as she gets his voicemail, she tells him it's all over. She's sorry. She thought she'd be able to handle things a little better. She remembers the plan and she loves him. She'll never stop believing. As she looks back, she sees Nightwing standing there and he says, "Oh, I've heard a song like that before. Hi, we haven't met. Well, not really. I've been out of town for a little bit." Back over with Batman, he calls out to the Joker that it's over. His family has taken the city back. There isn't going to be a war. Joker laughs as he appears behind, stating, "That's the thing! You've already missed the war! We're on to the aftermath, Bats!" He slams his knife into Batman's back and twists, stating, "The theaters were just to get under your skin. This whole thing, it's about the two of us. It's about this suit, the suit you'd wear when you finally saved Gotham once and for all. Whatever future you dreamed of where you got to wear this shiny costume, it's all gone. That picture of retirement ruined." Fire soon begin to spread throughout the plant, and the Joker laughs, telling him, "This will break everything! No one will have faith in anything anymore, and why should they? It didn't stop a few clowns from flying a bat plane through their window, and neither did Batman! Shouldn't you have stopped it all before it happened? It's going to be so much harder, building back everything from scratch." And just as the Joker raises his knife, there's a bang and a bullet in the Joker's eye. The Joker falls back, shouting, "Oh!" But Harley walks in with her gun, stating, "Hey, long time no see, Mr. J." The Joker laughs, stating, "You didn't get the kill shot, though!" And she says that it has to come from him. As Harley handcuffs the Joker, Batman asks what she's doing, and Harley sets down her backpack and pulls out 2 bombs, telling him, "We're going to have ourselves a little game. You're going to have to make a decision." She straps 1 bomb to the Joker and the other to herself, and Batman tells her that this isn't how it has to end. They can lock him up. Harley says no. The Joker is too dangerous to just lock up. It's not good enough anymore. Right now, you're going to have to choose either her or him. You only have enough time to get to one of them. Who is it going to be? The Joker starts to laugh. "I really do love a wild card. Looks like you're going to have to save me. You wouldn't risk leaving me in the butlet of roast, right?" The 2 men stare at each other for a moment, and Batman begins to walk in the direction that Harley ran off to. Joker asks him, "What are you doing? Come back here! Don't walk away from me, Batman!" At that moment, Alfred begins to laugh, and the Joker turns back, telling him, "Shut up! Just shut up!" But there's a ticking coming from Alfred, and a few seconds later, another explosion. A big explosion. A week later, Harley wakes up in the hospital bed, stating that she just had the weirdest dream. He was there. And this mean lady with a dumb name who wasn't even funny. How long has it been? Batman tells her a week, and Harley smiles, stating that she knew that bomb was a good one. But he almost fooled her. Is he dead? Batman tells her that he found the Joker's bomb intact, deactivated just in time with the tools used from the batsuit that he was wearing, and there's no sign of him. Harley sighs, stating, "Yeah, the Joker never really was an encore kind of clown. When the big show ends, he heads underground, Batman looks out at the windows, and as he takes in the city, he says that the city has changed. Harley tells him, sure, it's uglier. But it's always been kind of ugly. A big city full of ugly people doing ugly things. But he makes sure that everyone stays alive, and that's pretty neat. Batman smiles, stating that he buried his father again today. But he did so with his family. And he once said that every fight with the Joker is a fight against death itself. And that fighting is living. Maybe Batman is ready for that fight. Everything else has been lost, but what comes next is going to be hard. But he can meet it head on. He can be a better man. He can be a better Batman. But somewhere, out there, there is another. They look over the projection stating, Bruce, oh Bruce, 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 what a mess you've made. Our teachers would be ashamed of you. I think it's time that your city has a choice in its protector. The truce is over. It's time for Gotham to meet the Ghostmaker. Meanwhile, over in the Narrows, a boy walks through the city, playing his games on his phone. As he opens the door to a disorganized apartment, he sees a man standing there. Batman looks back, telling him, I know your secret, clown hunter. The boy says, you know, this is kind of weird. I wasn't expecting any company. The boy takes off his coat and Batman goes on. Your name is Bao Pham. And Bao says, that's a neat trick. We're both men of talents. Batman's real name is Dirk Wellington. Batman goes on. Your parents were killed by the Joker 5 years ago. But Bao stops him, telling him, if we're gonna do this, we gotta do it the right way. I need my mask. As Bao grabs his helmet, Batman asks, how many clowns did you kill? And Bao says that he was trying to keep count, but he got it all screwed up. And, not enough? Yeah, not enough. Batman asks, why did you do it? And he yells, because after the third night of clowns firebombing the place, he realized Batman wasn't coming. They had to be stopped. It was stupid for him to believe in a guy that could save him, or his parents, or anyone. The cops came by. They said the clowns dug up my parents. They found the remains burning in a theater in Crime Alley. They also said that there were batarangs at the scene. You punched my dead mom and dad, and you set them on fire, and you let the devil live. And now, all those who wore the clown mask just get to take them off and walk down the street like nothing happened. So what now? Are you going to arrest me? Batman tells him no. The neighborhood supports him, and turning him in won't do any good. But there is an option. He hands him a card telling him that this will get him in touch with Leslie Tompkins as she can help him. Batman leaves, and Bao says help would be nice. But maybe when he's finished. Meanwhile, over in Robbinsville, two men sit at a bar in a diner, and one says to the other that it's a rather large stack of papers. The second man flips through the headlines of the Joker and punchline stating that he was in an accident a few weeks back. Needs to catch up on what's been happening. The first man points to a headline with punchline stating that there's plenty to go around. They haven't stopped investigating that Wayne fella, and there's a clown girl all over the papers. The second man says that she's a real treat hunter. The first man laughs, telling her, I don't go much for the crazy type. The second man says, oh, but they're so much fun. At least until they slip a knife between your ribs. The two begin to laugh again as the first man says that he's a funny one. The second man tells him, I used to be a comedian. The first one reaches for his phone, stating that the punchline girl, though, she's under house arrest after they figured she wasn't crazy enough to be locked up in Arkham. She put out a video on the internet that's got people talking. Here, check it out. The man holds up the phone and he taps on an app, and a second later, Punchline appears on the screen. She explains that many of them know her as Punchline, but her real name is Alexis K. Like many of them, she is a victim of the Joker, and she goes on to explain her thoughts and feelings and how she believed in the Joker's cause, and she learned how horrible they were. The second man chuckles. Oh, she's good. She even said what she was doing right there in the video. She spread his message. Ha! The trial is going to be a circus. There's no better place for a clown. The second man lights a cigarette, and the first one asks him, it's not, you're not him, are you? And the man laughs. No. But you are. The second man exhales, and he blows smoke into the first man's face, and the second man continues. Well, at least you'll be my body. They'll find it down by the docks in a day or two, all bloated, skin bleached just right. The first man grabs his throat and he begins to cough, and he falls off of the counter. The second man flicks his cigarette, pulling out red lipstick, stating, we just have to get you just right. A few moments later, the first man's skin turns white and a big red smile appears across his face as the second man says, very, very good. As Batman and Catwoman look over the city of Gotham, Batman thinks back to how it all used to feel. Not at the beginning of it all, but at the height of it all, when everything was working so well. He'd be at the manor when the bat signal would turn on. He'd meet Jim on the old rooftop and get some clue that would start the hunt for whoever was terrorizing the city that night. Before he knew it, he was on the case. Sometimes alone, sometimes with a partner. Shortly after, he'd go back to the cave with Alfred telling him to eat or drink something to get some sleep. But he wouldn't because he was right at the edge of uncovering something, and the process would start all over again. Now, there was no signal. There was no Gordon, and there was no Robin at his side. There's no Alfred in the cave. There's no approximating the old Gotham anymore. There's only remembering. Catwoman scoffs, telling him that he has that look on his face and it's insufferable. She could picture him sitting at the table with the Justice League doing it. He's made his decision and it's going to change both their lives. It's the right decision and he knows it. And he also knows that it's going to hurt. So say it. Put it into actual words. Batman pauses for a moment and then he tells her, Joker was right. I've been doing it all wrong. For longer than I care to admit, which means I'm going to need to change. He jumps and Catwoman follows, asking what will he do now? And Batman tells her, I'm going to move into the city. There's a brownstone I didn't even know I owned. If I'm going to be operating more lo-fi, I'm going to do it from the inside. It's time to start building a life without Alfred, to see and feel the beating heart of Gotham City, and how to do it alone without pushing anyone else away. Catwoman pauses and asks him, what about her? And Batman goes on stating that he needs to ground himself. This city is about to get much more dangerous than it has ever been before. The Joker was right about that. He can't rely on the old systems. He'll have to develop an entirely new way of being Batman. Catwoman sighs, telling him that he can't do that with a partner who is one of the most wanted women in the city. And Batman tells her that after robbing the underbroker, the entire criminal underworld is going to have its target on destroying her. She then says that there's another option. They could leave the city together, both take new identity, start a new life somewhere else entirely, be something new. But that'll never happen. So, 1 year. She will give him 1 year to figure it all out. That's how long it will take her to sort out her new enemies and clear her name enough. They can do this properly. After that, they'll make some real decision about how to do this right, about how they can actually be together. Batman calls out to her, but Catwoman turns back, telling him to just shut up. If this is how they need to play this, then this is how they'll play it. But don't waste another minute talking about tonight. All right? As she leans in for a kiss, she pulls back, asking if he's going to show her the new place. And Batman tells her, there isn't any furniture. And she laughs. Who needs furniture? So the next night, Batman goes out on patrol to take down some of the die-hard Joker clowns, calling themselves the Grinners. Barbara radios in that these guys are mostly hired guns working for the costumed set, and they float around from boss to boss. But the Grinners are a bit too strange and too lethal to rely on. The Smile Bar has been their choice of hangout for years, going back to the Harley days. They tend to stay quiet during the lulls between the Joker's big crimes. And Batman tells her that's why he never shut the place down. It's valuable to know exactly when they start getting ready for a big attack. And right now, I need answers. Barbara asks if this is about the Clown Hunter. He's trying to get rid of the targets before he could kill anyone else. And Batman kicks in the door with Barbara telling him that that's strange. He isn't registering on her body map. It's on loop. They've been played. Get out of there. It could be a trap. Batman looks at the dozens of murdered clowns, stating, no, it's a message. Barbara goes through the surveillance, stating that these guys, doesn't the Clown Hunter go around with a bat? These men have stab wounds. Batman sees an image sprayed on the wall, and it tells him, this isn't the Clown Hunter. This is something else. Deactivate the computer systems now! Maintain radio silence until contacted. I'll explain when this is all over. Barbara yells for him not to cut her out. She's going to help him through whatever this is, and Batman tells her, I'm sorry, but this is personal. Later, as the sun comes up, the Clown Hunter watches from across a building as Harley Quinn begins to settle into her new apartment, stating that someone should get her a real nice housewarming present. You know, while they still have the chance. Clown Hunter takes out his phone and continues playing the video that he has loaded up, stating, now that you have all the necessary components, you're ready to build your homemade rocket launcher. Clown Hunter laughs. Thank you, Internet. I sure am ready. And then a voice tells him, we're not so sure. Seems like a good way to blow yourself up. Clown Hunter spins back, grabbing his back, seeing a man in a white costume and mask covering his face, asking, can your mind read my phone or something? And the man laughs. Haha, no, not personally, but my suit can. And your search history is a real treat. As always, the next generation blazes bold new trails through taboo. Clown Hunter tells him, I don't think I like you. And the man tells him, you shouldn't. You're about to blow up an apartment, and you're a wanted criminal. The man grabs his sword and the Clown Hunter responds, yeah, I really don't like you. Just then Batman punches the masked man, telling him, that makes two of us, Ghostmaker. The man responds, Batman. Batman gets into a defensive stance. We had an agreement. This is my city. And the Ghostmaker tells him, then you should probably do your damned job then. The city is rotting from the inside out. But you still won't do what must be done to save it, Batman. Ghostmaker lunges at the Clown Hunter, but Batman blocks the attack. I won't let you hurt the boy. And Ghostmaker tells him, then we'll just do it like we did when we were younger. How about it, Batman? We fight for it. Batman tells him, I won't play that game. And Ghostmaker kicks him, telling him, you're missing the whole scale of the thing. I'm not saying the winner takes the boy. I'm saying the winner takes Gotham. Barbara comes over the comms telling him that she can't see whoever he is fighting. From every angle, he disappears and his voice is distorted. Batman tells her that she won't get a record on him. She won't find his name in any international database either. She needs to stop trying to get a look at him. If she brushes up against his ghost net, his computer will eat hers alive. Barbara asks who the hell is this person, and Batman tells her, he's the Ghostmaker, and he's not supposed to be here. Ghostmaker slashes at him, telling him, that's exactly how it's supposed to sound. You used to make fun of the name, remember? You said you didn't need a pseudonym or a mask to fight crime in Gotham. How long did it take for you to start calling yourself the Batman? A week? A night? Barbara shouts, asking, what are you saying? I can't get a read on him. Batman grabs Ghostmaker by the cape, slamming his head into a wall, telling her, he's upset that I made fun of him when we were 15 years old. And you're about to learn how he's gonna be even more upset that he hasn't won a match between us since we were 20. Ghostmaker leans off the wall, asking, you wanna know what I did today? I've been in Gotham for 12 hours. I leaked the activities of 14 different district judges to the Gotham Gazette. I solved a string of murders that the police couldn't link together. I also sent the FBI the location of 6 incoming shipments of heavy artillery. That was before I left my plane, Batman! And now look, you're protecting a child like the Clown Hunter, who has already been twisted into an unrepentant killer! Batman tells the Clown Hunter to run, but as the Clown Hunter leaps over the ledge, the Ghostmaker quickly follows behind. Batman chases after him, grabbing one of the dropped swords, slamming it through the Ghostmaker's cape and into the ground, stopping him from going any further. Ghostmaker rips his cape off, telling him, I don't even care about the child! It's more what he represents, the same fight that we've been having for years! This is all too personal for you. You care too much to save your city. And now the kid will be killed in front of you, so maybe you will get a clear head at what a terrible job you're doing! Batman grits his teeth, you're a psychopath! And Ghostmaker gets ready to attack. Yes I am! That's exactly why I'm better! Meanwhile, across the way, Harley is talking to her potted plant, telling Poison Ivy that she's trying to be one of the good guys. Mr. J was planning on some real bad things. She even shot him in the head. Hopefully soon they'll be back together. There's so much that she has to tell her. She'll be a better person then, or she'll be dead. As Clown Hunter swings his bat, Harley jumps over and he asks her, do you really talk to plants? And Harley dodges another swing, telling him, sure, sometimes helps to get the inside thoughts outside. Old trick from when I used to be on the other end. Also helps to keep your brain together. Like when I'm trying to figure out why a weird teenager is breaking into my apartment trying to kill me. Clown Hunter pulls his bat back, asking, how do you know I'm a teenager? And Harley asks, really? Did you think someone would mistake you for a grown-up? You stink like a teenager. You got a bit of growing up to do. Also, make sure you get some deodorant. Clown Hunter swings again, missing, and Harley laughs. And you're half good at this. Clown Hunter says that he's got a lot of practice on her friend staining the bat. And Harley bursts out laughing. You're what? Love it. You're a funny kid. She then steps back. Look, I'm pretty used to people trying to kill me and all. The whole thing is kind of old at this point, though. Now, I'd kill you myself, but that definitely won't fly with one of the good guys. It definitely won't fly with old pointy ears. Clown Hunter steps in, asking, you want to be one of the good guys? How many people have you killed? How many more did you watch the Joker kill? Just as Clown Hunter closes in, Harley gives him a swift knee to the groin, telling him,
I'm not trying to live in the past. It's all about finding my potential, and my future is looking shiny and bright. At that moment, Batman comes crashing through the window, and as he gets up, he tells Clown Hunter, I told you to run! Clown Hunter starts to get back up, telling him, not until I finish what I started. But before he could finish, Harley kicks him in the face, telling him, don't be mad, Bats, I didn't kill him or anything. I was doing what you hero types do. Batman collapses onto the floor with Harley seeing 2 swords sticking out of his back. Oh, you've been stabbed! Those swords are coolish. Ghostmaker then jumps through the window with Harley asking, and who are you supposed to be? And after he says his name, she tells him, that is a dumb name. Ghostmaker fires a tranq dart into Harley's neck, stating, I really hate this city. Batman begins to pick himself up as he bleeds, telling him, I'm not perfect. This city is dangerous and I can always do better. And the Ghostmaker asks, really? The boy killed 24 people in the midst of Joker's last attack, and you are protecting him! The boy needs a permanent solution! The Clown Hunter is only 17 years old. He watched his parents die in front of him, damn it! And Ghostmaker tells him, there it is. As always, you let your emotions get in the way of the work. Ghostmaker fires another dart into Batman, telling him, I'm taking you off the field. And then I'm going to show you what Gotham can be with a real crime fighter in charge. A short while later, Batman groans as he's being stitched up on an operating table, and Ghostmaker tells him, there you are. I was wondering when you'd wake. I went a bit light on the anesthetic. Batman looks over and sees Harley and Clown Hunter on the table asking, where? And Ghostmaker tells him, don't play games. You could draw a map of the exact room we're in which abandoned wing. You could tell what year this expansion was built on the concrete alone. Batman struggles at his restraints. Arkham. And Ghostmaker tells him, that's right. I brought you to the one place that Batman belongs. Meanwhile, over at Bloodhaven, Nightwing says that he's coming back tonight, and Barbara tells him that that's not why she called. She wants to know everything. Batman's been out of communication for 6 hours, and things keep happening all over the city. All these crimes are being taken care of, and it's almost scary. Nightwing tells her that he can't believe the Ghostmaker actually came to Gotham. She won't find any records on him, not from the clock tower at least. Barbara asks, who is he? So Nightwing tells her, I only met him once. It was a long time ago and me and Batman were chasing some low-bit player. It wasn't the Penny Plunderer, but someone on that level. We were flying the Batjet to stop the crook from fleeing the country, and when we landed, he was standing there. Batman got out and they talked. They yelled a bit, but I couldn't hear them. When Batman got back in, he said that the Ghostmaker will finish the job and see the crook extradited back to Gotham. But after that, Batman got upset and punched the controls. He said that he was sorry. And when I asked who that man was, Batman said that he's the most selfish, arrogant person that he's ever met. Long ago, they used to be friends, back when he was honing his craft of crime fighting. There was so much to learn back then, it was a lonely road, until he met one young man. He too had been making his way around the world wanting to become the greatest crime fighter in the world, but his ego was unbearable. But they both thought exactly the same. They'd stay up late night after night talking about the skills that they wanted to learn, the sort of technology that they'd hope might exist in their adult lives. They'd come up with unsolvable mysteries and pit themselves against each other trying to stump each other. He hadn't had a real friend in years. He didn't allow himself to. So one night he finally decided to tell the Ghostmaker who he was and why he was fighting. And he told him about the night that his parents died. He told him about the oath and the mission. Batman looked over the window of the jet, and after a brief pause, he says that the Ghostmaker was mad. He tried to kill him. He said that he was weak, that he should be doing this for the art of it, not some childish idea of vengeance. Over the next few years, the Ghostmaker would try to prove his way was better, that he could be a better crime fighter. And at the end of it all, he told Ghostmaker not to set foot in Gotham. It wasn't his city, and they agreed. So this time, he'll get to be the bad guy and send him home. Dick told him that he wasn't weak, and Batman said he knew. But when asked if he missed his friend, Batman paused and said, yes. Back in Arkham City, Clown Hunter begins to wake up woozily asking, am I drunk? Is this what being drunk feels like? Harley says, you're not one of the popular teens, are you? You were drugged, put into a nice, throbbing chemical sleep. Some people pay good money for it. Clown Hunter yells for her to shut up. Batman sits up telling them both, be quiet. And as the Clown Hunter sits up, he says that he isn't in restraints and he asks if this is some sort of trick. He then gets up walking towards Harley asking if he's really doing this now. She hasn't run with the Joker's crew in years. He can't pin all this crap on her. Batman tells her that she was there the night the Joker killed his parents. Clown Hunter looks at the sword left behind, and as he reaches for it, Batman shouts for him not to do it. And the Clown Hunter takes the sword, holding it above Harley's head, telling her, I'm sorry. I've been waiting for this chance for a long time, and I'm going to make it hurt. As the Clown Hunter positions himself to kill Harley, Batman tells him to drop the sword. We can talk this out! And the Clown Hunter laughs that there's already been too much talking. Batman says that they're being played. He's a pawn in the Ghostmaker's plans. If he kills Harley, Ghostmaker will come in and kill him to teach a lesson about caring for people. Clown Hunter says that he doesn't care about him, and Batman tells him yes, he does. He knows his pain. He knows the want to make things right. This is the wrong way to do it. Clown Hunter begins to lift the sword, telling him, maybe. He just doesn't care. And Batman uses all of his strength to snap the bindings on his wrist, throwing a batarang towards Harley Quinn. She catches it, cutting the strap around her wrist, and then Batman jumps up, grabbing the sword, stopping the Ghost Hunter, telling Harley Quinn to get the heck out of here. Harley tells him, I'm not going anywhere. And as the Clown Hunter picks up another knife, he asks, why? Are you stupid? She tells him that sometimes people think so, but I'm not. My brain works a little sideways, sure, but it's a good brain, and I know how you feel. Clown Hunter yells, no you don't! And Harley says that it used to be her job to know how people feel. Something he's going to learn is that there are lots of different paths to growing up. Most of them will be crap, but she needs him to hear something, and then he can try and kill her. She doesn't remember much the night of his parents, but it doesn't matter. She's done plenty of bad things. If Batman says that she was there, then she was there. And she is sorry that his parents died, and she is sorry that she had any hand in it. She's sorry that it got so deep in his head that it messed him up. And now he's out here ruining his life to try and make sense of it all. And he's got a whole life ahead of him. She was really messed up for a while. Nothing in her life felt like it made any sense, and there was a guy telling her everything that she wanted to hear. He made her think that he was a broken person, in the exact way that she thought she was a broken person. That he had built this shell to protect himself. That he had painted on this grin. He made everyone afraid, and that it was all their fault for making them feel that way. She wanted to be strong, and he was able to manipulate her and control her and make her feel loved enough that she was willing to help him do really terrible things, because she wanted to be strong too. Harley wipes away a tear and smiles, stating that she is going to be dealing with the consequences of that for her entire life. She is always going to be Harley Quinn. She's going to try and save as many people as she did hurt back in the day, and she wants to be a better version of herself. And if he wants to kill her, he can. She deserves it. Clown Hunter holds the knife to Harley's neck, and Batman steps forward with Harley quickly telling him, stand back! It's the kid's choice, Batman. Clown Hunter's hand begins to tremble, and he pulls back the knife, slamming it onto the table beside Harley. Batman reaches out, but Clown Hunter leaves, telling him, just leave me alone! Harley asks if he can make sure the kid ends up okay, and Batman tells her, I'll do everything in my power, but right now you need to get out of here. I'm going to have a few words with an old friend. Ghostmaker walks up, stating that he can catch the boy, and Batman tells him, of course you can. Clown Hunter is a teenager with a baseball bat and almost no combat experience. Ghostmaker slashes and Batman deflects it, and he says, you have had so many chances to kill Harley Quinn over the years. How easy would it have been to just eliminate one of Joker's closest associates? But nobody learns, nobody changes, nobody is better in the end. Ghostmaker swipes, cutting into Batman's back, telling him, not everyone can be saved. You are protective of a boy because of your parents. You empathize with that boy's dream. Batman swings his elbow up, hitting Ghostmaker in the chin, telling him, we're not teenagers anymore. We're getting older, and I'm not done trying to save this city. I also recognize Clown Hunter's situation as a man who has helped a lot of wayward young people find better paths. Caring about people hasn't killed me yet. The two step back and they resume their stances, and Batman tosses the sword on the ground, telling him, I don't want to fight. We've been fighting for too long. Ghostmaker picks up his swords, throwing them up and into their sheaths. Fine. We don't have to fight. I'll leave Gotham in the morning and we stick to our old agreement. However, it's too bad. I was hoping to come here and have one of those cars come flying in. Always jealous of them. Batman laughs. I'm building a new one. Not flying, though. Built for speed and maneuvering the streets. Ghostmaker asks, not a tank? Batman tells him, no, not a tank. Ghostmaker opens the window and gets ready to climb out, telling him, I'll be watching on the ghost net. And Batman tells him, you don't have to. What if you don't leave Gotham? Stay here. We can make it better. Ghostmaker asks him, why? And Batman goes on telling him, because we're getting older as the city gets younger. I don't have the resources that I used to or the allies within the law enforcement, city, and government. I could use some help. Ghostmaker pauses for a moment thinking, I'm not going to stop telling you that you're wrong. Batman puts on his shirt. Good. Since Alfred passed,
I haven't had enough of that.
Ghostmaker goes on telling him,
I'm not wearing a bat on my chest.
and Batman tells him,
I wouldn't have asked. The only rule is that there's no killing in Gotham. It makes the job much harder. But if that's not too much of a risk, Ghostmaker laughs. Is that how it is? Guess I'll accept your challenge. Also, your family's out there waiting to beat me half to death. I was gonna let them watch. Thought maybe they could learn something if they lost you.
Batman tells him,
Oh, I know. I gave them the signal to stand back. You should come meet them.
Ghostmaker tells him that he would, but he actually got an alert from Oracle, just as he lowered the ghost net blocking her computer. The Circus of the Strange just hijacked the Gotham City Orchestra. The two look at each other, and Ghostmaker says,
I'd wager who could get to the orchestra faster.
then Batman begins running.
I'll take that bet.
Ghostmaker then tells him,
Actually, I'm richer than you now.
and Batman again responds,
Good. Means you'll be buying dinner.
Batman is strapped to a chair and watching dozens of images flash before his pride-opened eyes, telling himself to keep his mind focused,
Sober, clear. He has to remember what's at stake. He has to remember the training. Put the pieces together in the right order, and he can get out of here alive. Remember everyone that he has failed. Remember the bodies lying on the cold pavement. Remember their thick, wet blood. No, those aren't his thoughts. Those don't even sound like Batman's thoughts. Don't let him in. Start from the beginning.
With a bit of shuffling, the masked voice of Scarecrow tells him, Please take your seats. Silence your devices and direct your attention to the front of the class. Your lecture is about to begin. You are here today to learn the profound effect fear has had on the human body and mind. We start our lesson with the most important question. Why do we fear? Batman begins to struggle in his restraints, and Scarecrow leans in. I couldn't help myself from listening. It's okay. It's natural to succumb to fear. It's human, and it's necessary. That is the whole point of this. Without fear, there is no hope for evolution. Here, let me show you. As Batman screams in pain, the needles enter his body and he tells himself,
Remember, it all started on the road. A woman's voice telling me.
Then, at Old Gotham, Batman is racing through the streets to intercept the Unsanity Collective after they have stolen millions in artwork from Archison Cole, CEO and owner of the Gotham Gazette. The Unsanity Collective's leader, Master Ways, claims that since Arkham has fallen, they must reject the past and embrace a new kind of sanity. As Batman gets closer to the speeding glider up above, he fires a grappling hook into the glider and begins to rocket up as the zip line retracts. In front of the Batmobile, one of the thugs on the ground tells him, Thank God, I was all for the insanity, but I was not wanting to get punched by Batman. At that moment, a sword is thrown into the motorcycle and Ghostmaker knocks out the first rider, while Batman reminds him, Do not kill. Ghostmaker says that he only promises to maim.
You don't get to maim either. We're the future of Gotham.
But before the thief could finish, Batman punches him and systematically disarms his way to the front. As he brings the glider down, he tells them,
This is over.
And the man says, No. Master Ways says this is only the beginning. That people are about to see what the Unsanity has to offer them. Batman holds up the knocked out bodies of the pilot's friends, telling him,
I said, bring it down, now!
Moments later in Robinson Park, Batman finishes tying the thieves up when one of them gets a call over the radio asking if they managed to shake him. Batman answers stating that their friends are going to prison, and he isn't going to let them get away with terrorizing the city. Ghostmaker then pulls up stating that he has two unconscious, unmaimed art thieves. What precisely do they do when they keep them alive? Just tie them up and hope for the best? Oracle radios in stating that the police are on their way, so they might want to disappear. And as the two fire their grappling hooks, Ghostmaker asks for a sparring session back in the garage. He can also beat Bruce back to the townhouse. No vehicles. I'll take that bet. And the two launch themselves into the air for a friendly competition. Meanwhile, over at Saint Industries, Simon Saint is opening up his birdcage. I chose to build my company in the heart of Silicon Valley, but I've always dreamed of bringing my company to Gotham for almost 2 decades. I was raised in a rundown walk-up in tri-corner yards before the neighborhood industrialized. It was a hard-scrabbled pressure cooker of a city even then. I even looked up to Thomas Wayne, the wealthiest man in Gotham, who decided to dedicate his life to the people as a physician.
But here is how the rest of the world sees Gotham now. As Simon turns on the TV, several people are interviewed about their thoughts on moving into Gotham, and all of them say no in their own way. They would never move to Gotham. Can you blame them though? Look at the last few years. The city has been held in a constant grip of madmen. Mayhem and murder have become all too common. The city has a clown problem, and may not be able to keep one of the ringleaders of the Joker War behind bars. The city sits on its hands for another unsanctioned vigilante to clean it all up. So forgive the question, Mandacano, but when was the last time the officers of the city successfully thwarted a major supervillain attack without Batman? The GCPD, like every police force in the country, was created to help people and stop mundane crimes. But you need to stop extraordinary crimes. You need extraordinary, accountable crime fighters. Which is why I've designed what I call the Magistrate Program. It features a dedicated group of 1 to 5 specifically chosen peacekeepers deputized by the city. The mayor likes the idea of having city-sanctioned vigilantes and agrees to bring it up to his advisors. He steps outside where he hears about Batman's encounter with the Unsanity Collective, and the reporter states that Gotham has not felt this unsafe since the heyday of the Falcone crime family, the days before Batman. The news goes on telling the mayor that Batman is what saves this city. And while he's hearing about how terrified the city is, Scarecrow is having a peek in through his window. Bringing us back to the current situation, and away from the memories, the green glow of the monitor fills the room with Scarecrow placing his hands on Batman's restrained body, telling him, "Hush now, it's rude to interrupt the lecture." Through Batman's muffled screams, he tells himself, "Scarecrow cannot hear my thoughts. He's not really in my head. Scarecrow just wants me to think that. Or have I grown soft while Scarecrow has grown stronger? How can I be sure that he can't hear everything that I'm thinking? No, it's not true. The toxin, or whatever they've done, they're trying to keep me from thinking straight." Scarecrow tightens his grip. "No, I want you to think straight. Memory and fear are intertwined. Memories tell you what you need to fear. Fear brings clarity. Don't run from it, Batman." Batman struggles to free himself. "No, don't listen. Remember how I got here. Remember before I saw the big picture. Remember the straw man on the wooden post." And now we go back to how we got here. You see, earlier news outlets across Gotham and even the world reported on the case of Scarecrow setting up in the mayor's home. However, the strange thing about it is that there was no fear toxin or residue on the fibers of that Scarecrow. You see, it was an actual Scarecrow, just to show that he had the ability to weaponize anything. But he didn't, because it was a fear attack that didn't need toxin. And the tension of the city was risen high enough that Scarecrow would be able to get the people panicking in the streets about a straw man. That panic wasn't going to be the purpose, though, not in and of itself. What is Dr. Crane trying to accomplish with this? What is this trying to say? As Batman speaks out loud while examining this Scarecrow, the lights turn on and we see Renee Montoya standing there. "You're contaminating the scene. The mayor convinced me to pick my badge back up, and I got a new commissioner job. Now, I'm not interested in having vigilantes in this case, so I'm going to ask you nicely to leave." Batman looks at all of the officers pointing guns at him. "Yeah, nice and polite." He turns around, throwing down a smoke bomb on the ground, disappearing, and all of the officers quickly rush him. As Renee calls up the mayor to fill him in on what's going on, we find down at Electric Town a crazed man with a mask running down the street, yelling out, "Jungles, jungles, concrete jungles! Down here on the ground, all dead as dirt, already dead, need to put him in the ground." The man is wildly swinging a knife at people, and a motorcycle can be heard with a woman shouting, "Drop your weapon, ne'er-do-well! You're about to get a bit of Gotham City justice courtesy of Harley freaking Quinn! Ain't you a lucky dog?" She then speeds by, cracking the man with her bat, laughing, "Ha ha ha ha! Gee, a good bit of ultraviolence does get the heart pumping." The man is thrown into an electric sign as Harley gets off her bike, telling him, "I know your voice. You're Benji Fink, right? Must have snuck out of Arkham when things all went to hell last month. You're a real nut job. But you're always sweet on meds. What are you calling yourself these days?" He goes on telling her that his name is Stabbo, because he's seen the jungles of hell. So she goes on telling him, "All right, well, you don't do any more stabbing. Batman and his trusty girl wonder Harley Quinn are on the case." Just then, an officer walks up with his gun drawn, telling Harley to back up. This man just stabbed 3 people in Robinson Park.
But Harley once again chimes in, informing him that Benji is an A-Day escapee. He just needs some meds, a place to sleep, and he won't hurt anyone. The officer tells her that he doesn't give a damn what she needs, so Harley spins back, smacking the officer. As he falls, she looks over at the other officer, stating, "Oh, well, this isn't gonna go well, is it?" The other officers begin to call him for backup, and then an explosion of smoke happens, and Ghostmaker pops out. "Looks like you could use a hand." "Why would you help me?" "Because Batman is busy, and I'm easily bored, and you fascinate me. But if you'd rather spend the night in Blackgate." A few moments later, the smoke begins to clear, and the officers see a note on Benji's face stating, "Hi, my name is Stabbo. Dr. Harley Quinn says I need my meds." Just then, a well-dressed woman walks up, informing Rex that she is back in Gotham. That means that there's hope. Later, back in Midtown, Simon Saint continues his work late into the night when his assistant, Ricardo, tells him that they have a call from the mayor's office. They have been officially invited to the groundbreaking of the new A-Day Memorial tomorrow. They will be honoring the guard that he has been eyeing up, Sean Mahoney. "Thank you. This is excellent news." But then a voice whispers, "Simon says goodbye." Simon quickly clears his throat, telling Ricardo that that will be all, accept the invitation and head home. Ricardo leaves, and Simon looks around for a moment and then says, "The boy is gone. I am alone." And Scarecrow walks out. "You are never alone. The fear is catching. Can you feel it? The way it spreads through the people of Gotham. If you want your magistrate, you're going to need to advance the experiment to the next phase before we are met with interference. This means people are going to die. Can you accept that, or are you too scared to save Gotham?" Meanwhile, down in the Narrows, Batman follows up on a lead with the Unsanity Collective. Their attacks seem uncoordinated, as if they're being hired to do these robberies, perhaps by the Scarecrow. Batman walks through the neon alleyway with a man standing in front of a door holding a gun, telling him to keep moving. "You picked the wrong alleyway." Batman tells him that he's in the right place. He's looking for the Unsanity Collective. "My name is Match. Tell Mater Ways I want in." The next day in Gotham City Hall, the mayor holds a press conference telling everyone that these have been dark days for Gotham ever since the massacre at Arkham Asylum, since the Joker Wars, since Bane City. In times of trouble, the city is always going to turn its focus on the heroes, but often they turn to the wrong ones. He goes on to explain that they don't need vigilantes, that they don't need colorful heroes, and they need to be honoring real heroes of Gotham City, real men whose quick thinking saved the lives of the only survivors in the Arkham attack. And today they'd like you all to meet Sean Mahoney. As everyone is clapping and applauding, Simon Saint walks up, stealing the man away for a moment. He introduces himself as Saint, Simon Saint, the CEO of Saint Industries, and he wants to talk to Sean Mahoney about his future. Elsewhere on the ground, a large man stands over Match, telling him that he's a cop. Mr. Way says that this man isn't who he claims to be, and the large man says it's because he's a freaking cop. They should break this Match's arms and find out if he's got any friends out there ready to raid them. Ways says that he isn't a police officer. He was able to get a few glimpses from the Mind Machine when the man first entered. Breaker's confused, and Ways explains that whoever this man is, he's been training against psychics. Isn't that correct, Miracle Molly? A colorful woman with a prosthetic left eye walks out, stating that she thinks that they're secure enough in what the Unsanity Collective stands for. It doesn't matter if this man is a cop, a Fed, or even Superman. They'll take him for face value and give him the option to start over. That's what they promise everyone. So as they go on trying to decide what to do about this mystery man, eventually, Miracle Molly walks into his cell, telling him that he is coming with her. As he tries to come up with an act and tries to explain that he's trying to join them, or he should be rethinking it or whatever, she just tells him to stop. He's got a fake little mustache, he's doing a voice, and he's putting on a show. He's not debating whether or not he wants to join. She doesn't really know what he's here for, but she can promise him that his second option is the right one. So Match follows, asking, "If I take off my mask, will you take off yours?" She rips off some cloth, telling him that this is her life. It's not a mask. This is who she is, with all the fear stripped away. She's not hiding from anyone. She doesn't have anything to hide anyway. And as she goes on stating that the mask that she wears is more honest than prosthetic, he's welcome to keep his identity hidden. So of course, Batman takes a cloth, wrapping it around his face, giving it 2 eye slots, and she tells him that it's very Zorro of him. Now ditch the mustache. Truth, why are you here? Batman goes on explaining that he wanted to understand them, so she waits for him to get on her glider, stating that she can work with that. They step on and they begin to fly into the sky high above Gotham City. But meanwhile, back over in Midtown, Sean Mahoney is looking at the robotics in the robotics space, looking at the options for prosthetics that he has available to him through Saint Industries. And as he goes on explaining his history about how his family was all cops, from his grandfather to his great-grandfather, and that he applied for the force right at the right age, Simon tells him, actually, they're not in the market to give him a prosthetic to become a police officer. They're actually in the market to make a new kind of police officer. And they'd like him to be the first officer in that program. Sean says that he's flattered, but after losing an arm and a leg in A-Day, he can't be a cop anymore. And that's when Simon points to all the sorts of prosthetic products that they have at Saint Industries. He goes on to explain that he wouldn't be charged a penny and that he can consider it a gift that Sean Mahoney can become the first peacekeeper in the new magistrate program run by Gotham City's own Mayor Nakano and Simon Saint. That they can become the new city-funded vigilantes of Gotham City. What does he think about that? Sean ponders it, considers it, and then tells him that he'll sign anything. How soon can they start? Later, back with Miracle Molly flying down into one of the collective's outposts, Batman asks if this is where they're staying. She says that they've gotten really good at pulling stakes up whenever there's trouble. They can move at a moment's notice, but this place is called Gotham 2. Batman looks around, stating that it looks like they live like nomads. Is she happy with that? And she goes on telling him that Mr. Waze says that happiness is the carrot society holds at the end of the stick. The two step into Molly's workshop, and Batman sees some weapons laid about, stating, "So your boss wipes all of your memories, and then you build them dangerous experimental technology to help others rob people?" Molly says not all people, the rich people. Some of them have given up the right to be called people. That's how messed up everything has gotten here in Gotham City. Instead of working to make it better for everyone, they only try to make it better for themselves. They are all opportunists, vultures. Batman asks if that's not a little unfair, and she laughs. "I knew you came from money. I could tell by the way you held yourself. Sure, it's unfair. Life is unfair. But we haven't left one person destitute in the streets, and we wouldn't." She steps out onto the opening, stating that their city is a broken, beautiful world, and there are broken, beautiful people living in it, and it breaks her heart. Seeing people work themselves to death, playing in a system that does nothing nice for them. A cold, unfeeling system that was designed decades ago and has been falling apart for longer than any of them have been alive. These people dream of being able to afford a nicer apartment, to get a nicer job, and all they want are their own childhoods chopped up and fed back to them to make them feel safe. Society created its economy. The sane think how a person is supposed to think, and the insane don't. Nobody wants to be crazy, so they all buy into society's version of sane. Mr. Waze wanted to break the system, break the whole economy. They aren't insane, we're post-sane, unsane. We've seen past society's vision of sanity. Batman asks, and what does that future look like? The one where we embrace what technology can do to make us better, make us more ourselves than we are allowed to be before. The people of the city are scared, Batman. Batman pauses. You knew? Of course I knew. It's in your voice. If I had any doubt, it went away when you didn't react to the view of Gotham, hundreds of feet in the air. Most people would have reacted harder. When I started, I put on the costume because I knew that the criminals of the city were a superstitious and cowardly lot. You're smart enough to see that it's not just the criminals, right? This world makes cowards of us all, too afraid to go down uncharted paths towards salvation. Do you ever wonder how much stronger you could be if you just let your past go? Could that version of Batman actually save Gotham? As the two look out on the city, Batman tells her, I don't know. And after a few moments, Molly says that he came here for answers, but not the ones that she gave him. Does he want to know? He doesn't have to hack their systems. She'll just tell him. The Unsanity Collective are breaking my usual modus operandi and targeting the owners of media companies based in Gotham. This isn't something that you did on your own. Somebody hired you. Molly nods. Yeah, we were given a tip and a list of assets. We took the extra cash offered for the job. Those who hired didn't want any of the proceeds or any corporate secrets. They just wanted the media. Batman tells her. They're afraid. Yeah, we wanted to scare them, but we had nothing to do with the mayor or the scarecrows that are popping up. Is that why you're here, Batman? To find out what is going on with the mayor, the scarecrows, and everything? I just need a name, Molly. Saint. Simon Saint brought us in. As the night settles in Batman's Fort Gray apartment, he takes off the Matches Malone disguise, thinking back to what Miracle Molly asked him.
Does he ever think about how much stronger he would be if he just let go of his past? Could Batman actually save Gotham? After a long sigh, he radios into Oracle, telling her that he's back online, and she tells him that here she was about to send in the cavalry. He says that he heard some chatter on the way back home, more scarecrows. And as he gets changed, Barbara goes on stating that they found one in the lobby of the GCPD Central Precinct and another one on the altar of the Old City Cathedral. The press are having a field day with that one. There was also sightings of Crane himself at Nakano's speech to the city last night. He is getting very good at slipping between cameras. It's like he said, a scarecrow attack doesn't need a single drop of fear toxin. Once Batman is ready, he gets into the Batmobile, telling Barbara that he needs to know everything about Simon Saint. If he can get Crane's location from Saint, he and Ghostmaker can apprehend Scarecrow before the end of the night. Ghostmaker needs to be on standby. Barbara says that Ghostmaker doesn't always take her calls, but she put him on babysitter duty with Harley Quinn. There are people in the family who can. Batman stops her and tells her that he needs people who are not susceptible to fear toxin, and send in the schematics to the Saint Industries tower to the car. Later, at Saint Industries, Simon sits with one of Nakano's aides, stating that if this is going to work the way they want it to, the mayor is going to need Gotham's old money in line. Mr. Worth is taking a lot of big risks here. Hugh says that he'll be sure to pass that along, and just at that moment, Simon Saint's phone rings. Saint looks around, clearing his throat, telling everyone that an unexpected meeting came up. As Simon says his goodbye, a voice asks, "Where is the Scarecrow?" Batman begins to walk towards him, with Ricardo jumping in the path, activating a prosthetic arm, telling him, "I'll take care of the flying rat." But as Ricardo catches his punch, Batman kicks upwards into his chin, knocking him across the room. Simon blinks. "Oh, I'm actually impressed. I'm surprised your gauntlets can displace that much crushing power. I've watched Ricardo bend steel. Please excuse my overzealous assistant. I am happy to help you in any way that I can, Batman." Batman grabs Simon by the collar of his shirt, telling him, "I know about your connection to the Scarecrow. Location, now!" Scarecrow, the supervillain. I would never associate with that kind of a person. That simply isn't what I came to Gotham to do. It's a pity, though, how scared the city is after everything that it's been through. You did an admirable job cleaning up the old gangsters, but even now, you have to admit, you're slipping. You cannot stop the most dangerous villains before they start doing real damage. Their fear is shaping Gotham City, Batman. The people want order. They need to feel certain that they won't get hurt again. And honestly, Batman is old news. My idea of crime fighting, the magistrate program, that is tomorrow's news. I am not here for your corporate pitch. Perhaps a demonstration is in order. The doors open up as a large, towering man in armor walks forward. Simon tells him, "I would like you to meet the centerpiece of the program. His name is Peacekeeper 01. Before Batman has a chance to react, Peacekeeper grabs him by the cowl, throwing him against the glass ceiling, letting him fall back to the ground. He then steps forward. "Stay down. You're under arrest." "I was just wrapping up the fine print with a man from Nakano's office before your arrival. Gotham City has greenlit a pilot program of the Magistrate with the express intention of stopping all mass threats in this city. Peacekeepers will resolve this terrible Scarecrow plot and stop his allies in the Unsanity Collective. Who knows what horrible thing they'll do next? Those punks aren't put down quickly. We could have something far more daring than we've ever seen from them so far. They could even blow up City Hall." Just then, there's a massive explosion across town. Batman yells out, but Simon informs him that Peacekeeper 01 will make the anarchists pay, and then he'll capture their benefactor Scarecrow, putting him behind bars. No more vigilantes. Gotham City will now have paid superheroes on the GCPD's payroll. So once they take care of Scarecrow, they'll be getting rid of the little nest of vigilantes in little bat costumes infecting this grand city. With that news and the explosion happening, Batman decides to leap into a battle with Peacekeeper 0, lunging in for a strike. But as Batman begins his battle, the news outlets across the city begin to report on the explosion at City Hall. Miracle Molly is watching, stating that they're going to blame all of this on her group. They're going to need help. They're going to have to reach out to Batman. But back with Batman, he's fighting against Peacekeeper 0 as Simon Saint escapes with a helicopter up at the Magistrate's sky base above Gotham. The computer welcomes him onto the bridge as he tells the computer to pull up Mahoney's vitals. He wants to see how their Peacekeeper is holding up in the action. The computer says that Peacekeeper 01 is operating at 86% efficiency. Support team is breaking down the weaknesses in Batman's armor. Simon laughs. Our first go-around with Batman is a victory in itself. But let's get word to our man. He needs to stop playing with his food. Back in the tech building, Peacekeeper tries to convince Batman. As much as you think you're helping, you're not. People are scared. They are hurting Batman. The people of Gotham deserve peace. They deserve order. They deserve better than a Batman. But Batman jumps down kicking with both of his feet. Simon Saint just bombed City Hall. If he wants order, how could you stand by and let that happen? Peacekeeper's confused, asking, do you really think that Saint went down there himself, planting the bomb? As he slams Batman's head through a wall, telling him, I made sure no one was going to get hurt. Mr. Saint just wanted to shake folks up enough to let us do the work that needed to be done. I planted the bomb. He pulls back, throwing Batman into the ground with enough force to sink him in, and then grabs him by the cape. At that moment, his arm changes into a blade. Gotham is rough around the edges, but it worked until you and that turncoat cop hater Gordon turned it upside down. With enough free room, Batman takes out his grappling gun, firing it. As the anchor wraps around Peacekeeper's wrist, he whips his arm back, catching the gun, crushing it. What do you think's going to happen here? You're going to arrest me, unmask me, and the people of Gotham are going to cheer? Peacekeeper looks at him. No, I'm going to kill you, and then take out the rest of your hippie friends. They go back and forth, over and over, with Batman planting bombs and missing the entire time, until finally he sees the opening. He detonates all the charges he placed around the building, beginning to run out of the hole he made in the wall, and he jumps out without his grappling gun, free falling into the upper stories of Gotham City with no support. Peacekeeper looking in awe, and he radios back. Ghostmaker should be. At that moment, Ghostmaker rockets downwards, grabbing Batman by the arm, firing his own grappling hook, whipping the two of them onto a nearby building. As they get back up, that was wildly irresponsible of you. I knew you'd figure out my clues. It turns out Batman was setting off bombs as a signal to Ghostmaker. Back up at the top of Saint Industries, though, Peacekeeper reports that Batman is in his sights. He can pursue, he can kill him, he can make him hurt. But Simon tells him no. It's time for Peacekeeper to save Gotham City. Ghostmaker begins to stitch up Batman, telling him that he has an extra suit in the back. Batman's surprised that Ghostmaker stole one of his suits, but Ghostmaker explains that they can go over that later. The news mentions that Sean Mahoney, Peacekeeper 01, and at the notification of Sean Mahoney, Harley spits out her coffee. Wait, did they just say Mahoney? From Arkham? That guy's a sadist! Insecurities in all the wrong places. He kept getting in trouble with Dr. Arkham after roughing up the inmates. And this is back when I was a doctor there. Batman states that all of the records from Arkham were destroyed in the A-Day attack, when somebody blew up Arkham Asylum and killed half the inmates. The city thinks that Mahoney's a hero. The whole city is messed up in the head. I can officially give it that diagnosis because I am a doctor, and because I am messed up in the head. Batman holds his injured stomach as he tells them that they need to bring down Mahoney quickly, and they can't lose sight on Scarecrow in all of this. Scarecrow is working with Simon Saint and Mahoney, but it's still not clear what he's hoping to gain from all of this. Barbara radios in that she has eyes on Mahoney, and that there's a fleet of very dangerous helicopters with Saint Industries logos converging on a half-built luxury housing development on the south side of the city. Batman says that they're about to take down the Unsanity Collective. We need to save Miracle Molly. We need to get there, and fast. Meanwhile, over at Gotham 2.0, Molly packs up the rest of her things when Squeak runs in asking if her weapon is finished yet. Molly says to trust her when she says that she won't let anything bad happen to Gotham 2.0. When the bad guys come, they're gonna wish they hadn't. At that moment, a voice says, I just don't get you. Why don't you explain it to us? Molly looks up to see Peacekeeper 01 and the magistrate surrounding her, with Peacekeeper 01 telling her, I need you to surrender right now. Any resistance may be met with lethal force. She holds up her arms, telling him that she surrenders. They all will. Squeak is just a kid. They have plenty of innocent people here. Take them in peacefully, and she promises that there will be no resistance. Peacekeeper 01 radios back stating, yeah, we were met with armed resistance, requesting the option to use lethal force to apprehend the terrorists known as the Unsanity Collective. And back at the Magistrate Skybase, Simon smiles. Access granted. As the Magistrate begins to move in, Peacekeeper 1 takes out his gun, and Molly asks him, can I just say goodbye? She leans down to Squeak and tells her to look in her eyes.
It's going to be okay. Molly smiles, closing one eye so that her prosthetic remains, and tells her, look into the eyes. Stay calm and don't do anything stupid. They're not going to hurt you. The prosthetic eye flashes the word scream, and Molly says, okay, kid, on my mark. Peacekeeper 01 begins to pull the trigger that will kill Miracle Molly. But Molly drops to the ground, slapping Squeak's weapon around her neck. I haven't worked out the bugs yet, and it might shatter my eye, but desperate times? As Molly stays low, Squeak screams, sending out a massive shockwave, knocking Peacekeeper on the ground and all of his magistrate followers. Molly gets up, grabbing Squeak's hand. You did good, real good. Let's see if my magic eye can get a full diagnostics on RoboCop back there. As she looks back at him, the scan comes back incomplete because of her distance. And she says, well, this is bad. The two leap over a ledge as Squeak is asking what they're going to do, and the bullets begin to fly around them. Molly yells, just keep running and don't look back, Squeak! At that moment, Breaker bursts out of the ground, stopping some of Magistrate's gunfire, and calls out to Molly, get the kid to the mine machine. I'll handle Rent-A-Cop. Peacekeeper continues to open fire, telling Breaker to get the hell off of me! And one of the bullets hits Molly in the side. She turns the corner, slamming the door shut behind her, asking Wise if he's okay. And Master Wise says that he's fine, but what about her? She tells him that the bullet got her, but she'll be fine. They just gotta seal up the door and get the first aid kit. But that's when Squeak begins to cough, stating that she doesn't feel good. Molly looks down to see that Squeak got hit as well. She shouts, we gotta get Squeak to the doctor! We gotta get out of here! And Master Wise looks at the monitors of the fight outside. If Breaker fails, I don't know who can possibly save us. But at that moment, just outside, Batman, Ghostmaker, and Harley Quinn jump through the ceiling as Harley yells out, that's right! You don't mess with the Bat family unless you want to get hit by the freaking Bat! Ghostmaker gets to work taking out the magistrate. I've got to admit, I'm starting to like your friend. And Batman yells at both of them, just focus! Harley cracks a magistrate over the head with her bat. Come on, that was funny. Bat family, I got a bat, get it? The drones begin to swarm the area and Batman radios to Barbara asking are they, but Barbara tells him yep, they're broadcasting this on all of the news channels across Gotham. The headline is stating that Batman has sided with the villains of Gotham City. Someone is speculating mind control. Social media is shouting theories that Batman is the one who planted the bomb in City Hall. All of this is not looking good. Batman goes heavier into the battle with Peacekeeper, using his weight, throwing him over his shoulder, telling Barbara to help him dismantle Peacekeeper's gear while he's down. But while this is going on, while they're telling everyone to get out of there, Molly tells them that if they don't get medical attention to Squeak, they're going to die. And while this is happening, Peacekeeper finally gets a shot into Breaker's face, bringing him down, standing over his body. As everyone gets into the ghost stream, it begins to take off, and before Peacekeeper can give chase, Simon tells him to stand down. Peacekeeper says that Wise and the girl are in it, that they can't let them go, but Simon tells him that he is telling him that they still have the upper hand. It is time for the grand finale. You know where to go? Peacekeeper watches the ghost stream fly away with the people that he wants to murder, telling Simon that he does. A short while later, after the scene is cleared, the mayor puts out a statement stating that he wants to announce that Peacekeeper 01 and his forces within the magistrate have just apprehended several key members of the Unsanity Collective. While some did get away, they have made huge strides. They've also determined the location of the arch-criminal known as Scarecrow based on intelligence that they have retrieved from his allies in the Unsanity Collective. He was also disheartened and dismayed to see the so-called hero Batman fighting alongside Scarecrow's forces of terror. So he has made a difficult decision. Effective immediately, he is expanding the authority of the magistrate to dismantle all costumed crime and vigilantism in Gotham City. Meanwhile, back in the Ghost Stream, Ghostmaker is getting to work on Squeak's wound, as Molly states that all the Unsanity Collective ever wanted was to offer a way for people of the city to free themselves from trauma. But these people, Saint and the others, they're trying to make that trauma permanent. They're going to break Gotham City. I also need to take care of Scarecrow. His game has gone on long enough, Batman tells her, knowing who's actually behind all of this. But Harley asks, do you even know where the Scarecrow is? I managed to slip a tracking device onto Peacekeeper 01's suit. His trajectory shows him going to Arkham Asylum. This is the end of Saint's play to get the city on his side. But there's still a chance that I can bring him in first, that I can find the Scarecrow, reveal the truth about the Magistrate before Nakano makes them a permanent fixture in the city, show that all of this is a plan of the Scarecrow. So later, at Arkham, Scarecrow is watching on the screens as Batman shows up. Simon goes on explaining that they are all ready, that the PR team is working on a full package that will sell Gotham on the next phase of their operation. There's champagne chilling in the skybase, and they're going to share a glass after Sean here does the big arrest for the cameras, captures Batman. And once that is all worked out, Scarecrow will be hired in an official capacity as a consultant to the magistrate to prevent future attacks. Oh, I'm so scared. I just managed to push one of the largest cities in the country to the level of fear that the magistrate could only hope for. I did what you dream of, Simon Saint, and I've waited so long for this moment. So why would I allow the peacekeepers to de-escalate my city of fear? No, this is the moment that will push us further into a true fear state. And then beyond. Simon realizes that all of this was the Scarecrow's plan, to play Simon Saint, to use them to put Gotham into a fear state, to use Simon Saint and the Peacekeeper to turn Gotham against Batman, to create the ultimate state of fear. Simon yells for the Peacekeeper to arrest Scarecrow. But Scarecrow injects Peacekeeper with the highest dose that he has ever administered to a single human. I'm very curious about this effect. I would have tried it on myself, of course, but the side effects might be permanent. Don't worry, I'm a doctor. The world twists and turns, and the Peacekeeper begins to scream as he runs away. Back at the skybase, Ricardo tells Simon that the mayor is on the line, but suddenly Simon feels ill and begins to vomit. And back over at Arkham Asylum, Scarecrow sees where Batman is, presses a button, and Batman falls through the ceiling into his lab. That's better. I never liked the students who chose the seats in the back of the classroom. You can absorb my lesson better the closer that you are, Batman. And I have a lesson to teach all of Gotham City about fear. And you will be my first pupil. Many months ago, there was a conversation in Arkham, one between Simon Saint and Jonathan Crane. Saint came wanting to discuss his admiration to some of the work that Jonathan Crane had done, but Crane saw through it. He didn't come here to admire his work. He came because he sees a utility in it, and the truth is, Crane frightens Saint. Saint told him that he was scared, tremendously, but his work has found an audience in Silicon Valley, particularly the series of papers that Jonathan Crane wrote in graduate school about societal fears. Crane tells him yes, the fear state theory, and Saint tells him precisely. He was right. The scale of the event necessary to traumatize an entire society to make them malleable was difficult to imagine. It would be difficult to imagine creating a society trained to expect trauma, whose fear had become so ingrained and irrational that his theory could tip them over. But perhaps it's different in a city that was just overrun by murderous clowns less than a year after a foreign strongman in a mask conquered the government. He has a dream of what Gotham City could be on the other side of its fear state. Crane laughs, telling him that he thinks that he can control the societal evolution, and Saint tells him that he thinks it's worthwhile to try. But for him to do that, he needs a mind like his to do it right. Together they can make it happen. They can engender the right kind of fear state to push Gotham to the brink, and he could take it to the next level. Crane thinks for a moment, stating that he would need the assistance of his Arkham compatriot, Jervis Tech. Some know him as the Mad Hatter. He's a strange man, but he understands things about how the human mind works that are crucial to the evolution of my work. In addition, I'll need a significant number of chemicals, lab space, a good deal of burlap, straw, and rope, and also $25 million to an account of my choosing. But most importantly, what I require more than any of the rest of those things is credit. If we successfully create a fear state, if we take society to the other side, I want credit, Saint! Now in the current time, Scarecrow is listening to Batman scream, telling him, I hope deep down that there's an appreciation of what I'm going to do to our city. What comes next is my most altruistic. But that's not why I'm doing it, of course. I'm doing it out of scientific curiosity. I do believe that Gotham will be much better on the other side, Batman. However, it isn't just Batman under the effects of what Scarecrow is capable of. Peacekeeper 01 Sean Mahoney is suffering through the same fear. His operatives tell him that he has been drugged, that he needs help, but Sean tells them no. Gotham needs help. He needs to save Gotham. While Saint and his magistrate scramble in to try and remove one of the most dangerous weapons from wandering the street, there is yet another presence about to make itself known. Over at the clock tower, Barbara is looking over the state of the city, stating that they need to have the Bat family make its presence felt so that they can start getting some of the city back on their side. She needs to be the voice for everyone and tell them what is true and what isn't, because if she doesn't, then everyone's going to eat up whatever the magistrate is putting out. Just then, Oracle puts out a message to everyone in the city that she is back online, speaking to them to tell them the truth, and it is much worse than it seems. She knows that they are afraid right now, but the truth is, they aren't nearly frightened enough. Spoiler asks, "What kind of message is that?" And Barbara tells her, "It wasn't me. Someone has taken over the Oracle system. I'm completely locked out." Oracle, or at least the fake Oracle, continues to tell the city that the mayor is hiding, the scarecrow is on the loose, fear is spreading in the city, and they can be sure that the air that they are breathing is filled with his poison. Probably not just the air as well, it's also in the water that they are drinking. The magistrate can't save them. They are just a new oppressor. High in the skies over the city, they don't care. She wishes she could tell them that Batman is coming, but he can't anymore. Because Batman is dead. And his little costumed friends are going to die soon too. The only ones that you can trust are yourselves, so hunker down, arm yourselves, and get ready for war. This is Oracle, and I will only tell you the truth, the real truth, the one that you don't want to know. And as the message ends, Barbara tries to figure out how this is even possible. How could someone hack the Oracle system? But at that moment, a second message comes in, played only to her. This city does not want your old truth. It wants ours. So we're going to give it to them, cutting you out for good. Bye-bye. Suddenly, Barbara's computer station explodes, knocking everyone down, and as she gets back up, Barbara says that they need to get in touch with everyone. This is about to get much worse. Meanwhile, below Gotham, in Eden, Harley and the Gardener continue to keep the Unsanity Collective safe from the outside in Poison Ivy's hidden grove. But while trying to plan their next move, Gardener tells Harley that she thinks she might know a way to save Ivy. There is a piece of her that is missing, and it's somewhere in the city. And if they can reintroduce that part of her that she's lost, maybe they can bring back the woman that they both know and love. What they are seeing here isn't Ivy. It's a strand of the original mother plant. A dangerous strand that grew in darkness and took her name from a kind of ivy that never needs sun. Just then the vines grow out and a voice tells her, "Yes." And they look up to see Queen Ivy as she tells them that the Gardener has defied her and brought so many down into her domain. Their blood will fertilize her children. Harley fights through the growth, hugging Ivy, stating that she missed her so much and she's so glad to see her. She is so sorry that she ever let her out of her sight, and I love you so much, Ivy. But Queen Ivy whips her arm and a vine reaches out, grabbing Harley, pulling her away, telling her that this is not the path that she wishes to go down. She can't let her back in. She can't let anyone back in. Harley says that she gets it. Please, just listen, Ivy. All of these people here, they're hurt and they need a safe place or they're going to get killed. You've always been my safe place, so please let these people stay and heal. Not forever, but just a little while, please. Ghostmaker says, I can do you one better. Your pheromone abilities can calm the war that is brewing on the surface. End this before it has a chance to get started. Queen Ivy says that she will not interfere with the war that is happening above unless anyone is foolish enough to move against her. And their friends can stay for now. Harley tells her thank you, but Queen Ivy just looks at her and then leaves. Watching Ivy go, Gardener says that even that part must love her through all of this anger. Harley looks over asking how do they find the missing piece of Ivy? She wants her Pammy back. And Gardener says that she might have an idea. But meanwhile, back up at Arkham Asylum, Scarecrow is now kneeling over Batman asking, Can you feel it? The future of Gotham is forming beneath us. All the pieces are in place. Embrace it! Evolution is good! It's painful, but it's good. Batman tenses up, breaking through his bindings, punching Scarecrow, yelling, I won't let you do this! And as he runs to escape, Scarecrow gets back up, telling him, There's no stopping it now, Batman! There's no way to turn things back. The only way forward is through the fear state. Batman 112 and 113. As the peaceful commercial of Simon Saint plays over the intercom of Arkham, he tells everyone that he believes in this new type of Gotham. But right now, that isn't what Batman is thinking or even seeing. Right now, as Batman is stumbling through the halls, he's calling out for help because he actually believes that he is losing his mind. However, this isn't just the fear toxin in Batman's system. This is something else. He can't trust his eyes, so he needs help. Can anyone hear me? I need help! With no one answering his call, Batman crawls the rest of the way to the Batmobile, managing to pull out the antidote, quickly stabbing himself in the chest to awaken from his nightmare. His eyes shoot open wide as he sees Scarecrow walking towards him, shouting, "This isn't real! You aren't real!" Scarecrow climbs on top of the car and begins to press down on the windshield until it shatters, but as Batman blinks, it all fades, and he's mostly okay. He sets the computer to bring him home, calling over the radio that if anyone can hear him, Scarecrow is using some kind of experimental mind control tech. He can't tell if his brain's been compromised. But right now, Batman isn't the only one under the effects of fear. Sean Mahoney is wandering the streets of Gotham in a similar daze, ignoring any and all calls from the magistrate to return to the base. Then he sees it a street full of bodies. He was too late. He was supposed to be Gotham's new hero, the government-funded vigilante. How can he be a hero if everyone is already dead? However, what Sean doesn't see is that all of those bodies are actually people who are alive, because he is seeing those infected like the people back on A-Day. Sean needs to purge these creatures, and he will cut them down and be the hero of Gotham City. But over at the clock tower, Batman climbs onto the balcony with Cassandra grabbing him, throwing him to the ground, thinking that he is an intruder. When she sees who it is, she asks, "You're alive?" Barbara comes out stating that he looks like hell. What did Scarecrow do to him? "I've been thrown off of my game. But why does Cassandra think I'm dead?" Barbara says, has he not heard the messages from the new Oracle? Barbara explains that she was going to put out a message like she did during Joker War to help calm the tension building in the city, but someone hijacked her feed and began to spread even more misinformation over Gotham. "Our priority needs to be finding Peacekeeper 01. And where's Ghostmaker?" Barbara patches him in and Ghostmaker appears on the screen stating, "I presume that this means that the reports of your death have been greatly exaggerated. Are the Insanity Collective safe?" "Well, it's a bit complicated, Batman. Harley led a lot of them to a strange jungle growing beneath the sewers. Poison Ivy is here, but she seems to have gone feral. Is the situation stable, Ghostmaker? If it is, I need you to meet me at the garage. My mind's been compromised and I need help." Meanwhile, back with Simon Saint, he tells Ricardo that he's sorry for this. He wanted to take time to outfit this a bit more carefully, but it's going to be painful. Ricardo settles into a pod telling him, "It's okay. I believe in the magistrate. I believe in everything that has been said in those commercials. I'm all in." The dome closes and Simon tells him, "Good, very good. I knew that there would be a time that I'd need a peacekeeper that was off the books, equipped with the weaponry that the city would never sign off on. So officially, you do not exist. Your mission is to apprehend Sean Mahoney. If Sean resists, you are to kill him and retrieve his armor. We need to take back control of the narrative before it's too late. Understood?" Ricardo steps out wearing a set of black Peacekeeper armor with an X on his chest. "Yes, sir. I believe in the new Gotham City." Meanwhile, Renee Montoya sighs as she sits at her desk in the GCPD, telling her officer that he better be coming back with something. The officer says that unless there are zombies coming out of Potter's Field, all that stuff said is nonsense. The rest is just echoing the garbage that Oracle's been spewing over the wires. Renee tells him that what they are hearing is not the real Oracle. Just pick up whatever chatter you can. People need to know that there's still some kind of law in this city, and not from a damned UFO. As the officer leaves, Renee lowers her head, asking why did she even take this job? And Batman steps out of the shadows. "Because you wanted to help people. Misinformation is spreading in our city fast. So I'm going to need you to take what I'm about to say at face value and believe it." Batman explains about the bombing at City Hall and how Saint used it to push the mayor into funding his project and working with Scarecrow. "The Insanity Collective has broken laws, but they're not a terrorist group. They were manipulated by Saint into becoming scapegoats. Peacekeeper 01 has been dosed with fear toxin and is now loose in the city, no longer under the magistrate's control." Renee tells him, "I trust you, but I need something other than just words, because otherwise this just sounds like the paranoid nonsense that the fake Oracle has been spouting over the radios. I need proof, Batman, something tangible." "I'll get to work. Just hang on." As Batman leaves, he's stopped by a Peacekeeper drone telling him, "Mass vigilantism is illegal. Cease and desist by the order of the magistrate." Batman stops. "No." And as more of the Peacekeeper units begin to surround him, "Saint,
I hope this is getting through to you. I want to show you how easy it is to destroy that vision of a better Gotham. Know how you're going to spend the rest of your life in jail for setting all of this into motion, for letting the innocent get scared and hurt. I'm going to make sure that this city knows just who is at fault here, even if it kills me. Are you listening, Saint? Even if it kills me!
As Batman single-handedly dismantles the Peacekeeper units, on the other hand, Saint is watching. And Saint is scared. Later at the Fort Gray garage, Batman rummages through his gadgets asking Ghostmaker what does he know about mind control. Ghostmaker helps him set up, stating that is a truly magnificent question. But Batman goes on explaining.
When I was in Arkham, Scarecrow got inside of my head. It wasn't like my usual experience with fear toxin. It was like someone was in my brain, pushing down on the fear center. I need to know if anything was planted there.
Batman fits himself with a headset, with Ghostmaker asking, a Bat mind control helmet?
If you think that, we should go through the rest of those boxes sometime.
Ghostmaker puts on his headset, asking him why though. And Batman says that there is a risk of burning out the moral center of a user's brain. Only a small one, but enough. Ghostmaker says, so only a psychopath could join you in this.
Haha, it's more than I'm okay using you as the guinea pig.
As Batman hits the switch, the two are transported into Batman's mind, with Ghostmaker looking around telling him, that looks like where we need to go. A fog fades, revealing the moments when Scarecrow was back tormenting Batman, to which Batman doesn't even remember. Scarecrow says that fear lives deeper in the brain than memory, and then looks back as if expecting them in the mind. Ghostmaker turns to Batman. Was that directed at us?
This can't be a memory. It's implanted. I'm having trouble focusing.
The Batman projection of himself screams as Ghostmaker asks, well, what do we do? Do we kill it, or does it kill you? How does this work?
I don't know, Ghostmaker!
The projection attacks, and Ghostmaker yells, next time, write some instructions! Wait, none of this is real. So we should be able to kill these strange copies, right? So after they fight the projections, Batman begins to recover, telling him, okay, we can go back now. And Ghostmaker pauses him, telling him that there is something else here. The fog shifts as they find themselves outside of Gotham University, sometime in the past. It was during the time that he was training to be Batman. Ghostmaker tells him, this isn't a Batman memory, this is Jonathan Crane's memory. At that moment, student Jonathan Crane walks by, with Ghostmaker stating that after the two of them met, he came here to Gotham because he was told to experience his emotions. He told him to understand fear so that he could be better. Who better than the one student that has been studying fear at extreme level? Crane saw a utility in instilling fear in a city, that fear was an evolutionary tool, and that if they confronted fear, they could learn to overcome it and become stronger from it. Crane saw the modern world was too comfortable, too forgiving. He had a paper at the time that no one would publish in which he called Fear State. First, there must be a shock to the system, and in that panic, you can seize control of the narrative, push the media to fan the embers of that raw fear. Then you must start to focus that fear into the shape of what that society needs to overcome. A straw man that can funnel all of that abstract fear together. At that point, with their fear heightened to a point of clarity, a pure state of fear state, you push people to confront the Scarecrow. Having conquered this fear, they rise, having been made better. And as Ghostmaker takes the two back to the real world, he goes on stating that even though Crane's paper was never published, that form of mass manipulation made its rounds in Silicon Valley, where they eat that kind of stuff for breakfast. That means the Unsanity Collective were the false Scarecrows. He was planning on having the city fixated on something entirely different. Peacekeeper 01. Meanwhile, out in the city, Sean Mahoney, Peacekeeper 01, is looking around at all of the beasts that he has slain, asking, what did I do? What is this? I can't think straight! I'm the hero, damn it! At that moment, Ricardo and the other Peacekeeper units surround him, stating, this is quite a mess! Could you imagine if the press found out? But up above, Scarecrow is watching and he clicks a button. And at that moment, Sean suddenly feels something, shouting, no! I'm the hero! I will save the city! With Scarecrow manipulating Sean, he is now setting up the city to become a powder keg. And Peacekeeper 01 is going to be the match to blow it all up. Alleytown was once a quiet suburb, a place where everyone was left alone. That was until the magistrate came in. People who lived there found shelter in their homes, watching the outside world in fear. but knowing at least that if they stayed inside, they were safe. But that was just the spectacle of fear, the illusion of safety created. That is why Clayface has gathered others like him, others who know that this system needs to change, to know things should be different, and it is their chance to atone. But while Clayface, Croc, Knockout, Cheshire, and Firefly all do their part in stopping the Magistrate from digging its heels into Alleytown, Catwoman tries to make sense of it all. Her city is burning. She is broken. What is she the queen of? Leo tells her that he is still here. And times like this are when people need a queen. They're out there fighting because while she showed them that they may not have much, they don't need to trade their dignity away. Catwoman sighs, thinking that maybe she's just a thief who did it because she felt like she had something to prove. And look how that turned out. At that moment, a message comes in on Catwoman's phone from Oracle, telling her that she knows that they are all afraid right now, but the truth is, they aren't frightened enough. The mayor is hiding. Scarecrow is on the loose. Fear is spreading in this city, and they can be sure that the air that they are breathing is filled with poison. She wishes she could tell them that Batman is coming to save them, but he can't. Batman is dead. Catwoman doesn't believe that. She knows that Batman always comes back, but while Catwoman goes out to see if the rumors are true, there is a conversation happening between the Riddler and Penguin regarding the fate of Alleytown. Penguin says that if the big bad bat is dead, then this may be our window. Our rather complex machinations have perfectly placed us to seize this opportunity with both of our hands. If the Magistrate wins, and likely they will, whoever controls Alleytown, its docks, and its smuggling routes stands to make a pretty penny. Riddler asks if there's anything other than money that he even cares about. But Penguin squawks, stating that if anything, I care too much. I care about you. And you need your payback. After all, Catwoman swindled us both out of our fair share. Riddler says that he does love payback. But there might be an even bigger opportunity at play. They have a key ingredient to Saint's little drug right here in Alleytown. Penguin asks, Ivy? If we can get to her, I can engineer the drug, and we can control Alleytown. We'd both have the one piece of evidence that is likely to sink Simon Saint. But back with Catwoman, she speeds through the streets, but is stopped by a spike trap laid out in the road. Before she even has a chance to get off of her bike, Magistrate bots surround her and tell her to come peacefully, or she will be met with deadly force. She grabs her whip, grabbing a hold of one of the drones, swinging it into the crowd, giving herself an opening to escape. As Catwoman runs into a corner, she turns back asking, Why do you think you have me cornered? This is Alleytown. There's a surprise waiting around everyone. At that moment, Cheshire Cat jumps down off the building and both her and Catwoman begin to take out the bots. Once clear, Cheshire asks her, You were leaving, weren't you? Catwoman tells her only because she has to find him and make sure that he's... But Cheshire stops her. You were right the first time. I wouldn't believe everything you hear on the radio. It's fake. Come, I'll show you. As Catwoman follows, Cheshire Cat says that she found this dish when she was scanning frequencies to hook up another access point. They faked the announcement. They knew it would create fear and bring her out into the opening. But as the fake Oracle continues to broadcast her announcements, there are a few others wandering into town in search of someone. One wears a suit and the other can control plants, and the other with red and blue hair carries a baseball bat. Next up in our continued adventure of what is going on around the city of Gotham during Fear State, we have Nightwing 84. Let's see what's happening over in Bloodhaven. High up on the buildings of Bloodhaven, it's easy to just clear your mind and think. But as Nightwing takes a bite of his pizza, he thinks about all of the things that he is doing now. It's easy to fight the bad guys, to save a life. That is something that he's used to doing. But fighting an entire corrupt system, saving a whole city, there's no training for that. He's just in it now. He stood in front of the cameras without his mask. He told the world that he was going to transform the city and that Bloodhaven was his responsibility. But as Nightwing jumps down to go on patrol, he hears a buzzing in his ear from Oracle. No voice, just buzzes. He listens closely and hears that it's not just a random static, it's a pattern, an encrypted audio. Park Row, Gotham, midnight, don't respond, don't make contact, communications potentially compromised. After getting a dog sitter for Haley,
Nightwing heads off into Gotham thinking that he might take this time to reflect a bit on things that he shouldn't be doing in Bloodhaven. Like right now, you can look up into the sky and see a giant floating fortress surveilling all of Gotham from above. Surely that isn't what you're supposed to be doing right now, right? Navigating in the dark was never that hard, but with the magistrate drones scouring the streets, it's made things a bit more difficult for Nightwing. As he reaches Park Row, he calls back to Oracle asking if she's there, but something doesn't feel right. It feels more like a trap. A spotlight then shines down and magistrate drone officers begin to fire down. Nightwing jumps up, beginning to take them down one at a time, moving from one to the next. But as more begin to show up, he realizes that he can't take down all of these drones. The numbers just aren't in his favor. That is until he sees a shadow, and Batman lands feet first onto one of the drones as Nightwing goes back to bashing the robots. Hey, what's up? I was following the buildup of troops. Didn't know they were coming for you. Nightwing laughs, tells him, it's always nice to have company in a death trap, but I received an encrypted message from Oracle asking me to come to Crime Alley. Batman punches one of the bots. Oracle's systems have been compromised. You can't trust any communication from her network. The two continue to bring down more and more of the drones, but as more and more of them show up, they decide that it might be time to change tactics. They break open a window and they run through the building, telling people not to worry, they'll pay for the damages. Once they get ahead of the drones enough, Nightwing and Batman slip into the sewers, where Batman says that someone is using Oracle's system to spread lies and fear across Gotham. They need this person stopped. Nightwing tells him not to worry. They'll stop them. They'll get the network back up and running again, and thanks for the save. Batman turns, beginning to leave, telling him, I watched my parents die in that alley. I wasn't about to let it happen to my own son. Later, over at the clock tower, Barbara asks what is he doing in Gotham, and Nightwing says, well, Oracle called him back from Bloodhaven, or more accurately, whoever is posing as her lured him into a death trap. Barbara gets up yelling, that's it! I can't do anything from here! I can't find out who's doing this or where they're doing it from, and I can't shut them down. At least, not remotely. Nightwing tells her to hang on. There's a hostile army in the streets, and she has experimental tech holding her spine together. Just tell him what to go look for and where. Barbara says no. The system that she built is being used to hurt the city and their friends. And her family. This is now Batgirl's fight. Next up, we have Batman number 114. Tensions are high in Gotham City as Scarecrow's fear state continues to infect the residents, but more specifically, Sean Mahoney, Peacekeeper 01. With Sean slowly losing his mind, listening to the voice inside of his head, Saint quietly sends out yet another secret Peacekeeper, Peacekeeper X, a Peacekeeper suit worn by his assistant, Ricardo. As Saint's airbase comes to a stop high above the city, one of the operators tells Saint that they are over Peacekeeper X's position right now. Saint tells him, good, Ricardo, we are closing in overhead and we'll be able to assist in the final extraction. Our hope is to bring in Peacekeeper 01 alive, so that we can repackage him into the hero that we need. But that should not be possible. Peacekeeper X's adaptive nanotech costs $500 million more than what Peacekeeper 01's working with. Your weapons will tear through Sean's armor if things go south. Down on the ground, Ricardo and the Peacekeeper drones begin to surround Sean as he mutters that there is something wrong with his head. Ricardo holds out his hand. I know. That's why Saint sent me. I have a sedative that will stop the pain. Let us help. Sean, I'm here for you. But as Sean looks up, he doesn't see Ricardo. He sees a twisted bat creature trying to stick him with a needle. Scarecrow watches from afar, whispering to him that Batman won't let him become a hero. That Batman won't let him save Gotham City. Isn't that frightening, Sean? If you're going to save the city, you will need to kill Batman. Sean quietly says to himself, yes, I need to kill Batman. And he lunges in at Ricardo, destroying the syringe. Saint yells that the peaceful option is now off the tables. Peacekeepers, take him down like the lowly dog that he is. All of the drones open fire, but Sean deflects the bullets as he superheats his arm blade, and then he begins to run through the bots, ripping them all apart. Ricardo pulls out his own arm blade and quickly engages Sean with the much more advanced suit. He easily takes down Mahoney, launching him across the street. Ricardo begins to get closer to see the damage, and once the dust has settled, Sean manages to escape into the shadows. But up above Ricardo, pieces of the Peacekeeper bots begin to fall. He looks up. Oh no. But before he could react, Batman punches down. Batman asks,
Are you trying to clean up your mess, or are you trying to destroy evidence? And one of the bots knocks Batman off of Ricardo, with Saint telling him, "We can't afford to lose Sean! Go after him!" Down the street, Sean runs into a building with Ricardo close behind him, telling him, "We can get you through this! You just need to accept our help, Sean!" But when Ricardo hears the tink of two small metal balls being thrown, they then explode at his feet. With Ricardo off balance, Sean takes the chance, lunging in with his blade, and Ricardo quickly switches to his arm cannon. A bright green blast throws Sean across the room, ripping a hole through the entire building. Batman sees the blast, calling out, "Why did you let loose on this city, Saint?" But as more PK drones descend on Batman, Saint tells him, "Order! This is what order looks like, Batman!" Back in the abandoned building, Sean stands up with half of his face burned by the beam. Ricardo gets ready with a second shot, but Scarecrow whispers in Sean's head again. "I thought we could work on this together, but it seems I was wrong. This is your chance. Show everyone what you're capable of." Ricardo gets ready to fire, but Sean slams his blade into the arm cannon, causing it to explode on itself, giving Sean his chance to get close. He begins to beat into Ricardo, and all Saint can do from the airbase is watch as Ricardo's erratic vitals begin to slow down more and more until he flatlines. Another operator says that Peacekeeper X is no longer responsive, and Saint snaps, "I know! We need to activate the self-destruct on Peacekeeper X's suit, as well as the robotic drones, set for maximum damage." The first operator says that a blast like that would take out the entire block, and Saint shouts, "I know that! Do it!" Seconds later, all of the drones begin to explode, destroying everyone around them, nearly taking Batman out in the process. But as Batman pulls himself out of the rubble, he hears a voice calling out to him, telling him that this all looks bad, but this is just the beginning. Miracle Molly flies down on her glider, holding out her arm, telling him she knows how Scarecrow's getting into people's minds, and she has an idea of what he's going to do next, and they are running out of time. With each passing day, the magistrate's hold and presence grows within Gotham City. As the rules and regulations get tighter, Saint's private military begins to show signs that they can't maintain their control, that the city officials have grown concerned. Mayor Nakano holds a meeting, and Saint says that he is aware of their concerns, but they are a PR problem. Nakano tells him that he has concerns about what this means to turn over Gotham's policing and security to a private company, especially one that has displayed so many missteps. There is a legitimate point about the systems in place that needs to be a part of their final vision. Saint stands up at his office. "Your office, Gotham City, has tried and failed. This is where the magistrate will not. The city will not have a future if you don't act now." With everything going on in the city, Nakano is still not convinced to give up security of the city to the magistrate. But as Saint is leaving, he realizes that the men in this office are not magistrate. At that moment, a red-headed man walks in a security uniform, and he tells the mayor that his name is Nero 19, and he is the king. As Nero pulls out his gun, Nakano ducks behind his desk for cover, and Nero tells him, "There is no one that I report to, no one greater than I, and any man who calls himself greater must die." Nakano escapes through a chute behind his desk, jumping out of City Hall as the magistrate begins to move in to save the mayor of the city. But the security that Nakano runs into is part of the group trying to capture him. Then a voice tells them, "Let him go." And Batman slams one of the men down, asking, "Who do you work for?" The man doesn't answer, so Batman begins to take out more of the security detail, one by one, asking, "What do you want with the mayor? What is this?" As Nakano is thrown into a car, it speeds off, with Nakano asking, "Who are you?" And a man points a gun at him, telling him, "Who we are isn't important. What is important is that you die today. You will be the 5th to die, but not the last." Nakano jumps out of his seat, reaching for the steering wheel, yelling, "I'm not going down without a fight!" And he manages to jerk the wheel enough to flip the car on its side, skidding down the road. Batman begins to rush over to try and help him out, but when he gets there, he finds Nakano has already escaped. The driver crawls out yelling, "I will kill Nakano! For the king!" And Batman punches him, telling him, "There is no king, only jesters." But down in the sewers, Nakano is swimming up into a tunnel, slowly pulling himself out. And as he gets up, he begins to look around for an exit, just wondering how much sewer can one city have. He then notices something red on the ground and it's pulsating. He takes out his phone to shine a light on it and get a better look, and that's when he sees a growing mass on the ground with several pods attached to it, all with creatures growing in them. Creatures like the one inside Vile. And now maybe you'll start to understand why the city of Gotham was allowing Saint to take over. There was nothing but fear being put out into the city, which is what Scarecrow played on to create our fear state. But at the back of this particular issue, there is a Task Force Z short, which kind of sets up the Task Force Z storyline. Let's get into that Red Hood story. There's a loud thud as Deb Donovan is thrown onto the ground, and two men discuss what they're going to do with her next. One says that she was with Red Hood. They can't just... And then suddenly the man is thrown into a car as Batman swings down, taking down the second. I told you to stay out of this. Deb says that she was going to, but he dragged her back into it. You know each other, right? Batman looks up to see Red Hood fighting off more armed thugs, and Batman sighs. Yes, I know him, but we need to get you out of here. We can't be here when the police arrive. Deb asks what about Red Hood, and Batman looks over again at Jason Todd, his former sidekick. He can take care of himself. After getting Deb some distance from the scene, Batman returns just as the police show up, telling Red Hood to drop his weapons or they'll open fire. A batarang is then thrown, disarming the two officers, and Batman says that he'll deal with Red Hood. Come on, time to go. Red Hood tells him that he can go, but there's something that needs to be done first. More police pull up, and Batman yells, You can leave now or not, Red Hood. Red Hood tells him, This isn't your case, not your call. Frustrated, Batman fires his grappling hook, telling him, Damn it, I can't protect you from this. And he swings up into the shadows. Red Hood then picks up one of the thugs. I have ways of making people talk. And the thug tells him, Screw off, pulling a pin on a grenade. As the grenade goes off, knocking Red Hood out, the police surround the unconscious body. But the thug who pulled the pin runs up holding a badge. He flips out his FBI ID, telling them, We have jurisdiction. You can call it in, but the Red Hood, he's our assignment. Later, Red Hood sits in chains, demasked, and a voice tells him, Hello. Aside from some minor cuts and contusions on the capture, you have no complaints? Red Hood simply replies, 5 stars. Would recommend it to all my friends. I get the joke, but I feel like I should remind you that you no longer have any friends. You are a wanted man after all. In fact, there aren't many laws that you haven't broken, Red Hood. But enough of that. Let's get these chains off and begin your redemption arc. Wait, I'm not under arrest? Then what is this? A job interview. I'm putting together a team that is dying to meet you. And that concludes Detective Comics 1043, which explains how we lost Gotham and explains how Red Hood ended up with Task Force Z. I'm going to link our Task Force Z comic down below, but let's move into Batman number 115. When we last left off over here, Batman was just in an explosion that was supposed to stop Peacekeeper 01, and Miracle Molly showed up telling him that she knows what Scarecrow is doing, and she has a plan. Up in the sky, Saint is looking at the destruction of his bots, as well as the destruction that Peacekeeper X's suit caused, telling his staff that he wants them to recover Ricardo's body. He needs to see it for himself. Maybe there's still a way. Maybe his brain is still intact. Another assistant says that there is a call from the mayor's office, and Saint yells, Not now! I need to think. I need to breathe. But as he stumbles away, another researcher comes up stating that they have run a few seismic tests, and they have found something very concerning. There's some kind of plant growth in the cave systems underneath Gotham. A vine system growing up through the bedrock. If Ivy uses her abilities to their full extent, she could collapse Gotham. It could be even worse for Gotham than the fabled No Man's Land. Not only are they losing Gotham to their own peacekeepers, but Poison Ivy is also a threat. Saint screams, slamming the researcher against the wall, shouting, Gotham City is insane! It's filled with dangerous criminals and it all should be destroyed. The city should be wiped off the face of the earth. But then he stops for a moment and thinks, telling the researcher to give him the tablet. He looks it over and then calls out to everyone to call back their forces, converging on his mark. He has a new target for them. Meanwhile, down on the sewers, Sean Mahoney, Peacekeeper 01, is limping through the water, asking himself, What did I do? Oh God, what did I do? Scarecrow, still in his head, tells him, You did what you had to. For Gotham. Look, you're a bad guy and you're in my head. No, I'm a doctor. It's the city that's bad. It's sick and I have the cure. What's the cure? You are. You're the cure, Sean.
Back up on the streets, Batman is following behind Miracle Molly as she asks, how is he so calm during all of this? Isn't he scared? Batman swings. Of course I'm scared, but I'm not just scared. I'm angry. Angry for all the people in Gotham. Angry for my family. I need to do what I need to make sure that no one else gets hurt. That makes sense. But there is a part of you that wishes that things could just tip in your favor, doesn't it? The two begin to walk into Gotham 2.0 as Batman says that it was never that simple. But why are they back at the Unsanity Collective's hidden base? They know that it's been compromised by the Magistrate. And Molly tells him that that is part of it. The Mind Machine, the device that Mr. Ways built to strip people away of their memories and all of their trauma. She helped him refine it after she went through the process. There are a few things that she knows of that others don't, namely that the machine doesn't just erase memories, it records them into itself. It helps the machine know what kind of memories need to be erased, so that it doesn't take away additional abilities such as walking, speaking, or even how to drive a car. While she was down in Eden thinking, Scarecrow's trying to push things right now. He's trying to traumatize the whole city. What would happen if he had gotten his hands on a machine loaded up with a few hundred people's trauma and weaponized it? Makes sense, but the Magistrate would have dismantled the machine when they took control of the place. Molly laughs, telling him that that's the other secret that she knows. Topside is just the interface to the real machine. It's the monitor. But the real deal, the machine that trapped everyone's memories and their traumas, it's tucked away right here. She then opens up a hidden elevator and the two begin to go into the lower parts of the Unsanity Collective. But as Batman steps out, Breaker rushes in, punching him in the face. Won't let you! But Molly shouts, asking what is he doing. Batman gets up, telling her that Scarecrow has his own mind control tech in play, trying to use it against Batman, her, and her friend who can't hear her right now. How strong is he? Molly says that she's pretty sure that Breaker could punch Superman and he'd feel it. Those gauntlets that he's wearing are some of her best work. Breaker shouts out again, and this time Molly runs in, sliding between his legs, grabbing onto his arm, whipping herself onto it. He tries to shake her off, but Molly opens up the control panel on the gauntlets, and after a few moments of rearranging the circuits, the gauntlets all pop off. She jumps back, telling him, there, now he's a 400-pound wall of muscle. Batman follows up, knocking Breaker down, injecting a sedative to keep him down. And then he simply tells Molly, once we're finished here, we're gonna deprogram Scarecrow's conditioning. Molly says that this might prove her theory right. The Scarecrow has the Mind Machine and moved it off-site when everyone was busy watching the Magistrate. But they might be able to track it. It really all depends on what's left for her to work with. To the Miracle Room, Batman! Meanwhile, deep beneath the city in Eden, Queen Ivy sits on her throne when suddenly she feels a disturbance. She looks up, shouting, no, not here! And Master Ways runs up asking what is wrong. She yells, I knew that this would happen! I knew society wouldn't leave me in peace! It's time to tear down this city and let nature reclaim it as its own! Over at the entrance of Eden, the Peacekeepers report that they are in. They have found Ivy's secret location. And Saint tells them, good, bring me Ivy's head! The main storyline of Fear State is heating up, and make sure you hit that like button and hit that notification button so that you know when the next issue's coming out. We're going to be putting it out next Sunday, hopefully, but, having notifications on will let you know. Now let's move into a side story. It's called Arkham City, The Order of the New World. With everything going on in Gotham City, they decided to do a tie-in comic book that tells you what's happening over at Arkham Asylum, and that's what we're going to cover next. It was a quiet night as a little girl sits in her bed, terrified of what is to come. Dr. Jocasta Joy brings her finger to her lips, motioning to the girl to be very quiet, and slowly begins to get closer. She kneels down, lifting the sheets from under the bed as Ratcatcher lunges out to try and stab her. Jocasta tells him that he doesn't want to hurt her, but Ratcatcher says, I need to eat the child. Jocasta says that rats cannibalize when under stress. They eat their young, and he is not a rat. He is the rat catcher. Ratcatcher presses the knife to Jocasta's face when suddenly he is tased. The police move in and she yells that that was more than enough, and the officer tells her that he was about to kill her. As the police escort Ratcatcher out, Detective Stone lights his cigarette, telling her that they can't keep the girl's parents from talking to the press. And Jocasta says that he will find a way if they don't want the press knowing that she's helping them find escapees from Arkham Asylum. He sighs. I know that Blackgate is a temporary solution. We appreciate your help. Were you still hoping to get access back into Arkham Asylum? She says apparently she needs a police escort to retrieve her things from the office. But what the two didn't notice is that there is a reporter in the bushes taking photos. Later, in the now abandoned Arkham Asylum, Jocasta goes through her files. Stone picks up the file stating, "Were these all of your patients?" She says just the ones still unaccounted for. Since A-Day, several of the inmates have escaped, including Professor Pig, Mad Hatter, and Double X. But everyone who has gotten out has been rather quiet. Most weren't wanting to break out and rob banks or start fights with Batman. Most want nothing more than to just live. There were also some that slipped through the cracks, the ones who have been at the asylum so long that they don't even think about them. As the two leave, Jocasta says that she is expecting to see more evidence of what actually happened here. And Stone says not much evidence can be found with what the Joker did, just death and nothing else. A true act of insanity. Jocasta asks, is that what he thinks? The Joker always knows what he's doing. He thinks things through. He never gets confused. She was never convinced that the Joker belonged here in the house that Arkham built. But before long, Stone gets a call from one of his officers, and he tells Jocasta that there is another scene he'd like her professional opinion on. So meanwhile, down in the sewers, an officer says that they have had reports that it began to smell like someone was cooking hot dogs down here, and when they came to check it out, it seemed like they were cooking people. Jocasta looks at one of the burning bodies, realizing that something must have spooked the Mad Hatter. He would never run out without his characters. Just then, one of Mad Hatter's men begins to scream, and Stone quickly runs over yelling to get the paramedics. This one's still alive! The medics run in, and Stone says that this is the exact kind of bloodbath that he was worried about. This guy was probably a normal guy a week ago, or even this morning. He was making bacon and eggs for his wife and kids, and then the Mad Hatter got a hold of him and tried to cook him. The burned man begins to state, "The hood, the fire, it all was howling." Stone sighs. Great. More spooky crap. But further in, the Mad Hatter sloshes through the water looking for his friends. "Hello? Mr. Sheep? Much hair, is that you?" A light soon begins to glow over him, and Mad Hatter looks back. "You aren't him. You are... Oh. It is good to see you. There's no place for you here, no tunnels to Wonderland in Gotham tonight. So can we... go home?" Later, after the police scrub through the whole sewer system without a trace of the Hatter, Jocasta goes home for the night to try and get some rest when suddenly she feels something disturbing in her apartment. She follows the trail of blood into one of the rooms where the 10-eyed man sits on his hands with his legs bent up and over him. Jocasta says that she said before that she can't keep him safe if he keeps leaving. The 10-eyed man tilts his head, stating that he needed teeth. He was going to use his own, but then he realized that God had stolen his entire jaw. Jocasta says, then how is he speaking without a jaw? And after a few moments of thinking, the 10-eyed man says that God must have put it back on then, which is a shame, as he had to take one from another. He holds up a bloody jaw, and Jocasta says, "Oh, God." And the 10-eyed man says, "I needed it. There is a ritual that we must perform to protect us from the ghost of Arkham." Jocasta then thinks back to a man who was taken and beaten in the streets. His name was Jericho Herring, and he was badly burnt during his second tour in Iraq. His head was covered in bandages, and he would often quietly mutter to himself to keep at bay the PTSD attacks that were prone to overcome him. Jericho was beaten because people thought he came from Arkham. It was at that point that Jocasta decided that if she can't help the whole world, she'd help at least one, because helping at least one of her patients would be all worth it. As the war within Gotham continues, Alleytown has become a new focus for the Magistrate. Simon Saint has sent in the Peacekeepers to try and locate Poison Ivy, and if unable to capture her, eliminate her. Their secondary target is Catwoman. For her, they won't be capturing. She is to be eliminated on sight. And to make sure their objectives are met, the Magistrate have also deployed the White Witch. While the Peacekeepers move into position, Riddler radios asking if they've got all that. He only went over the parts that he thought were useful. Catwoman tells him, "Yeah, I read, but none of that bothers me. What bothers me is how did the Magistrate know that we were keeping Ivy in the terminal building? But that's a question for another day. For now, we need to prepare to move Ivy through the docks, just as we did with Maggie. Think you can put all the pieces in place?" Riddler laughs, telling her, "Of course. No problem at all." Meanwhile, elsewhere in Alleytown, Clayface and his crew block off some of the Magistrate's advance, and Firefly sets the group on fire, telling them, "Welcome to Alleytown!" As the smoke clears, the Peacekeepers continue their march, continuing to fire with RPGs, clearing their very path. The blast knocks everyone away, but Clayface catches them, and Cheshire yells, "You're all freaking relentless!" Croc says that they're slowing the Magistrate down, but they're not stopping them, unless they've got another plan. Just then, Plan B appears before them in the form of Harley Quinn's bat. As the gardener's plants begin to take out the others, Harley says, "Mr. Croc is right. I never leave home without Plan B." Now, I don't suppose you might be able to point myself and the gardener towards the closest Pammy, would you? And Clayface asks, "What's a Pammy?" Catwoman appears from the shadows telling everyone. She means Ivy. But I have a plan. One last con to pull, and all we're going to need is a crew. Catwoman begins to lay out their plan, setting up things as they go, and while the others get into position, Clayface tells her,
"You know this is a siege, right? You're pulling back to the hold, but we don't have an exit strategy."
Catwoman says that she is the exit strategy. She is the secondary target. They're chasing her, and if things go south, she'll lead them on a chase and turn herself in. Should give everyone the window to go to the ground. Once everyone is in place, just as expected, the Magistrate blow their way into the terminal building. On the front lines, Catwoman, Harley, and the Gardener all take on the White Witch, while the others sneak Ivy out through the back. Riddler tells the driver to make sure not to take his foot off the gas. The Magistrate drones all begin to move to the back to follow, and that's when Riddler tells the others to move out. Just then, identical trucks start to pour out, and the drone operators report back that there are too many vehicles to follow. Please advise course of action. But back inside of the terminal building, Harley cracks White Witch with her bat, yelling, "See? Plan B works every time!" However, as White Witch is taken down, another truck pulls up, opening its doors, revealing several test tubes inside. The Magistrate operator says that they've got clearance to initiate recalibration protocols. Recommission assets White Witch versions 4 and 12. Designate pursuit of primary and secondary targets, and versions 4 and 12 step out. Activation confirmed. But the battle for Alleytown with all of the villains will have to be put on hold, as according to the reading order, we now have to go to Nightwing issue 85. With their systems compromised, Oracle sits up, telling everyone that she is putting out one final message to everyone. Her network, the Oracle system, the system that she uses to aid the entire Bat family, has been taken over by a woman known as Seer, who is posing as her. Nothing that they hear from the Oracle network can be trusted, and she is very sorry for this. But inside of the clock tower, Seer asks why would she go and ruin her fun? And what are you wearing? Barbara tells Nightwing to help her. Destroy everything. Oracle must die. The two begin destroying all of the computers, and as the last one is unplugged, Barbara radios back to Tim, telling him that he needs to meet them at the Oracle 2 site in 10 minutes. Tim responds that he's on his way, and Nightwing pauses. Oracle 2? And what does Tim have to do with that? Barbara tells him that Oracle 2 was her backup system. Tim has administrator privileges. She built it in as a way that it can't be taken down remotely, so they're going to have to go themselves to shut down Oracle 2. Nightwing asks if she's sure, and Barbara says that she is. Seer led her into a trap and almost murdered Nightwing. As Barbara puts on her mask, Nightwing says his point is that she doesn't have to go out there. Not with her. Barbara stops him, telling him that she doesn't care about the risk. She's going out. Not the first time that she had to convince him to leave a tower. After thinking back to when they were younger, and Barbara would help Dick sneak out, the two end up making their way to Oracle 2, and when they stop, Nightwing asks if this is it. Barbara asks how did he know, and Nightwing looks at all of the Magistrate drones, telling her, "You know, I'm a pretty good detective too." Barbara stares for a moment and says that the Seer knew that they were coming. She probably posed as Simon Saint and sent the Magistrate over here. Nightwing fires a smoke pellet in the middle of the crowd, and the two begin to get to work taking out the drones. When the last one falls, they begin to head inside, but the heavy metal door slams shut behind them, and a green gas begins to fill the room. Barbara grabs her head, telling him that she doesn't feel good, and Nightwing calls out to her as a man appears with a gun. There's a bang, and all Barbara can see is Nightwing being shot in the head again. She screams, running over to catch him, telling him that all he wanted to do was help people. All he wanted to do was make things better, and now... Barbara shouts as she jumps through the smoke, grabbing the drone, beating it down over and over until a hand reaches out for her. She yells for him to get away from her, but Tim puts a mask over her face, telling her to stop fighting. Both of them are okay now. Seer booby-trapped the place with fear toxin. Whatever they saw isn't real. Once they get over the fear toxin, Barbara gets up and grabs Nightwing, telling him that she thought he was gone. And she just kisses him. She kisses Dick Grayson. Tim smiles, stating, "Finally!" The Seer appears on the screen, telling them, "Wow, I figured it would be bats or something, but nope. Your greatest fear is losing each other? That would be touching if I wasn't, trying to destroy you." Barbara gets to work on the computer, and the Seer asks what is she doing. Is she going to shut it all down? Barbara tells the Seer she already did. She didn't try and hack into the system. She hacked into the camera, the one that she is sitting in front of. Seer laughs, telling her that she can change her appearance whenever she wants. And Barbara says that isn't it. She just wanted to see the background, to see where the Seer is. She doesn't need to know who she is if she knows where she is. And she's up there in the Magistrate's sky base, and we're coming for you. The Seer laughs again, telling her that is impressive, but you're going to be just a little bit too busy to come and get me just now. See, I arranged an attack on your home while you were out. The screen shows Spoiler and Orphan back in the clock tower, with Nightwing yelling over the comms, "Can you hear me? You have to get out now!" Nightwing, Barbara, and Tim all rush out to try and make it back to the tower, and just as they are down the street, the clock tower explodes with the young Batgirls inside. Now, according to the reading order, we now cut over to Detective Comics 1044. City Hall was just attacked by Nero XIX, and it forced Mayor Nakano to flee, unwittingly into Nero's private military. As Batman intervened and Nakano was about to escape, both he and Batman were forced into the unstable sewers. But as the two of them got separated, Nakano stumbled across a cluster of what looked to be eggs, and inside of them, a parasite very similar to vials. Batman shines his light around the sewers, unable to find Nakano. He radios back to a source asking what the status is on City Hall, and he gets an update that Nero's got a hold over the building. But the further that Batman travels underground, his connection back to the rest of the Bat family begins to weaken until he's finally cut off. Unbeknownst to him, City Hall is already under control because Batwoman has made her way in and has taken down Nero and his men. But back underground, Batman begins to call out for Mayor Nakano when he hears a faint skittering at his feet. He looks down thinking that it's just one of the Gotham City bugs or vermin scurrying about. But what he sees is more parasitic. A parasite that looks like the one that he was infected with not too long ago. He goes back calling out to the mayor through the cave-in, and just on the other side, Nakano asks who's there. Batman tells him that he's going to get him out of these sewers and away from these parasites, but Nakano yells, "No. We need to get my men down here and get the magistrate. This is a state of emergency, Batman." Batman tells him that the tunnels are unsound. There have been a dozen rounds of explosions in here in the past month. Does he really want to call in an army and threaten their lives just to find him in the dark? If he wants to get out of here, he's going to need Batman's help. Mayor Nakano is reluctant at first. He's got an entire policy against the vigilantes, and he still thinks that his partner was killed by one of Batman's traps, when in fact, his partner was lost to Joker's trap. Batman tells him that he knows that there's no way to establish trust right now. But we're running out of time and options the longer that we stay down here. Just then Nakano hears a quiet pop, but before he can give his answer, he looks back at the cluster. He turns his phone light on to look when suddenly there are more pops, and more of the parasites begin to jump onto his arm. Nakano tries to shake it off, but the parasites are burrowing under his skin, and he screams out for help. The noise sets off more of the eggs, and Batman is left with no choice but to be a bit more forceful about his evacuation, using his grappling hook to pull away some of the bigger rocks. When he sees a clear view of Nakano, he notices all of the water that he's splashing and telling him, "I'm really sorry for this, but you have to trust me." He hooks up onto the ceiling, lifting himself out of the water, and he aims his taser down, shocking the water. The current runs through, zapping both Nakano and the parasites, basically frying the creatures dead. He then hurries over to pull out the unconscious Nakano and begins CPR, yelling, "Come on, wake up, wake up!" Now, according to the reading order, we jump back to Harley Quinn number 8. After planning her retreat and her run-in with the gardener, Harley Quinn finally did it. She has her Ivy back. Sort of. At least part of her anyway. After getting into Alleytown, joining the rebellion, and reaching Ivy, her second part of her plan was to get out before running into any more unexpected guests. Which obviously happens anyway because Keepsake decided to show up after the big fight with all of the White Witches. Because that's what Keepsake does.
Gardner asks who is this guy, and Harley yells, "Do not set him up! He just..." But Keepsake then begins his introduction. "Now, you had your chance! You should have been here an hour ago when all the other villains were trying to destroy Gotham!" But while Harley goes on explaining why she and Kevin used to call him Creepsake, Keepsake shouts, "I have had enough! You have led me to the missing piece of Ivy, and now I will have the means to control Gotham City. Now, go get them, my caucus of corruption." As Keepsake's caucus steps out, revealing to be an even worse version of Batman's greatest foe, Harley Quinn can't help but burst out laughing. Sage Swine, Sword Lady, Bling? Who? You made clones of Batman's villains and named them that? Maybe we should incorporate that name before Keepsake does. Finally having enough, Keepsake tells everyone to get them, and the brawl begins, which is, well, pretty sad. It's evil, terrible versions of Batman's villains. Harley and the others easily take out the caucus. But while fighting Blaine, Harley notices something. She demasks Blaine and sees a J tattooed on the woman's face. Harley stops punching, asking, "Is this what Hugo was doing at Safe? Mind controlling these people?" Gardner yells that they don't have time for this. They need to get Ivy out of here now. Catwoman then tells Harley that she and the Gardner will have to stay back and keep the others busy. In our last video, we left off as the Magistrate began operations moving into Eden to take down Poison Ivy. With Satan the Peacekeepers looking for any sort of win at this point because they've been losing Gotham to Scarecrow, this is supposed to restore the public's faith in their ability to save Gotham, not Batman. But as the Magistrate moves in, they begin to notice that their readings are not showing any life. Ghostmaker's voice comes over the comms telling them, yeah, that would be me. I'm going to suggest you all retreat now. That would be the better option." Saint yells not to listen to him, "Kill them all!" And Ghostmaker comes out of the shadows telling them, "Well, that's really rude. All of you trying to kill me when I've already told a friend I won't kill anymore. But at least I can make the rest of your lives agony with a few strokes of my blade." As Ghostmaker begins to tear through the forces, Queen Ivy watches, yelling, "This is what always happens! None of you leave me alone! You've all come to take what little space I've made for myself. There will never be paradise until Gotham is razed to the ground." Ivy's vines begin to lash out and spread throughout the entire city as they take hold, sending shockwaves throughout Gotham, ones that are felt even in the sewers. Batman and Miracle Molly are running through the underground tunnels, while Molly directs them to where she thinks the Mind Machine is when everything begins to rumble around them. She asks Batman what is that, and Batman tells her, "Ghostmaker said that Ivy's vines were wrapped around the bedrock of the city. The Magistrate is desperate for a win. If they're going after the evil version of Ivy, Queen Ivy, Ivy could easily collapse Gotham into the cave system. We need to hurry." But then another voice tells him, "Your time is already up." Batman turns the corner to see Scarecrow sitting there telling him, "I've already deprogrammed myself from your brainwashing. Your little toy isn't going to work anymore, Scarecrow." Scarecrow tells him, "I figured as much, but the Unsanity Collective, their technology was built from the same hacker tech as mine, which makes them uniquely susceptible to the programming." As Scarecrow presses a button on his controller, Miracle Molly falls to her knees, screaming to make it stop, and Batman yells, "Let her go!" Scarecrow stares, telling him that the Unsanity Collective's ideology is backwards. "You must see it! How unfit they are to deal with the true, unadulterated fear without a lifetime of suffering. Bring the girl! We're going to set the stage of my final plan, the ultimate fear state!" As they get into Scarecrow's underground lab, Scarecrow continues to torture Sean Mahoney out on the streets, telling them that Sean here has experienced so much trauma recently. The death of Arkham Asylum, being used as a weapon by Simon Saint to kill a man with his bare hands. Just look at the monitor! His brain is rewriting itself to process all of that fear and horror! He is evolving. It's beautiful. Batman reaches back, grabbing a batarang, throwing it at Scarecrow's hand, knocking the controller free. But Scarecrow lunges, catching it, shouting, "I will not let you ruin this, Batman! Not when I am this close!" He gets up and begins to back up slowly, stating, "I almost forgot how fun this was. You keep outfoxing me. It's a fun game." Batman yells to let Molly go, but Scarecrow tells him, "No, she needs to learn, and so do you!"
fear is stronger than. But at that moment, there's a loud, single bang. Scarecrow reaches for his stomach, looking at the blood in his hand. He's bleeding. Fear is. But before he could finish, he falls to the ground, and behind him is Sean Mahoney with a smoking gun. I figured it was time someone shut him up, Batman. Batman helps Miracle Molly up, telling Sean that he hopes after experiencing everything, he realizes that Crane and Saint were using him. Sean walks over to one of the peacekeepers, stating that he sees how Crane's madness and Saint's ego blinded them to what the city actually needs, what the Magistrate has actually become. He can be the hero that Gotham needs him to be, because he can bring order through fear. Sean puts back on his peacekeeper mask and stares back, telling Batman that he isn't enough to save the city. You're just a kid in a Halloween costume, no better than Scarecrow or any of the other freaks that you let ruin this city. Sean lunges in and he and Batman begin to exchange powerful blows back and forth while Miracle Molly gets to work trying to defuse Scarecrow's fear bomb. She types away at the panel, telling them that it's wired to go off in a few minutes, and if this fear bomb goes off, they will have lost Gotham City. She has no clue where her original machine ends and where Crane's modifications begin, if Crane were still alive. At that moment, Scarecrow coughs. So Molly looks over going, okay, yeah, I can work with that. She grabs Scarecrow, dragging him over, telling him, I'm gonna need your help. Show me how you did this. We can still put things on the right path. Scarecrow laughs. We are on the right path. Batman will die. Gotham City will evolve. You can resist and die yourself, or you can let it make you better. Make your choice. Meanwhile, back in Eden, Ghostmaker finishes the first wave of Magistrate foes and awaits the second group when Queen Ivy begins to make her way to the front. Master Wise tells her to please don't make this worse, but she grabs a holding him, telling him, I will never listen to men like you again. But a voice asks, what about her? Ivy looks over to see Harley Quinn there. What are you doing? And Harley stands with the gardener, telling her, well, maybe you should try listening to yourself instead. Harley steps out of the way, presenting the innocent version of Ivy, the one that Harley went out to find, the good version of Ivy. While everyone is fighting below on the streets of Gotham, up in the sky, Saint stares at his screens, telling them, I don't understand. He's just a man in a suit. Why can't you kill him? As the signal to his team is lost, an operator says that there was another earthquake. Buildings are beginning to collapse in the Narrows. Saint screams, get me in communication with my men. They need to arrest somebody, and they need to do it now. But that's when there's a thump at the door to the control room. The doors slide open and Saint looks up. No, this isn't possible. Nightwing and the rest of the Bat family tell them, okay, ladies and gentlemen, this skybase is about to have a water landing in the Gotham Bay. If you would all please make your way to the flotation devices, you can easily escape. We're here to make sure that you make it out safely to the police, who are waiting to arrest you down below. Meanwhile, back in Scarecrow's lab, the vicious fight between everyone rages on, with Molly feverishly working to disarm this fear bomb. Scarecrow tells her, when my bomb goes off, Gotham will evolve! Molly tells him that she isn't about to let that happen. She is almost through his rat's nest of programming. Scarecrow smiles, telling her, it's in your hands now, isn't it, little girl? You get to decide. Does Gotham stay the way it was before, or does it change right here, right now? Your Insanity Collective is wrong about so many things, but at least you know that we can't keep pushing forward the way that things are. She knocks him out, telling him that he is just trying to run the clock out, as the computer tells her that it's ready to disarm, and she hesitates. Back in Eden, Queen Ivy asks, what is this? And Harley says that back when Ivy died, right before the last time that she attacked Gotham, Gardner saw that she might not survive. So she took the most precious, innocent part of Ivy and put it into a seed and planted it away. Some bad people got to it first and grew it into an Ivy of their own. But Catwoman saved her, and they found her, and they brought her here. This is all of her innocence, the part of her that still sees the best in people, the part of her that is missing. Ivy's innocence smiles back at her, telling her that she does not want to be a missing piece anymore. She would like to be whole, to combine with Queen Ivy. Queen Ivy looks over at the gardener, asking, you did this? The gardener says that she couldn't let the best part of Ivy die. Queen Ivy looks back at her counterpart and holds out her hand. Very well, let us see. Give me your hand. Soon there's a bright green light as the two merge, and Ivy says that she can feel her roots stretching out through Gotham. She could still tear it down if she wanted. They all know the city might deserve it. She looks over at the recovering Squeak and sighs. The people up there are shaking with fear. It's overwhelming. I could do something else with my reach. A few moments later, flowers begin to bloom all over the city, releasing pheromones that help calm people, to make them not scared, to reverse the fear state. And if she lets some of her power go, she could save the life of a child. Squeak begins to smile and wake up, and Ivy points to Harley, telling her that there's one more thing that she needs to do. Harley says that she knows that this is a lot to process, and she knows how she isn't supposed to meddle in things, but Ivy's vines yank Harley into her arms, and Ivy tells her to stop talking and just kiss her. Back up in the lab, Sean stands up over Batman, and Batman wraps his fist up in his belt. You won't get to be the hero that you think you'll be, because you're going to be spending the rest of your life behind bars, Sean. Sean laughs. Haha, that's a nice bedtime story. Even you don't believe it. He lunges, and Batman tells him that he can hear the fear in his voice, that little tremor. He's not a hero, he's delusional. Sean swings his arm blade, yelling, "Shut up!" And Batman goes on telling him, heroes save other people. You only ever wanted to save yourself, and that is why you're always going to lose, Sean. With a powerful hit to the back of the head, Batman knocks off Sean's Peacekeeper mask and knocks him out. He then tries to stand up to catch his breath, but he calls out to Molly, asking if she has disarmed the bomb yet. She tells him not quite, but Batman looks over, seeing her holding the detonator, asking, "What are you doing?" She tells him that she rewired the bomb. It's back on its original programming from back when it was the Mind Machine. Now, she's going to set it off and wipe away all of Gotham's trauma. She's going to use her Mind Machine, but without the fear device. She's going to save Gotham in her own way, take away its memories of all of this. Batman steps forward, telling her that she can't do this, and she holds out the switch, yelling, "Not another step! I'll do it!" Batman reaches back, pulling out a cable from his cowl, telling her, "I want to give you an uplink to my cowl. I want you to see everything that I'm seeing right now." She holds out, asking if it's a trick. Is he gonna try and hack her? And Batman tells her that it's not a trick, just look. She plugs in and begins to see everything that has been going on while they were underground. That the magistrate is being pulled back, that the sky base has fallen, that everything it's good, that everyone is getting better, that everyone has a group of people that they can believe in again, that they are finally bringing this fear state to an end. Batman pulls off his mask, telling her that the human capacity for good is powerful. He believes that when they take away the politicians, the media, the corporations, it's just people, together, overcoming their fears. She begins to cry, telling him that she just doesn't know. She isn't sure that he is right, and Batman tells her that he's not sure that he is right. There's not much in this world that he is sure of, but he wants to believe. And after a few moments of silence, she puts down the detonator and tells him that she wants to believe him. She hugs Batman as he tells her that it's all right. Everything is going to be all right. While the fighting inside of the terminal continues, Harley Quinn is knocked down, and Catwoman says that they need to just last a little longer. Once the transport is at the docks, they'll be clear. Harley rubs her head, stating that that's great and all, but Gardner beat up the flickering lady, and now there's two of them and they have different powers. That's not how knocking someone out is supposed to work. Gardner then tells her that Catwoman is right. The best that they can hope for is to hold them off. While Catwoman and the others hold the line out on the streets, the Riddler directs the convoy to the docks, while the magistrate spreads its forces trying to figure out which van is the real one transporting Ivy's innocence. Billy asks if he's sure about this, and Riddler tells him to trust him. There are some cool customers that they've got waiting for them. As the van breaks down the fences to the docks, Penguin's men open fire on the magistrate drones, giving Billy and the others a chance to escape. But something seems off about Penguin's welcome. Back at the terminal, Catwoman and the others have a moment to breathe, taking out more of the witches when Riddler radios in, stating that he has a riddle for her. What is greatly appreciated by the server, never enjoyed by the served, and always best when chilled. Give up? Revenge! Everything that she has built, this alley town that she made herself queen of, all those that she saved and all those chains that she broke, she built that off of what she stole from him and the Penguin, and right now, they're taking it back. They'll have the only piece of evidence that will ruin Simon's Saint, so they'll have the leverage. And once the magistrate removes all of the vermin here, he and the Penguin will control Alleytown and all of its secrets. So how does it feel to watch everything that you've built up slip away like sand in your fingers, Catwoman? As she listens, another call comes in stating that everyone is safe, and she smiles. She looks up at one of Riddler's cameras, telling him that she suspected that he was the one who leaked Ivy's whereabouts to the magistrate, and she knew that he'd go after her. In fact, she counted on his betrayal. That's why she sent Clayface to Ivy's place and a few more party crashers. So while the magistrate came to the docks to pick up Penguin after her crew gets out, that'll make Grove Street safe for a bit, because they never moved Ivy. Harley and Gardner got her out of here safely, so that only leaves her behind. And he's wrong. None of what she has built has slipped through her fingers. And if it means that she has to give herself up to protect it, that's a choice that she will make again and again. But outside, Shoes says, "Not just yet, Cat." And after calling in some reinforcements, they see a white car bursting through the terminal. And as it comes up to a fashionable stop, Ghostmaker gets out. Together with Ghostmaker, Catwoman fights back the droves of witches, telling herself that she won't be afraid anymore, that she won't run away. She won't be afraid to care or afraid to lose. She is unafraid. She came to Alleytown looking to prove to everyone else who Catwoman really is, and maybe she was just trying to find out herself, but she doesn't have fear for this town. It'll be fine. Its people and heroes are more resilient than they've been given credit for. So often, she'd stand here on the cold rooftops wondering if she might get a shadow to chase her just so that she can stop feeling alone. But she isn't even afraid of that anymore, because there's always people there. And there you have it, the resolution to Catwoman defending Alleytown during Fear State. Harley Quinn did run off and bring the innocence of Ivy back to Queen Ivy, as we discovered in last week's episode of Batman. But now it's time to go to Nightwing issue 86, so we can discover how he and Batgirl got out of their situation and ended up going over to stop the enemies. Nightwing, Barbara, and Tim all stand in disbelief as they watch the clock tower explode with their friends Spoiler and Orphan inside. The three run to the rubble and begin to pull back the rocks, hoping, praying to find their friends alive. Their muscles aching, their fingers bleeding, not stopping until they get a call on the comms from a familiar voice. And Barbara grabs the radio yelling, if they can see, "Can you move?" Across town, Spoiler tells her, "Yes, I can move, and Cass is with me. Is, everything okay?" A few moments later, everyone meets up, and Spoiler says that this is an unusual amount of hugging. What is going on? Orphan says that they thought the magistrate killed them, and Nightwing says they did, but it wasn't the magistrate who attacked. Barbara points up at Skybase 01 telling them that the magistrate pulled the triggers, but someone else told them to fire. A woman called Seer. She's hacked into the Oracle systems and she is up there. Tim asks how they're getting up there, unless the two lovers want to be alone. Spoiler asks, wait, why would they want to be alone? So Tim informs her that they kissed. She smiles. Finally! Barbara stops everyone. Can we not do this right now, please? Orphan whispers over. Good kissing? And Barbara smiles, whispering back, yes, it was good. Now let's focus up. We can reprogram the drones to fly up there, and Tim says that if they do that, the magistrate would notice. Magistrate then asks, well, what if we were magistrate soldiers then? We have flight packs. All we need to do is knock out some of the patrolmen. A few moments later, one of the magistrate soldiers is hit with a can, and they turn around to see Tim and Spoiler and give chase. Tim and Spoiler lead them down a dark alley where Nightwing, Barbara, and Orphan spring into action, knocking everyone out. Everyone begins to equip the armor, and Spoiler begins to fly out, stating, okay, I just want to set the record straight. We need more plans that include jetpacks. Once outfitted, the five fly up to Skybase 01, but Seer stops them as they board, telling them, I knew you were coming, and I made sure that they knew as well. Nightwing yells to remove their helmets so they know who not to fight, and engage the oncoming wave of soldiers. Seer watches, stating that it looks like they're really bogged down. Guess it's time to bring this all to an end. Spoiler asks what is she talking about, and a second later the sirens begin to blare. Nightwing realizes she's bringing down the airship, and Seer tells him, I am. And someone better do something about all those kids it's gonna crash into in the city. Nightwing asks her, what kids? She tells them that a bunch of the kids of Gothamites just paid Simon Saint to bring their kids up here, thinking it'd be safer up here than on the ground. Poor decision in hindsight. Everyone follows the screams to a room where two soldiers are keeping watch over the children. One soldier is asking, what is happening? And Nightwing tells them that their ship is going down.
And we'd prefer violence in front of the children. Orphan cracks their knuckles, telling them, don't fight, just run. The soldiers drop their weapons and begin to sprint out of the room, and once clear, the children ask Barbara if she knows Wonder Woman, and Barbara tells her, I work with her all the time. Another asks Nightwing if he knows Superman, and Nightwing tells him, I'm actually pretty good friends with him. Barbara tells everyone that these are Batgirls and Robin, and they're gonna try and help them get off the ship. So Tim asks, what are they going to do? And Nightwing says, we're going for the command center. As the two get over there, they find Simon Saint already trying to control the situation, but he and his guards turn their guns, with Nightwing knocking them out and Barbara stating that she isn't here. She pulls out a jump drive stating that Seer was here, and Saint didn't even know it. She could find her, but that might not even be an option. So Nightwing asks if she would settle for hacking into the headquarters of the oppressive force that is terrorizing her city and her friends, and bringing it down from within. Barbara laughs, I suppose I could do that. Saint yells that they won't be doing, but Barbara knocks him out, grabbing the intercom, telling everyone that she is taking control of the airbase. But she will not stop its fall. She instead will direct it to Gotham Harbor. You have 3 minutes to evacuate. As everyone begins to escape from the ship, Barbara asks if he would like to do the honors, so Nightwing presses the button stating that he'd love to. And as Skybase 01 crashes into the water, Nightwing and Barbara watch as it sinks. And Nightwing says, you usually look a bit more happier after taking out the bad guy. She holds up the jump drive stating that Seer played them and hacked Oracle and got away. She knows too much. She threatens everything. And Seer could be anyone. As she looks at the drive, she notices a strange marking on it though. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the one girl who asked Nightwing if he knew Superman walks down an alleyway, pulling down the hood of her jacket. And on the back is the same marking as the jump drive. Well, now we know how Nightwing, Batgirl, and the rest of them got into the actual ship to stop Simon Saint on behalf of Batman back in her last Batman issue. And we also have a new villain out in the works, a young girl who's apparently capable of hacking into Barbara Gordon's network. But it's time to go finish up the storyline with Batman and Mayor Nakano that was apparently happening between all of this, so this one isn't going to line up at all. Here we go, the finale to Batman saving the mayor. When we last left off with the mayor and Batman, they were down in the sewers dealing with parasites, and Batman had to tase the water frying the creatures, only to find that he knocked out Mayor Nakano, and he was beginning CPR telling him to wake up. After several minutes of beating on Nakano's chest, Nakano gasps for air, screaming to get them off. But Batman tells him, it's okay. The shock took care of the parasites. He shines a light into Nakano's eye and studies it for a moment, telling him, good, no abnormal reaction to light. Nakano asks what is that supposed to mean, and Batman tells him that means that he's not infected. Now they need to get out of here. The two begin to head back outside, with the radio starting up again and Oracle asking if Batman can hear her. Batman tells her that he has the mayor and they're heading back towards 4th Street. The tunnels are infested and he believes that it's the parasite in a larval form. And if it is, they have a big problem. He just killed a swarm that attacked Nakano with an electrical shock. But that wasn't the last of them. The signal begins to cut out again, and Oracle puts out a call to the rest of the Bat family to meet up with Batman as he leaves the sewers. There's more happening on the surface that no one is seeing yet. With all of the clusters hatching, the parasites are now making their way onto the streets through the sewer drains, already attacking everyone. Back down below, Batman and Nakano run into their first parasitic infestation, a giant wall of red growth stemming from the larva. Batman latches back onto the ceiling just as he did before and gives the water a shock to tear it down. But this just proves his greatest fear. The infestation is spreading faster than they thought. Nakano stops Batman, shouting to tell him everything that he knows. What is happening to my city? There hasn't been a report of infections for weeks. Batman tells him, just because they weren't reported doesn't mean they're not happening. It's possible that this mutated in whatever Sludge City sanitation hasn't been cleaned out of these sewers in years. The former administrator, Hugh Vile, was a John Doe in the county morgue until he was cremated yesterday. And if you doubt that, you can speak to Deb Donovan. Vile tried luring her to his office to infect her. Nakano argues that if there is information, then it needs to be shared with his office. His door has always been open to Batman. Sure, but the magistrate hasn't exactly made it easy. Plus, it would seem that the magistrate has their own agenda, Nakano. While you told everyone about the vigilante menace, people believed that the ones in masks are the true enemy, allowing the city to become infested with a deadly hazard that you didn't see and didn't put any resources into fighting. The creature at the heart of this worked in your office. He is a man who believes that he can tell who's a monster and who's not.
Gotham has become a city full of monsters that you couldn't see. Soon, Batman climbs onto the street, helping Nakano out, and as he looks out onto the street, he hears someone screaming and a crowd of people running. Batman takes off in that direction as Nakano tries to follow and see what Batman saw, and within seconds he does. Batman is already entangled by a growth trying to eat him, and as he tries to pull out his taser, his arm is squeezed, causing him to drop it. Batman yells for Nakano to run, but Nakano grabs the taser, shocking the growth. Just then, a helicopter appears overhead, and a voice over a radio says that they got a bio read. The electroshock is doing damage, but still needs a little bit of juice, powering it up. The helicopter fires the beam straight into the growth, freeing Batman, and a voice says that they are firing again. Batman grabs the mayor, pulling him out of the way as Nightwing mans the helicopter, telling him, "Alright, now you can really zap the bug squid." This time, a more powerful charge is fired directly into the heart of the growth, burning it to ash before it has a chance to attack again. And with that, Batman stopped the infestation that everyone ignored because of the magistrate situation. The next day, Nakano looks out his office window as his aide tells him that they have a meeting with the magistrate later. They have taken over security of the building for now. The reports on the incidents of yesterday are ready to present. Nero, XIX, and the parasites. Two things that the magistrate should have handled. Nakano tells her that he has information as well that he wants the office to look into. They're currently coordinating with someone now, and he wants to see Deb Donovan. Tell her that he wants to talk about the city's infrastructure, and that he'll give her an exclusive interview for her trouble. In the meantime, they're going to start making a list, a better list. The aide asks a list of what? And Nakano stares out his window, telling her, the monsters of our city. And that concludes the storyline of why the mayor no longer trusts the magistrate. Now, in my honest opinion, I kind of feel like the whole ship crashing and the Nero situation and Peacekeeper 01, if you've been following the storyline, all of that is kind of related to the mayor not trusting the magistrate anymore. But I do like that Detective Comics gave us a more direct reason why the mayor no longer trusts the magistrate. Now it's time to go into Batman, Fear State Omega, the actual conclusion to everything, the epilogue to our story. Let's hit it. As the rain pours over the GCPD, Montoya says that she didn't like keeping him here for the last month, but also doesn't like where he's going. Mayor Nakano says that he's sorry about all of this, but Montoya tells him that this isn't the place or the time for that. A few moments later, Crane is wheeled out in restraints, stating that it's a pity. They all still have to live in the sad, broken world, because you all stood in the way of what it could become. Montoya tells the officers to gag him, and then tells them to get him the hell out of here. Just don't listen to a damn word that he says. He's loaded up into the police transport, and the two officers drive off, with one stating that it's kinda creepy driving one of the big bats. There's so much fear in this city thanks to him. Crane sits up. No, the fear has always been there. I was just doing something productive with it. I'll do a better job next time. The driver asks what does he mean next time, but before he could get a response, he slams on the brakes before hitting a giant scarecrow. Crane tells him, I'm smarter than the average costumed lunatic you're used to in this city. Did you really think I wouldn't have a plan for this kind of a setback? Several masked men begin to surround the transport, and then there's the sounds of thuds and snaps that can be heard from outside. Crane tells them, I made sure that Batman didn't get a head start on what's to come. He thinks the attack on the city is over. But then Batman opens the door. It is. He grabs Crane, throwing him out, telling him, the current restraints will knock you out if you try anything. You'll wake up at your destination, and we won't have to ever see each other again. Crane tells him, okay, I'll play nice, but quid pro quo. It feels strange to be talking to you naked, so to speak. Batman groans as he reaches over to one of the knocked out thugs, grabbing a mask and throwing it on Crane. And Scarecrow clears his throat. Ah ha ha! Yes, that's much better. Thank you. After being set in the Batmobile, Scarecrow asks, how is his old friend Simon Saint doing these days? And Batman tells him, not particularly well, actually. Miracle Molly testified in detail how Saint encouraged the Unsanity Collective's attack on the media to manipulate the public and create a demand for the magistrate. In exchange for her testimony, the DA dropped charges on 3 other leaders of the Unsanity Collective, provided that she does time for their robberies. She's in Blackgate now, no doubt recruiting the next generation of the Collective for when she's free again. The rest of the Collective has fallen off the grid,
Even I haven't been able to pinpoint where they've set up inside of the city. It's because you're not looking for them. Batman goes on. I don't see them as a threat to the city, just people looking for a second chance. Workers are out trying to recover the Magistrate's sky base from Gotham River. What about the rumor of another Batman running around? I heard he's causing all sorts of chaos. I'll deal with that in time. As for Saint Industries, the board is auctioning off its tech to the highest bidder to use in the foreign wars. Simon gets to be their convenient scapegoat, but his company will live on. And among those sitting at the table for Saint's tech is Amanda Waller. It must make you furious. No, it means the people who funded Saint and pointed him in Gotham's direction are still out there. It means I still have work to do. That must go double for poor Mahoney. Heard about that one from his cell in the GCPD. Batman doesn't answer, but Scarecrow goes on. I heard the scientists couldn't keep him out, but then again, Sean isn't a normal character, is he? Batman finally responds, telling him, you should have been there when they tried to remove the tech from Sean's body. Maybe moved him into League custody. Someone made the decision to attempt it before that could happen. You'll find out in time, but Mahoney is gone. He's out of the city. That much I'm sure of. Scarecrow laughs. Oh, he'll be back. He's too dangerous not to come back. And he'll be carrying a grudge with him, Batman. It must be maddening knowing the entire city used to cheer your name. The police used to shine you a light into the sky. Everyone's life gets worse and worse. And they now know the reason why. But Batman tells him, that isn't true. The children, the little Bat family, they must be horrified by the people that you're running around with these days. What you've resorted to. This Ghostmaker, Harley Quinn, the Unsanity Collective. These are dangerous, dangerous people. It must unsettle the family to see how your priorities have shifted. I've seen through some of my old ways. I have rules. In my city, my rules will be obeyed, but people can always change. They can always be better. As a psychiatrist, I can assure you, people will never change. It doesn't bother me that you disagree. There's a whole generation rising up, wary of authority in my symbol. They need heroes too, even if those heroes don't look the way that I would choose them to. The Clown Hunter is an example of that. He may not listen to me, but he may listen to someone else, someone that he can trust. I don't understand what the point of that is. I'm not afraid of the future of Gotham City. I've seen it change many, many times over the many years. I've seen it become many things. I've had to become so many things to fight back against it. I have failed an impossible number of times, and I've won an impossible number of times. Some of the other villains have built new lives for themselves and moved from villainy. Some of them have doubled down and changed their methods. But you have never changed. And now you tried the biggest attack that you ever dared on the city, and it failed. What more could you do? The same thing again, but bigger, Scarecrow? I may not know what tomorrow looks like, but it doesn't scare me. Not anymore. Batman is shaped by fear and trauma, and it has changed me many times. But Scarecrow has pushed himself to the limits of fear, and you have never changed, never evolved. Just look around. The city shrugged off the fear state like it shrugged off the Joker War before it. There are scares, but the city is moving forward. There was a time when I thought I could control Gotham, but I know now that Gotham cannot be controlled. It doesn't need me to evolve. It doesn't need the Scarecrow to evolve either. It's going to keep evolving with or without both of us. I'm excited to see what tomorrow's going to bring. I'm going to save everyone I can within my power, and that's all I'm going to do. And that doesn't scare me, and neither do you. Scarecrow is shocked. You're wrong! You're lying! This is some sort of mind game! Batman slows to a stop. You'll have to take that up with your new therapist. He gets out, dragging Scarecrow to the doors of Arkham Tower, and Dr. Meridian says that she was worried when she got word that the transport got hijacked. Scarecrow scoffs. Chase Meridian. Meridian says that she's looking forward to speaking with him in more detail. She's read all about his work. It's deranged, of course, but deeply fascinating. As the orderlies take Scarecrow, Dr. Meridian turns to Batman, stating that she hopes that her new hospital can be a light to him as well. Because this all began with Arkham's destruction, and now it ends with its replacement. Some things never change. Batman stops for a moment, looking over his shoulder. Maybe some should.
With the Scarecrow, Simon Saint, and the Magistrate all removed from Gotham thanks to Batman and the Bat family, the city has decided that for its first night of freedom, they're gonna party like there's no tomorrow. But while everyone is out on the streets, a pair of robbers figured that it might be a good time to break into a pawn shop, while the stores and the shops were all closed up for the event. As the fireworks are going off with a pop and a boom, one of the thugs looks around and says that it looks like Batman is watching them. But the other gruff thug informs him that it's just another gargoyle. The city of Gotham is littered with them. The guy who designed the city took the name a little too literally and put damn gargoyles everywhere. With another explosion of lights illuminating the city, the two look back and see that the shadow wasn't a gargoyle. It was Batman. The men run out of the alleyway, flagging down the police, shouting to please arrest them. They don't want to take a beating from Batman. And as the police take the men in, Barbara radios in that he enjoyed that, huh? Batman, and Batman simply responds, I don't know what you're talking about. She says that she loves it when he sees people having fun. He gets suspicious. Gotham has been through hell in the last few years between the Joker war and the Magistrate. Maybe he should just take the night off like everyone else. It's a few seconds later that Babs gets a ping and says never mind, she just jinxed it. Her facial recognition software has tagged a car full of hired killers speeding uptown. Looks like the Billionaires Club is throwing a party. But he isn't gonna like its theme. Seems like they're pretending to be the villains of Gotham. Batman heads over to the party, looking out just in case any of the rich people are in fact the villains, when suddenly a giant fireball lights up the room. Firefly tells everyone, as long as you stay cool, no one else gets burned. So just sit tight while my villains get your banking information and we'll get out of your hair in no time. But out of nowhere, a killer Croc jumps out punching away one of Firefly's men. The fake Riddler tells him, riddle me this, what is green and red all over? And after breaking the Riddler's nose, Croc says his fist. Firefly yells out, whoa, 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 I've worked with Croc before. He does not move like that. And after spraying Croc in fire, the costume burns away and Batman is standing there. Fudge! The fake Joker then tries to stab Batman, but as Batman dodges, the Joker asks, where are all your fancy gadgets? And Batman punches him. You're not worth a batarang. Firefly begins to fly off to escape, but Batman fires his grappling hook, grabbing a hold of Firefly's leg. Really? Guess I'm gonna have to burn all of these! But as he's pulling the trigger, Batman fires the freeze gun from one of the fake Mr. Freezes, knocking Firefly out. All of the partygoers gather around cheering. That was amazing! They really went all out for this party! And just as Batman is being hit on by a woman in a Catwoman costume, a little girl asks if she can have his autograph. Batman looks down at the little girl to see her dressed as Punchline, and after throwing a smoke bomb, a napkin floats down, signed by Batman. Babs radios in telling him that all of the guests' phones and pictures from the last few seconds have been erased before they could post them, but now he should take the night off. What did he do in the past after solving a big case? Batman thinks about all the times that he spent with Jim, his Robins, Catwoman, Alfred, and all of those things are now lost. A few moments later, the sun begins to rise, and Barbara asks why doesn't he stop by. Nightwing is bringing breakfast over, and he knows that Nightwing always orders too much. What do you say? Batman remains quiet for a bit longer and tells her, I'm gonna go dark for 48 hours. Barbara asks what happened, but as Batman reads a passing news blimp, he reads breaking news. Batman Incorporated arrested for murder. And he turns off his comms. Meanwhile, over in Badnesia, Detective Kea begins her investigation of the crime scene. One of the officers tells her that the case is closed. The wannabe Batman confessed. Kea then asks what's the harm in doing a quick look. A little sightseeing never hurt anyone. She looks at the black goop, calling back that they may have missed something. But she goes to touch it and Batman appears, telling her, don't touch it. She spins around with her gun drawn, asking if he's trying to give her a heart attack. And Batman just collects a sample of the goop, asking who was the victim. The name wasn't in the reports. Kea says that the monster's name was Abyss, someone who had been terrorizing this country for the last year. Reports of kidnapping in right off the streets. People were scared to go out at night. Then Batman Incorporated showed up and saved the day, but they turned themselves in after Abyss's body was found. Is he here to prove that Batman Inc. didn't do it? That they were framed? And Batman tells her, that's the problem. They did do it. They killed Abyss. Dark Ranger, the Hood, El Guacho, Batman of China, and Man o' Bats are all heroes. Who turned them into killers? I would team up with them from time to time, but they disbanded and I lost track of all of them. Kea says, right, that one rich guy sponsored them. And Batman says, yeah, but Wayne no longer has the funds to support their mission. And Kea tells him that there was someone else, another rich guy. After hearing footsteps, Batman turns around and a shadowy man steps out telling him, after everything that has happened in Gotham City, someone had to pick up the slack when Wayne could not. Bring Batman Incorporated out of the darkness and into the light, so that they could truly make the world a better place. But don't mind me, I'm just protecting my investment. The man steps out in a white and purple suit and Batman stares. Luthor. As the multi-billionaire Luthor stares at the former billionaire Wayne in his Batman costume, Detective Kea says that she takes it that they have met, and Luthor tells her, of course. Batman and I are old friends. Our relationship has aged like fine wine, a bottle of Pinot Noir from Nadiri, to be exact. Though I would say I figured that the world's greatest detective would have known. When Bruce Wayne could no longer finance the international experiment, I stepped up. But at that moment, they're interrupted as the police officers begin to shout that it's a Batman, and they open fire, bullets flying by everyone. Batman quickly drops a smoke grenade to escape, and a few moments later, as the smoke is clearing, Lex and Kea see the officers are strung up with a sign. See you soon. Lex laughs to himself, telling Kea that if she and the city are in any need of him, just give him a call. But if you'll excuse me, I have dinner plans. It's a short while later that Lex is sitting at a dinner table while looking at the city as his guest says that Nadiri was a winery in the city 100 years ago. It's a local legend. It was the family's dream to use the grapes here to create a one-of-a-kind wine. Then a rival burned it down and ruined them. Only one crate of the family's wine, a Pinot Noir, survived, gifted to this restaurant. And that is the last bottle, valued at over $20 million. Lex picks up the bottle, stating that the restaurant at first refused to sell, but everyone has a price. Even you, Bruce. Bruce steps up. Nothing you say is ever by accident, so I took the hint. What do you want, Lex? Lex pours the wine and he purposely drifts and begins to pour it on the table and then the floor, stating that he has been through a recent experience. He learned a few things the hard way. The world needs a Superman, just as it needs a Batman. And here you are without your greatest weapon, your family's fortune. All that money gone in a blink of a clown's eye. Even your former ward, Nightwing, gave the butler's money away to charity like some fool. That boy was always a bit soft, wasn't he? With a blink of an eye, Bruce grabs Lex by the collar, ready to hit, but he throws him back into the chair instead, and Lex fixes his collar. Let's not get emotional. With my help, my money, you can continue to be the very best Batman that you can be. Now, don't go saying no just yet. Allow me to prove that I have changed. Abyss's body is currently sitting in the police station, and they will be moving it to my private and secure lab at LexCorp. We will examine the body together and uncover the truth, whatever the truth may be, and we will know if Batman Incorporated is innocent, or at the very least, if they took out a serial killer. What do you say? But as Lex turns back around, he sees that Bruce is already gone. You'll see it my way soon, or you'll suffer the consequences, Bruce. Later, Bruce suits up, making his way to the police station as he listens in on Kea arguing with the police chief that they just can't give Lex the body. As she storms out of the office, another officer says to just listen to the chief. Does she have any idea how much Luthor has donated to the station, to the city? But as they go back and forth, Kea looks over asking, where did the body go? She then calls out over the radio to lock everything down and be on the lookout for a dead body on the run. While everyone is moving, Kea's phone rings and she answers it with Batman telling her that he needs to examine the body before Luthor. Direct the others to the roof. Kea asks how he got this number and then yells everyone get to the roof. Down in the coroner's lab, Batman unzips the body bag to see a decomposed corpse, telling her that this is not Abyss. Abyss died 2 days ago and this body is months old. Is something accelerating the body's decomposition? He turns the head to see a bullet wound to the temple, telling her that this is the cause of the death, a 9mm. No one in Batman Incorporated used that caliber. Did Lex know? Just then the body coughs, spitting up black liquid, the same that was left on the crime scene. The lights begin to flicker, and as Batman stands up, he begins to flip through his night vision and then infrared and sees nothing. Throwing a flashbang, he still sees nothing. He then looks at his hands, telling him, I can see myself, I'm still in the police station. So thank you to whoever's doing this. And then a voice tells him, I'm not dead, Batman. Abyss leaps out of the darkness, Batman shifting to avoid it, asking, Who are you? I am a creature of darkness, born in the shadows, just like you. Did you use Batman Incorporated to fake your death? Are you working for Lex? Abyss snakes through the darkness, telling him, You should know. You made me. Now go back to Gotham! Suddenly, Batman feels a sharp pain in his chest as he is cut by Abyss's blade. And Abyss tells him, If you stay, you will risk getting lost in the Abyss. Forever! Just then, the lights come back on and Kea rushes in asking what happened. They need to get Batman out of here now. He hesitates. He looks around. He is shocked because he can't see. His eyes have gone dark. As the police station tries to locate Batman, Kea later comes back stating that she was able to recover the body and she will hurry up and deliver it to Luthor's lab. The police chief scoffs, telling her good of her to show some initiative, and they'll continue searching here for Batman. Kea nods as she loads the body up into the police van and takes off, telling him that he can breathe now. Just then, the blades on Batman's glove rip through the bag, and she asks how his eyes are. He says that he still only sees darkness. Whatever Abyss did to him hasn't worn off, and no sign of it ever will. He needs a place where he can work and examine his eyes. So later, as the kettle begins to whistle, Kea asks if Abyss is alive. And if he is, that means that Batman Incorporated didn't kill him? As Batman sits in a dark corner of Kea's apartment, he says that it seems that way. She brings tea over and tells him that she can turn the light on, but Batman tells her that he needed it off so that he can remove his mask and examine his eyes. But not just his eyes, it's something in his brain. He's not sure if this is nanotech or a bioinfection. He doesn't have all of his tools to do a full scan. She asks if he can call for backup, but as Batman doesn't answer, she says right. His silence tells her that he does have backup, but doesn't want to ask for help. She gets up looking at an old family photo, telling him that she can understand wanting to work alone. But at that moment, he reaches for his mask and shouts in pain. He tries to push her away, but she rushes over to stitch up the wound from before. He decides that he needs to talk to Batman Incorporated to find out what really happened. And she explains that right now, Batman Incorporated are in a state-of-the-art prison built by Lex, that they allowed themselves to be arrested. Now, over at the Supertech prison, Batman Incorporated is being transported into their cells when the lights begin to flicker. As they go out, Hood begins to wonder if it's the Abyss, and Batman tells him, No, this is his move. Get to the roof and then you can debrief me on what happened to Abyss. El Guacho says that he's sure that he wants to free a bunch of murderers, and Batman tells him, Abyss isn't dead, you're all innocent, now move to the roof, and we can work on proving that together. Hood asks him what's up with him. He's acting weird. Kea radios in, watching through Batman's visor, stating that they are onto him and the prison security is about to restart any minute. Batman sees no one rushing to move and asks them to at least tell him about Lex's involvement with Batman Incorporated. Why would you work for someone like him? Is it the money? El Guacho asks, Money? How dare you? And Man of Bat says that Lex gave them more than money, he gave them a mission. What mission? What do you care? And Hood tells them that they didn't need him before and they don't need Batman now. Hood rushes into attack and Batman shifts to avoid, and Kea asks, What is going on? Fight back, punch, kick. Batman tries to, but yells for her to be quiet, just be quiet. Once she stops talking, he manages to defend himself, and after throwing Hood to the side, he shouts, Just talk to me! Why would you work with Lex Luthor? Before anyone can answer, the officers pour in and open fire, and Batman tells everyone to hurry and get to the roof. Once there, he signals for the bat plane, but is then punched to the ground again. He coughs, telling them, Whatever Lex offered you, we can fix it, just talk to me. And Hood tells him that this is their case and he needs to back off. At that moment, there's a loud crash as Lex lands on the roof in his exosuit with Batman's symbol on the chest. And Batman looks up. Wait, what? I can see? Lex tells him that he barely escaped Abyss. All of this was about drawing the two of them here together. They were set up. Our only hope for stopping Abyss is if you work for me, Batman. Batman crawls to his feet, shouting, What games are you playing? What did you do? Answer me. But rather than Lex answering, Hood tells him, You just don't get it. Lex may have funded our new Batman Incorporated, but Abyss is our leader. Abyss walks through the Batmen, holding out his hand.
Join me in the dock and help me kill Lex Luthor.
Batman Incorporated surround Batman and Lex, and Batman is confused.
You were working for Abyss this whole time.
Abyss answers to the team, telling him,
Luthor sent these men to hunt me down, and once they got here, I offered them something greater, taking down Lex Luthor once and for all. And now I will offer you the same. Join us, kill Lex, and you can have your eyes back.
Lex pauses for a moment. What is Abyss talking about? Your eyes? Are you? Just then, Kea rushes in with her weapon drawn, yelling, Freeze! Abyss, you're under arrest! And Batman calls out,
You need to get out of here! There are too many!
And Kea says that she knows. That's why she called for backup. They'll arrest everyone and sort it out later. Police helicopters begin to converge on their locations, and Abyss laughs.
Excellent. If she provided an audience, I can provide a show. Batman Incorporated, prove your loyalty! Kill Lex Luthor!
Everyone rushes in to attack both Lex and Batman, with Lex shouting that he should have chosen to work for him. Now he has no choice.
And you're blind, worthless.
Batman tells him maybe, but the suit that Lex is wearing allows him to see. And as the battle begins to erupt on this rooftop, Batman pulls back.
Batman Incorporated, code, Club of Heroes.
Abyss is stunned. What does that mean? And suddenly all of Batman Incorporated shifts sides, standing with Batman as Dark Ranger says, means this was an undercover mission, and we don't work for you anymore. Abyss sighs.
I had such high hopes for you. You all want to be Batman. When Lex came to me with an offer, he offered the tools to make a new kind of Batman. And just as he started the experiment, I learned that Lex was targeting cities with high crime so that he could create his own Batman, ones loyal to him. But at the end, Lex abandoned me, left me to show this city how scary it can be at night. That's why he sent a whole team of Batmen to stop me.
Lex shouts out,
He is lying. I had nothing to do with the creation of Abyss.
And Abyss grabs Lex from behind.
Lies grow strong in the dark. Lights out to Luthor.
But before Abyss could cut Lex's throat, Kea opens fire, forcing Abyss to release Lex and flee. Kea asks Batman, what do they do now? And Lex says,
Why are you asking him? He is lost in the dark as any of us.
Batman takes a deep breath, remembering that at times he can't do everything on his own, that he will need some help, and he tells Lex that. Lex tells him, Finally, you've come to your senses. But Batman grabs Lex by the arm, slamming a batarang into it, pulling out the wires and hooking them into his own suit. Now, with some light powering his suit, Batman can see, saying that he will bring both him and Abyss into the light. A short while later, Abyss lands in the middle of a dark alleyway, but before he could step on 2 feet, the electric signs begin to flicker with electricity, and he spins back with his sickle, asking,
What is this?
The whole area turns white, and Batman steps out.
Lex wouldn't have given you those powers if he didn't have a way to take you down.
Abyss is furious, rushing in.
I don't need his toys!
And Batman deflects the blade, punching Abyss.
You're good, but you use darkness as a crutch.
Abyss turns back, spraying a black mist into Batman's face, and within seconds, Batman can see again. Abyss slashes at the power source on his chest, telling him, Good.
You'll be able to see your life flash before your eyes.
As Abyss swings, Batman catches it.
You're done. Stop this now and I can help you.
And as he punches Abyss down, Abyss says,
I just wanted to be like you. Instead, I will always be in the dark. Forever. Alone.
After Abyss drops a smoke bomb, he escapes. And Batman returns to the others, and Kea asks if he's sure about leaving. They could really use him around here. Batman tells her that the city doesn't need its own Batman. It needs her. When she is ready, just let him know. And as Batman begins to take off, she asks, what does that even mean? Over with the others, Lex screams that they had a deal. He paid them. And El Guacho says that he never signs anything unless his lawyer looks at it. Dark Ranger and Man-O-Bat state that they knew that he built more than one Abyss. They thought working with him would help them find how many cities he did his sick experiment in. And they found the list. Lex scoffs, walking away. Prove it. All you have is the word of a killer. As he walks away, Hood asks, are they just going to let Lex go? And Batman tells him that Lex is smart. Nothing will ever connect him to Abyss. Luthor lost control of Batman Incorporated, and though he is off the hook, it doesn't look like he's happy. Man-a-Bat asks, when did you know that we weren't working for Abyss or Lex? And Batman tells him back in the prison. They were all amazing fighters, but it was clear that they were holding back, because they knew that Abyss was watching. He then tells them, you all did good work, I'll be in touch, but I'm needed elsewhere first. Later back in Gotham, after the events of the Arkham Tower, Oracle radios in asking what the hell, where has he been? Batman tells her that she was right. It's hard for him to celebrate the wins, but he's working on it. Thank you. And while Batman tries to enjoy his victory elsewhere, someone else is planning something and watching. And the one watching Batman is Deathstroke. He was once the greatest mind the world had ever seen. His feuds with the detective are things of legends. He has held off those who thought his mission of saving the world was extreme, and he has trained others to follow in his footsteps. Ra's al Ghul begins to cough as he looks at himself in the mirror, telling himself that he is now just an old man with nothing left to. But before he could even finish that thought, he hears shouting from within his palace in Nepal. He grabs his blades, stalking into the shadows to find his daughter Talia and grandson Damian in the courtyard sparring. He sighs in relief as he watches for a bit. But then his cough comes back, and this time the blood is on his hands. He stares at the blood, remembering what his mother told him. The Lazarus pits, they are cursed. After a few moments of thinking, Ra's looks up at the moon and says that it is time. Back over in Gotham, Batman stops by Blackgate to stop an overzealous lockup from abusing prisoners when he gets a call from Oracle. She tells him that there is something on the news that he needs to see. She's sending him the feed now. Batman pauses for a moment to watch, and then whispers, This isn't possible. The news is reporting that both Ra's al Ghul and Talia al Ghul have turned themselves in. But before he does, Ra's would like to make a public statement before his arrest. Batman hurries over to the Markovian embassy in Washington, D.C., where Ra's will begin making his public speech. And as he watches over things, Damian appears, telling him, How kind of you to show up, Father. Oracle tells Batman in his ear that he needs to patch things up with Damian. Give him a damn hug, Bruce. And Batman thinks about it for a moment, but then asks, Why is Ra's doing this? Because they believe that this is the right thing to do, Father. Once they are safe, the two of us can talk. Until then, stick to the mission. Ra's takes to the podium, telling everyone, Good morning. I have had many names. The one that I have chosen is the one that you all know. Ra's al Ghul, the Demon's Head. Some of you might find it hard to believe, but I have lived thousands of years. I have seen much of what the world has to offer, good and bad. Now, our world is hurting, dying, and for the last 100 years I have blamed mankind, that the world would be better suited with fewer people within it. That was a way of thinking that only led me to gain more enemies to defeat. And recently, I have realized the value in people. For too long, I have kept the secret that has allowed me to live this long life. It is time that I gift the science of the Lazarus pits to the world. If you will have me, I would like to share with everyone all that I have learned to save our future. At that moment, at that very moment, there's a single bang, and Ra's is shot in the head. Across the way, Deathstroke lowers his rifle and starts shooting again, hitting Talia, tossing a few grenades. Batman rushes in, shouting, What are you doing? But as some of the grenades go off, Deathstroke holds up another switch. You can either stop me, or make sure Ra's al Ghul still has a body to go back to the Lazarus pits. The grenade next to Ra's begins to beep as Deathstroke presses the button, and as Damian hears it, he begins to run towards his grandfather. As the grenade goes off, Batman swings in, grabbing Damian before he can also be caught in the explosion. As they are swinging away, Damian is shouting, We can still save him! Just let go, Father! But Batman doesn't, and Raz's body is turned to ash. As Batman lets go, Damian hits him again, asking, Why didn't you let me save Ra's? Batman tells him, We were out of options and I made a call. Damian hits him again, Damn you! You always find another option! That's what Batman does! Why? Batman holds him. Because you're my son, damn it! And Damian steps back, telling him that he has now lost 2 grandfathers because of his choices. Batman looks at his son. If I was the one that was there, I would have saved Alfred. Damian stops staring back at his father for a moment. This guilt trip, being sent by his own father, something that he has been dealing with for over a year now. And he turns to leave with no words to Batman, who calls out, I didn't mean it, I didn't. Damian puts on his mask. Yeah, you did. I'm gonna go find Deathstroke and bring him in, dead or alive, without your help. Later, back in Nepal, the League of Shadows brings Talia home to get her ready for the pit. But Talia stops them, telling them, no, not this time. Fetch me a doctor and then send out a call. Tell our League of Shadows to come home. For once in my father's life, he tried to do the right thing. A plan that he hoped to save the world, and he was killed for it. It is time to set aside our petty squabbles, our unfortunate conflicts, to accept this mission as a favor to me. Ra's al Ghul is gone, but his shadow will live forever with us. The demon's shadow. From the darkness, we will strike in a way that the world has never seen. Deathstroke, his family, and anyone who has ever worked with him or tries to protect him, we will kill them all. Later in Zondia, at Deathstroke Incorporated, Deadline tells Prometheus, what are we supposed to do? We can't trust Deathstroke. Slade wanted to turn the secret society into something big, and he attacks the Al Ghuls. When I find King Deathstroke, I'm going to... And Deathstroke walks into the room. What? What are you going to do? Deadline asks, what the hell? You're making moves like that without telling anyone? Deathstroke grabs him by the collar, holding out a knife. How dare you question me in front of my son? Deadline turns to the monitors. Look, it's all over the news! You killed Ra's al Ghul. Deathstroke watches for a moment at himself. That is an imposter. I haven't worn that armor in years, and their fighting style is familiar. Someone is setting me up. We need to prepare for a... But at that moment, there's an explosion as the League of Shadows attacks, and the woman in charge shouts, Death to Deathstroke! The next story in this crossover is Batman 122. Over in Washington, D.C., Batman begins to comb through the crime scene as director Cameron Chase sighs, stating that the great Ra's al Ghul gets assassinated by Deathstroke on her watch. And not only that, Talia and Deathstroke got away. Batman doesn't respond as he activates devices that recreates an image of the scene moments before it happened. Chase asks if he cannot do that high-tech stuff. She'd rather not watch someone get shot in the head multiple times, even someone like Ra's. Batman looks around. How did Deathstroke get past both your security and my satellites? No one should have gotten in or out without either of us knowing. She begins to laugh. Oh, you don't know? Wait, do I know something that even Batman doesn't know? Batman leans in close. How did Deathstroke get into the location? Just outside of the city limits, Chase shows Batman a giant hole dug into the ground that leads back into the city where they just were. And he asks, how could no one have seen this before? It would take a large tool to get this done. Chase tells him that her team hasn't had a chance to look for any evidence yet, so he gets first dibs to see if Deathstroke left them anything. Batman looks at the ground, activating a scanner. He didn't, but that is far from our only problem. It took me 7 seconds to reach Deathstroke. If he wanted to kill someone, chances are that he will. So did he purposely miss killing Talia? He could have taken as many shots as he wanted in those 7 seconds. Meanwhile, back in Zandia, at Deathstroke Incorporated's headquarters, Prometheus fights back some of the League of Shadows. This is a lot of ninjas! What the hell? And Deathstroke tells him, I know some of them. They're Talia al Ghul's people. They must be here for revenge. Deadline jumps in telling Deathstroke that he and Respawn need to get out of here. He can hold off a bunch of the ninjas. But as Deathstroke does begin to make his escape, Deadline fires into the group asking, and who are you supposed to be? And the woman leader cuts through, telling him that she is the Angel Breaker. Deadline shoots her, telling her, I've never heard of you. And she tells him that the demon's shadow doesn't want to be known, cutting straight through him. Once the floor is cleared, Angel Breaker gives Detonator the call to take out the entire building. and he does so with pleasure. I've always hated Deathstroke. On another floor, Deathstroke and Respawn are fighting their way through, but Prometheus tells them, "You know what? See you later, boss." And Deathstroke yells out to him, "You're a coward!" But then he notices something coming from another building that is coming their way. He quickly grabs Respawn, telling him, "We gotta move." He jumps out the window as a rocket shoots by, blowing up the entire upper half of Deathstroke Incorporated. As the two of them get to the nearby rooftop, Respawn is asking what now, and Deathstroke tells him, "Something I've never wanted to teach you to do. How to hide." At this exact same time, Ravager, his daughter, is sitting in a bar as the news is playing the events of what is going on with her father killing Roz. She groans, stating that that's going to bite the family in the ass later. And at that moment, a group of men walk in. "You look a bit young to be in here." Ravager asks, "What, you want to see my ID?" Suddenly, there's a series of hits and cracks, and she hears a voice. "You left without saying goodbye." Damian walks up. "I need your help. Your father crossed the line. Deathstroke killed my grandfather, and I need to know why. His actions could." Ravager grabs her sword, telling him to save it. "Come on, let's go kill my dad." But while the League and Damian get to work, Batman flies to the Demon's Palace and really doesn't hide his presence there. The assassins surround him, telling him that they were waiting for him, and without a word, Batman begins to attack. There's a whirlwind of fists and slashes as Batman takes down the entire group with ease. Talia walks up. "You could have gotten in here without any of my guards seeing. You always want to make a show of everything, and without a drop of blood spilled. Impressive. A waste of skills, but impressive." Batman throws the blades. "I'd taken that you would know all about making a show. You hired Deathstroke to kill your father and wound you, so no one would suspect that you're the mastermind behind all of this." Talia looks at him with a cold stare. "I am grieving over the death of my father, and you come here to make accusations? After everything that we mean to each other, I expected more from you." "Roz was many things. A false martyr doesn't seem above him. My father tried to do things the proper way, and look where that got him. So no, I did not hire Deathstroke to kill my father. Deathstroke has been working on his own empire over the last year. I expected conflict, but Slade just pulled the trigger first. And where is our son? Searching for Deathstroke." Talia takes a swing, but then stops in pain as her stitches begin to pop open. "Wait, you didn't use the Lazarus Pit? I don't trust them right now. As if you'd care." Batman looks at her again. "I never wanted to see you get hurt." And she pulls down her cowl. "You're the only one I'd allow to see it, my beloved." Batman tries to speak, but Talia tells him to shut up and kisses him. The next issue in the crossover is Deathstroke Incorporated, issue number 8. Angelbreaker now has the League of Shadows trying to pull information out of one of Deathstroke's members, Raptor. But it doesn't matter, because Raptor doesn't know where Deathstroke is. While they are continuing their assault on Deathstroke's empire, he and Respawn have quietly sneaked into the underground tunnels of San Francisco. As Deathstroke pulls off his disguise, Respawn looks around the underground hideout asking, "Why here of all places?" And Deathstroke tells him because the Titan brats had a headquarters here. Made restocking a lot easier. However, that isn't important right now. What is who set me up and why. While Deathstroke begins to work at the computer, Respawn notices several Titan mannequins set up as targets and throws a throwing star at one of them, hitting it in the chest and calling back, "Nice, right?" Deathstroke tells him that that's cute and then throws 5 stars, hitting each mannequin in the head. And Respawn tells him, "Yeah, that's cool, I guess." At that moment, the mannequins' heads explode. Respawn yells out, "Whoa, that's awesome! Maybe I need to have one eye like you too." Respawn holds out a knife close to his face, with Deathstroke telling him, "No, you can't be like me." Anyway, that is enough for discussion. We need to focus on what's going on right now. Afterwards, we can return to your training. Meanwhile, back at Nepal, Batman and Talia are sharing their kiss, with Batman stopping. "I can't. Selina." Talia pulls herself away, telling him that it was a moment of weakness. "I must have lost more blood than I thought." Batman pulls back on his mask, asking, why was Roz trying to turn both himself and her in? Talia says that she doesn't know why, but Roz has been rejecting the Lazarus Pits. His mind was the clearest that it's been in centuries. Batman thinks for a moment, stating that there is something that he is missing then. Why would Roz reject the pits? And Talia tells him because of Damian. Their son finally showed Roz that his legacy would live beyond him, that someone could change for the better. At that moment, Angelbreaker walks in dragging Raptor, telling them, "I hope I'm not interrupting anything. I humbly return without Deathstroke. But I do bring Raptor, since he's also a member of the Demon Shadow." After being thrown down, Raptor sits up. "Hey, Dark Knight, your kid did a real good number in that whole death tournament thing." Batman stares at him. "What? Death tournament?" Raptor stands up. "Oh, I'm just making everyone mad today. All right, listen. I know she's pissed about her old man, but this killing spree isn't going to help anyone find Slade." "What are you talking about?" Batman demands to know. And Talia explains that she sent the Demon Shadow to find Deathstroke and kill him and any of his associates. Batman steps between them, straight up informing Talia, "I will interrogate Raptor. No one needs to die." But Angelbreaker holds out her sword. "I will make him speak." After kicking Angelbreaker's sword from her and telling Talia to call the Demon Shadow off, the rest of the shadows begin to surround Batman. Talia looks at him straight in the eyes. "Have you ever known me to do what you have told me to do?" Batman quickly takes down some of the assassins and makes a path for him to escape. But as Angelbreaker starts to follow, Talia tells her to let him go. Leave Batman to his own hunt and follow Raptor since he slipped out. After all these theatrics, Raptor will try and warn Deathstroke. But just as Talia thought, Raptor messaged Deathstroke letting him know that Talia's pretty PO'd and has people looking for him. It would only be a matter of time before someone in the secret society gave up his location. Oh, and Batman's after him too. Stay hidden and stay safe. As the call ends, the lights go out and Deathstroke says, "No one knows about this place. How did they?" But the secret door begins to open, and as Respawn gets ready to attack, his sickle is knocked out of his hand, and he's kicked back into the wall. Respawn shouts out, "How?" But then a voice tells him, "Payback's the pain, huh?" Damian and Ravager walk in, and they tell him, "You know the rest. Get ready to pay, Deathstroke." Next up, the storyline moves into Robin issue 13. With Ravager leading Damian to Deathstroke's secret hideout, the fight between the pair erupts before any real discussion could be had. Deathstroke yells out, "I can't believe you led the bird brat to me!" And Ravager shouts, "After what you've done, it was the least I could do!" Deathstroke spins back, hitting a button on the wall, asking, "Did you really think I didn't plan on people finding me?" The wall opens up, revealing the hideout is now lined with bombs. Before anyone could do anything, they all begin to explode. Above ground, Deathstroke is helping Respawn out, telling him that explosions like that won't take out a cockroach like Damian, or even his sister for long. If the brat is here, then his father won't be far behind. As Deathstroke climbs onto the building, Damian leaps in. "My father is the least of your worries! You killed Ra's al Ghul!" As Deathstroke tries to explain that it wasn't him, Respawn gets ready to help his father when Ravager kicks him down. "You can stay out of this." Deathstroke defends himself against Damian. "You need to listen. I didn't kill Ra's. I was set up." Respawn shouts, "It's true! I was with Deathstroke the whole time. We were never at the embassy." And Damian pauses. "Why should I trust you?" Respawn begins to take off his mask, telling him, "Because I'm him, sort of." Damian stares at Respawn, someone who looks almost identical to himself. "No, this is a trick from Mother's soul." Respawn tells him, "It's not, bro. Now do you get it? This is why I hate you. On the island, I hated you a bit less, but..." Damian pauses again. "Did my mother?" Respawn tells him, "No. Mommy Dearest never knew about me. No one did. I was created by Grandpa. I'm a mix of Talia al Ghul and Slade Wilson. Roz made me to run his twisted tests because he knew that Mother would never let him do them to her actual son." Deathstroke takes off his mask. "See? This whole family's messed up." Damian pauses for a moment and then smiles. I have a brother?" Respawn throws his sickle. "Not for long!" The two go back and forth, dodging each other's attacks, with Respawn yelling, "You had everything! Mother and father's love, and you never appreciated it! You're just some arrogant little punk! And even then, people loved you!" The two land a blow on each other's face, but as they get back up, Batman jumps in. "That is enough!" He looks at Respawn and sees the same thing that everyone else has seen.
Wait, what is this? Who are you? Deathstroke steps in at that moment. This is my boy. And Damian explains that Roz created Respawn in a lab. He's a mix of Talia al Ghul and Slade. Deathstroke goes on. That should explain a few things. That I didn't kill Roz. I should have, but I didn't. At that moment, Deathstroke gets a call from Dr. Moon, but as the projection appears, Angel Breaker appears with her sword at Moon's throat. Well. We found Deathstroke. Lady Talia is going to be so pleased. Deathstroke asks, Moon, what the hell is this? And Moon tells him that they caught him, and he can take the torture, but they said that they were going to kill Phobia. Angel Breaker informs him that that's right, they will, and it would be in Deathstroke's best interest to come to Nepal so that he can face Talia directly, so that they can resolve this whole thing. Batman tells her that she can tell Talia that he will make sure that Deathstroke is brought to justice. Call off the hits. Angel Breaker tells him that it is all up to Deathstroke. Is he coming, or does Dr. Moon die? Deathstroke goes silent, and Angel Breaker tells Merlin to do it. Batman yells for her to wait, but Merlin releases his arrow, shooting Dr. Moon in the back of the head. Angel Breaker laughs. Who's going to die next? Ta-ta for now. I could have stopped that. And Deathstroke tells him that they both knew that even if he turned himself in, Talia would still kill the society. Speaking of, Talia was the one who set up the hit. Why aren't you going after her? Is it because only your people are in danger? What kind of hero is Batman if he only saves good people? Deathstroke throws a grenade down to the street, and people begin to gather around the hole that it created. Batman and Damian leap down to save the people. While Damian gets the people away, Batman grabs a hold of the grenade with his grappling hook, whipping it over his head and down into the giant hole created before. Even though they saved everyone, Batman and Damian find that Deathstroke, Respawn, and even Ravager have escaped. Damian tells Batman, I believe him. Not Deathstroke, but Respawn. He's protecting his father. He isn't lying because he knows what I'd do if he lied. But Deathstroke didn't kill Grandfather. Batman tells him, someone is playing a very dangerous game. Who would kill Roz and why? Damian, we should work together on this. I have failed you many times and I know it, but let's solve the case together. What do I have to do to prove that we can do that? Damian swings up to the Batjet, telling him, you can start by letting me drive. But while we search for the real killer, who's gonna watch over the secret society? Batman tells him, don't worry about it. I called in some backup. Elsewhere, as Prometheus is being attacked, he finds himself getting cornered when suddenly Hook and Razorburn are taken down. Prometheus turns, wondering who it is, and Ghostmaker tells him, don't worry, you're under the protection of Batman Incorporated. The cell block was just as loud as it's always been in Blackgate, but a guard cuts through the noise, calling out to one of the inmates that his lawyer is here. The guard drags the man out of the cell, and the man says that those bogus charges aren't going to stick. And if he sees them again, they're gonna regret it. The man is thrown into the meeting room with the lights turned out. Batman and Robin step out as Damian says that they're from Batman and Robin, LLP. Batman slams the man onto the desk and Damian asks if this is even the right one. Batman says that a few months ago, the Justice League encountered a crew of fake Deathstrokes who were working for the Royal Flush Gang. This is way too much of a coincidence. And the man yells, I ain't talking to no bat! Guard, let me out! But Damian politely asks his father, can I be the one to interrogate him? The man then says, I ain't afraid of no punk kid! What are you gonna, okay, I'll talk! What's the matter with you? Damian tells him, I didn't even touch him. And the man simply responds, whatever, listen, the Royal Flush Gang hired me to pose as Deathstroke and gave us cash for the costumes. They sent me to a tailor in Central City, his name was Gamby. But here's the thing, there was another guy. He wasn't with us, but he was also getting a Deathstroke costume. A pretty boy. Looks familiar, but I can't quite place his face. The costume that he got was special. He wanted the classic look. But this guy, he was not a happy camper. Anger radiated off of him like the room was shaking. It was scary. And with the new lead, Batman and Damian head over to Central City. But on the way there, Batman asks Damian about the death tournament that he was in. Damian doesn't respond, but instead stares at a reflection of Respawn in the window. Batman asks again, but Damian tells him, sorry, I didn't hear you. I was thinking about Respawn. It wasn't the first time that I've had to deal with a clone.
But there's something about him, something that's different. I want to help Respawn, the same way the rest of the family helped me. A few moments later, the two drop into Gambi's warehouse and sneak in through the secret passageway. But as they walk, Damian says that there's something about the tournament that he wants to tell him. Father, I sort of have a girlfriend now. Batman looks over his shoulder. What? But in doing so, he trips the alarm. As the hideout's security turrets activate, Batman tells Damian to run. They begin to dodge flamethrowers, energy guns, regular guns, and Damian says that he would like it known that he isn't the one who set that off. The two barrel through the door at the end of the hallway, and it's there that they find Gambi's place has already been destroyed by someone. Batman sees Gambi's body on the ground and says that he isn't dead, just heavily tranked. Damian tells him that that doesn't sound like Slade. None of this does. This might not be about Ra's at all. This is about Mother and Deathstroke. Someone wanted a war between Talia al Ghul and Deathstroke. A voice calls out, "The boy is smart, but if he's as smart as I remembered, you guys would have stayed out of this and let me do what you couldn't." Batman and Damian look up at the imposter Deathstroke. "Was I right? You knew what would happen if you killed Ra's al Ghul." The imposter jumps in. "This war will stop when Slade Wilson is truly punished." Meanwhile, back in Washington, D.C., Deathstroke looks out and says, "Damn." He turns back to Respawn and Ravager. "Okay, you can come out now." And Ravager asks who is he talking to. Deathstroke yells, "Whichever one of Batman's sidekicks is watching us, come on out." Hood from Batman Incorporated steps out. "I am not a sidekick, but how did you know?" Deathstroke says that as much as they would like to think they are, they're not as good as Batman. "Now tell the boss I want to meet. I know who killed Ra's." Hood tells him, "First, Batman is not our boss, and right now Batman is following a lead, so anything you have to say to him, you can say." But at that moment, a throwing star is thrown into Hood's shoulder, and the demon shadows surround everyone, shouting, "Death to Deathstroke!" Everyone tramples over Hood as he asks why is he being attacked, and one of the ninjas tells him, "We're here to kill Deathstroke and his associates, including those who would protect him." Deathstroke, Respawn, and Ravager jump off of the building to escape, running into the next wave of ninjas. Except the next wave has guns instead of katanas. Deathstroke manages to punch one, grabbing a hold of another, telling him, "If I die, he dies too." And the captured ninja says, "My life means nothing. I live to serve the demon's head. Long live the demon's head!" As all of the ninjas cock their guns, Respawn throws himself in the middle, telling Deathstroke to get down. But before Deathstroke could tell him no, the ninjas open fire. Ravager fights through the last ninja on her side, but as she rushes over to where her father is, she slows down at the sight before her. No, 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 no! Deathstroke is holding Respawn's body, repeating to himself, "Not again! Not again! Not again!" The next story in the reading order is Deathstroke Incorporated, number 9. As Batman and Damian have used the clues to figure out who the imposter Deathstroke is, they now find themselves face to face with the man himself when he arrived at the tailoring shop of Gambi of Central City. Everyone stares at one another, with Batman asking, "Who are you? You must realize there are consequences for your actions." The imposter asks, "What exactly is my crime? I've removed a dangerous man from this world, a man who has attempted genocide for hundreds of years." Batman asks, "If that's the case, why don't you take credit for the death?" And the imposter tells him because his mission is not yet complete. Talia and Deathstroke need to destroy each other. But as the imposter is speaking, Damian notices that he's trying to hide an accent. "I could sense that he knows us, but no one that I trust would ever wear that costume." The imposter tells him, "Yeah, well, I followed your orders once. It never did me any good then, and it certainly won't now." At that moment, the imposter pulls out a gun, opening fire, but Batman quickly throws a pair of batarangs to disarm him. The imposter turns, charging through a wall, but rather than hitting the wall, he somehow bursts through it. The damage to the building causes enough of a tremor to start bringing down the room, so Batman quickly grabs Gambi and the two dodge the incoming debris. The dust begins to settle. Batman finds another hole like the one that they found outside of Washington, D.C. Damian watches him examine it and asks him, "What is this? Is there more to this case that you're not saying? Do you still not trust me enough, Father?" But Batman continues examining and not answering Damian. Meanwhile, back at Batman Incorporated headquarters, Ghostmaker and the others are trying to keep what they can of the secret society locked down. But everything just seems a bit too quiet. At that moment, there's an explosion, but instead of Talia's assassin storming the building, it's Deathstroke. Everyone prepares for a fight, but Ghostmaker says that this is just a distraction. The real target is the secret society who have already escaped. Ravager leads the group, telling them to remember no killing. They just need to get out of Gotham. But to make sure that the others don't interfere, Deathstroke stands between Batman Incorporated and Ravager, daring Ghostmaker to make the move. Deathstroke tells him, "I'm surprised we've never met. I've heard stories about you." And Ghostmaker tells him, "I've heard some of you as well. Always thought you were a bit overrated. A lot of talk, but not enough walk. But what do I expect from a guy who usually goes after kids?" Deathstroke grabs his sword, swinging. "At least I'm not a low-budget Batman." The two go back and forth with swings, managing to get a slight hit on one another, until Ghostmaker kicks Deathstroke into the next room. "The rumors were true. You're getting slow in your old age." As Ghostmaker walks up to finish this battle, he sees Deathstroke is actually gone. Seconds later, Deathstroke grabs Clown Hunter and holds a gun to his head. "This your boy? I had a boy. But I've lost so many kids because of you so-called heroes. Really need to stop letting children play dress-up." Ghostmaker steps forward, telling him, "Let the boy go, or so help me." Deathstroke grabs, breaking one of Clown Hunter's arms. "You're fast, but is the boy's life worth proving how good you really are?" Ghostmaker stops, dropping his swords. "Batman would finally cross the line if I let Clown Hunter die." Deathstroke shoves Clown Hunter towards Ghostmaker. "Congrats, kid. Someone cares about you." But before leaving, Deathstroke pulls out a small switch, activating it. Within seconds, the entire building begins to explode, and Ghostmaker says, "I am so billing Batman for this." As they begin to escape, Clown Hunter asks where did Deathstroke even go. But meanwhile, over in Nepal, Angel Breaker reports that she had spoken with Black Canary. She rejected their offer. They currently have no lead as to where Deathstroke could be, but they're still on the hunt. Talia says very well. But for now, we will take few precautions, starting with this one. She walks up to Mother Soul, telling her that Roz is dead, that he was killed, and Mother Soul looks up. "I knew it. The prophecy is coming to pass." Talia scoffs. "I am done listening to you. I've kept you here as a favor to my father, but we will return the witch back to Lazarus Island." As Talia leaves, a pair of her assassins report that a bat plane is en route. Should they allow it to land? Talia tells them yes. "My beloved has come to his senses. Batman is going to bring back my son. Direct everyone to greet them." But as the hatch to the bat plane opens, Deathstroke charges in with Ravager and his secret society in an all-out attack. Next up in the reading order is Robin, issue 14. With everyone pouring out of the jet, Deathstroke calls out to everyone to slaughter all of them. "Just leave Talia al Ghul to me." As Talia's assassins begin to fall, members of the Demon's Fist begin to retreat, stating that they offered to help Talia out of honor, but they refuse to die here. Before long, Talia stands with only Angel Breaker as her last line of defense. But as Angel Breaker tells her that she needs to leave, Talia tells her no. "I do not run, especially from Slade Wilson, the man who murdered my father." And Deathstroke informs her, "That wasn't me, but we're way past that now. Your boy toy is most likely not far behind either, but he's not going to make it in time." Talia draws her blades, telling him, "I do not need Batman to kill you." Meanwhile, not far off, Batman gathers up Ghostmaker and the others from Batman Incorporated after being targeted by Deathstroke in hopes that they might be able to stop an all-out war between the Secret Society and Talia's League of Shadows. But as they prepare to fly in with their gliders, Damian notices that he is the only one without a glider. "This is too dangerous for you." And Damian shouts, "Will I forever be a small child that my mother has left on your doorstep? Is this still about Alfred Pennyworth? You said if you were there, Alfred wouldn't have died." Batman pauses for a moment. "What I said before, that was cruel and not what I meant. I should have never left Gotham when Bane took over. I shouldn't have left you in a position where you felt you had to save Alfred alone. Alfred's death was never your fault. That is why you need to stay behind. Because I need to know that you are safe. Father, you're going to have to trust me, whether you want to or not." Damian turns, jumping out of the ghost stream without a glider or parachute, and Batman quickly jumps after him. Damian watches the battles below, but Batman catches him to land safely.
Fine. We need to find Deathstroke. As the others land shortly after, they all prepare themselves to jump into the fray, but a voice calls out, "Hey, Koa Bear. Seeing you work with Batman is really disappointing." Ghostmaker stops, turning back to see Angel Breaker with her sword already raised, and he asks, "What are you doing here?" Angel Breaker tells him, "Old friends and loyalty are often our weaknesses." But Ghostmaker scoffs. "You are never that loyal." She screams as she charges into fight, and Batman and Damian comb through the area to try and hopefully stop Deathstroke and Talia from killing each other. As Damian gets ready to turn a corner, a ninja gets ready to strike down when suddenly he is cut down by Ravager. Damian looks at Ravager with disgust. "I can't believe that you chose to work with your father over me." And Ravager says that after what his mother did to Respawn, she had to help. Damian is confused, baffled by the statement. "What are you talking about?" Ravager pulls off her mask, asking, "Did you not know? Respawn's dead. Talia's ninjas killed him, just like they killed Hood." Batman overhears this. "I'm sorry for your loss. Too many have died over this charade. It needs to stop. Damian, let's..." But as Batman reaches out for his son, Damian smacks his hand away. "Don't. I don't need that. Not from you. Let's go find Mother." Inside of the palace, Deathstroke and Talia deflect each other's attacks, and Deathstroke asks, "Do you know what your old man did? He created a clone of us, a boy." Talia slashes at his arm. "My father's experiments were of no concern to me." And Deathstroke kicks her back, shouting, "I wanted to help the boy, but you took him from me. Right now, I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to torture you. I'm going to make you watch as I kill Batman and then your little bastard." She screams as she lunges back in, her anger getting the best of her as Deathstroke readies his attacks, delivering a punch that knocks her down. He reaches down, picking up Talia by her hair. "You were close to surpassing Ra's a few times, right? You were the leader of your own empire. Hell, even Batman was afraid of you. But you always failed in the end. Forever chasing that dragon, aren't you?" Deathstroke swings his sword, with Talia catching it in her bare hand. "I am not chasing any dragon. I am the dragon." In that brief moment, she takes out one of her daggers, thrusting it into Deathstroke's chest, ripping the blade out. Deathstroke falls to the ground, and Damian runs in. "No! He isn't the one who killed Grandfather!" Ravager walks up asking, My father is dead?" Batman also stunned at the sight. "What have you done?" And a voice tells him, "What you should have done a long time ago." The imposter Deathstroke walks out. "My real hope was that they would have both died." Talia grabs her blade. "I killed the real Deathstroke. I certainly can kill this imposter." There's a sudden rumble throughout the palace, and the imposter looks at Batman. "You should be proud. I waged war in the shadows to get what I wanted." Talia asks, "What did my family ever do to you?" The imposter begins to pull away the costume. "Deathstroke hurt my family, but you hurt my country. The people of Markovia need their prince to avenge them. They need Geoforce! And you will all die today! Or only Talia. You decide." And now we go to the finale of the Shadow War. Shadow War Omega. Everyone stares down at the one behind it all, the one who killed Ra's al Ghul, the one who set up the war between Talia and Deathstroke. Geoforce begins to use his powers, and Batman yells, "What are you doing? Talk to me!" Geoforce tells him, "You know what Deathstroke did to my family. What he did to my sister. Seems like everyone forgot about Terra and the Teen Titans. But I didn't. No one can even stop Deathstroke. But I had to. If I could no longer be the hero of Markovia, I'd be the hero of the world. Ra's al Ghul, Talia, Deathstroke, they all needed to be taken down years ago. Now just stay out of my way so I can finish this, Batman." Batman tells him, "That would not be justice then." And Geoforce is now furious. "Justice! What would you do if Gotham was destroyed? If one of the countless times Ra's had tried, he had succeeded? Would he be allowed to live then?" But just then, Angel Breaker breaks through the wall shouting, that all of the remaining Demon Shadow ignore the secret society and Batman Incorporated. They need to protect Lady Talia. As Angelbreaker lunges in with her sword, Geoforce turns, pulling apart the ground and bludgeoning her with stone. More rocks begin to pull up, and Geoforce yells, "If I cannot have my home, neither can you!" Prometheus tells the others to get Deathstroke and leave, but Ravager shouts, asking, "Where are they going with my father?" As some of the foundation is torn apart, the palace begins to crumble, blocking everyone's escape, forcing them to make high jumps off of the palace walls. But before they jump, a bat plane flies in close, and Black Canary tells everyone that if they needed a ride, they should have just called. Everyone jumps down onto the plane, and Black Canary takes off, but Geoforce watches. "You have forced my hand." The ground below begins to split as fiery eruptions shoot into the sky. The explosions then hit the plane, causing it to spiral out of control. As it begins to crash land, everyone slowly begins to pull themselves out of the wreckage. Batman asks, "How did you know that we were here?" Black Canary tells him, "Well, Angelbreaker asked me if I could help kill Deathstroke, and I said no. But that really didn't stop me from following. Just needed some help getting out here is all." As Black Canary is filled in about everything that happened, a thunderous voice calls out to Talia that her judgment day has come. And for her crimes, the Al Ghul line ends here. The ground begins to shake as the rocks begin to come together, forming a giant stone golem. With his massive fist, Geoforce swings down, separating everyone. But as it begins to rain rocks down, Batman is struck in the back, knocked off balance. Another boulder begins to hurtle towards him, but Talia leaps into the air, cutting through it before it can hit him. He tells her thank you, but she tells him not to look into it. Our son has lost enough. Batman then starts to look around, asking, "Where is Damian?" Along the side of the giant golem, Damian is beginning to scale up the golem's arm, telling Geoforce, "Stop being a coward and hiding behind your rocks." The head opens up. "Coward? Who said that I was hiding?" Geoforce rings more stones down, Damian dodging them, continuing to climb. "I did, when you disguised yourself as Deathstroke." Geoforce shouts back that he had to watch his country burn because of his mother. "A piece of me will burn with my people, but in the end, I know that my choices were righteous." Damian fights his way through the barrage of rocks pelting him. "It doesn't matter! You've killed people! Your actions led to the death of others. People who never had a chance to change. You dare call yourself a hero? Heroes don't kill." He launches himself as he gets closer, delivering a powerful kick to Geoforce's face, causing him to lose his connection to the golem. The towering figure begins to fall apart, and Batman leaps in, grabbing Damian before a boulder could land on him. Damian asks, "You caught me?" And Batman tells him, "Always." Ravager then says that the father-son stuff's gotta wait. This isn't over yet. Talia is holding her blade to Geoforce's neck. "If I so much as feel a tremor, I will end you." Geoforce coughs. "Is this the part where I'm supposed to beg?" And Talia tells him no. There will be no mercy today. Batman gets ready to step in, but Damian stops him. "Let me. You're my family, just as she is. Just trust me, Father." Batman stares silently for a moment and steps back, letting Damian take the lead. Talia grits her teeth. "This man killed my father." And Damian says, "Because of your actions. But he is far from innocent. Grandfather earned his death. In the end, he believed that our family could do something better, but Ra's also believed that he needed to pay for his actions first, that we all must pay, Mother." Talia shakes her head. "This man has done so much damage to our lives. I don't even know why I'm so upset." Damian looks at his mother again. "Because you saw that he wanted to change. And right now you have the choice to live by Grandfather's final wishes or to end this yourself." Talia struggles, holding the blade, debating the choices, and throws it to the side, turning to hug Damian. Geoforce sits up. No, the demon line must end!" But as he covers his arms in stone, Talia kicks back, yelling, "That was for my father." And our story comes to a close. With the curtain falling, Geoforce is taken into custody by Chase, while Ravager tries to look for where the secret society may have taken her father's body. Angelbreaker escaped with the remains of the Demon Shadow, and Talia honored what her father set out to do, turning herself in. As for Batman and Damian, Batman knows that he has a lot of work to do to make up for being, well, Batman. Damian too knows that he also could have made better decisions, but right now, Batman isn't worried about any of that. He's more worried about this death tournament and his son having a new girlfriend. Damian turns laughing. And Oracle radios in that Killer Moth is back, teamed up with Firefly this time. Should she call Nightwing or the Batgirls? Batman smiles and tells her, no, not today. This one calls for Batman and Robin. And there you have it, the Batman Supercut. We're already going to have to make another one with all the other Batman stuff, but I hope you enjoyed today's video.